I've had to start being a dick about it because I keep like me and Pillager have like the best conversations, or me and you have the best conversation. Then I'm like, shit, I should have recorded this part. But it's something about like when you're actually recording, you kind of like censor yourself or something. So it's kind of it's the kind of weird thing. It's like the secular way of looking at the observer or whatever the hell, you know what I'm talking about? The double slit experiment. Like if there's someone watching and then you can't go or something. You know?
Yeah. So like there is something like that that happens. I don't know. It's some cognitive thing. But so I'm reading this book. Well, I'm checking out this book. I just found out about it. It's called "God is a Man of War," and like I seen this book like
Well,
laying in a monastery once.
well,
Like first,
I like that title, by the way. That sounds very interesting. Go ahead.
yeah. So what it's based on is like when the Hebrews are released from the captive of Pharaoh, right? And the Pharaoh sends his armies after them, and that Moses splits the Red Sea, and they get like all the way over, and as the Pharaoh's carriages are they're trying to pass through too, well, God doesn't stop the wall of water and just knocks them all out. And one of the Hebrews in the text, he says, look,
The
God
big
is a
doggy. Don't
man
touch
of
it.
war. He says
Okay.
that term. So what the book is talking about is, because the Marcionites were like basically stated like, all right, well, God, there's a different God in the Old Testament and then the one in the New Testament, which that's not true. But this kind of confronts the violence that's stated in the Old Testament in context from an Orthodox perspective. Um, so it's kind of interesting. I haven't read it yet. I'm looking into it. I'm trying to find a copy of it, but I mean, I don't know. So I'm just
Well,
like watching interviews about it right now.
what do you? So, based on what you know of the faith, what do you suspect is the appropriate way to frame that context of of that word? You know.
What, that God is a man of war?
Yes.
Well, that he is. Well, in the sense that this is how they viewed it. Like Christ is both God and man, and he's always existed. There's never not a time that Christ didn't exist, and he'll go to war for his people. Um, and a lot of the times when we're seeing these acts of so-called violence that scandalize people, like especially atheists, it's divine judgment, right? And it's like we look at it as like, oh, this is evil or something, and it's like, well, is the painter evil or the artist evil for crumbling up his painting and starting
You
fresh?
mean like that one Austrian painter back in the day?
Well, I don't know, but
Sorry, good resist.
you get what I'm saying, though. It's like there's a level to it. It's like if you create something and there's expectations giving to his people to be his people, right? um and there's always warnings that come along with these so-called acts, unjust acts of God, but they're not unjust because he's warning them every time. He'll send prophets. He'll tell them repeatedly, you don't change, this is what's going to end up happening. With Noah, everyone was warned for almost 100 years that the flood was coming. You know what I mean? um the fact of the matter is that people don't heed the warnings, and they don't turn back. Like, for instance, with Sodom and Gomorrah, like, you know I forget who is asking God, but he's like, well, God tells me, like, if there's 50 people in the city, then I won't destroy it. And he was like, well, what about 20, or what about 30, what about 20, what about 10? Like, he goes down. He's like, well, if there's 10 people in the city, I won't destroy it. But there wasn't 10 people in the city. That,
Well, that's
you know
kind
what I
of
mean?
well, no, and I think that that's kind of what you and I were talking about. And trust me, like I'm not sitting here saying like, well, as long as God gives me the go ahead, I'm just going to go and start slaughtering people. But I am saying that there's somewhere between here and there that we have to make tough decisions about, the use of violence, at least in the sense of like self-defense. But at the other side of it, there's also something about just not doing anything and being a monk and just allowing yourself to get killed as well. So I'm not saying that, and that might actually be the most powerful, and I'm definitely
Well, when
like
you say
open to that.
not
But
doing anything, like, that's not.
Well,
You know,
I'm thinking of it like in a Taoist way, but I think that that correlates over to to Christianity pretty well, as far as like, the real master doesn't do, doesn't have to take action, because it's kind of like a way of disrupting things by non-action or something like that. So that's kind
but
of what
it's
I
not
mean.
even
But
that, because there is action taken. Like, but the action that's taken isn't respected as action by secular people. That's the difference. You know, it's like it's not efficient enough. It's not good enough for their standards or their idealistic standard of what it means. But see, that's why we're not kind of, we don't base the way we understand on with the way the world understands things. So of course there's gonna be this misunderstanding here, right? It's like, if the world doesn't believe prayer works, and prayer works, you know what I'm saying? That's not saying that we only pray and not like go out and like actually physically do something, like give somebody some food or something. But there there's a level of what we're doing that does make sense. Like, for instance, with the monks on Mount Athos, if those monks weren't doing that, then God might not even have mercy on people in general. Do you get what I'm saying?
right, and no, I get it, and that's the thing, is like, I'm saying, like, I think one of these things of like, mercy, in the sense, is like, mercy is one of these things that it's like charity, like, and again, I think this is the thing of like, and this is not accusatory towards you, just in the way I hope you're not. I mean, it's like, but I'm saying, like, in a sense, you could say that, like, because we're not God, for us to try to dispense mercy or charity just as violence is, we're always going to be making some mistake. But if our heart's in the right place, that's one thing, right? But like, I can definitely, and we shouldn't look at things in a consequential manner, per se, saying like, well, I want to go to heaven, therefore I'll go give this homeless person food or something, right? But at the same time, sometimes you go and you do a nice thing for a person, and it's not necessarily like actually good for them, and you can see that your intention maybe, leads to bad outcomes. And now, again, I'm not saying we should measure it that way, but also what I'm saying is, like, in the same way we can't exercise wrath and judgment on people, also we can't exercise mercy and charity in the same way that God would do, right? So we're always going to have a fallen perception of things, right? And so I think that, do you see kind of what I'm saying? Like, there can be a darkness in the way that we try to do, quote unquote, the right thing. See what I'm saying? Or am I totally wrong? I mean, I'm open. I want to be corrected. I'm just trying to figure out, like,
Okay.
does that make any
Well,
sense at all?
well, yeah. Well, I could try to explain it. That, like, okay.
I
So,
guess it's like the road to hell is paved with good intentions, essentially, right? I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. In other words,
okay. So, in the scriptures, it talks about let your palms sweat before you give your alms, right? Because there is people out there that will take advantage of you, and you could be giving for the wrong reason, right? But when you are doing it for the right reason, you are doing it for Christ's sake. Like your brother's whoever it is thirsty, and you give him water, right? A lot of times it doesn't matter if that person is doing it to take advantage of you. If you're doing it for Christ's sake, we're going to be persecuted, we're going to be scandalized and used by the world and abused by the world. That comes along with it. It's not about how they react to what you're doing. It's how the act that you're doing affects you, right? And it's like, forgiveness is a big thing with it. Like, okay, are you forgiving somebody to be a pushover? Or are you forgiving them to heal yourself? You know what I mean? By not holding on to grudges and holding on to like evil, you know what I'm saying? And holding on to this like egotism and all this other stuff. It's like they're having enough humility to accept uh being messed over. I'll give you an example with it. Okay, so There's a monk. His name's Saint Macarius the Great. He goes to a town, and there's a woman there. And this woman, she sleeps with some man, and she gets pregnant. Well, she goes and blames Saint Macarius, who has never done anything. He never slept with this woman. Well, she blames him because he's by himself. He's a monk, like he's an ascetic. Everybody knows it. And she was like, well, I'll just blame him because I don't want the person I actually slept with to be exposed, and I don't want to expose myself for doing this thing that I did. Well, the whole town blames him, and it's like, they beat him up, and they force him to pay, like, you know, money to the woman and stuff. Well, he does it anyways, and he doesn't correct anybody. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't say, well, this wasn't my kid, and like he doesn't defend himself in any way. Well, what ends up happening is when the woman ends up giving birth, she can't give birth until she confesses to this lie she did. Well, she confesses, like, it wasn't him, and who I actually slept with was this other person. And at this time, St. Macarius leaves the town. He doesn't even want the town to come to him, and beg for his forgiveness. And the point, what I'm trying to get at is that when we're persecuted by the world, or when we're messed over by the world, or someone lies on us, or someone slanders us, we're not supposed to sort of defend ourselves in that sense. And for a worldly sense, it's like, well, he's just a pushover, and I mean, why didn't he defend himself? That's weak or whatever. No, but there's a lot of strength in that, right? There's a lot of
Yeah,
strength in it.
and
Because
I can definitely see that, and I definitely have experienced, and to a much lesser degree, uh, I truly believe reacted in such a manner.
So
Continue.
what his perspective on it was like, although I didn't commit this particular sin, I have committed sins in my life, right? And anything that I endure, you know, I'm deserving of it to some degree. Okay? And it's like Job, he was like, should we accept the good and not the bad? Right? Give glory to God for the good and the bad. That's really what we're supposed to do. And it's like, if everything's misplaced, and we're like, I'm wronged here, or this person didn't do me right in this sense, or this is all rooted in pride in some way, most of the time, right? And I'm not
Sure.
saying that, you know like, not to stand up for yourself, because there is situations where you should stand up for yourself. And Christ did use violence at times, where he flipped the table with the money changers and used a whip and drove them out of the temple for a righteous cause. Because when it's for God, then it's righteous. But when it's for yourself and for your own,
You okay? Sorry, I'm talking myself.
when it's for yourself, though, then that's when the issue comes up, right? When it's not about God in any sense, or not about defending God. It's about defending your own uh slighted ego or something. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's when it's misplaced. So there's context for everything, for sure. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I'm just saying. I mean, there's different ways to look at it, and I struggle obviously with the different things. And the thing is, I mean, put it this way, like, you know, I'm no King David or something who's committed great sins, but also, got you know, what do you call it, the grace of God because I'm the king of, you know, a land or something like that. But in a sense, it's kind of like, I think that, you know, this is gonna, again, correct me where I'm wrong, but in a sense, Christians are kind of like priest out in the world, right? Like, we're supposed to be kind of like out in the world, you know,
No,
doing things, right?
no, not necessarily.
Well, for example, like they say that like a man is the priest of the home, right?
I mean, okay.
Right. And
But
so,
my point with it is, what I'm trying to get at it with it is like, it feels like an awful lot of times there's like this social justice thing going on, where it's like we're supposed to be transforming the world around us into a
come
Christian
here,
nation or
come here, buddy.
something. And that's not the goal. The goal is to transform our souls, and if the world transforms around us, then that's a secondary cause. But when it becomes the main cause, then we lose focus on what Christianity is all about. Is the salvation of the soul, right? And we put it onto these worldly things. That's where like the social justice gospel, like the Protestants preach this, the Jews preach this with the Talmud, the world Orthodox are now preaching this
You want
with their
some?
theistic
Yes, sit
evolution,
down.
and it's the communists preach it with Chiliism or millennialism. Like this is a repeated, you know,
Hello?
yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's a repeated thing where, like, the communists are preaching the same thing, the Talmudic Jews are preaching it, the Protestants are preaching it. It's all this same basis, and what I'm telling you is it's straight up from the devil, and it's setting up his kingdom, a kingdom of the world, not a kingdom of God. And because Antichrist is going to appear as Christ, it's this false piety that thinks it's doing something good, but it's not good. It's a false peace, and it's pushing the development and efficiency and this utopian ideology and giving it a Christian name, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, what? Why aren't Christians, doing more in government or something? It's because we don't live in a monarchy. We don't live in a society that regards God as anything other than a constitutional monarch that's worshipped on Sundays. Um, it's controlled below upward. We have an anarchical system.
Well, well, and again, like, I know what I'm saying sounds, insane, but what's to stop another Constantine from taking control of of his own empire or something? Like, why is there no King David?
Because the,
You
the
know,
last czar was taken out by a Freemasonic government and
but
replaced by
what
a
made him?
communist leader.
But what made him the leader? Wasn't it just the grace of God, or was it a bloodline thing, or how do
It
you?
was
And again,
both.
I'm ignorant, so I don't know.
It's the line of kings. So he was both royalty, and the royalty was placed there by God, and the system itself was based on an orthodox understanding of the world. When he was made the czar, he was consecrated by the church for the position, because the church and the state work together as a unit, right? Well, when you don't have that anymore, when the church no longer works with the state and everybody's against the church and everybody's against God and everybody takes God out of the schools,
Right.
you're
Well,
not in a nation that it's going to work like that anymore. It
right.
just
Well, and I
we're not
think
preparing for like another czar or a czar to take over America. We're preparing for the catacombs because the Antichrist is coming on the scene. And that, I know that sounds conspiratorial, but it's just the facts. Like
well,
that's the
but
fact.
that's always been happening since the beginning of time. There's
Well,
always been
but
an antichrist.
no, not necessarily, because at a certain point in 1917, the Tsar was the last one restraining the anti-Christian forces in the world. And I'm not only talking about spiritually, I'm talking about physically, to where they couldn't ascend a hierarchy and take it over in the Orthodox Church or a government without him doing something, or without the Christian leader doing something. We don't have that anymore. So when we don't have
So
that,
sure,
it runs wild.
and I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything like that. What I'm trying to get at is like, what's this? I mean, what's the stuff? So let me just start with this. So obviously, there's these other people who are of what you would call world orthodoxy, right? And I've actually talked to some of these people, assuming that they are real people, which I'm not totally sure, but assuming that they're real people, some of them have told me, I want to fight for the divine right of kings or something to that effect, right? And I'm like, okay, so explain that to me. And then I pointed out the hypocrisy similar to the things that we talked about, and they said, "I don't care. I'll kill whoever I got to kill to get the divine right of kings back in place." So obviously, there's a dark version of this going
Yeah.
on, and but my point is, how come? Obviously, they're going to use the word orthodoxy for the Antichrist version of marrying the church and the state back together, right? But what's to stop the true orthodoxy, for example, you know, praying towards getting a king to actually ascend to even a small fiefdom or something to reestablish the idea, this thing. I mean, I'm not saying that it's necessarily could happen, but what I'm saying is there any reason why it should not happen or could not happen?
No, it is going to happen before the end. But as of right now, we're not in a position to do so because
But how do you measure that though? See, that's the thing is like I just not towards you. I'm just saying like you're saying that we shouldn't qualify and quantify things in a material sense, but like how would you measure that spiritually, right? Like how would you know if the world was
well,
pretty wicked 100 years ago, 200, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago? I mean, like
how do I
it's not.
measure it? It's because it's in the patristic text that near the end of time, that a czar, either in Russia or a Greek king, will rise up before the coming of the Antichrist, and he'll be truly Orthodox. Okay, and that's prophecy. So I would measure that through prophecy, right? So this is
Well,
what the saints are saying.
but
The,
don't they
the,
say a similar thing for the Greek or I mean for the Antichrist as well? Like that it'll be
yeah, but
almost
it's
the exact
before
same
the
thing.
Antichrist. There's a distinguishing marker between this king that's going to rise up before the Antichrist and who's going to be truly Orthodox, and then it's for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. So by his fruit you'll know him. Okay, so if the Antichrist is coming out of the tribe of Dan, all right, and he's going to set up something in Israel, and it's going to have some focus with the World Orthodox and in the World Council of Churches, then obviously this isn't from Christ, right? Now, if the king is coming from Greece, right, or Russia, and he's connected with the Catacomb Church or the true Orthodox of Greece, then obviously he's truly an Orthodox person, you know. Now, as of right now, we're not in that position. Why is that? Because heretics have ascended the hierarchies and they're in control and embedded with the state. So we have no worldly power in that sense, and we're not going to get it. We're not going to get the power because they have already taken that over. You know, now
And again, I know that this is all like borderline heretical, if not heretical. This is just me trying to comprehend the position, right? But why shouldn't Christians go and at least try to occupy positions within the government against these people if they can, right? I mean, I just
I'm
and
not
again, I'm
saying
not
that
saying that
you
they should,
can't.
but I'm just saying why can't they or why
I'm not
shouldn't they?
saying that you can't, but I'm saying that it shouldn't be the main focus.
Okay.
The problem is that is their main focus, right? Their main focus is a worldly institution and ascending hierarchies and getting into government and all this other stuff, and that's
Well,
not what we're
it's
supposed to be doing.
but
It has
it's
nothing to do
ultimately
with
about
that.
deception, right? And so my point is like if people perceive authority and are deceived by it, why shouldn't people who are
Let me
well
let me put it
intentioned
this way: with
occupy it?
Constantine, Christians didn't go and infiltrate Rome and get in Constantine's ear and convince him to become Orthodox. That's not what happened. What happened with Constantine is God converted him in a dream and told him to paint the sign of the cross on his men's shields, and he'd win a battle. He wins the battle, and then boom, he allows the Christians to function no longer in the catacombs. So it it's not something that's going to. I don't believe it's going to be it when this king that is truly Orthodox comes. He's not going to be put in place by playing the secular world's games.
What do you so you're saying it's going to have to be, and again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I'm just trying to say, in other words, some sort of miracle, essentially.
No, is that absurd?
No, it's not. I'm not saying it is. I mean, I'm just saying that it's not absurd to me at all. But that's kind of what I'm saying is like why not prepare for the miracle? Essentially, like, you know.
Again, because our focus should be the salvation of the souls, and in that process, if it gets to a point and God allows it, then so be it. But I mean, if our only focus is okay, we're just going to get into the government that's already controlled by
Well,
from a Freemasonic force, and it's not a monarchy anyways, and there's no chance of it being a monarchy. What are we doing?
sure,
So it's a
but
lost cause.
but at the same time, like, if the, you know, if the evil people or evil, whatever is driving evil, you know, the devil is essentially trying to infiltrate hierarchies to deceive people and cause them to lose their soul. If there is any way to interfere in that process,
There is, and
right?
it's through a decentralized system. The problem with their systems being infiltrated is that they're not decentralized and that they're connected to worldly governments. That's how that they got infiltrated in the first place, is because they were embedding themselves with, you know, worldly leaders, and getting involved with the WCC and intelligence groups. So when you have this, then these intelligence groups say, okay, well, we're going to control the church. And the fact of the matter is, the reason people are being, you know, led astray is because they depend on appearances instead of what the faith is. And the faith isn't just some worldly institution. And it's not about the buildings. And it's not about, you know, what the world sees as a, a, a hierarchy, you know, a proper hierarchy or something like that. It has nothing to do with that. Um, our focus can't be on externals. That's what I guess I'm trying to get at, is like, if our focus is on the externals, we're already being led astray. And if we're trying to compete with the world Orthodox on their level, we're being led astray. You know, because there's
Right.
this idea amongst there's some true Orthodox, who think that we have to compete with world Orthodoxy, right? And we don't. We're not competing with them. They've already lost. They're in heresy.
Right. Well, and just to be clear, like, I'm definitely not mentioning that.
I mean, we could have churches that, where we're living in sheds, or like have little churches that, and the grace of God's there. You know, is it in these giant buildings, or is it with the majority? No, there's a little flock, and it's a narrow path. So I mean, it's just the way we look at these things has to be looked at. It shouldn't be looked in terms of what's efficient and what is, the world bases success on. It can't, because that's what has led to the delusion and illusion that we are in right now. So I got something for you here. It's by Bishop Theophan the Recluse on the Antichrist. He says, "I will not appear. He will not appear as long as royal authority remains in force. It will not
Yep.
allow him to
So
develop."
I just let you know Pill Eater's about to join because he just called me. He's about to drive, so he's gonna join us and
Okay, so this is
jump in
what
a little bit. But
Saint.
sorry, go ahead.
This is what Saint Theophan the Recluse says on the Antichrist.
Can you
He
hear
will
me?
not appear as long as royal authority remains in force. It will not allow him to develop.
Hello.
It will hinder him acting in his own
Shit.
spirit. Then this is the one who holds back. This is from 2 Thessalonians 2:7. But when royal authority falls, and then people everywhere institute self-government, republican republics and democracies, then there will be room for the Antichrist to act. It will not be hard for Satan to prepare voices in favor of renouncing Christ, as experience showed during the French Revolution. There will be no one to pronounce an authoritative veto. So when such regimes suitable for disclosing the Antichrist aspirations are instituted everywhere, then the Antichrist will appear. What St. Theophan predicted has happened. The Antichrist, quote, forerunners have done their job. The spirit of Antichrist is installed everywhere, having everywhere established, quote, regime suitable for disclosing the Antichrist aspirations, remembering Bishop Aneti's words that the Antichrist will be logical, just, and the natural result of general moral and spiritual direction of mankind. So when the Tsar was taken out, now we have the situation where the Antichrist forces have ascended into hierarchies. There's self-governments through republics and democracies. And the reality is America is one of those, right? And the Antichrist spirit world rules our society. It rules Russia. It rules Greece. It rules all over the world. And they're working for a one world system. It's over with. That's dead. We're not going to take that back over. If it does happen, it's going to be 3 years or a couple years before the Antichrist comes on the scene, and it's going to be for a short period of time. So I'm just saying, like, this is what I understand about it. What our saints are telling us is that we're preparing for catacomb times. We're not preparing to ascend these worldly hierarchies and make a kingdom of
Nope.
God on earth.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just had to reset my thing. This whole bloodline with the Romanovs, I've never quite heard that before. What do you think is that? What do you think that is about? I mean, as far as like, so is it? Because like the whole like bloodline of David, people say is Jesus a part of the bloodline of David or whatever? Is there some?
God
Because
is no respecter of persons. It's not really about the bloodline. It's the fact that, that he has ordained this particular leader who has a royal bloodline, yes, in a worldly sense. But the reason that God has put him the czar in place is because he's an Orthodox Christian, and his role was to hold back the Antichrist forces in the world, and they killed him. And now there's a cosmic curse on Russia and anybody who collaborates with them, which we do, because they're non-repentive of killing millions of the, martyrs and going against God and setting up an anti-Christian church. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer your question other than what's behind that. I don't know.
No, I get no, and again, I'm not like it's not like a big gotcha, like oh, you guys are whatever. I'm just trying to understand the position because again, like coming from my own Protestant, background and life experience, etc. Obviously, I'm going to have biases, and I'm trying to, unfortunately, logically get rid of them. So.
What's your issue about them?
I just don't and again, it's not against them at all. Like I'm just saying that the idea that this one guy is the last guy for the foreseeable future that can possibly interfere, with evil infiltrating everything in the material realms.
How do I know that? Because the saints say it. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they're wrong per se. I'm just saying like knowing that, I'm thinking as far as along the lines of, well, if the mission is to save as many souls as possible, and one of the primary ways that
it's not about saving as many souls as possible. It's about Christ is already the Savior, right? And it's up to people to come to God. It's not up for us to try to go out and save as many in an efficient way. Like
so you're saying it's more of like a lighthouse or beacon thing,
right? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, and it takes man to come to God. It's not it's man coming to God and saying and putting on Christ. It's not you can't go out and give Christ to somebody, right? That's the big misconception here. So Protestants will go out on the street and they'll say that accept Jesus in your heart and that's all you need, and they'll tell people that what are you doing or something. But it's like, really, have they made a lasting change? Is that person really saved? Is that person really going to go to the kingdom of heaven because of a conversation they had on a street corner?
Yeah, I mean, I generally don't like that kind of stuff in the same way I don't like a lot of quote unquote charity as well. But, but if the intention is more or less well intentioned, would you say that it's all, at least it's a step in the right direction, or?
No, I think that there's either truth or a lie. How can it be a true step in the right direction if it's not
Well,
being, if the gospel isn't preached in an orthodox context? Then you're just leading someone into a delusion. Why wouldn't we just give them the truth as it actually is in its fullness?
sure, and I'm not saying that that's. I'm not saying I'm not disagreeing with that point per se, but what I am saying is like if the Orthodox belief is that the best chance of salvation that you have is to have faith in Jesus Christ, and someone's out there at least saying that much, regardless of whatever else they get wrong, uh,
No, it's
it
not. It's
doesn't
not.
matter. Okay.
That's a lukewarm take on it. The
Okay.
and I'll tell you why. It's because
I'm not saying,
people
and I'm not
believe
saying
in
I believe that. By
Jesus.
the way, I'm just trying to understand the concept of what you're saying.
Right, and I know it's going to scandalize people, but it's fine. I don't care at this point. So it's not about, because the truth matters, and that's what I mean when I say that. You can believe in Jesus all day. The demons believe and tremble, right? But what good is it if you don't actually know him? Because what he's going to tell these people that don't know him is, "I never knew you." That's what he says in the scriptures. And there's one church, there's one faith, there's one baptism, right? And you can't have God without the church. That's the reality. And I know that people don't like to hear that, but that's the truth. People don't like to hear the truth. You can't have God without the church. Now, it, will God be merciful to some people? I don't know. Probably, yeah. But I can't depend on that. What I can depend on is getting on the ark before the flood, right?
Right.
Now, okay, so I mean, but uh, you know, Christ, as far as we understand, what our saints are telling us is that Christ won't return until, the gospel is preached everywhere. And it's not just the gospel preached in a Protestant or a Catholic or this other
Yeah.
denomination. It's in an Orthodox context. That's what's important. If they don't have the full context, and the reason behind that they're not having the full context a lot of times is because there's all these other people preaching a gospel contrary to what was preached by the apostles. That's why it's happening, and that's Satan's doing. Um, Whether they think that they're doing a good thing or not, there's been a million heretics out there that thought they were doing the right thing, but it's not right if it's not in the right context. And it usually leads, what you'll see with this Protestant mentality is they'll feel scandalized by the actual faith, the church that Christ established. They're scandalized by what we say about it. And it's like, we didn't make this up. This is what was handed down to us from the apostles of the apostles of the apostle. Like, this has been preached for 2,000 years in this context, and we're just handing it down as it is. And this is what our saints are saying. This is what, our wonder workers are saying. This is what we believe. Now, um, and it's not only what we believe, we know this to be the truth. You know what I'm saying? If anybody who's actually like experienced true orthodoxy, we're not guessing. We know this is true. You know, it's not just something we think, there's all these atheists out there that'll say that, well, that's just what you think, as if truth is subjective. No, this is a reality. Now, uh, some people are going to come to this reality when they meet Christ, and they find out then, or we can find out now and prepare ourselves for that. That's up to the individual person to decide what they're going they're if they're going to humble themselves and go along with it or not. And you know, a big thing with Christ, when he told him, he told everybody around him, "You got to eat my flesh and drink my blood, or you have no life in you." This scandalized everybody around him. His own people left and say, "This is a harsh teaching. Who can accept it?" And there's so many teachings like that. And it's like, if there's something that can take you away from the church, you were never supposed to be in it. And if you're not worthy of heaven, then you're worthy of hell. That's the reality. And we've gotten to a point where Christians are so um, weak and so afraid to offend people with the truth. They don't tell people this, and it does them more harm. The truth isn't about being nice. It's about the salvation of men's souls. And if it offends them, so be it. That's my position on it.
Sorry, I'm here. I just had on mute.
You're good. And I'll tell you a big reason why people don't understand these things, because they're not living a life in the church. They're not confessing. They're not taking the body and the blood. They're not reading the lives of saints. They're not looking at the historical context of the verses that were written. They're not looking at the commentaries of what has been said about these verses. So of course they don't understand, and of course they don't know what's going on, and because they're not putting the work in. And if you were in any other line of thinking and any other philosophy and you didn't put the work in to understand it, um, those people, if it was working on a car, then they would say you're a shitty mechanic. You know what I'm saying? So, that's the way it is with Christianity as well. If you don't have the context, how do people expect themselves to know? And they're not truly digging, and they're not searching. If you seek, you will find. That's a spiritual law, and it's true. It's true. The problem is with a lot of people is like they've been told what orthodoxy is, but then they don't. Either one, they think that all they have to do is say that they're orthodox and that's enough and they're saved now, or two, they're not looking out for spiritual delusion. They're not preparing themselves, because the devil's constantly attacking us. There's all these factors going on, and I'm not saying like I'm perfect in any sense, but just from what I've experienced, like I'm starting to see like what the big issue is going on here, and it's a darkening of the conscience. Truly, that's really what it is. And I'm not like coming at you on this, but with the Romanovs, for example, okay, have you read about them?
Who?
The Romanovs, like Tsar Nicholas II. Have you read about him?
The very little bit.
Okay, so
I know some of the major events, and again, I'm not against the idea of it. I'm just trying to understand
that's what I mean, though, is like
the
why. And I'm not trying to attack you on this. I'm just saying, why would you have an opinion without actually have read about it?
Well, I didn't state an opinion on it.
You
I
get
was
what I'm
just
saying? Like, no, you said that that I don't understand how this guy could be the last guy, or the restrainer or something. You know what I mean? Like, how could that be true?
well, it's not. I'm saying it in a rhetorical sense. Like, I mean, I'm just trying to understand your perspective, so that's why I'm asking. Because it obviously I've never heard of such a thing before. So, I mean, I've heard you say it, but I don't know where's
I'll send it to you.
because a lot. Obviously, I already know what Protestants were going to say. They're going to say, "Well, where's that in the Bible?"
Well, I don't care what they say. Well, and I'll tell you why. Because the Bible, didn't come out until really a formal scripture wasn't there until 395 or 370. So the church was functioning long before this definitive canon was put in place,
Stop.
and the apostles themselves said, follow our word by our epistles and our word, by our word and our epistle. It's not one or the other,
Sorry, I'm jogging with my kid. I'm running faster than he is. Good.
But yeah, it is in the Bible. It's in 2 Thessalonians. It talks about the restrainer.
Where does it talk about that in the Book of Revelation?
No, it talks about it in 2 Thessalonians. So 2 Thessalonians brings up the one who restrained the forces of evil before the coming of Antichrist. And when the czar was taken out, it was understood that he was this restrainer. This is who the book was talking about.
Oh, hi, Fred. Hi, sweetheart.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hold on a second.
Maybe I can't see.
Sorry, some people are saying hello to my son.
Well,
I'm out in
okay.
the real world. Sorry,
Yeah.
kind of. The cool world, you know what I mean. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I'm sending you this. So, all right. 2, 6 through 7. All right. That's what it says is, and now you know what is restraining, that he may be revealed in his own time. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. So what that means is
Holding.
that
Come on. Go ahead. I'm listening.
so what that means is that it says, for the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. What it's talking about is that this mystery of lawlessness will be released after this restraining one is killed. So how do we know that this was the last guy? Okay, for one, Russia was an Orthodox place, right? It was, and the Tsar was an Orthodox hierarch. Like he was a monarch, an Orthodox monarch. He's the last true Orthodox monarch the world has known in the 20th century, or whatever. He was taken out in 1917. So he's the last guy physically in reality that we know of that was a king and was the king of, the monarch of Russia, and he was truly Orthodox. He's taken out, and what happens? Stalin gets put in place, you know what I'm saying? Lenin, the Freemasonic government. Then we got in the 20s, the calendar change. Then all this stuff happened. That wouldn't have happened if the Tsar was alive. Why? Because in the same, not even that long before, these name worshippers were on Mount Athos amongst the Orthodox Church. Now, all the Orthodox Church at that time, they would look to the Tsar if they had an issue. So if you were on a Greek monastery and you were having some issue with some heretics, you could get a hold of the Tsar and tell him, like, okay, we got some issues with these heretics and they're trying to take over the church over here in Greece. And then he would send a ship over, which he did with the name worshippers, and he shipped them out of there. You get what I'm saying? Now we're in a position where no one can veto these things in the real world. And it's like, okay, why can't we get another person to do this or whatever? It's like, well, we can't because they're in power now, and they're not going to allow anybody else to get in power. Who it's like you're working against.
Well, if we all just martyred ourselves trying to take it away from them, then
what do you mean
isn't that blasphemy?
Ourselves? I mean,
if we try to take power and they interfere, doesn't that make us a martyr if we're a real Christian?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is like, why would you try to in the first place if these institutions are no longer?
But why wouldn't you if you're going to be martyred and you're going to be martyred anyway though? And again, I'm not saying that it's the right. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying
anyways. Like it's not like, okay, we're just going to be martyred either. Either you're martyred for Christ or you're not martyred at all. If you're martyred for some worldly reason just to take over a hierarchy, then you're martyred for the wrong reason.
Well, how do you measure that though?
You measure it by the spirit behind what you're doing. Okay, like
Daddy, can I take off?
It's like saying that there's no truth or there's no.
No, you cannot.
Why?
Hey, leave it on. Go sit down.
Daddy, Daddy.
Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
I don't understand what you mean. That's a like I don't see the purpose of it. If it's I don't get it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying that, if we, and again, I know that this is ignorant and all that. I'm just asking for patience to to try to understand. Like maybe I know that this is probably a secular. I mean, it is a secular way of looking at it, I'm sure, but this is where I'm not understanding. And I understand what you said so far, but I'm just trying to understand like a little more clearly. So, you know, if there's no king and the stuff has been taken over, the governments and stuff have been taken over by, Satan's people, and we as Christians say, well, you know, they shouldn't really have these worldly powers, and I'm not going to go and commit a genocide to get it away from them, but if I try to take it away from them by occupying those positions and they kill me, how is that a bad thing?
Because it's not done for Christ's sake. I could already tell you it's not done for Christ's sake, because the reason they have those positions is because they want worldly power. So the only reason that you would
But if you
want those
don't, but what if
positions
you
is for
don't?
worldly power. Our kingdom isn't of this world. That's the thing. So when these people, these world Orthodox guys are coming out here talking about we're going to have, Orthodox America and an Orthodox monarch, it's a delusion. It's never going to happen. We live
So
in a
so so it,
Freemasonic government that was
so
created
so
by the Freemasons, and
right.
this is going to hell, and it's done.
Right. And so if we know, like, I'm not saying this is I know this is an extreme, what if, trolley thing, but, let's say that allegedly they wanted to knock off 99% of people on the earth, and we know of that, and we just say, well, it's not my place to go and interfere. Right.
What do you mean? It's not your place to interfere. Is to convert those people to Christ. That's what we're supposed to be doing. It's a nearsighted thing. Death is going to happen in a fallen world. It's nearsighted. Like, what do you think you're going to save them by ascending the hierarchy?
Do you think that you're going to be able to convert them without getting close to them?
What do you mean getting close to them?
How are you going to convert these people way
Not
on
by
the
being
front?
a worldly person in their own institutions. No, you're not going to convert them that way either.
Right. So I
Or
and
you're
I,
going to
I'm
convert
yeah,
them through prayer and through actually fasting, and then taking on and building Orthodox communities where they can come and visit monasteries and go to parishes. If they want to come to Christ, they will. But the reality is the majority won't. That's what's going to happen, and it'll be a small flock. And that's not our fault. That's their fault. We're doing what we can. But the world doesn't accept
right.
Christ, and the world isn't going to accept Christ. All the world can do is accept Antichrist.
And people are the world.
People are in the world and they're worldly because they've given into their desires. Yeah. And they're not willing to go towards Christ. No. They're not, and that's not Christians' fault. That's people that are rejecting Christ. How can we be blamed for those who reject Christ? We have to work out our own salvation with fear and trembling, and then by doing so, if that inspires somebody, so be it.
No, well, I agree with everything you just said there for sure. I mean, I have no disagreement on that part. I think I think you're correct, and I don't know. I mean, and again, don't take this the wrong way. I mean, I see creation, here on Earth as beautiful, even amongst all the
That's not
evil
what I'm talking about when I talk about the
things,
world. I'm talking about desires and passions. That's the world. God created the world and it's good. Everything God created is good. When I'm talking about the world is desire and passions and materialism, and there's a distinction between worldliness and then the world that God created. We're in the world and there is beauty in the world. I'm not denying that. But there's not if I feel like there's a conflation here between an institution and the church. And that's not what the church is. The church isn't a worldly institution. It is a building in the sense that we go to a place and then we worship there. But if the building gets taken over by heretics, is it still the church? No, it's not. So it's not really about the church,
Right.
about the building itself, right? It's more about the faith that's in that building. It's about the community of those believers, right? And God, we as people don't convert people in the first place. That's a big thing with Protestants, think that they're going out to convert people. No, that's impossible. The Holy Spirit converts people, and you can only confess the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit as being the one God if you have the Holy Spirit directing you to do so. It's a synergy between you. Of course, you have to have enough humility to do it, but the Holy Spirit is the one working who's actually converting the person themselves. It's not me or a priest or the community that's doing it. All right, it's God that does it, and we're working with Him. I just think that there's this a lot of Western misconceptions of what Christianity is and what the purpose of Christianity is, and this is why people fall into Chiliism. This is the heresy. Really, the heresy is creating a kingdom of God on earth. A kingdom of heaven on earth. It doesn't exist. It'll never exist.
Well. So and again, I'm sure that you're thinking you're talking to a demon or something now. So I appreciate you talking to me, because I don't necessarily think that's the case, but I understand. I already know kind of the way you're looking at it. So, but like, let me try to give you a different scenario, right? So,
Okay.
if you, let's say that I don't think you foresee yourself in this place, but let's say that someone that myself or someone let's say that they become a true Orthodox person, right?
Okay.
And they realize a lot of the things that you realize, right? And for whatever reason, they feel that driven, whether that's by some sort of spiritual sickness or not, they feel driven to go and essentially, I'm trying to think how to put it, hold a position of power, or whether it's financial or worldly in some sense, but they actually don't want the power itself, and it's not really like something that they're seeking for the sake of it. It's seeking it for, at least from their perception. Now they may be deluded or whatever. Would you say that this person is spiritually sick and it is not a real Christian? Or would you say, and again, I'm not trying to compare with like a biblical figure, but I'm saying, like, obviously, King David did a lot of vile things, obviously, right? But yet he was still compelled to do it, or to be the leader or whatever. So, and again, I'm not trying to say we should compare ourselves with someone like that, but I'm just saying that, like, would you say that that person still has a place within the church, or would you say that that person is just
No,
doing damage to the church? You know?
there's a possibility that someone could and there is people in positions of power that can become orthodox, but the main point of it is, and it has always been for the monarch, right? It's to hold up the good and give justice. So it's justice and good, right? That's the whole purpose. It's not to create a utopia. So what ends up happening when people usually get into states of a position of power, they want to create a utopia. They want to have everything efficient where man is comfortable in this world. And what I'm saying is if that person were to become true Orthodox, they would learn quickly that this is not the goal of man, and it actually is a subversion of what we're supposed to be doing in this world. It puts the focus somewhere else other than
Right.
Christ and the salvation of our souls. Now, if somebody was, for instance, let's take the Tsar, his whole position was that he was to uphold the good in his country and give justice to his country, right? And he was in a position where he would push orthodoxy, not to force people to become Orthodox, but at least put people in a position where they could become Orthodox and give them a good example of what a strong Orthodox leader was, right?
Right.
That was his goal. Okay, now if you look at the world Orthodox, what they're saying is they want to be just like the people that are in power. They just want to be call themselves Christians and be in the same position. Now, would they do something different when they got there? I don't think so. I would think that they would work for the same utopian antichrist cause that the secular leaders are doing.
Right.
Because they look at God as a constitutional monarch. They don't see him as anything other than something to be worshipped on Sundays.
I got you.
And I think
And
it's a Western
right.
ideal. I think it's based in Western Protestantism. I believe it's based in the heresy of Chiliasm, and it's a form of theistic evolution. That's the whole issue. It's just misdirected. That's it. And it's inspired by Satan, because what it's doing is it's creating a kingdom of Satan, but calling it the kingdom of God.
Right. Yeah, and again, like, I mean, I could definitely use some more examples, but and again, I know it seems like I'm just trying to wiggle out of something or something, but I'm really, it's more of just like I just can't tell you how. Uh, like again, we started the conversation with the man, God as a man of war, right, or something to that effect, right? So I mean, it's like, I mean, you know, I just I definitely don't like violence, you know, at all, despite the things that I've said. I mean, I think it's really bad, but at the same time, like,
Well, I'm not against
yeah,
violence as a whole. I think that, in the scriptures it talks about, there's nothing greater a man can do than to die for his brothers, right? So how many soldiers are out there that have put down their life for their brothers?
well, yeah, exactly. But my point is that, obviously, how many times have Christians been tricked into doing, going to war for basically false reasons, more or less, right? I mean, I'm sure it's happened
Well, I think
countless
that
times.
God judges us where we are and what we do know, not what we don't. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah, of course, yeah, but I say that to say this, like, it just really shocks me that we're in the position that we're in, and I think that even a lot of people, it's easy to look at World War I and World War II or certain things like this and say, well, this is the most evil thing ever. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's the more subtle things like the technological situation that we're in, because it's not really that, uh, like you said, I mean, everything's going to die at some point, and whether we die in a war or whatever, that's one thing to contemplate. But definitely, I think that for lack of a better term, the problem of mediation between ourselves and what's going on around us, I'm not saying it's all bad, but it's definitely like for spiritually sick people like we all are. I just see it as a big potential. What do you call it? Exponentially more dangerous situation. And
Well,
you know,
I'll can I read you this quote? It says that not to interrupt you, but I think that this might give you an idea. Okay, so it says now a government is secure insofar as it has God as its foundation and his will for its guide, but this surely is not the description of liberal government. It is the liberal view that the people who rule and not God himself is a constitutional monarch whose authority has been totally delegated to the people and whose function is entirely ceremonial. The liberal believes in God with the same rhetorical fervor with which he believes in heaven. The government erected upon such a faith is very little different in principle from a government erected upon total disbelief, and whatever its present residue of stability, it is chiefly pointed in the direction of anarchy. And he says further, in the Christian order, politics was founded upon absolute truth. The principal providential form of government took union with the Christian truth with the Orthodox Christian emperor, wherein sovereignty was vested in a monarch, and authority proceeded from him downward through a hierarchical social structure. On the other hand, a politics that rejects Christian truth must acknowledge the people as sovereign and understand authority as proceeding from below upwards in a formerly egalitarian society. Uh, it is clear that one is the perfect inversion of the other, for they opposed in their conceptions both of the source and the end of government. Orthodox Christian monarchy is government divinely established and directed ultimately to the other world. Government with the teaching of Christian truth and the salvation of souls as its profoundest purpose. Nihilist rule, whose most fitting name is anarchy, is government established by men and directed solely to this world, government which has no higher aim than earthly happiness. So that's my main point here. Like that's all I'm getting at is that when so-called Christians and it's mainly these world Orthodox people are talking about creating a monarchy, they're really talking about creating a worldly utopia, right? And it's all based on worldly happiness and the efficiency of having things easy and quick and just calling and slapping a Christian title on it. Um, it's not going to work out. It's idealistic. That's the one thing, is because ideally it sounds good, right? But in practice it leads to antichrist, right? And we've seen it time and time again because every forerunner of antichrist has used similar arguments. Marxism with Stalin, Mao, like all these people were talking about creating utopias, right? And even with the American government now, where the globalists have taken over, that their whole goal is to have corporations flood the country with all these products and all these things for man to be comfortable, right? But that comfort is in reality death, and it moves us farther and farther away from the salvation of our souls, and it distorts our understanding of what we're supposed to be focused on. And it's mainly dealing with materialism of just having items, and then that equates to success. But if in the process of gaining these supposedly a comfortable life and supposed success, you lose your soul, what good is it? The scriptures say, what good is a man if he gains the whole world but loses his soul?
I'm here. I just had it muted. Um, yeah, I agree with everything you said there for sure. And and I think that I, one of the things is that I'm definitely staunchly against utopianism. I think that that's Probably the most dangerous idea in history, personally. Uh, at least from a political standpoint, utopia. But yeah, and that's kind of weird. Like Brown's boy said, utopia. Yeah, exactly. It's very focused on like, well, what do I want? And it's very liberal. I guess liberalism in a nutshell, and
Yeah, it is.
and
You know,
yeah.
because okay, so in a Christian, like the early Christian communities, you'll notice that everybody got together and willfully gave what they could to help the community as a whole, right? That's not the same thing as communism that sort of forces everybody to, give up everything they have, you know. The church didn't do that. It was like, if people would willingly
Come
do
on.
this for the betterment of the community and help each other, right? Um, But the focus of the early Christians wasn't to take over Rome or something. You get what I'm saying? The fact that that happened was because God made that happen. You know what I'm saying? Like a miracle happened. It transformed a whole pagan society into a Christian nation, you know. But anytime it has happened, there has been some sort of miracle that goes along with it. You get what I'm saying? It's like, um, if we're trying to sort of like accelerate that ourselves, and I don't think it'll work. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it works that way. Like, it could happen naturally, but if it's the focus, then you're off, right? Because again, it wasn't the focus of the church to convert Constantine. At least for the matter of getting involved with, the Roman Empire. Like, what you get what I'm saying? It's like, sure, I'm sure they wanted everyone to be saved. Like, we want everybody to be saved and become a part of the church, but it's not our goal to get into the institutional aspect of it. Would it be good? Sure, if it's directed in the right way, but more times than not, it's not directed in the right direction. It's misplaced. Um, and the reason why true orthodoxy, even like I'm telling you, like the reason why we're not infiltrated the way that world orthodoxy is by Freemasons is because we're decentralized to a certain degree. And that's something they don't understand. They think that you have to be in communion with each other, and be in agreement, like on an external level. Like, if you look in church history, like that's never really been the case. If you look like a Saint Meletius and a Saint Basil weren't in formal communion, yet both had a completely orthodox confession of faith. Saint Meletius was ordained by the Arians or something, and there was Orthodox bishops out there that saying he had to be rebaptized or rechrismated, and it was like others were like, no, he doesn't, because he confessed orthodoxy. So obviously, you know, his faith sort of made up for. There was an economic grace that was imparted onto him, although there was heretics who ordained him. You know what I'm saying? So there's like nuances here that are left where I guess like modern Christians don't really understand, because we just see everything on a physical level and a material level. It's like we have to examine the spirit behind everything. And the only way we're going to do that is if we start thinking in spiritual ways. And the only way we're going to do that is by studying it.
So I was trying to think. I really have a lot of concepts that I really don't have the word for to try to put it together. But I think that I totally agree with you about the Roman thing, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of Christians miss. And again, I'm not saying this in a pompous way. I think it's kind of crucial, the framing that you just said there. I mean, it's like, well, basically the Christians were just doing what they're supposed to do, and they brought down the Roman Empire. But at the same time, obviously, the Roman Empire never truly went away, did it? In some sense, right? But see, the difference is like, and I know this is like, I'm glad Brown's boy's in this chat because it's gonna trigger him. I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just saying it's like, I don't see the quote unquote Jews or whatever that are quote unquote controlling us as, rulers. I see them as enslaved by their master. You know what I'm saying?
Satan, right?
Right. And so that's kind of the way I pretty much think, like you said, anything that's not like a holy order for real is basically a, unholy order, more or less. But what I'm saying is like, if it's a bunch of gears in a giant clock, and I just happen to throw a bunch of wrenches or myself in the middle of those gears, I probably can't take it down, but I might be able to slow it down. Which, maybe that's not the best use of my life or time or energy either, but I think that it's understandable why people are tempted to do that, right? So does that make sense?
Yeah, because they're when we have conversations with Roman Catholics, they'll say, "Well, obviously Orthodoxy isn't true because you don't have as many soup kitchens and you don't have, the Vatican, and you're not respected by world governments like we are." Do you see what you see?
Oh, I
And
understand. Yeah.
what we'll say to them is like, well, of course that the world's going to follow along with you because you're the whore of Babylon.
Yep. Well,
Okay.
it's very much, and that's one of the reasons why, like, I don't know the answer to a lot of stuff, but I really don't trust the Catholics. And it's not the people themselves; it's just their institutions seem. I remember I said this to an Orthodox priest one time in person, and I said I think that the Catholic Church is like, you know evil essentially,
It is.
and he was really oh, there's a cyber attack on X.com today, Twitter.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I just heard about it now. I didn't know. But so yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? Uh, what was I just saying? Sorry, I got a little distracted with that thing coming
No,
down.
you're talking about the Roman Catholics. You're talking
Yeah.
about. You said you were talking
Well,
about Orthodox priests.
yeah, and I just remember the look on his face was like he didn't disagree with me, but I can tell that like he didn't.
He was OCA, right?
So I didn't really like, push that hard on some things, which maybe I should or maybe I shouldn't have. I'm not sure, but um, you know, definitely like those type of things. Like I'm not saying it to be nefarious or anything like that, but like the Catholic Church has always really bothered me quite a lot. I mean, I've definitely always seen that it's not to say that there's no good people in it or whatever, but actually, I might start up a stream on my computer just so I can show a couple videos because some of the stuff that I've been seeing here recently is like it kind of illustrates what I'm kind of perceiving. Like, I mean, the way that I describe most of Christianity is like, and again, quote unquote Christianity right now is like it's become a cult, right? So it's easy to understand why people look at Christianity and they say, well, it's retarded or it's whatever because they're looking at a cult that's putting on the sheep's clothing of Christianity or something, right? And I think that's people don't understand that we already know that that's the case, and we're should be more vigilant about it, right? And so, but I don't know. I was trying to think of where to go with that, but I think some of the things I want to show you might help illustrate what I'm trying to get at. But yeah, I mean, it's just really upsetting, yeah, for sure.
So Brown's boy, not to interrupt. Our metaphysics good? Which metaphysics were accurate? So I just looked up that, right, and there's a website called Orthodox Christianity, and there's an article there written by Jay Dyer called The Good Metaphysics. I haven't read it, but that would be probably something interesting to look at to see what he has to say. Um, I think I think a good book maybe to look into would be Orthodox Survival Course for that answer. Um, but I'm not sure. Like, I haven't really looked too much into Orthodoxy's position on metaphysics. I know that we do accept some form of metaphysics, and don't see it as completely, um, useless or heretical. You know what I mean? There is a place for it, but what that is, I really couldn't tell you. I'm not going to act like I know.
Well, I'll tell you something I said to Machine. It might have been before I met you, or it might have been not long after I met you. But I said to him a couple times, you know, something to the effect that Christianity doesn't make sense if you don't get the metaphysics. And I know that seems like kind of weird, but I think Jay Dyer is one of these people. Like, he does an okay job of explaining some of the basics, but it can definitely and this is one of the reasons I don't like these guys, is because it can very easily turn into A, solipsism, B, deism,
It's
and
usually deism with them. From what I've seen, it
yeah.
falls
Well,
into
well,
that category.
well. But the reason I say solipsism is their weird overlay of political theories that they're kind of dragging into Christianity. And again, this is why I talk about it a lot, because I think it's exceedingly dangerous. And again, I recognize that I may not have the answers, and I probably don't, but I do have a pretty good grasp of like some of the things that are alarming to me. And at least if I can try to like give that out to people so they can kind of see what I see, that at least it'll kind of give them a chance to avoid. Because like I use the word solipsism in a way because another word for it I would say is like uh cosplay. Does that make sense? Like, I think that a lot of these, you know, neo Christian cult things or whatever, because it relates back to white nationalism. It relates back to like some of these other, frankly satanic uh concepts that have been kind of drug into Christian circles. It's kind of like a strange solipsism of like, well, it's actually like a weird, like, dark right wing wokeism where this is my experience, this is uh my life, you see what I'm saying? Like it's all about your perception of
It's very
yourself and the world and all
individualistic,
these things, right?
right? It's
And
individualistic.
I'm sure you've noticed it with like Jay Dyer's commentary and stuff like that, but it's very subtle, right? And I don't. He may or may not be totally aware of it as well. Um,
I don't think
I'm not
he
just sitting
is.
here attacking Jay Dyer for no reason either. Like, I don't know what's in the guy's heart. I would, like you said, I would like for him to come to the right side of things ultimately, but you know, um, it's just one of these things that I just see it as extremely dangerous. Some of the little ideas like that, and again, the deism is definitely a good. And I think deism for the religious side, but I would say solipsism on the side where it kind of starts blending into politics,
Well,
And
yeah.
I don't know what the relationship between deism and solipsism is, but I think if you find a little connection between those two, that might kind of give you some sort of. I might ask Grok over here in a minute. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm going to usually where
Oh, I
I
can't
go
hear you
is
for some reason.
you
Maybe it's
can't
connected
hear
to
me.
my headphones or something.
Hello, hello.
Uh, Let me reset my thing. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear you, so sorry if I was talking over you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're good. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. So where I go for most of my questions, right, is I'll go to the Orthodox Survival Course, right? And this particular book, I mean, for the most part, if I have a question, I go to either Father Seraphim Rose or I'll go to one of the saints with these questions. And that's something that I don't see a lot of these guys do. And I don't know why. Like, why would you go to someone, if you're an Orthodox Christian, why would you go to like a scholastic that says he's Orthodox or something? You
Well,
know what I
well,
mean?
well. At the very least, you would contextualize it through the saints if you were to drag that into there, right? Like you might bring all these other things in, but definitely you'd have to bring in the saints at some point to like. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, they don't do that normally. Like, see, what we're really supposed to do is we're supposed to go to the saints and then, you know, try to look at the saints' perspective of philosophy, right? Of that particular philosophy, because there's going to be, no matter what philosophy out there, there's a saint that's spoken on it. But instead, is they'll go to the philosophy and then view the saint or like the church from the philosophy's perspective, like they reverse it. And that's kind of like what Aquinas did, you know what I'm saying? Is he would use Aristotle, and then whatever wasn't in accord with Aristotle was wrong within the church, and outdated or something. You get what I mean? And that's kind of spinning it on like it's reversing it, because if you look at what Saint Justin Martyr said when he's talking about the philosophers, he says that Christianity is the perfect philosophy, and he sort of looked at all philosophy as inferior to Christianity, right? But they don't think that. But this is something that it says on deism in this book. It says, first of all, there was a movement of deism, which is perhaps the most typical one of the whole 18th century. The idea of deism and that God exists, but he is quite irrelevant. That is, he creates the world and steps back, and from that time on, it has nothing to do with God. Newton himself believed that he couldn't calculate quite everything correctly, as for instance, the path of the comets and so forth. And he had an idea that the universe was a great watch which God made. Step back, and once in a while, he has to step in and correct it, kind of wind it up again. But later astronomers said, no, this is not true, and there actually is a unified theory you can have which explains everything, including comets and all irregular kinds of movements. And so God is simply necessary only at the beginning. God creates, and that's all. And God becomes extremely vague. Thus, miracles and prophecy are beginning to be called into question, and many writers already begin to say they're just superstition. In this, the French became more radical than the English. The example of Derrida, who says, although
Oh
he did,
man, I wish Pilliter would come on because he would definitely have something to say on this. He really knows. He's an expert about that guy. Go ahead, sir. I'm trying.
yeah,
He was supposed to come. He was supposed to come in, but he didn't come yet. So
Diderot, is that his name? Diderot?
I think it's Diderot or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah, something. Okay. Who says, although he did not publish it, he said in a private letter it was still not early enough to publish such a thing. Quote, the Christian religion is to my mind the most absurd and atrocious in its dogmas, the most unintelligible, the most metaphysical. Metaphysical now becomes a bad word, the most intertwisted and obscure, and consequently the most subject to divisions, sects, schisms, and heresies, the most mischievous for the public tranquillity, the most dangerous to sovereigns by its hierarchic order, its persecution, its disciplines, the most flat and the most dreary, the most Gothic, which is also a bad word, Middle Ages, and the most gloomy in its ceremonies, the most puerile and unsociable in its morality, considered not in what is common to with its universal morality, but in what is particularly its own, and it constitutes its evangelical, apostolic, and Christian morality, which is the most intolerable of all. Lutheranism, freed from some absurdities, is preferable to the Catholicism. Protestantism, Calvinism to Lutheranism, Socinianism to Protestantism, deism with temples and ceremonies to Socinianism. But he still keeps some religion, and you notice he wants deism with temples and ceremonies because it's good for the people. Voltaire has the same kind of spirit, and even said, uh, Ichryses inflame, blot out the infamous thing. Christianity, every man of sense, every good man ought to hold the Christian sect in horror. The great name of Deus, which is not sufficiently revered, is the only name one ought to take. The only gospel one ought to read is the great book of nature, written by the hand of God and sealed with his seal. The only religion that ought to be professed is the religion of worshiping God and being a good man. It is impossible that this pure and eternal religion should produce evil, as it is that the Christian fanaticism should not produce it. So, I mean, then it goes on to talk about against miracles and Hume and all this other stuff. So this is where I go to figure out these subjects, you know what I mean? Because I don't really, I'm not too educated, really.
Oh, you're educated. Okay, I can feel it in my chakra.
Oh, well. But, yeah, so my viewpoint is that the majority of knowledge, at least, is kind of not great for you, right? Because then it puffs you up, and it's harder to crucify your mind if you have all these thoughts, and most of them are atheistic and influenced by demons anyways, and people don't want to accept that, of course, because they don't believe in demons. But yeah, that, like, all the heresies are just slightly altered Christian teachings that were influenced by men, thinking that they could figure out the gospels on their own, or the demons influencing them to misinterpret things. You know what I mean? So,
Can you hear me okay?
yeah.
Do you hear echo?
A little bit, yeah. Because there's two of you.
Excellent. Oh, it's muted me on one. Hold on a second. Excellent.
Okay, sorry. So can you hear me now?
I could hear you, yeah.
Okay. Are we on Verizon? So I was trying to think here how to. So I wanted to read this so really briefly because I had something. I don't know if this backs up what you're saying, but I wanted to just get this out as a reminder because this is something I just thought of here recently. So I asked Grok, the all-knowing oracle over here, at first, and asked what's the connection between deism and solipsism. See if there's anything going on with it. So I wanted to mention this. So, one deals with theology and cosmology, the other with epistemology and metaphysics. So I've suspected for a long time that that's what they're trying to bridge with this whole quote unquote political supposedly thing. I think that it's actually about bridging theology and cosmology with epistemology and metaphysics. Now, I can't prove that, but that's my suspicion. And so here's what it says as the possible linkages. And I wish Machine was here because I know he would get a kick from this. But hopefully we can bring this up to him and some other people too. Primacy of the mind. Solipsism centers on the individual mind as the sole arbiter of reality. Deists who entertain solipsistic ideas could see the clockmaker deity as a projection of their own reasoning mind rather than an external entity, blurring the line between creator and self. Sounds like Luciferianism.
Yeah.
Reason as a bridge. Deism relies heavily on reason to infer the existence of a non-living, non-intervening creator. See, that right there is why I can never be a deist. I think that God can and always is intervening with reality if he wants to, right?
Yeah, so they make an impersonal God. And you notice this with almost all the pagan religions. The God is impersonal to a certain degree. You know,
Yeah.
God's unknowable to us in his essence, but he's knowable in his energies, which is
Right.
something that's beyond them. You know, they don't understand grace.
Right. And then it mentions Descartes, and then both philosophies elevate individual perception and reasoning over external authority or tradition, potentially aligning them in a worldview that prioritizes subjective experience. Next, number 3 is non-intervention and isolation. Deism's non-intervening God parallels solipsism's isolated self. In deism, the creator sets the world in motion and withdraws. In solipsism, the self constructs a world that operates independently of external validation. Both suggest a kind of detachment, very key word, while we're all smoking weed, you know what I mean? Either of the deity from the universe or the mind from external reality. And as someone who smoked a lot of weed in my days, I didn't want to believe this, but one of my friends kind of said, and he smoked weed too, and he's like, you know, I can't remember the word he used, but there's some sort of word for like detachment, and I can't remember what it was, but he kind of warned me about that, and I thought about it for 10 more years before I stopped smoking weed, and ultimately I decided that it's not. I don't think weed's all the time like horrible or bad, but definitely there is some sort of like detachment aspect of weed, and that's kind of one of the reasons I stopped doing it so much. You know, it kind of just dawned on me that it's dangerous to be in that state, you know, often, for sure, if not ever, but you know, definitely often, I think, is a problem. And then metaphysical speculation. Solipsists might interpret the deist created universe as a mental simulation where the apparent order and laws are self-imposed rather than evidence of an external design. Conversely, a deist might reject solipsism by arguing the complexity and consistency of the universe suggests a reality beyond itself. And that seems to be like one of the things that these guys are kind of toying with, to say, well, that's kind of where the weird thing between these guys is kind of coming at, because that's like the only out they give people. Say, well, how could you be a deist? Because, you know, there's obviously something beyond ourselves, but still, like, I don't know, this seems to be some dangerous connections here. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm reading about it here. So,
I'll read this really quick. Hypothetical synthesis. One could imagine a hybrid position, a solipsistic deism where the self is both creator and observer of a rational universe. Here, the God of deism becomes an aspect of the solipsist mind, designing a reality that feels external but is ultimately internal. This would be a highly individualistic take, merging deism's structured cosmos with solipsism's radical subjectivity. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't know. Let me see. What was I just looking at? Oh, but no, go on with what you're talking about. I'm looking at what this is. Because I've never really, I understand the concept of it. I've never really heard the word and like looked it up and read anything about it, to be honest with you.
Which word?
Solipsism. Like, I've never looked this up. But yeah, it seems just like an ego trip type thing. You know what I mean?
That's basically what it means. It basically means like you're cosplaying as if you're God, essentially. That's the best way to put it. That's basically, you know.
No, I do have an understanding of it. I've written something in my emptiness and fullness section about this, and let me see if I can find it. Now, it's not about solipsism as in the word itself, but it's talking about the concept of it. Okay, so let's see. All right, let me see if I can find it. Okay, let me see. Because there was an interview, and in this interview, it's Hieromonk Damascene, and he's talking about the impersonal God, right? With Father Seraphim Rose, and Father Seraphim Rose gives him an answer onto why people kind of go for that idea. And I guess he had played around with this kind of, solipsism, that man, he might be God, you know what I'm saying, or something. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Before he became a Christian. Like, so this is something that I had thought about before. So let me see if I can find it. It's been a while, but okay, where are you at? Okay, here it is. Okay, Howard Monk Damascene. I asked Father Seraphim, where does this concept of the impersonal God come from? His answer was as following: the concept comes from people who do not want to meet the personal God. And once again, I want to emphasize that this is very simple. He cuts right straight through it. He could have given me a very verbose, learned answer. Okay, the interviewer goes, that's a great answer, Howard Monk Damascene. But he gave me a very clear answer. People don't want to meet the personal God. Then he goes on to say, because he definitely requires things of one. That's why they don't want to meet him. He said, I think that in many cases, when people say that they have this, quote, experience, it's some kind of illusion, some kind of wishful thinking. This is very much helped by the feeling of Zen meditation, in which you quiet yourself down. And if you haven't really gotten anything deep inside of you that wants to come out, you can get yourself into some quiet state and think that you've met God. Or whatever you're looking for. It's a kind of spiritual immaturity. But I think that there is anything passionate inside of you, you'll finally go crazy and break those bonds. But in the actual interview, which I mean, I'll try to find it and send the whole thing to you, he goes more into detail and he kind of refutes this solipsism idea.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, sorry. I just connected my speaker. I want to make sure it's still working.
Did you hear what I said though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm going to look for this interview he did. And in the interview, he talks about playing with this idea that, maybe he could have been God or something. You know what I mean? Like, which I think that's what that is, right? Like the individual, if there's either an impersonal God or man is God himself or something, you know what I mean? It's like that, right? Or am I getting that wrong? I don't know. Interview. Rose. Someone keeps calling that damn phone. What are they doing?
They love you. That's why.
It's driving me crazy, dude. Like, they've called like 20 times, bro.
It's Jay Dyer saying, you talking shit about me, boy?
Probably. Charles Dickens. What?
He's going to show you how they do down there in Tennessee. One time when I was in sales, my manager was from Tennessee, and he came in and he said, well, why you got that shit on your face? You're supposed to be shaving. I just turned around and walked away from him. And he walked up behind me. He's like, hey, you don't walk away from me. And I was like, what's your name? And he's like, I'm whatever his fucking name was. I don't know. And then I was like, where are you from? He's like, well, I'm from Tennessee. I was like, well, I'm from. I told him where I'm from. And he's like, okay. And I was like, well, where I'm from, we at least say hello or shake a man's hand before we come up and start talking shit, right?
Mm.
I was hoping he was gonna fire me. I was like, just fire me. I was like wanting to get fired.
Yeah, I feel it. Shit. Leave me alone, dude.
No, it just bothers me when people from the South get this like Yankee attitude. It's like the worst. It's like the worst fucking of both worlds. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Like, I can't, like, growing up, I can never imagine a man walking up to another man, just being like, kind of fuck you attitude.
Yeah, but you see that a lot, and like, busting your balls or something. Like, dude, I'm good on you, bro.
Well, it's funny is like New Yorkers didn't bust your balls that bad. I mean, they would do it, but you would know that there was like a friendly, something going on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm saying like this. A lot of these Southern guys recently, like I've noticed, like they've got this very, like, very odd attitude. Not you. I'm just saying like a lot of.
No,
shit.
you're talking about me, bro. I mean, what? What? You wanna fight, dog? I mean, what is it?
I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but
Oh, bro. It's not my fault, bro, that you're a theistic evolutionist stupid ass. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm playing.
Some bitch. If you don't mind, I'm gonna play an interlude for a second while you look that up, and because I need to step away for a second, and I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
Your ears may bleed because this is Limp Bizkit. Okay.
Dude, why would you do that, man? Okay.
Well, it's this or NSYNC. I gotta pick one. So. Yeah.
You hate me, you like to see me cry for you. You know, tell me I want to confide. I will make you convinced that you hate me, you like to see me cry. It's already a proven fact that you wait on me to die. It's so scary, I find it hard to confide. I will make you see it my way. You give, I take. You say you want to be away from us. I don't want to let go. Take me. I've got a reason I don't want you to know. I'm convinced that you real good, you did, but I won't let it go. I got my reasons and I'm not leaving, so I'll wait on you to die. Please take this time for me to be unforgiven. I give my life to you. I lay my life on the line for you, for you, for you, for you. Yeah.
Sometimes I just like songs that sound like 1999 again.
Okay, so I found it, but it's in a transcript on this website, and I think it's the second one. But I mean, wait, is that the same one? No, that's not the same. Yeah, so I think it's here, and maybe I'll find it before. This whole interview is really good, honestly. Which this idiot is the one that the transcript I'm reading, going to, is the one that kind of edited his work later on in life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. So I said, where does this concept of an impersonal God come from? His answer was as follows. The concept comes from people who don't want to meet the personal God. Okay, yeah. Break the bonds. Yeah. Would you say that he broke the spell of the impersonal God after he said that? I can't say that it was just his one paragraph. He didn't actually give me a cat. Okay, maybe it's before this.
The Goat Father. Interesting.
He talks about crucifying the mind a lot in this, and like this is like a concept that it took me a long time to start understanding, is crucifying my mind. And why? Okay, because the very first monk I met, he told me something that stuck with me. He said that we have three types of thoughts. One's from God, one's from the devil, and our carnal thoughts. Our carnal thoughts are like, I'm hungry, I gotta use the bathroom, whatever, right? Those are kind of like fleshy thoughts. The ones from the devil are usually like to convince you to do something that you shouldn't do, right? It's like murder someone or something. You know what I mean? Like something crazy. That's usually from them.
Right.
And then the ones from God are always good. They're always grace-filled. They're always for your benefit. But if we're not actively learning how to distinguish where our thoughts are coming from, do you get what I'm saying? It's like, where are they coming from? And what's this thought rooted in? Right? And this is something that it took me a long time to get, because I would get scandalized a lot with orthodoxy very early on because I didn't understand, right? And I'd be like, well, that doesn't make sense, but it doesn't make sense according to my own thinking, right? because I'm not participating in the life of the church, and I'm not experiencing grace to the degree that I understand the mind of Christ. Because once you walk into holy tradition, you start beginning to understand these things and why things are what they are. And there's a simplicity that goes along with it. And what I mean by that is like, okay, being humble enough to say that I believe the saints, right? I believe what they said. I believe that they're telling the truth. And I believe what they, this is not saying to give up all your faculties and not think for yourself. That's not what it's saying. It's just saying don't go overboard and think that you know better than the saints, right? Where you're questioning them and like you're like, well, I'm smarter than them or something. You know what I mean? Because then you're just going to keep running into issues. And you're going to find yourself in situations, especially in the church, where you're at like other people's throats because it doesn't line up with your thinking. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times you'll feel heat. What I mean by that is like there's some heat involved. And that's usually, and I'm not even denying, like not lying when I tell you this. This is the demons tempting you to give in to some satanic ideologies, right? And that heat comes from that. Like there's some heat, there's real heat. It's like satanic energy or something. And like we've talked about it before during podcasts, like where you can kind of see it, right? Or like shows where like somebody will say something blasphemous and you'll just feel kind of like how that feels, like the blasphemy behind it. You know what I mean? And that same feeling will happen. These are like the satanic energies of the demons, just like how there's grace that God gives us. The demons have their own energies, just like God has his energies. So it's like if we're not aware of where that's coming from, then
You have an answer to this question?
why do accelerationists want 200 IQ? Because they're so, I don't know. I don't know. I would say that God isn't a respecter of persons, but he will he will set up a king. You know what I'm saying? In an Orthodox context, like with the Tsar, like he set up a king in that situation, like and that it's less about their bloodline and more about the faith that they kept. Do you get what I'm saying? And that, I mean, I'd have to ask. I'll ask my bishop about that. Like, I think that's more of a question that he would probably know more than me. I'd have to look into it. But the way I understand it is that God puts all leaders in place, right? And if we get a bad leader, it's usually because we're sinful and we deserve it. You get what I'm saying? And he'll even use like pagan nations to overtake other, like a supposed Christian nation, if they like Israel being captive by Pharaoh. It was like, why were they captive? Is because they were disobedient to God. You know what I mean? And they reaped what they sowed from their disobedience. But God was merciful and sent Moses and told them, well, if you did this and this and this, then you'll be all right. But they still didn't listen. They went after, built calves and wandered for 40 years out in the desert. You know what I'm saying? He still fulfilled his promise by sending the savior of the world, so I mean, it's I don't know. I don't know really how to explain why Tsar Nicholas was picked by God for that role, but I would say it's probably because he fit the role the best, right?
Yeah, I don't know about superior bloodline for myself. I mean, I think that people are different, right? I mean, I'm not like a Darwinian evolutionist person, but like I do think that people either have developed or were given by God, or some combination of the two, different gifts depending on their environment, for sure. And
Well,
I don't know if that makes them superior or not, but I definitely think that it's different
the
strokes
role
for
of the
it.
monarch wasn't like in the words of Tsar Nicholas II. He felt that it's more important for you to relate with your people and be with them and one with them if you were the leader. Like it's a very kind of how like you know he he wanted to be respected by his people and loved by his people, and his people did love him. Those that were Orthodox loved him very much because they realized that his family went to church. He based everything he did, he sort of wanted to know what God's opinion on what he should do was. Like he's considered a saint for a reason, and he was martyred for a reason. You get what I'm saying? Like he lived
Well,
a
I,
life that was saintly, even
I
though
don't,
he
I
was
don't,
in a
I don't,
position of power.
I don't want to derail what we're talking about, but I got to ask you: do you know what do you think about Rasputin's role and all that?
I think
Briefly,
that
like I don't. You don't need
I
to
think
get
that
into like deep detail, but
well, I talked to my bishop about it, and a lot of the things that have been written about Rasputin, like he was a womanizer and all that, that's actually propaganda and wasn't true. You know what I mean? But I think that the Tsar wasn't as taken with him as the Tsaritsa was, right? So he didn't take all his prophecies to heart as much as probably she did. Um, that's my understanding of it. And I think that, he might have given, he might have had some grace about him and some divine inspiration going on. But if he wasn't actively pursuing his gifts, God could have taken his gifts away, or there's a number of things the way to look at that, like from what my bishop was telling me. But yeah, so I
so he
think
was overall a good guy or a bad guy in the role. I mean, as far as we know.
that there was most likely that he was gifted by God with clairvoyance, but that and I think he was slandered a lot, you know what I'm saying? But I think that he went off the deep end, you know what I'm saying, and probably um, got stuck in some spiritual delusion, you know what I'm saying? So, but I don't think that he was as influential to the czar as some people say he was, you know what I'm saying? As far from my reading about him, he wasn't. The czar kind of took everything he said with a grain of salt, you know. They were friends, they would have discussions, but I mean I don't think that he had any um like say on how the czar was governing things. There was a whole lot of people coming to him telling him to do certain things, and he just like that. For instance, they warned him that the provisional government was going to kill him and set up people around him, and his thing is I'm not going to lock these people up. I'm going to try to convince them, you know, that I'm right for the role, and they were going to just do it anyways. And
Have you ever seen that guy? Go ahead.
some people would say he was naive for that, but the reality is it's like saying Christ was naive for knowing that the Pharisees were going to end up getting him crucified.
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
So I mean, what can you say?
No, and from that perspective, I get it too. I mean, I agree. I mean, I think that that's not. It's not a foolish thing in the way that people think that is, for sure. I think that that's a very. That's why I'm saying. That's why it is. Truly a king is something different. I mean, definitely you could say that David killed a bunch of guys who were probably trying to overthrow him and did some other stuff, and that was probably not the best. But that's what I'm saying is like, there's a lot goes into.
Well, what happened was Rothschild came to him in 1910 and said that the Jays wanted to have equal rights in Russia, and he wanted to cut a deal with the Tsar. And the Tsar told him no, that the cabal would end up the Russian people were very trusting, and the cabal would end up, kind of taking over. So he wasn't going to give them that. So in his pursuit to protect his people, the provisional government, which was made up of mostly Jays and they were Freemasons, said, okay, we got to take him out and kill him. Okay. And if we're going to take control of anything, we have to get him out of the way. And that's why he's known as the restrainer, because he was actually restraining, the Zionist forces in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and you notice that they definitely promote the idea that, well, they tried to do the same thing to Mean Mr. Mustache, and Mean Mr. Mustache was like, okay, I'll make a deal with you, but actually, here's the train cars, here's the whatever, right? And so I think that that's kind of like a weird psyop, because they kind of give you both sides of it. You see what I'm saying? Right? And so they have like, okay, well, they're obviously promoting the Mean Mr. Mustache side of things for a reason, right? So,
right. Well, the reality is that they killed more Russians than the Germans ever killed any more of them. Do you get what I'm saying? As far as the Zionists are concerned, and and I believe that the propaganda aspect of it was to take focus off of how many Russians were killed.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, like, I'm sure you've noticed, but a lot of people seem to try to, like, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
A lot of people seem to try to push the whole Eastern Europe is based, blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever, met these people or known these people. And again, I'm not just bashing people of Eastern European descent, but the thought that they're just quote unquote more moral or upstanding on average these days is kind of laughable in my.
Well, they weren't even back then. I mean, they kind of at least in the situation with the Russian people, they completely backed Stalin killing their czar. And said that he was an awful leader, and they say the economy was way better under Stalin and all that, and well, I'm sure it was better when you're complicit in the deaths of millions of people. You have less people to
it's
deal
just like
with.
the CCP thing now. It's like it's not that everything the CCP does is quote unquote bad. There's a lot of people who benefited from it, but like you said, if you're trying to make an omelet and you break 12 of the best eggs, but only 6 make it into the omelet because you kind of messed up half of them. Well, was it worth it? Well, if you're the person eating it and you didn't see what happened, then yes. If right? So that's kind of the analogy I like to use.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's a perfect analogy to what happened. It's like the ones that survived after all these people were taken out. Sure, you got a lot of resources because all these other people are dead,
Right. Yeah, and again, and I think the thing is like people are going to die no matter what. But the thing is, like, what was it done in the name of? It's done in the name of quote unquote progress, even moral progress, right? And I think that's the funny part is like moral progress in a secular sense is can look a lot of different ways, but it's usually going to look like Stalin or Mao. And again,
right.
I don't think the Stalin and Mao necessarily were like thinking like, oh, let's just do a bunch of evil. They probably were thinking, I got to do what I got to do in the moment, right? I don't think they were sitting there thinking like, I just want to be a.
Well, they didn't think it was evil. They thought it was for they were for the greater good. But I mean, the greater good is always anti-Christian, in a sense. That's what Antichrist is going to push.
I mean, one of the most eye-opening experiences I've ever had is when you ask Chinese people about Mao or something like that, which is really hard to get them to talk about. But if you do, I mean, they really have like a very strange, to our eyes and mind, strange view of it. I mean, they basically see him as a man of action, a guy who's just like, what am I to do? I'm here in this moment. I have to do something, and I have to do bad shit, and it's just that's what I got to do. So, I'm going to do it.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
how they look at Stalin and Lenin, and too. It's the same way. Is the Russians pushed them as if they were these great, heroes and saviors of the church, and they weren't. They were the opposite of that. But the reality is that under the Tsar, he was more focused on the salvation of his people's souls than he was worried about them living in a utopian society. You get what I mean? And what the communists did was they were saying, well, the Tsar's a bumpkin and he's backwoods, and he wants Orthodox tradition, and the Freemasons hated religion. You know what I'm saying? So they hated the Tsar for this. They hated that he wasn't willing to give into their liberal, woke, socialistic mentality, and that he was, wanted to keep family units, and he wanted to keep, his nation an Orthodox nation that was focused on God, and they hated him for that. And his own people hated him for that because they had been subverted with atheistic ideas, atheistic ideology, and they become radicalized by these revolutionaries. So, and we're seeing the same thing happen in America, where anybody that has a sort of traditional take on life or sides with God or anything like that, they're looked at as like, you're an idiot, you're not smart, you're crazy, you know what I mean? This is all really born from the communists. They're the ones who pushed this mentality, and because at one time at least America was half-heartedly a respecter of a person's religion. Now people don't even, if you even bring up God in a casual conversation, people will get angry.
I think that's changing to some degree, but definitely I think it's still the case. But definitely, like, there was a few years there where, like, if you brought it up, people would, like, basically want to attack you, if you don't mind, I want to play 2 videos. The other one I want to play more of, but I think I've shown you this guy before. Have you seen this guy before on the screen? Miral Shulk. You ever seen this feller?
Yeah, I haven't seen him. No.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit of this. I want us to get your opinion, and because he's talking about AI, is it good or evil? And he's Ortho Bro, hangs out with Jay Dyer and Jim Bobby and all these people, and Canadian living in Australia, hangs out around Peter Thiel's best buddies and shit and stuff like that. So I want to see what he says, just really briefly, and then I want to move to another video. I just want to get your impression, see if you can pick up kind of what I've been alluding to recently.
I gave up cigarettes for my New Year's resolution, but I didn't give up smoking.
What a tool. What?
Hunt, and as I'll tell you why. I'll tell you the real reason why. Oh yeah. Oh, we're back. Just did a stream with Jim Jotras and Tommy Salmons, and now we're still doing a goat stream. You know why? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you the real reason why. Because I had laid off drinking, but then Great Lent starting in a few days. I got an anniversary tomorrow. So you know what? I'm drinking beer. I'm feeling cunt, and as they say, and why not? Let's just do this. It's my Friday. Your Thursday, my Friday. We are prepping for the great AI debate that I might be having, or should be having. We're in negotiations. People are talking to people. Things are happening, possibly, folks. Who knows? But we are in negotiations. We're talking with Semigog on his channel about AI art, and AI all things. Of course, it's got mentioned over on the stream with Jim Jotras and Tommy Simons as well. The idea of demons in the machine. So I figured do a little bit of prep, get all my ideas sorted out because I can go both ways. Ooh, am I the B in the LGBT in this debate? Possibly, quite possibly. I'm multifaceted. I'm I got ideas. I got thoughts. I got consternations. I got possibilities. Who knows where we might go with this? But regardless, the conversation about AI, of course, is new technology. And new technologies always can kind of be scary. But when we're entering into this kind of technology is a little bit different. Sometimes people have compared it to the printing press and other things that have come before it, and I can understand why, in terms of seismic, cultural, whizzle-wazzle effects. That being said, the real issue with AI is it's in computers, and we're spending a lot of time online. I spend the majority of my life somehow interacting with this machine. So the real conversation becomes when this technology, this new feature, gets integrated in all aspects of this machine, and your life is spent, good or bad or whatever, is spent largely on the machine. How much is it going to affect you? And if the people who are programming these things are perhaps not always the best of the best character, and we can speculate wildly on those people, and then it becomes another issue. If you watch the Gematria grifter cult stream I did yesterday, one of the things I laid at the feet of Zach Hubbard, one of the high priests of that Gematria movement, is that, okay, if I grant you everything, if I grant you your worldview, it gets worse for you. Because if you're saying these things are rituals and these magical discernments of letters and numbers are a real thing, and they're able to cast spells and manipulate the reality as we know it, like a sort of hermenesis, well then, by you uttering these things and promoting these things, you are substantiating these rituals. You're making these things real, possible, and true. And that's a bit of an issue. So if you're blaming the Jesuits, in his example, then you're actually just doing the job of the Jesuits. Oops, you're making that stuff stronger. Oh well. So then the question becomes this. This has been bandied about. I need to reach out to Cyprian. I've been holding off. Part of my process is always waiting to see, like, what's the what are we going to talk about? Hey, Redfish, thank you so much. Redfish gave us $100 yesterday to do a series on Gematria. I'm going to get to work on that after this weekend and start dropping stuff. I got some other series ideas and things I'm going to be started putting out on YouTube on the regular pretty soon. Slowly, I'll be going to be releasing all the chapters of Shadow of Empire. Of course, you can go to Gumroad and purchase them. You can buy them now as individual chapters. Right now, you can get the Stormy Waters chapters 1, 2, and 3 on Gumroad for $25. I'll be releasing the separate talk I did with Tom Luongo and with Jim Jotras out there as well. I just recorded yesterday a fantastic episode with Charles Padil, good friend, this week. I'm going to be re-releasing, not promoting us. We can still promote ourselves, can we not? I think the devil doesn't care if you're using pornography to go and do weird future weird stuff. It's like it's the porn itself that's got you, and once it gets you, and then other things can happen. So I think that's centrally the AI debate. It's not so much what I or you or someone else might be using it for, is are we opening portals? Are we inviting certain influences into our lives by using this technology? Because the people who are programming it and propagating it are, not good people. Bolt Persona says, "Hey Jason, I've been waiting to get the down under on Juice Media." Well, this is thank you, Jim Jotras, for letting me know. I've been sleeping on this. This is an Aussie satirical site, does real Australian news in the style of a Aussie newscast, real newscast. We're going to get to that in a second. Here they're dealing directly with AI, honest government ad AI. If you haven't been down to Australia, if you haven't encountered the mainstream media here in Australia, let me just say that this is it is a satirical piece, but it's not far off. It's very it's the most PR news I've ever seen. And if I hadn't spent any time studying journalism and I hadn't spent any time, over the last few years really dissecting narratives, you could just maybe pass it off as just bad news, like just kind of a cringe kind of performance. But what's integral to this is it really is just selling you stuff. And if you watch ABC or even Sky News here down in Australia, it's pretty naked. But if you're baked in it, and that's all you get, then you wouldn't have a differentiation to tell the difference between, PR news selling you this narrative versus, let's say, more authentic. Well, authentic. What's authentic these days? But anything else but that. Let's put it that way. So let's see what the ladies have to say. Doom, doom, doom. We caught the last little bit of the mighty Matt Erickson's Astrolabe, but I know he was covering some of these things as well. It's a tricky one, right? I've gone back and forth on these subjects because, on one hand, we could say something like this, that we can say that technology itself, and that's something I talk about with cryptos as well. Technology is something that just happens. It's not. If you get too far into the substantiation of when things become good or evil, when a technology crosses a line, all that kind of stuff, it can become a bit too much. What is the divide? And the divide really comes down to us. That's what I said yesterday. We substantiate these things in our hearts, and
Hey, can
it's
you
our
pause this
intentionality
for a
that
second?
fuels the furthering goals.
Okay, so I found something to answer your question on monarchy, right? And why the czar is put in place. Do you want to hear this? Yay, nay? What's up?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not. I had the microphone up.
Oh, okay. So it says, this is on Monarchy by Archbishop of Urki. He says the idea of monarchy itself is in return to which, as the historic immemorial form for governing Russia, many rightly see salvation is holy and dear to us, not for itself, but only in as far as it is supported by our Orthodox faith and Church. Insofar as our Tsar is an Orthodox Tsar, as we sing in our old national anthem, insofar as he is not just formally and officially, but in actual fact the first son, and also the exalted protector and defender of the Orthodox faith and the Church, insofar as he is really the anointed of God, who has received special gifts of grace in the mystery of anointing performed over him by the Church to be the quote, king and judge of the people of God, as he himself confesses in the prayers he reads before everyone in church during his sacred coronation. So he was coronated for this. You get what I'm saying? By the Church to be the Tsar. It goes on. Therefore, he enters the altar through the royal doors and receives Holy Communion before the holy throne of God as an equal of the other sacred ministers, which of course could not be done by any other monarch who was not Orthodox, and who did not respond to the demands of the Church, who was not sanctified with the grace by the Church. This is decisively confirmed by us by the ever memorable Father John of Kronstadt. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Kronstadt, who said, who places earthly kings on their throne. He who alone sits on the throne of fire from eternity, and alone, in the true sense, rules over all creation, heaven and earth, with all the creatures which inhabit them. From him alone is the royal power given to the kings of the earth. He crowns them with the royal diadem. Be silent, dreaming constitutionalists and parliamentarians. Depart from me, Satan. Thou art an offense unto me, for thou savorest not the things that be of God, but that those be of men. Matthew 16:23. Said the Lord to Peter, who denied him, depart also, you who oppose God's commands. It is not your task to order the thrones of earthly kings, always bold ones who do not know how to govern yourselves, but always quarreling with each other. Authority, power, courage, and wisdom is given to the Tsar from the Lord to govern his subjects. That's a sermon he gave in 1907. So, yeah, so the Tsar is coronated for that, right? He's given grace by God to be the Tsar of Russia. He's within the Church, he's uh you know he asks the Church for guidance. He has a spiritual father. His goal is the salvation of his people. You know what I mean? So he's basing everything that he does, in an Orthodox context, and so that's why, you know what I mean. He was, as the Tsar said himself, he believes that he was ordained by God to be the Tsar. So God's behind this in some mysterious way. And of course there's going to be people out there to be like, well, bull, like how could that be? Well, um there's truth to it. If you're an Orthodox Christian and you're living the life in the Church, it's like, Russia was an Orthodox nation. This is how the country was run for a very long time. So yeah, there's a ceremony that goes along with it, and he's coronated for the role.
It makes sense to me, what you're saying there, and I appreciate the clarification, because I'd never heard anybody explain that part of it. I think Machine may be coming, but I'm not sure. I'm going to let this play for a second, just because I got to step away for a minute, and
Yeah.
and I'll be right back.
All right. I got you.
Yeah, and then we could continue. Hold on one second. Because I want you to be aware of this guy. I think he's a very interesting feller. He's been kind of lurking around for a while, and he's finally. It was like he made it to the big times. Probably going to be on the Crucible, the Juiceable.
Goals of any technology. So the hammer can be used to build a house or can be used to kill someone. It's the hand that holds the hammer that is making the decision, or the man behind the hand that is making the decision on one hand. So it's easy to apply that stuff to this kind of technology. The problem is, of course, with this technology is that a hammer is manufactured neutrally, right? Or you can even say the hammer was designed to build houses. And if we use it for some other purpose, that's really done on us. Whereas with AI, because it's being sold to us as one function and one form, it's a great time saver. It's going to allow you to do all these things, and it does do all those things. The promise made, promise kept. The difference, of course, is that the people who are designing this could have completely different aspirations and intentions that we are not privy to. So comparing AI to the hammer is not really appropriate, because as far as we know, they're designing this hammer in order to kill people or to subjugate, to have greater controls, to put chips in our brains so that we can man robots on Mars, that kind of thing, right? That becomes the bigger question. And because we cannot know the mind of these people, it becomes even more difficult to really kind of discern. Let's go with this narrative. Elon Musk is demonic. Okay, he's got his own aspirations about what he wants to do with this technology and what his future plans are, all that kind of stuff, and that's being influenced by nefarious evil entities. Okay, and he's building this stuff, and he's presenting this stuff in a way that we're all falling for, because we're like, oh, I want that too. I don't want to fall behind the AI gap. Like, what happened to me then? Then the issue is, well, even if we're bringing our pure intentions into it, even if our intentions are good, I just want to create cool stuff, or I just want to create a little intro outro music for my podcast, that kind of thing. We're still enacting his ritual, and because we're not part of that process of the original ritual, we're just participating in it, and the ritual and reality are one. Hang on, let me just get this note out on X. Discussing if AI is a demon. Join me. Paste that. There we go. Let's just put that in the group. I know, such professional streaming, eh, folks? We'll see if anyone wants to join in at some point. All right. So, automatic free agency. In some ways, it's like selective breeding. Yeah, the thing is that the lie is that we're in the driver's seat. We're using this technology. Hey, you're using this technology to do things for yourself and for others. And hey, isn't that great? You're in control. Decentralize. We're going to decentralize the internet. Isn't that wonderful? What a gift. We're going to get rid of this false authoritarian rule, and we're going to get liberty, true data liberty. But as I said, I'm going to talk with C. Sandbatch, is that I don't want to be I'll be careful here. I don't want to be a digital field worker. I want to own a plantation, or if that's impossible, then not engage in digital field work. And the reason being is that it's undervaluing your work, no matter what they could pay you. There is no sum of money that Elon Musk could share with you that would match the level of your data being pumped out of you and used for other means. And that's not just egotistical, saying, "Oh, my data is so involved, it's so powerful." No, it is very valuable because it's mine. It is unique to me in many ways. That is the stopgap. Because with AI, what you end up getting is derivatives, right? It becomes derivative. This is what the problem with Kitsch. Even if the first work of Kitsch is truly unique and innovative, every reiteration of that Kitsch becomes less and less so. And because the pool of emotion that the Kitsch is trying to draw from is pretty shallow, what ends up happening is that every iteration of that becomes more and more shallow. So let's look at the most kitschiest thing we can think of in the recent era: Marvel movies. Marvel movies are pure, unadulterated, prime A, oh my goodness, num kitsch. Why? Well, it's a glorification of nostalgia that many of us don't even have. They're called, if you look at the original Avengers movies and that whole project, Thor, Iron Man, the Hulk, and Captain America. Now, those characters have been around for a long time. They've had different resurgences of popularity, but essentially those characters were created way back in the 1940s and 50s, really. So even for like really long-toothed comic book fans, most of us weren't even around for the creation of these characters, let alone their substantiation into the cultural zeitgeist. So it was an interesting choice to choose those four characters, really, to concentrate the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe thing on. But it's because those characters have become effectively cultural kitsch. each one of them have adopted are personifications of archetypes that have been so well worn in the cultural zeitgeist since their inception all the way up until now, or when the movies were first being developed, that we've seen different iterations. They've worked their way into the zeitgeist. The Incredible Hulk had that great run as a TV series. So a lot of us older, Gen Xers remember the Incredible Hulk TV series with Lou Ferrigno. It was even on Mr. Rogers, for Christ's sake. So Captain America, yeah, even if you don't understand the character, the nostalgia of that sort of Americana 1945 apple pie, white bread American babyface, he's the quintessential. Iron Man had a lot of in the movies had a more modernist take. I think that's why the movies did so well when they first came out. But even that whole like Iron Rand kind of callbacks, right? All these things have been so seeped in culture since their inception until when these movies were released that you're familiar with it. So there's a kitchification of your access pool. They're calling on to these emotions, these pathos, these elements that by this point, even if we could say that they were mile deep in genuine emotion when they were first created, which I don't think is true, but let's roll with that. By the time they get to us in 2010 or so, that pool is dried up.
Okay. All right.
But it's easy. But because it's so it's substantiated, it's easy to access. What does AI tend to produce? Easily accessible images. I type in, a generalized prompt. It gives me the most collectivized, generalized image to satisfy that prompt, and then I can start playing around that prompt to get more exact. But also realize that your brain, your image centers, the things you're going to call on, is soaked in this sort of generalized media.
You have to sort of sweep out the area to make sure they have enough room to work in there. Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Me and Rick went outside and kind of fixed it. He should tell you what we.
No, what did you do?
So that truck that came here and put oil out there,
Yeah.
like it ran over something and broke a line outside.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a useless line that was out there to Rick had put. I don't know what it was.
What is it, electrical line?
Something, but it was.
To go into the trailer?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But it was not working anymore.
Okay.
So, but they got stuck or something, and then they dug out a big hole, but we ended up covering it all up, so it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll see you downstairs in 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
The Machine Lloyd. What's up, Lloyd?
What's up, homie?
Violet, you turned to Violet. Violet.
Yeah, I can't believe that this absolute dolt, while watching this, he actually made a distinction between tool and machine. And Wilson couldn't make it during the debate. I just can't believe that.
What?
Well, allegedly, this is a debate prep stream that he did or something like that after getting inspired after the Gematria debate. So I'm assuming he's ramping up to getting on the Crucible. This guy appeared out of nowhere on Jim Bob around the time I met you.
But you know what's funny is that I was gonna do that debate AI, remember, and then they canceled the debate.
Exactly. That's why I'm playing this right now, because it's fucking hilarious. Like, we started looking at AI and shit like that.
Yeah, well,
and now they've like carefully hand selected these people that they've curated over the past 2 years.
and he brought the 101 distinction, tool versus machine, to the table. I mean, which is funny. I wonder if they'll swallow that now. I mean, even though when I actually said it on the Crucible.
Well, what's funny is that this guy is connected with some of the people that literally gang stalked Pill Eater and stuff like that. So he's a Canadian now living in Australia and all that. And again, like, I'm not saying I'm going to judge him necessarily for that. Maybe he doesn't know whatever, but it's like, I put this guy in some of my videos where, like, I asked him, I was like, so what do you think about, Elon Musk as like a kind of weird, I can't remember exactly what I said, but, techno-fascist or something. And he's like, no. Because I knew that he's connected with these guys, because he's like very close with some people that are like obviously Thiel agents or something. So I kind of trolled him. I kind of pulled a Browns boy on him a couple times. and his reaction was fucking hilarious. So I put him into my video a couple times, but yeah, it's just really weird. Like this guy suddenly is coming out of nowhere, like he's going to start debating AI now or something, and I can tell he's like he didn't say his position, but I think he's pro AI, obviously. So
Yeah, these are the guys that were very much like into Yarvin and stuff, right? And there's like a Jewish guy.
He
that, like,
literally
became
hung out
Christian.
with. He had like 500 subscribers, and he literally had on Yarvin on this like random podcast with like 30 views or something. So it's like very sketchy. It's like, okay, so you just so happen to like
Right.
know the connections to get on Yarvin on this tiny podcast, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's why I started watching the show because he just came on Jim Bob one day like like on the time it was either right before or right after or like a time
Yeah, I
would've
remember that.
stream, you know.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, and he just showed up like, oh, I'm 2-Bit Podcast. Now he's rebranded, and he does this like weird. Now he has this weird thing with goats or something. I don't know.
The
what that's
Goat Father? Is that his new name? What the fuck?
No, and he played like a mirrored image of two goats frolicking amongst each other or something as his intro. I was like, okay, so is this supposed to
Oh,
mean
man.
something? Yeah, it's pretty weird. So
Yeah, I mean, goats are perfectly benign. You know what I mean? It's not like they're associated with Pan or the Baphomet or anything.
no, certainly not. Not like they're associated with Lilith. Are you there?
Yo, you conspiracy tards are out of your minds. No, I'm
Who, me? Ask Adam Dole if you could tell the queer dick.
Yeah, you should have seen what the Australian Fed said today on OTW. He was like, you
Which
know,
one?
he was like, it's a very specific recurring dude because OTW News, they got raided by like all those Crucible people. And then some of them were watching Jack Talcott too. So these people are descending into these
Well,
regular
and,
spaces.
and it's pretty weird. I would have never suspected that Paul would lose and OTW would be standing. I would have never predicted that. That's for sure.
Well, I think maybe they worked it out that way. You know, maybe Paul essentially seemed like if he wanted to, he could have builded up Jack Talcott and OTW, and for all intents and purposes, he pretty much did. Right? So it's kind of
Yeah,
weird.
very strange optics to say the least. But yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that we were aware this guy is going to be debating AI as a quote unquote Orthodox Christian. And, you know, I'm sure it's going to be very.
Oh
this
my
guy
god, dude! The
very
vegan
careful.
grains guy yesterday. The vegan grains guy fucking said literally on the fucking breakfast tacos. By the way, I exposed breakfast tacos on fucking Jack Talcott yesterday. He was being very pro-Zionist, and he also said that he doesn't care if humanity lives or dies in the AI takeover.
Wow.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, literally. That's what this guy said on Jack Talcott show. So then Vegan Gains, he started saying that Trump is a Russian agent. That when he went into debt, he got enlisted to be a Russian agent, and I was like, "Oh shit, we're on the leftist conspiracy cycle now."
Yeah. No,
Already.
that's exactly. So that's what I kind of been hinting at the past like 6 months, where I started like saying all these kind of leftist talking points. I knew there's going to be this weird leftist swing, but it's going to be actually in the right wing. So they actually bifurcated the right wing into like left and right within the right wing already. You know, like probably a year ago, and they do this all the time. It's not like it's never happened before, but definitely that's definitely what's I think that's definitely where we're at today. So they're basically doing this pseudo woke, you know, Russia. So it's not that it's not true that Russia's infiltrated everything, but my point is like they're going to throw part of it out in your face, and then they're going to hide some of the real shit that's actually like they're going to hide the fact that Israel and Russia are like basically connected, right? I think that's kind of the whole thing that they're trying to get out in front of, among other things, but that's definitely a part of it. Or that the AI takeover is not really an American project, essentially.
Well, that's the thing is who's using you know, Gog and Magog as controlled opposition. I mean, it's the Jews. I mean, it's obvious. I mean,
What? Impossible.
because like, yeah, because like NATO and Russia, These are two power structures that they've built up for 100 years to play this game. All right. So
Straight up.
Browns boy, please send me the link to that real quick, because by the time I find it, it'll take me longer. So, I want to read these comments, but this is very interesting. Jim Bob today said he's going to start Talcott watching. Jim Bob's now on right after Rose 777 and Jack admitted they're working together 2 days ago on Illumitami.
oh yeah, true, Browns boy. Yeah, I was noticing. Yo, Browns boy blew up the spot. They were on a cope session. 2 or 3 people came out the woodwork to try to jump in front of the attack on Rose. It was such a weird. He literally divided the panel down the middle with one fucking comment. I mean, right where he just said, "Oh yeah, Jack Talcott's work was bragging about trying to get Hollywood connections with Rose 777," and he just split the entire panel down the middle, and they were all like, half of them were defending Rose, and then the other half were just like confused, like, why is anybody defending this random lady? Which is the correct response.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to comment too much just because I don't know the details, but I've definitely heard some chatter and some different things that reminded me that there's some sort of strange.
Well, think about the raids last time, dude.
connection going
We
on.
got raided by 2 of the Crucible supported channels last time. Right? Flow State and also JS Urban Adventures. And who came up in my chat? All those fucking troll accounts.
So I'm just gonna play a little bit of
Yeah,
this.
that is true. They were on you that day.
Yeah, they were on my ass like my last stream for some reason. Right?
It's gonna be
I
good.
seen that.
It's gonna be a good one.
Give me Browns boy, if you got the timestamp, let me know because I want to see that because
Preempting the argument.
it's definitely gonna.
Anything? You're not
It's
see
definitely
any
going to,
theological.
Are you going?
Father
Something-
Joseph's shadow
but
banned
make it-
now too, by the way, and
Thank
he
you,
wasn't.
Ethan.
Like
That's
now he has that weird
That-
thing
so,
that we both have
two-
going on.
Like that's why
Yo,
duties.
was that Erhan that called in? Do you think that was so weird?
Oh, that guy,
The Harmon guy, yo,
dude.
what the fuck, dude? That was tripping me out, man. I was watching this shit. I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
That Herman dude.
What
Yeah,
He was
happened?
on my show like and I think he was on my show and
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
dude I blocked. That's the dude I blocked, right? That's the dude. I blocked.
Oh, no way. Oh, okay. So this dude's been showing up, right? Named Herman. He hopped on Father Swaden's panel yesterday, and the dude actually sounded like David Erhan. And the first thing Father Swaden says is, "You sound like David Erhan." So yeah, dude, it was super creepy and weird, man. I'm not saying it was him, but it was super. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
it probably was him, dude. Because that guy, he knows he seems to know a lot about true orthodoxy for a world Orthodox guy. So he'll know
Right.
the
Right.
scandals that are going on in true Orthodox. He doesn't actually know anything about it, just the scandals. So
Well, it was just weird, like the way this guy like showed up on one of my shows or something and just started like instantly like prodding and stuff, and then he's like, "Oh, what did I do? I did nothing. And I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here, you
Yeah,
son of a
dude.
bitch." Yeah, it's like I don't even know what he was, but it's like I've been around people like that before. They're like, they come in and they throw jabs at you and say, "Oh, what did I do? I do nothing." It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
what was he saying on Joel's? He was saying something stupid like, "I want to be true Orthodox, dude." I'm like, okay, bro. Like, then why are you accusing us of some craziness, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
yeah, I have no idea if that's actually like I've never really watched Erhan. He looks kind of like he just annoys me. So just like J Dyer, like honestly, before I started watching Jim Bob, I never really watched Dyer. Like when he used to come on Alex Jones, I would just turn it off because I didn't want to hear his voice. Like he just annoyed the shit out of me. So, but the Erhan thing, that would be very interesting if that was. We should do a little voice comparison like the Adam Dole thing, but because it was just weird. Like he instantly was like trying to like. I can't remember what Discord or what it was, but he was in some Discord just saying like random shit, and then he tried to come on one of the shows. I think it was in Joel's Discord or something. I can't remember, but he tried to come on the panel or something, and then I just blocked him. I was like, no, because he was just saying like really strange, like he's trying to be inflammatory, but then he's like, "Oh, I didn't say anything. I'm asking out of curiosity." But I could tell that it was like he's trying to like get a reaction to like dig some sort of information out or something. It was pretty weird.
All right, I gotta go, fellas, for a little bit. I'll be back.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Blessings.
Later, Mike.
Bye. So we'll get into the deep conspiracy of Talcott and what.
Yeah, something's going on. Yeah, I think you cut out there.
And he was also smeared and
That's the guy.
Slandered by one Big Bear. So that was what
Oh, interesting. So did you catch that? He said the Balderson guy, isn't that the guy that was talking about Atlantis and shit with what's his name? Andrew and Alex Stein. Isn't that the guy? That weird
Balderson?
pagan.
No, it's
Isn't that-
Jeffrey. It's Jeffrey something.
Who's this guy Balderson? Balderson pagan? That sounds vague. That sounds familiar. Let me look that up. Sorry, I never heard of this guy. Balderson. By the way, Balder is a very interesting Germanic god or whatever, son of Odin.
Yeah, you know that. You know what else I found out is that on the Breakfast Tacos channel or whatever, right? That they're just setting up a new debate channel all of a sudden, right? I've seen like 2.5 of their shows, right? And then they were gonna have Talcott on to do a debate. So Talcott's gonna do a debate,
Oh God.
and
I mean,
and guess what the topic is?
Make peace, not war.
No, it's does the Christian God exist? Talcott's going in like balls deep into like an intellectual debate about the historicity of Jesus. I have no idea how he's gonna survive that one.
He's taking the affirmative to that.
Yes, the other guy's a cold hard like science tard.
Come on, man.
So that's gonna be interesting thing. So guess who else? Fucking so I tell this guy Breakfast Tacos because he's like saying, "Oh yeah, I don't care if humanity gets eliminated because of like AI or whatever, because it's just like evolution or whatever, and like billions of species have become extinct in the past, so it's fine." Right? So then I say, "Hey, I'd like to debate the topic with you." Right? And he says, "I don't have a coherent position on the issue." But so I told him, I said I debated Wilson on technology, and he said he's going to be on his show. So he's going to be on the show in tomorrow or whatever. So we should review his debate on Breakfast Tacos.
Sounds fascinating. Oh, I didn't. Sorry, Browns boy, I didn't see that what you were sending over here. So I will play those clips in a second. I want to find out who this Balderson person is. Hold on, let me play this 1 second. Because he's now bringing in Owen again. Like the fucking Owen shit is really bizarre. Like the weird obsession that everybody has.
Well, you know what I found, dude? Fucking Hoax Wars followed me on Twitter. On Twitter, right? So I went on Hoax Wars page, right? And he's got a post by Adam Green, getting into a fight with Owen Benjamin about his globe Earth denial because Owen Benjamin is a flat earther. Dude, Adam Green and Owen Benjamin had a public fight about flat Earth. How weird is that?
See, I don't think that Owen Benjamin's a flat earther, though. I think that he
is, though. He was defending it in this post or whatever recently.
You got to do me a favor, send that to me because I'm.
Yes. See, this is some weird shit, dude.
I've never known Owen Benjamin to care about the shape.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see how. Hold on. Because Twitter's been malfunctioning all day.
Yeah, I know they got old cyber attack or something.
Yeah, let me see how old this fucking post is because this shit was going out yesterday.
No, I know that Owen Benjamin did a whole flat Earth thing with like Eric Dubay and that's basically where I started with them. And I never cared about flat Earth, so I didn't. And I know that he does these things where it's like a long 6 month like troll of a topic. So like I'm just saying in retrospect, I don't necessarily know that he thinks the Earth is 100% flat, or if that's just like his way of like.
It said
taking-
December 21st, 2024.
Okay, yeah, let me take a look. I mean, I know he pushes the flat Earth. I just don't think that he believes in the flat Earth or that he cares about it. I mean, I've definitely seen him say something to the effect of like, it doesn't matter. But I mean,
Yeah,
he's definitely
I
on
could
David
be.
White.
I only looked at this post for 10 seconds, so I could be misinterpreting this post.
No, no. I'm not saying that you're wrong. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he took the position and said, "Oh, the Earth is flat, and you're a fucking retard." I'm sure he would say.
Because it looks like they're fighting about what do you call it? The last experiment, and I think that that's really weird, right? Because that was something that was a huge deal, right? Like we turned on like OTW News and I mean even Ebitard's show, right? And even Nachikita's show and Rose 777 and all these people, they kept promoting the narrative with the last experiment. I mean, so it's funny that Owen Benjamin's on the case.
Yeah, no, it is because I mean Owen Benjamin. I know that people
connected
really,
to the Rose 777 people. So
oh
it's
yeah,
funny.
for sure. He definitely is, but and I'm not saying, I'm definitely not here to defend Owen Benjamin per se, but I think that he's a lot more important than people think. I think that he's obviously a pretty high up.
He's the controlled opposition for Joe Rogan. I think Jesse Spots was right on the money about that. Right?
Yeah, for sure. He's basically like the dark Logos version of fucking Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and he's a big nexus point. Like he's got connections to basically everyone, and so does Jim Bob. But I mean, I think that it's just you got to really think carefully about these people because there's a lot more going on than it seems. There's bigger ones than Owen. Yeah, there is, but I'm just saying I think Owen is a lot more. I think his rhetoric gets taken in a lot more than people realize. That's what I would say. That's what I would say for sure. I think that his rhetoric is extremely influential. Whether people want to, believe that or not is another thing. But I've seen it. I've seen his rhetoric get to like national news pretty quickly. So I'm just saying, But yeah, you sent me something for that.
Yeah, tinfoil retard. Yeah, that's right.
Let's see.
Yeah, I sent you the post.
Oh, you sent me on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to open my phone in a second. I'll open it up and take a look. And but let me do this before I forget. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna play this little bit of Jim Bob, and if there's anything I forgot, just let me know. I'm a little scatterbrained. Hold on one second.
I'm supposed to partner with Chase Haggard and debate pagans, which should be interesting. A dude named Benjamin Balderson, who, for those of you who know the lore, the Jim Bob lore, back. What else?
Dude, Chase Haggard is
coming up. I'm trying to. I don't know if it'll happen.
He's a fucking lame-o.
But I'm supposed to partner with Chase Haggard and debate pagans, which should be interesting. A dude named Benjamin Balderson, who, for those of you who know the lore, the Jim Bob lore, back in the Bear Tardian days, Benjamin Balderson, he's an Odinist, and he was also smeared and slandered by one Big Bear. So that was what introduced us to each other. But we have completely diametrically opposed ideologies. And that would be a pleasure, an honor to debate with Chase Haggard. So did you record the Science Man debate?
It's funny that they don't consider atheism to be opposite from them. Right. It's always like.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, it's really weird the way he framed that. He's like, I'm going to debate this weekend, but he was attacked by Owen Benjamin, so he's better than that
dude,
guy.
That clip you sent me of that fucking dude where I was looking at the where I was using the clip for EBT. Shit, I forgot what it's called. Let me see what it's called. Give me a second. Because I still have the video open on my laptop. Noble lines are worth the price, right?
your,
The one, oh, the one that I sent you, right?
yeah, your video "Noble Lies Are Worth the Price," dude. That's such an important clip in there where he says that he'd rather live in a atheist society than a Muslim one. Dude,
Right.
it's so fucking important because Lawrence Krauss and Inspiring Philosophy are saying the same thing to each other, and they're on a whole nother level of tardism. I mean, so that means that these people are getting their talking points from somewhere. I mean, for sure. I mean,
No,
like,
definitely. No,
yeah,
yeah, I totally agree. And again, it's like,
because that's a
you know,
highly specific distinction to make. I mean,
no, no, and you can tell that like it's been ingrained into them. That's the thing. It's like it's not like they're just off the top of their head like, I'm gonna put it this way because it makes sense to me, and here's the justifications or whatever. It's more like it's more like they've kind of got prepackaged like, you know, talking points that they're like, okay, well, Muslims are always the devil, even over atheist or anyone else, and it's like, okay, like,
yeah, and it's so and it's so retarded how the debates of theist versus non-theist have become a debate of philosophy versus science. And I don't know how anybody doesn't see that. You know, that there's a greater issue that they're not addressing. I mean, and then also like there's no debates about the Jews. Right? So like you can't frame things about the Jewish religion. I mean, right? You can't attack Jews. I mean, so ostensibly most of the debate channels don't have any criticism about Jews. They attack Muslims. And then depending on if it's atheist or Christian, they'll attack either atheists or Christians. I mean, but the thing is that atheists and Christians ostensibly support each other and are supported by Jews. Right? So I don't know if anybody's seeing this, right? And they're all drawing up this propaganda about you know, any other type of people. I mean, I guess you know, whether it be Muslims or Hindus or it seems like a lot of different type of brown people is trending right now, right? Which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
Right?
And no,
Like,
it is.
all types of brown and Asian people are trending. I'm sure you and Pill Eater know about this. Right?
Oh yeah, we definitely, and it's a very particular type of trending too, and that's the thing is like it's actually hard to get a grasp on because there's just so much. There's just the amount of content being pumped out that is basically
it's hyper capitalist and accelerationist type of leaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
there's so much of it. No, and there's so much of it that it's like almost impossible to like get a grasp on like what's going on. You know, like how bad it really is, and it's something that I'm really trying to. I don't even know how to really put into words, honestly, because it's there's a lot. I mean, the racial stuff is like way more advanced than I think people realize, because it's about the religion. And it's about like I was talking to I was talking to Unseen earlier, and I kind of threw out this concept off the top of my head that I've been kind of cooking probably for a while, and it's basically the connection between, like, I think that the way that these guys are arguing for Christianity basically is more about merging the ideas of solipsism and deism into one thing. That's kind of like what I think. I mean, I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's kind of like what I think, that like when they're talking about politics and stuff, I think they're actually trying to merge these two philosophies into one thing for actual political purpose, but not for the one that they're promoting. So I guess that relates back to accelerationism or something like that. But I don't know. It's like they definitely want white Christians to be like deistic solipsists that, you know, are living in some sort of weird matrix or some shit. I don't know. It's pretty.
Well, you know what else is so funny is that a lot of their propaganda seems to align with Lyndon LaRouche, because it's pro-capitalism, but it's crypto-communism, and it's also fake conservatism that's against the environmentalist movement, but it's also pushing pseudo philosophy of Plato versus Aristotle. So
Right.
I feel like they got
Yep.
a lot of their stuff. I feel like they stole their entire conspiracy. Like I feel like Jay Dyer might have stolen his entire conspiracy platform. Or but this is the thing is that Bill Cooper, Lyndon LaRouche, you know, and some of these other guys.
Alex Jones promoted Lyndon LaRouche big time. He said, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, this
Yeah,
guy's
that's
kind of
'cause-
weird. He definitely
that's
promoted
because
that.
yeah, that's because these guys were the big dogs. You know, like Alex Jones and all these other guys. They definitely learned from people like Bill Cooper and Lyndon LaRouche. I mean, and
I'm
Jim
pretty sure
Mars and
Lyndon-
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lyndon LaRouche, like, or someone like him, personally trained people like Alex Jones or something. Like, it's definitely like, and they're not as skilled for sure. Like, I think Lyndon LaRouche was a master at whatever he was doing. I'm not exactly sure, but it's like, I mean, I'm not going to mention the other things that it brings to mind, but let's just say that there was a lot of cults in the last 50 to 100 years that have been extremely influential politically that most people don't think about. And specifically with Korean Asians and the Moonies and stuff like that. And that's what you call Caleb Maupin talks about. And you know, it's about as close as you can get to like overt MK Ultra. Like Lyndon LaRouche basically had like pseudo Scientology level cult members that would just basically go and harass politicians and lawyers 24/7. Essentially, I mean, it's pretty remarkable, to be honest with you. Though, like the shit that this guy did, and I don't know that much about it. I just know that, like, from what I know about it, it's like he's like the original gang stalking, prank pulling, you know, political comedian, I would say. So, like, almost like a Jello Biafra, and actually that's what Owen Benjamin was doing for MTV, as well as many other people like him. Like, people don't understand, like, Owen Benjamin literally worked as like a basically a show runner, designer, concept person for Pranked with Ashton Kutcher. Like, I personally think that Owen Benjamin was probably one of the brains behind that show Pranked. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like he was not, like, people think he was just acting. I think he was actually a writer or like a producer of that show. So it's kind of like this weird, like, what do you call it? What's the word? There's some word for it, but I'm trying to, the word's escaping me, but it's like, I can't remember the word, but it's like political theater, but it's like out in the world.
It's like
you know?
fucking like Gonzo journalism or some shit.
Yeah, very much, very similar to that for sure. Yeah, definitely. Well, like, you make yourself a part of the news.
Dadaism or some shit.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
there's a lot of levels to it. Discordian. There's a lot of levels to it.
Yeah, and that's one, again. That's
It's
one
like
reason
Theo,
why
where he's like, oh, I like Rene Girard, and I also like transporting, young blood to old people. So it's like, well, when do you get the picture that this is actually about some kind of death cult? Because it's like, because obviously Rene Girard is about, like, like, what could Rene Girard mean in the modern age other than creating celebrities and then killing them off, right?
Well, there you go. I mean, it's basically, I think Rene Girard is basically like might makes right plus Christianity. I mean, it's something like basic. I mean, something to that effect. I mean, that's the way they're using it, at least with,
Well, you know what his theory is, Neuro, huh? Did Pillier ever tell you?
I can't remember the details.
Okay.
He explained it.
Okay.
But it
It's
was-
essentially So it's essentially this. It's that like evolution meets Christianity in the way that societies evolved by creating when two societies became in conflict, they created a scapegoat, and then they killed the scapegoat to move forward, and then they would always memorialize that guy as a hero, even though they both used him to solve their problem. So it's like Martin Luther King or like some kind of, you know what I mean? It's like this figure that ends up dying, and that then you create as a hero that you actually killed yourself. I mean, isn't that fucking dark?
So say that last part one more time. So basically, they create a scapegoat, and then
and then kill him and then memorialize him as the hero. So it's this weird 1-2 slip.
Well, it's kind of like an antichrist that doesn't know they're an antichrist or something like that. I mean, that sounds what it's like.
It's an antichrist that becomes a Christ. It's this weird,
right? Well, it's like
I mean-
that's what the Dark Knight Batman was about too. Like in a weird way,
Yes.
it's like, you know, and also that Life of Brian by Monty Python. That's why I kept telling you to watch that movie. It's basically like this guy's like a half Roman, half Jew, and he, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It's basically making fun of Jesus, but I think it's actually telling you this exactly what you just described of like creating some sort of, you know, scapegoat by which everybody just says, well, you know, thank God that there's someone dumb as you to come and play this role for us because we don't want to be on the, you know, we don't want to pick up that that responsibility and take responsibility for our actions.
Yeah,
and
it's
again,
fucking sweeter than diabetes. It's crazy, man.
yeah, well, it's sweeter in the black sense as well, but I'll leave that to the side. Some people might know what I mean. I'm gonna Brown's boy keeps saying let's watch this part, so I'm gonna see if this has the Talcott part, and then because I want to move on from Jim Bob, I don't want to provoke the bear.
Oh, Jimmy Bobby. Well, he was watching our show last time, but then I hollered at him and played the Gnosticism clip. So I don't think he felt like participating, but he gets his feelings hurt.
Well, he was actually watching. Weird.
Well, because the show was called Made by Machine Bob, so I was hoping he might chime in at some point. But yeah,
I'm sure he. Well, I wish he would because I mean, you know, to be honest with you, I just feel that he's held back by the community he's around. I think that he was a lot more interesting when he had his own ideas. You know, I think that him trying to fit his ideas into this.
well,
box,
they're definitely in a weird cult at this point. Like, look at the behavior of Bill Hicks and Are We Not Men in my chat last time, and how come out of the 70 people that showed up, only those two trolls were chatting?
Well, and it's weird because Bill Hicks was like friendly to you before, and then I guess now he's decided to.
Well, no, he became interested in coming on panel and telling me this, that, and the third thing. But what happened was he actually started talking to Lilith. But when he started talking to Lilith, he found out that Lilith actually knows what the fuck he's talking about, whether or not you agree with him or not. And so then he felt sheepishly, indebted to me for having sparked the conversation in the first place. So these guys are a complete sham. And they don't get what they're looking for in their community. It's obvious, but they're in some kind of weird cult where they're supporting, and they're all like these Australian weirdos. I mean, like today on OTW News, you should have seen the optics. If you skim his show this morning, all of them came into his show, and they tried to divide up the panel. It was really weird, and then the Australian guy started supporting them all. It was like the same shit.
I saw some weird stuff like that, and honestly, I see so much of it that like I stopped really remarking it and even taking notes on it like I used to, because it's just bizarre. Like these guys, they say that they hate you and I or people like us so much because you guys aren't real Christians, blah 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 blah. Then you go watch the people they hang out with. It's like,
yeah. No. That's the thing with Bill Hicks and this guy. Are We Not Men? They literally came from Flow State's chat to come and tell me I'm demeaning Christianity. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, you literally came from a show where literally Jesus was the butt of a joke, like during the whole entire show.
yeah,
right.
yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying it's like these people literally think that Jesus is not only not real, but he should be mocked openly as something for the retards. Essentially, I mean that's what I don't understand. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
so,
and me and a Christian monk talking about the Tao. Oh, that's blasphemous! All of a sudden, like, what are you smoking?
It's totally nonsense. And again, it's just and again, it's like it's just funny because they try to make it as if it's because Muslims don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God or whatever. It's like, yeah, but they do believe in Jesus. Like, why don't you go and talk about the other thing? And it's like, that's the weird thing about the whole white nationalism, which is kind of weird. Like, I'll tell you what really shocks me the most about this whole community is there's no real hardcore white nationalist in any of these circles. And like I find that really hard to believe. Like it's very much pseudo white nationalism. Like there's no actual, like I'm the most hardcore white nationalist and I'm not even a white nationalist. I mean, it's like,
It's so funny that you're billed as a token white nationalist. That's hilarious, actually, because the actual Nazi scum that are out here that are hiding behind the guise of Christianity. It's hilarious.
yeah, no, and it's just funny because like, it's like I'm literally trying to say like, okay, if you were to do white nationalism, here's how it might actually work. And they're like, stop talking about that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, you're basically doing it from the other angle, but they're trying to trick whites into this kind of weird pseudo, not really, like it's a joke, bro. You know, the Jews did blah blah blah. And again, like it's not even about the Jews to me. And this is what I was trying to say to Unseen earlier in some weird way of like, as much as it's fun to go and blame the Jays and all this, you know, at least as Christians, at the very least, we should ask ourselves like, how did we end up in this position, right? And I think that's important, right? But these guys, they don't even ask those questions. They're like, essentially like, well, I don't want any, I want to be totally neutral in the Israeli, you know, Palestine thing or whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, okay, sure, fine. But
that's what's so funny is that just the next day, you know, the Breakfast Tacos guys came up and said the same thing on Jack Talcott. So the atheist position is the same as the Christian position.
Yeah.
Or like I don't want to call it the Christian position because I'm pretty sure if you know Christ was here, he'd smack half of these retards, right? So that's what's so funny, right?
And again, it's not that he wouldn't smack you or I, but it would be for a much different reason than what these guys are doing. I mean, these guys are, I think they're deliberately trying to deceive people somehow. I mean, I can't exactly put my finger on it, but like the fact that they basically say, well, like they don't even say like the Muslims are our enemy, so let's pray for them. They say, fuck the Muslims, you know, who gives a fuck if they, you know, die in a ditch or something. I mean, that's not that's not Christianity. You know? I mean, it's like, it's just really bizarre, you know, or this whole like laughing at the Ukrainians, like, oh, look at these stupid Ukrainians. They went into a war fighting with Russia and Russia whooped their ass. It's like, there's a lot of just stupid, or not even stupid. There's a lot of innocent people who literally got forced out into getting mowed down by a bunch of drones. I mean, I don't think that's very funny. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's the thing is that you know, I literally wanted to make a video that that's summarize the debates, and I wanted to say that you know, essentially Christians, you know what I mean, they're attacking atheists. Atheists hate, you know, Christianity, even though it's exactly what made them. And right, they wouldn't be allowed to function in a world where it wasn't a European Christian civilization. And right, so the fact that they have the balls to say that, you know, we support, you know, anybody other than the Christians, right, that they share a society with, right, is complete insanity. And the Christians, they're fighting against liberalism, but how come you're losing the fight to liberalism? It's because you're fucking weak. I mean, right? And you got a fucking weak society where you don't implement your Christian rules. Right? So the fucking obvious part is this is why they should stop opposing Muslims. You know, they should start trying to be more like Muslims. Right? Which is pretty obvious. Right? And they should start aiming at the real person that controls their society, which is the Jews. Right? So which is funny is that they want to get free from something, but they won't criticize the Jews. They'll criticize atheists and Muslims. I mean, right? And they don't see that they were started by, you know, the atheists don't see that they were started or they were allowed to be from the Christians, and the Christians don't see that they're too weak and they let liberals rule their society and they agree with them anyways. I mean, right? So they need to stop doing that. I mean,
Well, and it's funny because I said something to Unseen about this earlier. I said, and it was based on what Browns Boy had said too. It's like utopia. It's like utopia. It's focused on you. Like, well, I prefer this sort of whatever, utopia idea. I decided what's best and all this. And again, like a lot of times when I argue, like the arguments that we're making now, people can misconstrue that as, well, you just want to make the world quote unquote a better place or not. It's like, well, I'm not God. I can't decide those things, but definitely I could say that, like, if somebody is out here doing active evil in the world, I can't judge their soul of like where they're going to go or whatever. But what I can say is like they're causing a fucking problem and they're contributing to the weight of sin in a palpable, somewhat measurable way. And like you can only, it's like, I think that it's different than telling somebody, well, you don't believe in Jesus, therefore you're going to burn in hell. That's very different than saying like, well, oh, you believe in Jesus, great. Let's just pretend that everything's great because we agree on that, and let's just go along to get along and not taking. And again, I'm not saying Unseen or anybody's saying that, but what I'm saying is like a lot of these guys are saying, well, basically, let's go shame people publicly for degeneracy, but let's not actually go and
this way at this
try to
rate,
get these
you
people
need
out of
the
this situation.
you need the mentality of a Protestant and a meaning that you need to see like the world is like almost like pre-Gnosticism level of the society is evil, right? And then you need to have the resolve of a Muslim where it's like, you need to implement and fight for and think of the physical prowess of the morality that you represent and the virtues that you represent and how to engender them within a community or a society.
Oh,
Right?
absolutely.
So,
I agree 100%. And like, honestly, one of the reasons I go hiking and I do these things is not necessarily because I enjoy doing it. I mean, to be honest with you, I find it like in a sense, a waste of time. But like, honestly, like, I'm not really a big workout person or anything like that. But I think that in general, it changes your mentality when you're like, okay, I'm a dangerous person. It doesn't mean that you want to go out and do violence. It just says that like, I think your mind is much more important than that, and your heart is much more important than your body. But I think your body can reflect those values as well, right? I think that, and that's kind of what I think is kind of missing right now. And my concern definitely is because I mean, I'm definitely partial to what you're saying, and I think that that's kind of what I'm trying to encourage people to say is like, look, like a lot of the people that are being thrust forward as these based whatever or not. I mean, I'll just be straight up with you. I think a lot of these people are, mercenaries for Zog, and so their heart's not really in the right place.
Give me 1 second here, friend. Blessings.
Yeah, no problem. And I'll play a little bit of this. See if what's said about Talcott here.
It's where the rubber meets the road.
Oh, so that
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good one. Makes me wonder though. What is Peterson up to?
Uh-oh.
Where's our lispy friend? Oh, this is another funny thing. You guys know Jack Talcott, right? He's like sort of like this utopianist, half New Ager, pseudo Christian, probably ultimately a Gnostic. I might even review this because of what because of the memes. But he's going to be debating on Breakfast Tacos channel. Is the Christian God true? Which I'm already cringing. For those of you know who Jack Talcott is, why is that not a good thing for the general optics of Christianity? Well, we'll see. We'll see why it's not a good idea. You like Gnosticism, don't you? Yeah, it's not going to be good. I forget who he's fighting against though.
Yeah, I'm back.
You missed the wrath of my music I was about to play. So, no, I'm just kidding. Because I don't know. I really do like the. I think the Streamlabs is good for playing music because I think the quality is like just better than StreamYard. But I want to see. It looks like they're updating StreamYard right now, so maybe it's getting better. So, but yeah, I mean, I just listened to this part of Jim Bob. He basically just said, you guys know Talcott, he's going to be debating something or another. Neurojack's low key covering for Jim Bob. I just don't think that Jim Bob's that important. I mean, I've seen enough of his stuff. It's like, I think he knows what's going on to some degree, but I just think he's just, no offense to Jim Bob. I mean, I think that I just wish he'd be more funny. That's the main thing. Not to quote Dylan Benjamin, but I just wish he'd be more funny because he's much better as a comedian or an artist than whatever he's doing. Whatever he's doing it now, I just don't think it suits him very well.
Yeah, the fact that they're fooled by these shows like Ebitard, and they think it's like some type of niche program.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm saying like, if I'm gonna enjoy a psyop, I want to enjoy a good one. You know what I mean? Like, I just want give me something good. Like Elon Musk, that's a great psyop, man. Like that's a fucking high quality psyop. Trump is like super good psyop. Like if we have baseball cards, like give me the good ones. That's all I'm saying. That'd be kind of cool. A truther conspiracy baseball card collection. Maybe I'll start that. Make them all limited edition, or something. I don't know. It's like, it's just, I'm sure somebody else had that idea, but it's just funny. But I mean, he's just not like, I do watch Jim Bob sometimes, and like, he just doesn't make me laugh, or I don't learn anything. So I just get pretty bored watching him. Yeah, but it's pretty weird. I think Talcott, I don't know the whole tie between Truther and Rose and Talcott and all these people is just, and Jim Bob, it's like, I probably don't want to know what that's about because I could tell you this whole resurgence of Pizzagate and Epstein. And I mean, like the fact they had this dude, Ian Carroll, making the rounds everywhere. Like it's very obvious that it's, astroturfed, I guess you'd say. But what's really interesting is that the white nationalists that are the supposed underground, they're very openly making very good critiques against all this, but you never see them make any incursions into like these spaces that I'm talking about, right? And I cannot believe that I'm one of the only people that watch both the underground white nationalists and this like above ground white nationalist stuff. There's no way that's not on purpose, in my personal opinion, right? Like the fact there's no crossover whatsoever between like the Gen Z and the millennials and like these kind of weird Gen Xer, pseudo white nationalists. Give me my gun and shit, whatever. I don't know what's going on, but I just have a hard time believing that's organic to any degree, it doesn't make any sense because the takes in this YouTube game is like so bad. It's like unbelievable how stupid the fucking commentary is on YouTube. Like it's like, that's why I started watching more like tech related stuff, because at least it's interesting. Like the stuff that these people are talking about is like retarded. Like it's so fucking retarded that I just can't believe that. I don't know what audience this is supposed to be tailored towards. Like even Alex Jones sounds like borderline retarded now, I just don't know how it's possible.
Yeah, and then this is the intellectual stuff, like the Jim Bob stuff.
Yeah,
it's like terrible. It's like the same circle loop every single time. Circle jerk.
So check this out. Sorry to interrupt you. Just check this out. So Can you see this on the screen?
Yeah.
One of InfoWars reporters brutally murdered last night. I wonder what his deal is. Let's see what he covered last before he died. Let's see if there's anything here. The last thing he wrote about was breaking Romania bans presidential election. Breaking, Secret Service shoots armed man near the White House. Bannon, we're already deep into the kinetic part of World War III. Musk reveals Soros-backed Act Blue behind violent protest at Tesla stores. Obviously. Doge. Mexican cartels. Let's see if there's anything else that stands out. This one stands out to me. Bombshell. General Flynn names Victoria Nuland in Trump 2 asses in a nation plot. Says, quote unquote, big money laundering operation in Ukraine will be exposed. Interesting. I don't know. When Flynn's name starts getting thrown around, I start getting nervous a little bit. You know who I looked up recently? Are you still there? Let's see.
Yeah.
AXA got the Ash Wednesday on an Asian face. There you go. See, they're doing this kind of weird Christian brown people Catholic stuff. I don't know. Interesting. Let me see. So this is totally unrelated, or maybe it's not. Have you ever looked into Eric Prince? The stuff he's involved in
oh yeah,
company wise, like, dude, I was looking into what this dude's involved in. Like, holy shit, this dude is like very fascinating person. Let me see if I can find the name of this company he was involved in. Very fucking interesting. Private equity. Here it is. Frontier Services Group. You ever heard of that before? Check this shit out. Okay. Frontier Services Group. A Chinese, partially state-owned, Africa-focused security, aviation, and logistics company founded by Eric Prince. Prince was, and I think he's since left there, probably for some conflict of interest, I would imagine. But like the shit that these people are involved in, extremely interesting, especially if you look at recent news in Africa, which I'm no expert on Africa, but every time I see something about Africa, I just look a little bit into it. I'm like, definitely some special operations or some shit going on. So, let's see. Not training to help non-military personnel provide close protection security without the use of arms. I find that very difficult to believe. Paramilitary programs and services. FSG ended contracts with 2 of Prince's closest associates within the company after becoming suspicious that they were assisting Prince in unauthorized paramilitary contracts. Oversees anti-terror T-word security training programs in a school it partially owns, going so far to feature newly trained specialists in a promotional video. Located in Beijing. Multiple ex-U.S. Army officers serve in leadership. Let's see. This is stuff I'm kind of nervous to talk about, but I just think it's very interesting. I can't remember. There was something in here that stood out to me. Let's see. Where is it? Refinery in South Sudan, where you have all the, those pirates down there in Sudan. Let's see. We got Prince's Africa-focused investment strategy. Purchased stakes in 2 Kenyan aviation companies. Let's see. 25% stake in Austrian aviation. Let's see. Forward operating base in Yunnan, which is in Asia, which is in China, I think. 25% of Chinese private security training school, International Security and Defense College. So they are privately invested in Chinese private security. Okay. Mozambique, hidden debt companies. Belt and Road Initiative. Internment camps for the ethnic Uyghurs attracted. Yes, let's see. And so in 2021, he resigned. But yeah, there was some other stuff that I saw that I can't remember what it is. But the guy's got some very interesting. Let me see here. Maybe I found it on this one. The Seychelles.
Well, did you hear the thing where he said he's on a crusade against Islam?
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that, and
yeah, he also said he also stated that when he was working for, I think it was either Dubai or United Arab Emirates, he said that he gets a lot of African non-Muslims to enlist in the security force because he said he doesn't trust the Muslims to kill the Muslims.
Well, and I think that that's because he's talking about a very specific time. I guarantee you, maybe I shouldn't say what I was going to say because, Eric Prince might actually come and kill me. But let's say that I doubt that he's going to go and disrespect the people of Dubai or UAE or Saudi Arabia.
What about the sister Betsy DeVos and the DeVos? You should see what they're involved with. And then the Council for National Policy.
Yep. I remember that name, but I have to look into what that's about. But I definitely looked up something about that recently, but I can't remember what that was about exactly.
Yeah, I know a website that talks about it.
Check out this bizarre personal life. Prince lives in Middleburg, Virginia, Abu Dhabi, and also in Abu Dhabi. So, but he's a Catholic. So why would you own a residence in a Muslim country yet you don't like Muslims? Doesn't make any sense, right? Very odd choice, isn't it? Isn't that weird?
Or just think, why would those people hire these types of people?
Right.
Why would the Arab governments there hire these types of people?
Right. I hate Muslims, but Abu Dhabi says, well, come on in. We got a job for you. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. So it's just, again, it just shows you, like, what is this actually about? I mean, it's obviously something.
Well, I'll let you know that Eric Prince is a so-called Christian and Abu Dhabi is a so-called Muslim country. That's what's going on.
Right. It's pretty bizarre. And so hopefully you don't come and kill me. But yeah, he's the younger brother of former U.S. Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos. Yeah. Brother-in-law of Amway. What? Amway? Oh, man. What the fuck? Amway. The biggest fucking pyramid scheme ever. Interesting. Wow. Bizarre. You ever heard of Amway before? When I was in college, I had a bunch of Iranian people try to, like, brainwash me into an Amway cult, You ever met those people before?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it must be United Arab Emirates that I was referring to earlier that employed him because I guess that's where he lives. So it's funny.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yep. So I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Brown's boy. I like the subject change. See what I need to see later. I mean, wait till you see this next subject change. You're gonna trip. You're gonna trip if you stick around. So, I was gonna show. Well, I was hoping Unseen would be here for this, but actually, I would actually like your take on this if you don't mind. This is a totally different subject, but the only other person I think like between it's like you, Unseen, and Pill Eater are the only three people I would like your take on this. But I wanted to share this clip. Unless you have something else that's pressing, we can jump on that. But well,
No, not really.
okay, let me show you this first. This is a segue that's kind of related to what we were just talking about, and then the next thing's totally unrelated. But let's just see if I can show you this. So, okay, so this is a clip from Tim. You know who Tim Kennedy is? The UFC fighter, but he's also
Not
like
really. Yeah, not really. I'm not really too familiar with those types of guys.
So he's an ex-military, ex-Green Beret special operations guy. Also, good friends with Alex Jones. Also, bragged that he was like a trained killer at 14. Taking people out or some weird shit like that. And UFC fighter, and then also obviously active Green Beret or some shit. And then also he did a TV show of hunting Hitler, showing that Hitler was alive in Argentina after World War II and all this shit. So anyways, that's a lot to say this. So I'm just setting up the clip. So remember that little Vegas event with the Tesla truck and stuff like that, where it kind of went boom boom in the, you know what I mean? Back a few months ago. Remember they had like the two people out of Fort Bragg, one in New Orleans on the same day. He ran over a bunch of people, and he was supposed to be a Muslim, and this is a white guy who blew himself up in a Tesla truck or something.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Okay, so this is the clip of him. So his name's Tim Kennedy, but he uses this other name, and supposedly there's some reason why, but he's using this other name on this video of like a national television thing. So, and they keep using the name over and over again, so it's pretty weird. And then some of the comments, I might show it on here because it's pretty odd. So let me just play this clip.
It's a reality show that pits teams of elite soldiers from around the world against each other.
Matt and Tim from the U.S. Army Special Forces, better known as the Green Berets.
Matthew Livelsberger and his partner Tim Kelly, both Green Berets, appeared on the Ultimate Soldier Challenge 12 years ago.
For television, they always try to make it a little bit more competitive, but we swept the whole entire show.
When he appeared on the show, Livelsberger used a shortened version of his name, Matt Berg. So it took Tim Kelly a while to put two and two together.
And then I saw a Matt Berg with a older photo of him, and I was like, oh no, dude, I know that guy. And then it just like tore my heart out because he was a really great Green Beret.
And what was he like?
He was charming. He was talented. He was personable. He was kind. He was all the things that you would expect from a Green Beret.
It's a reality show that pits teams.
And there's more to that clip, but like this one's just a short version, and I don't want to go dig it up because I put the full clip in my next video that I'm almost done with. So I'll play it on the next one, but yeah, some of these comments are very interesting. Somebody gave it explanations somewhat of what's going on here, but yeah, like it's funny. Like some people are saying Tim Kennedy's always in the spotlight. Makes you wonder. You mean Tim Kelly? And so they're like, okay, why is he using a fake name? And then, Matt might not be dead. See, and the way that Tim Kelly smiles and is jovial about his dead friend or whatever, it's pretty weird. and he's just like sitting in his car or something. It's pretty bizarre. Unseen's back too.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I have to go do something, but I'm in here, all right?
All right, cool.
But I won't
And
be
then-
talking for like maybe 10 minutes or so.
Oh no, Tim's lisp is getting much worse. But yeah, there's Tim Kelly and is his new name. But yeah, it's pretty weird. Like they just try to pass this guy off as a different name for some reason, and like I was really freaked out when I saw this clip because like this guy is very well known, famous, but then he's just using some sort of fake name on this.
And then that's what he's saying about the other guy he's with, is that he's using a fake name.
Right. Yeah, no, it's like it really makes you wonder, like, this is like not there, it's not even trying to hide it, right? It's like, so I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's and one of the comments somewhere in here said, you know, they explained earlier in the clip why they're doing that, but like it's, you have to admit, like even if they give some reason why they're doing that, like it's very bizarre that you keep calling a guy by the wrong name over and over and over again. Why not just call him back by his actual name, which is Tim Kennedy, right? Like it doesn't matter what kind of justification that you put. It's like you're keep saying his not real name over and over again, unless Tim Kennedy is a pseudonym, which okay, then who the fuck are you really anyways, right? So I don't know. It's pretty strange. Very strange stuff that I'm not exactly sure. Matt Damon. I think that's a joke about South Park. Matt Damon. But yeah, it's funny because like there's definitely a lot of people that are actually like us and have seen through the stuff that are out there, but like they never make their way into our communities. They're all like on these like weird ex-military, like this guy who posted this is an ex-military guy too. So like they have all these different ex-military channels and shit like that that are kind of all hanging out. Uh-oh, we got another friend of the show here. Oh, he disappeared. But come back, Inner Darkness. Yeah, I have a lot more stuff that I wanted to get into, but I really want to play this clip, and I don't really have a good justification why, but I want to see what you guys think of it.
The love of my life. Now, after.
Sorry. Let me know how the audio is on this video.
A year ago, I got married to the woman who I thought was the love of my life. Now, after fleeing the country, I have chosen to file for divorce and walk away from my marriage. From the betrayal to the death threats, the insults and the lawsuits, I'm going to explain and show you guys why I ultimately made the decision to walk away from my marriage. I remember the first years of the relationship being some of the happiest in my life. I can't say exactly what it was that made me love my wife so much, but I just felt such a great sense of peace and love, not just from her, but from the whole entire church community. And I think that was a really big factor actually in me choosing to be with my wife, because I was so in love with the community and how they treated me and how they welcomed me with open arms. They sold me on all these amazing ideas of Jesus loves you, this is what Jesus would want. All the bad negative stereotypes that I had about religion just went out the door. But I remember feeling a very strong sensation and feeling from God telling me that this woman was going to be my wife. And now I understand that the whole purpose of the marriage and the wedding was to bring my family back together again. My family came from the US, and I was able to resolve all the issues that I had with my dad and my mom and my sister. And we had a really beautiful reconnection, and we hugged it out. It was an amazing experience. I don't regret the marriage at all. I think that a strength that I have that is also kind of a weakness is that I'm a very adaptable person. You can put me in any environment and I'll find a way to make friends and fit in. And I think when I was doing that, I may have given off the impression that I wanted to be this amazing Christian man for the rest of my life and dedicate myself to Christ and all that stuff. I'm trying to think if I gave off that impression, or the community and my wife had such strong expectations on me that they kind of projected them on me, and those are the only things that they saw. Being an Asian man, I think a lot of Asians can relate to this. We grew up with a huge lack of love in our households. We're always constantly told how we're doing everything wrong. Our parents never really say that they're proud of us or that they love us. It's always, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you getting better? And I think in a lot of ways, that's just their way of expressing love, because that's how our grandparents were to them. Growing up in the US and seeing how other families treated their kids, it left a huge hole in my heart and a longing for the love that I saw in other families. I may have picked being with my wife because I was more in love with the stability and the feeling of love that I got from their whole entire community. Finally being in an environment where you're treated like someone who's appreciated, right? And someone who's loved. There's only 3 ways you can really get to know a person. You have sex with them, you travel together, or you live together. And because I wasn't able to do any of those, I don't think that if we dated a year more, this all could have been avoided. Everything that showed up in our relationship were things that showed up after we got married, and when she felt the security that I was never going to leave because she had the full support of the whole community on her side. And it wasn't until after the proposal where things started going downhill. So I remember 2 months before the wedding, we were fighting quite a bit. I felt that I was dating the church more than I was dating her. She would always prioritize the opinions of the people of the church and what the church thought over my needs and wants as the boyfriend and the husband in my marriage. For example, I could not go out to any bars or clubs because if I were seen there, it would reflect poorly on her and the people at church would say something. I could not go attend other church services because she was a leader at her church, and if somebody caught me at another church, it would make her look bad. And it got to the point where when I was by myself going to the gym, I was fearful of interacting with any woman whatsoever for fear of if somebody saw me, what would they tell my wife, or how would this come back to me? I just wanted to avoid as many problems as possible. We decided to sit down with the pastor for marriage counseling right before we got married. We actually did that several times before we got married. I think we did it starting from 6 months before the wedding. Every single month we would meet with the pastor, and I would have meetings with the pastor by myself as well. After we told him the situation, he told us that it's apparent that love is here and we care about each other, but if we continue down this path, the marriage is not going to work. Me, Wes, I have to fully agree and be on board with everything that they teach at the church. If not, that's okay. I should walk away. But by marrying my wife, I am accepting that this is the path that I want to take. And I guess looking back, this is probably the point where I should have walked away. I can admit that this was maybe cowardly behavior on my part, but it was very difficult because I had so many things on my mind. Being in a foreign country with no family, not knowing the language, not having any stability, I had the potential of losing all the stability and community that I built in Manizales. I would have everybody on the church turn on me, which going through the divorce now has clearly shown me. If you ever gone to a new place and set up roots, you understand how daunting and exhausting it is. Finally, when I found like a good area of stability and people who I felt loved me, it was really hard to give that up. Plus the pressure of what everybody in the church was going to think, and the fact that my family, all of them bought tickets already to come to the wedding. There was just a lot of things going through my head. So my wife and I, we talked about it, and we came to the conclusion that because of love, we're going to fight through it, and we're going to try to negotiate everything as the marriage progressed, right? Because we love each other. I've never said this openly on my channel, but when I was courting my wife, there was another man who I guess is like another one of her father figures. This guy, he went to jail in the US for narco trafficking. Now he's a Reformed Christian and everything. He came up to me one day and just took me aside and is like, hey, look, like if anything bad would happen to Anna, he gave me like the gun fingers and he put it on my chest. He's like, I'm going to kill you. He may have said it as a joke. He may have easily do something like that.
Gave you his blessing. What the fuck? Yo, I would have said no to her right there. What the fuck is this?
Yeah,
What a
but no,
weird
and
situation.
it gets worse because this guy is supposed to be like her godfather or something, but he's like, oh, I went to prison for a long time for drugs, but trust me, I'm a Christian now. So it gets worse. It gets a lot worse too. Like,
Yeah, I think he was trying to like he was trying to get one of those bad girls, and yeah, he's
but no, check. It gets way more weird. Like that, and it's funny because this guy reminds me of Nachikita in a way. And by the way, after he left Colombia, he's in Thailand now, which is hilarious to me. But it's fun. It's just funny. So just check out how much worse this gets really quick. Like the amount of danger this dude was in, I think he's in denial. Like how much danger he was already in at this point. Like it gets fucking weird, dude.
Marriage, I just had too much to lose. It does look like a bad decision, but I did what I believed was the best thing to do at the time.
People get unhappy in marriages the way that people go bankrupt, which is very slowly and then all at once.
So the first 6 months of our marriage were very interesting. It was the first time that either of us have ever lived with a partner before. So our co-living situation actually was pretty good. We didn't have a ton of issues. I'm firmly against yelling at my partner. I know what it's like being on the other side of that and how crappy it feels coming from somebody you love. She never raised her voice at me either. It was all very cordial. But the same topic kept coming up again. Am I dating her or am I dating the church? It just always seemed that she put the needs of the church and the opinions of the people of the church over my needs as a husband and what I wanted out of the marriage. She expected me to fit neatly into her life, and she wasn't willing to compromise any of the time that she spent at the church. So the first 8 months of the relationship, she was working a full-time job. She was an accountant at the local hospital. So from Monday through Friday, sometimes Saturdays, she would leave at 7 a.m. and come back at generally around 6 p.m., but a lot of times at 8 p.m., sometimes at midnight, at 1, 2 a.m. because she had to work. For me, it's just
So I don't know what kind of accountant works from 7 in the morning to 2 a.m. at night. Like I've never heard of an accountant that works.
right. Like, did you check her phone? Like,
Yeah.
what?
like that doesn't make that right there is like, whoa. Like maybe he doesn't want to say more than that, but like I'm like sitting here thinking like, if my wife is an accountant and she goes to work, I don't care what country she's in, and she goes to work at 7 o'clock in the morning and she's not home at like bare minimum 8 p.m., I'm going to be like out with a gun looking like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? Like, metaphorically, of course, but it's like what exactly do you think, like, what kind of accounting office is like, yeah, I need you to, I know you came in at 7 a.m., but I'm going to need you in the office till about, 1 o'clock in the morning, you know? It's very bizarre. So I think there's a lot of stuff he's not saying, or he is genuinely unaware, but that's not. I don't think she was an accountant, bro. But anyways, pretty bizarre. This is in Colombia, by the way, so.
It just didn't make a lot of sense because I'm like, why are you working so hard when I'm paying most of the bills? I'm paying for like 80% of everything and I don't get to see my wife. It didn't really make sense. And then Saturdays, she would volunteer at the church because that was important to her. And then Sundays were mandatory church going days. And then afterwards we would eat with her family or with her mom or something like that. So we didn't really have any time dedicated to us or developing a relationship as a couple. And I also had a problem with the fact that every time that we would go on a date or go on a trip, I was planning all the events. If I didn't plan anything, we would not have any time together because she would always prioritize like volunteering from the church, being at those services. But she never really put our relationship as a priority. Even the honeymoon, right? We were gone for a month and I paid and planned for every single detail on that honeymoon, where we would go, her visa situation, all the plane tickets, all the Airbnbs, the tours, everything. I did everything. When I'd be waiting at home for her to come back, I'm like, what do I do? Do I go out and try to meet people? But if I'm not hanging out with people from the church, I'm going to get shit from my wife and she's going to have a problem with that. You know, I want to go out and go dancing, but then I know she'll have a problem with that as well. Just to avoid having more issues with my wife, I just decided to stay home. And this is why I started smoking weed again, because I was at home and I'm like, well, I don't know what time my wife's going to come home. I can't really go out. So what am I going to do? I'm just going to smoke weed and play video games because I have no other way to de-stress. So if she had to work in order for us to pay the bills, I think it would have been a different story. So this is why I eventually asked her to quit her job, because I was like, if the church is something that you're not going to negotiate, then I would rather you get a part-time job so I can actually see my wife and spend more time with her, because a lot of times it doesn't even really feel like I have a wife. And I started noticing that when we would have disagreements, we would talk about the things that we would need and want in a relationship.
So wait,
so she'll tell me that as a Christian
he's
woman,
not allowed to go anywhere.
You know, I need you to
and so he sits at home and smokes weed and plays video games. Yeah, this dude is not asking questions because he's in a comfortable position, for sure. I mean, he's just, he's in a really.
Well, what stands out to me about it is like the church is like, yeah, bro, you can't go out, you can't meet anybody, but your wife can be gone for like 18 hours a fucking day. I mean, it's like, what kind of church is this? Like, it's like very bizarre, right? Like, it's like, it sounds like it's some sort of weird ethnic thing where, like, you know, you're not one of us, and so you don't really get the rights and privileges of a man. And listen to what he says in a second. It's like, then this dude comes back into the picture multiple times and starts.
Oh shit! Yeah, I was excited for that to happen. The guy that put a gun to his chest to take care of her. I give you my blessings.
It gets worse for sure.
Once, twice a week, because that's important to me. You need to just show me love this way. I want you to be the provider of the household. I'm shy. I'm a very timid person, so you need to respect my boundaries. I'm like, okay, that's totally cool. But then every time I would try to ask something from my point of view, things that I would like as a man or things I would like for my culture, right? As soon as she disagreed with it, she would use religion as her argument for her not wanting to do it. So for example, when I told her that some Sundays I don't want to go to church because we work all week and I never get to see my wife, I would like to some Sundays for us to be able to spend some time, just her and me. And then she'd be like, okay, well, it's important that we go to church at least once a week. So if we don't go on Sunday, can we go Wednesday nights or Thursday nights? And she was just so concerned about what people at the church would say if she didn't go, rather than what I was truly asking her, which was just, I wanted to spend more time with my wife. I also found that there was an unequal effort being made to understand the other person's culture. This whole entire time I was in Colombia, I had to learn a new language, adapt to a new culture, adopt a whole entire new religion, and accept all of her family as they were. And it makes me sad that in our 2.5 years together, she has still not had one conversation with my dad or my sister, because she always says that her English isn't good enough and she never learned how to make a Chinese dish. And I'm not saying that she has to be the best of cooks or that she has to be fluent, but after 2.5 years, I'm just like, if you were truly making an effort, you would have something to show for it. Remember 1 week before I went to Medellin for a business trip, my wife and I were fighting a lot. One evening, I received a text from a man from the church who was like a father figure to her and I. Wes, tonight I feel the need to write to you because you and I need to have a conversation. I need to remind you that she isn't alone and that I'm here to care for her and defend her against anyone who harms her, not only physically, but mentally as well. When you decided to be with her, nobody forced you. Supposedly, as a mature person, you promised to be with her and not bring her to a life of sadness or contempt. You did it for love. And this love doesn't mean that she has to give up her values that she had since she's known you. I don't know what it's like in the home, but I'm sure that Anna would never harm anybody. We've talked about how the world is perverse and babies are born pure and the world perverts them. Anna's like a baby for the world. Why do you have to bring her into this world where you and I know there's absolutely nothing good, unless everything that happened to you with God, where we were witnesses, was a lie? Were these 2 years of restoration a lie? I invite you to pray on your relationship and above all your relationship with God. I was angry at the man for meddling in my marriage, but I was so disgusted by the behavior of my wife. I was thinking, what the heck did you tell them to make him want to act this way? How could you go behind my back and tell only your side of the story? Because now they have a bad image of me. All the trust that I had in my wife vanished at that moment. Are you here in the interest of your husband,
Or are you trying to get other people to pressure me into thinking that you're right? I think that in any marriage, any issues that you have are discussed in private. And when we're in public, it's you and I against the world. We're a team. But I put such a sour taste in my mouth that I was ready to pull the trigger and separate from my wife. But I didn't think that things would get to this extreme.
Yo sé que usted va a venir aquí a burlarse de todo el mundo y hacer lo que le da la gana, a coger a una niña, desubicarla y luego dejarla. Sé que usted aquí de Colombia no conoce sino la parte buena, pero usted acuérdese que sabe que usted está en el país más violento del mundo. Ahí con hijo de puta. Yo a mi hija todavía la controlo y la mando y yo abro el Instagram y yo tengo las claves y yo por eso miro todo y mantengo pendiente de ella. Y estoy esperando que venga y ojalá me busque. No quiero cogerlo sino para matarlo, marica.
So this is the same man who sent me the threatening text message before. When I received the threat, I sent it over to my wife. The first thing that came out of her mouth was, "Oh man, he didn't mean that. You know, he just collapsed. He was angry in the moment." I'm just like, whose side are you on? And all the actions that happened afterwards too. Her talking bad about me to all of her friends and everybody from the church. They wrote a lot of long, horrible comments on my videos, so I eventually had to block them. Going to the immigration office to try to get my visa revoked and get me kicked out of the country. Her sneaking through my Instagram and trying to read all my messages to try and find proof of infidelity. And all the various lawsuits that they sent at me to delete all the videos on my channel. And after this event, I realized that there was no way back, and then I had to proceed with the divorce. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I was a perfect person, because there were a lot of mistakes that I made in the relationship as well. You know, maybe I put a lot of false expectations in the beginning, and they had a image of me that wasn't who I was 100%. But I was seeing this French Colombian girl. She said that you never really get to know somebody unless you speak to them in their native language. It's true, because my personality in Spanish and my personality in English are very different. And I think they only really got to know the Spanish side of me. They never really got to see who I truly am, because they never spoke to me in my home language. I wonder if it was me putting a false front up, or it was them choosing to see only what they wanted to see in me. At this point, who knows? It's probably a mix of both, honestly. I'm just happy knowing that I can get out of the situation with my integrity and honor intact. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, so basically the dude said, "I'm going to grab you and kill you if I see you." It's like, "I hope you come find me." But yeah, I mean, it's like, again, this is just kind of like my general concern for like American people, is like they really don't know what the rest of the world is like. Like, you know what I mean? Like they go out and they think, "Oh, well, in America, we listen to people, we kind of like consider what's going on with them and take that into account." When you go to the rest of the world, like in general, that's not really the expectation. You know what I mean? So it's just funny, like this dude just had no fucking idea what he's getting himself into, obviously. Like no fucking clue, you know. And again, how could he, right? I mean, sounds like he's estranged from his whole family, so you know, I don't know. It's just it's just weird, like to hear that there's like a church involved in this whole thing, and then he gets death threatened. I'm pretty sure there's no retribution or correction of the dude who's like death threatening him or like intervening in his marriage and shit like that, you know. So it's like, so I don't know. It's just I thought it was just an interesting situation, you know, because I've known a lot of people who've been in this kind of, maybe not this extreme, but definitely in a lot of people who've been in this situation.
Yeah, that's why it's always better to have the family and everyone understand. You know, see, this is why it's so good to have families approve of, you know, your relationship with somebody else and have involvement in your relationship with somebody else. Because then you can't get taken advantage of in this particular way, because there's people on the inside that are looking out for you. And there's people who know your family through extended relations. I mean, so this is the thing, is like, you know, and regrettably, I don't have a situation like that in my personal life because of the interracial sort of scope of my marriage. I mean, but ultimately, it's, you know, highly preferable situation. And not that it resolves everything. You know, in my previous marriage, you know, with my ex-wife, you know, we came from the same background, but it still didn't see eye to eye. So,
I'll be right back. You guys talk for a second. I'll be right back.
yeah, I mean, I don't think Unseen is there either.
Sorry, I have to do something with my son for a second. That's why I stepped away. I hold the thought because I'm gonna play a little music. I'll play a musical interlude.
I need to shake it. I can rise and baptize you, honey, if you want me to. I can be your daddy, be your rock and roller. You can be my sugar, be my cherry cola. Just need you, I need to shake it. Cherry cola. Cherry cola, cherry cola, cherry cola. I'm so real, I don't need to fake it. Here's your chance, now you need to take it. 'Cause I can be your guy, be your rock and roller. And you can be my sugar, be my cherry cola. Got some need, yeah, I need to shake it. Cherry cola. Cherry cola. Cherry cola, cherry cola. Cherry cola, cherry cola, cherry cola. Cherry cola. Got some need, yeah, I need to shake it. I can rise and baptize you, honey, if you want me to. Be your daddy, be your rock and roller. You can be my sugar, be my cherry cola. Got some need, yeah, I need to shake it. Cherry cola, cherry cola, cherry cola, cherry cola.
Yeah, pretty smooth.
Boop, 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 boop. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit of cocaine and MDMA and all of that in there, even.
That font. I got some damn raccoons downstairs I gotta deal with. Little damn things are crawling through a window and getting into the basement, man. Crazy. I've been hearing some coyotes too. They're pretty close. What's Brown's boy complaining about? He says you're shilling for Jim Bob, bro. What are you doing, Jack?
Some weird shit.
I've been ousted.
Some yeah, I don't know, but the ops are so consistent that you could almost turn on any show and avail the ops. Like me and Neuro were watching 2 different streams of programming, and we still unveiled similar ops. And it all comes back to one dude, Jack Talcott.
and Owen Benjamin.
Exactly.
You
They're
know
probably
what?
the ones talking behind the scenes for real.
Talcott reminds me of like a like an old 60s cult leader, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like a Timothy Leary type guy or something. You know what I mean? He might he looks like old CIA that created the LSD or something. That's what I think when I look at Talcott.
That's the thing is like Talcott needs to he needs some type of psychedelic to go along with it, right? Like
No
he needs to
way.
be, yeah, he needs to be like a mushroom grower. I mean, if he was like, yes, I also teach people how to grow and manufacture their own spiritual healing tools. You know what I mean? I think that would be like, I mean, personally, because it doesn't cost that much to learn. Because then he'd be like, be an extra thing to his, right?
What's that damn show that was on Netflix? It was like Wormwood, and then there was the CIA director that was, involved with like bioweapons or something, and then like he ended up quitting and
Yeah.
getting, then he was like a hippie that only did acid or something. But supposedly, he fed that guy, they fed that guy LSD and then hit him in the back of the head and threw him off a damn building. So I don't know why I'm bringing this up, but a lot of those acid head guys, like looking into that stuff, there's some weird intelligence connection to it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when my primary concern about Ramadan was giving up alcohol for a month. Times have really changed, right? They really, really have.
So I don't know if you guys. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all good. Good.
Why
No,
does he look familiar? Why does he look like he was somebody or something like
Right.
Each was probably. So I just wanted to point this out. You know, the Ian Carroll guy is the guy going around talking about Pizzagate and all these other things. So yeah, so anonymous groups tried to cancel Ian Carroll, and so this is the guy who's hanging out in Jim Bob's chat, or someone pretending to be him is hanging out in Jim Bob's chat all the time. So I don't know exactly what's going on. But,
Bim Bob.
But guy has like 500,000 subscribers on YouTube or some shit like that. So I don't know what's going on. But
Well, it's because he's doing that type of style of video. You know what I mean?
and then Kanye West. Kanye West is posting like a picture of like a fit check, and it's like a picture of like a KKK robe and hood and stuff like that. So,
Do you feel subverted? Do you feel radicalized?
I mean,
feel distracted?
I feel de-radicalized. To be honest with you,
no.
Yeah, I think I think it's interesting. I mean, like the funny thing about Twitter is like you can't actually just scroll through Twitter because, like, I literally just saw like people getting murdered and all kind of, and like I don't subscribe to these channels, by the way. These are things that I don't subscribe to, and people just
Yeah, those are the
post
worst
stuff.
ones. Just the scroll ones are the worst ones, man.
I actually try not to look at Twitter that much because it's literally like like back in the day when I was a teenager, people used to like download like death videos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I gotta play this one.
I know if you're talking about like Faces of Death and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. Now they just put it in your face.
2/3 of my friends are Jewish. Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey, oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. Oy vey, oy vey, Hashem. People.
No, this is actually a real rapper that's.
Yeah, I know him. I know who he is.
Personally,
he can skate, kind of, bro. He can skate.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of I'm in British. Have you ever seen I'm in British?
No, thank God.
Oh man, there's this white kid rapper that made a song called I'm in British.
What's that guy's name again?
Which guy?
What?
The guy on who's Elon's face is superimposed on. What's his name again?
Oh, I have no idea.
What is it? It's like
And like I can't even show you the stuff. I can't even show you guys the stuff that's coming out of Israel because obviously for obvious reasons I'm not even going to get into it, but like it's like literally I can't even get into it, but it's bad. It's really bad, as you might imagine.
What is it? Get into it, dude.
Well,
You're
it's
scared.
related to war and dead bodies and stuff like that. So.
Oh.
I mean, I don't even want to look at it, much less show it. I mean, it's not that I think that we shouldn't be aware of it, but I don't think that just watching it is good. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's it's just But the strange thing, like, I mean, it's not strange, but it's obvious that these guys are trying to like rage bait everybody on every side to just get them to like, oh, dude, these fucking. I cannot believe that just Twitter just lets people post like with no warning, like people getting murdered on camera. Like, what the hell is going on, dude?
Well, I mean, it might have something to do with that.
Like, I did not want to go just watch somebody get shot in the fucking face, like in the chest, like that. What the hell?
I'm definitely convinced that it starts with a P and it ends with a calls. You know what I'm saying?
Say what now?
Starts with a P and ends with a calls.
P calls?
Dude, you're gonna make me say it.
I don't know what it
Protocol,
no.
dickhead. I mean, come on, dude.
You can say protocols.
All right.
I don't know. I was trying to find something in particular, and that's why I hate opening up Twitter. Like it's literally like every time I open Twitter, it literally gets worse.
Have you read them? Have you read what they are?
I've read the basic tenets to the point where I was like, this is basically exactly just like reading like the Marxist stuff. Like obviously, the tenets of Marxism are already instated, right? So.
Yeah, I think both those things are definitely related, without a doubt.
Yeah, they don't even hide it. Again, that's what makes it weird. Is like it's not even really hidden.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like playing out, and it's been playing out a long time. And of course, if you look at, there was a website I went on, basically that trying to debunk it. You know what I'm saying? But it was like the official website for debunking it. And it was talking about Tsar Nicholas II was, anti-Semitic. And I mean, it was the craziest stuff you could imagine. And this is the official narrative, right? By like the Anti-Defamation League, So I was like, wow, bro. Like if I'll send it to you at some point, but probably tonight or something. And you realize how real that is, because the propaganda is kind of so good from their end, on their end of it, that like even me being skeptical about them was like, well, maybe there's some truth here. But after you look at like actually what they're saying, it's like, no, dude, like they're actually doing this. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like this right here. I'm sure machine will see the irony in this. So you have James Lindsay saying amateur porn is freedom, which I'm sure that was probably not meant as like an actual. I mean, even it may have been or may have not have been, but it's just funny. Like Owen Benjamin randomly goes and digs up James Lindsay's post from 6 years ago to shame him. I think that's very interesting. Like he just randomly decides to like go troll James Lindsay all of a sudden. Like that's pretty bizarre.
So how like I was telling you about how that Templar guy sort of like came at me on Twitter or whatever, and like I mean it was for days coming at me over because I was saying that Lenin was a Freemason, right? And that he was behind the abdication of the Tsar and all that. And I just posted that stuff, and this literal Templar comes at me, and if you looked at the things that he was saying, it becomes extremely apparent that they're the ones behind like the defamation league. You know what I'm saying? Like the same strategy that they used is what the Zionists use, and you know what I'm saying? Like it's the exact same talking points, like to a T. Like they get like a packet or something. You know what I'm saying? Like this is how you deal with someone talking about this subject. You know, and they have like whole websites dedicated with like full on polemics to those narratives set up. You know what I mean? It'll be like, oh, you talk about Leo Taxel, and they'll like send you to a page. They'll like post a page, hoping that anybody that looks at the subject that you're talking about on Twitter will go and like, oh, we'll just believe this Templar, what he's saying, and go to his polemic page. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. And speak of the devil.
That's your cue, televised apocalypse. I don't think he wants to talk to us today. He's not happy with me today. Elon Musk, this is crazy. Terror. Multiple Democrat NGOs have again. Like I'm not doubting it, but it's like, where's the evidence of that? But multiple Democrat NGOs have coordinated attacks on Tesla dealership staff and vehicles. Last night, a number of Cybertrucks were torched in Seattle.
He posted the Syrian Christian thing. Did you see that?
Nope.
So he posted like something about the Syrian Christians getting offed or whatever, and I mentioned it to Father Joseph yesterday on his show, and he was like, Father Joseph was like, I'm kind of skeptical about it. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll say it's Christians getting killed, and then it'll switch, and it'll be like it's actually Muslims getting killed. You know what I'm saying? Like it just like keeps switching who's actually getting killed, kind of.
Well, that's the thing is like they're actually just kind of it's like this weird like oscillation thing where it's like they get you I gotta show you guys this one. Hold on.
What, like every group pissed off? You know what I'm saying? Like,
what do you guys think? Is this a good picture or what?
Netanyahu and Elon Musk.
The concrete pourer last will test cement. What the hell does that mean? Who is Jenna? Sorry, I don't know who you are, Jenna, but what's up?
Yeah, she called him Twilight Apocalypse.
How do you feel about that Twilight Apocalypse?
That's so funny, dude. That's his new nickname.
I gotta show you guys this. Look, the name of this account is Retard Finder, and it says "Found one. Diversity hurts no one. You stupid orange."
Is that CM Punk? I'm playing.
It looks like it. I don't know who it is. I don't know who this account is, but there's this guy named Ian Malcolm 84, and he does like weird white nationalist posts as Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park. And it says, so Ian Carroll goes on Joe Rogan and suggests Jewish and Israeli interests were behind Epstein's sex ring. The media cries out, it was the Qatari. Those with a brain laugh at it and ratio the media. Hours later, X crashes with bug fixes imminent. Curious. I don't know. It's pretty, I don't see, that's the thing is like, it's like weird. It's like, so we should support Twitter now or what? It's like, it's very interesting. That's what we're just talking about. Is like the oscillation side. You know, it's like they just like get you pissed off on this part, and
it do be like that.
And then let's see. Grok accurately describes and admits the presuppositional conflict between. This is J Dyer, by the way. Cappadocian Trinitarian philosophy and the Thomist Scottist preference for unity as tiered perfection undercutting the triad.
Oh, I hate him, dude. I hate that.
I don't even know what that means, but
It's a bunch of scholastic, stupid, like just dumb things that he says that makes him feel smart. It's all that dude is the most egotistical clownfish of a guy I've ever seen talk about anything, man. Like what was that word? So, go back to that. Let's see what he said. Let's try to figure it out.
I got to go look it up, but I'll look it up in a second here. But
No.
yeah, it's yeah, I try to avoid looking at his thing, but you guys see
got
this
me
right
blocked,
here?
bruh.
Uh-oh, Machine Lies is gone. Oh shit. What do you guys think? Hello?
Brr, he back.
The ADL hate symbol, the Goyim no, shut it down. So now you can't say shut it down. They said this is X. They said this is X today in a nutshell. And then, and then I like this girl Diane Yap. She always has interesting stuff. She said, "I've been accused of hating white people. I don't, but I do mourn how soft you've become." Below is an illustration from a German children's book. German kids were told the story of a little boy who was not to suck on his thumb, did it anyway, and got them chopped off by a random tailor who left him to die in a pool of his own blood. What did his mother say when she saw his thumbless corpse? See, I told you not to suck your thumb. Bring back whatever that spirit was instead of this let kids experiment with drugs nonsense. This is an Asian lady, by the way, she's says some really interesting stuff.
I don't like her. I'm playing. I don't know. Okay.
It's just weird. Like, it's just bizarre. Like, I kind of agree with her sentiment, but in another way, I think it's, it's just bizarre.
What that feels like to me is,
it's definitely rage bait for sure. I don't know exactly.
Come on.
She's definitely trying to piss people off, and it's kind of sad because I think that like she should already be married and have like a couple kids. She's almost 40 now, so it's like I don't know. That's kind of bizarre. This is weird. See, this is really weird. America First, which is what's his name, Nick Fuentes, and see it has Kash Patel, the new head of the FBI, sitting next to Mel Gibson at UFC, and it's like, oh, look at this. What does this mean?
Well, I'll tell you this, just from listening to Mel talk, right? I think he understands orthodoxy probably better than any other famous person I've heard talk about it. You know what I mean? I don't know if he takes it as serious as an Orthodox Christian would, or he is Orthodox or what, but he has said some pretty Orthodox things.
Well, he seems to, but again, I think this is kind of like a weird thing that's going on where, I mean, I don't want to say exactly what I think because I'm not sure, but I don't know what's in the man's heart. I don't want to condemn him, but I definitely just get a strange sense that, there's some sort of strange, I don't know. It's just something weird.
I'll tell you what's wrong with the film he made. Okay.
Yeah. What's it called? The Passion of the Christ, right? Yeah. I never watched that too much. I really just found it something off-putting about it. But
before I was a monk at a monastery, I watched it on mushrooms. So,
that does not sound like a good idea to me.
No, it really wasn't. It was very an emotional, draining experience. But I'll tell you what I think about it truthfully, like now that I'm a changed man. So, the problem with it is depicting Christ on the stage at all. There shouldn't be an actor playing the God of all things. You know what I mean? Like, what are we thinking? Like, why would you? It's blasphemous. Really, truthfully, it is. Even if you were trying to do it justice, you know what I'm saying? It's blasphemous because you're depicting Christ on the stage, right? And what's going to happen, according to Father Seraphim Rose, with these type of he wasn't around for The Chosen, but he talked about this. He said that people will see Christ in this secular sense, And then when Antichrist is on the scene, they were like, "Oh, I seen something like that on the stage." Ended up following Antichrist because they seen something on the stage that looked like what they imagined Christ to be. So it'll give them like this idealized image of what Christ is rather than what he is, you know? And I think that, you know, for the most part, as far as those films are concerned, he probably made the closest to the biblical story as it could get. But there is some problematic stuff in there. You know what I mean? Like it just weird stuff that isn't in the scriptures, right? And I don't know. Bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Well, these people aren't dead, by the way. These people are still alive, but I don't know what's going on.
They're gonna end up dying. They're getting
but see,
supposedly off camera.
But see, this is really weird. So Libs of TikTok, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard it alleged that this is a Jewish person who's kind of doing these things. And so this is one of the people that Trump gave the Epstein files to do a release on it or something. And then like a few days later, now they're showing radical Islamic extremists rounding up and murdering Christians in Syria. And I'm not saying that's not happening, but these guys look very well uniformed and clean. So obviously they're very well funded by someone. Who that is, I'm not sure, but this is not like a bunch of people living in a cave or goat herding and just decided to come off the mountain and start slaughtering people. Like, this is obviously a very well funded. I mean, like, it literally looks like they just bought their uniform yesterday at a fucking, you know, U.S. military depot or something. I mean, it's pretty, like, look at this guy's hat. It has no creases on it whatsoever. It's like brand, like, I don't know. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm just saying it's like very bizarre. Like,
yeah, I don't know. Anything that's put on the internet is kind of questionable to an extent. It's like, what is really going on? Is this a psyop? Is this real? How do we know? If it is actually happening, I mean, and they're Orthodox Christians, you know, they would be considered martyrs, you know, for dying for their faith.
Oh, here we go. So this is Nicholas J. Fuentes, Israel. I can't even say what this guy is saying on here, but you can read on the screen. I'm not gonna.
I see. Well, I mean, he's not wrong, right? You know, they're not our friends. They're not, and they're not. Yeah. They're not even who they're claiming to be. You know, so.
So here's the updated picture of the guy.
Of CM Punk.
And this is Little Tay. You remember Little Tay? She's like, I'm only 9 years old and I just bought this Ferrari cash. Y'all a bunch of haters. Remember that? So now she's like 18, 19, and she's like suing all these like weird small-headed people and like calling out all these weird influencers. And saying
For
like
why,
these people
though?
like, because basically she said that like she had they when she was like a kid, these people sued her and took over her brand that she had created.
By the way, you see that lady on the right, Dr. Anastasia Lupus?
Yeah, I've seen
her page is really weird. Yeah, her page is really weird. It's
Yeah, I'll
like
open it up
all
right
like a bunch of it's like a page like dead Palestinian people where she's just hating on, like she's really hating on Jews hardcore on that page.
No, I've seen her around and followed by 28 other people I follow, and including Myron Gaines and all this. 1.4 million followers out of Denmark. I mean,
one
it's just,
half Viking.
Yeah, her page
okay,
is
so you're a pagan.
off the
One
chain.
half philosopher, so you're a narcissist.
Right.
yeah, it's very bizarre. I've been taken through 2 medical boards, blah, blah, blah. Shut up, bitch. And, you know, First Amendment. I love this thing. See, it's like, it's just total rage bait. Like, this is supposed to be a doctor in Denmark who just has time to go and just post rage bait. And everyone's like, oh, the based
Base
Viking.
doctor.
Yeah, it's very strange. Ben Shapiro. Let's see what he has to say. Ben React.
Christian. He's saying Okay, it's so, a good thing. Is it about to get worse? It definitely could, which would, of course, be a terrible thing. And then you have the question of what Bashar al-Assad was doing to the country, which is killing hundreds of thousands of people using everything up to and including chemical weapons. Well, he's gone now, and Israel has been striking a lot of the chemical weapons depots to prevent them from falling into the hands of the new rebel alliance over here. Okay, so, again, is any of this wonderful? It isn't. But the one thing that is an upside is that the Iranian crescent is dead. Okay, the Shia crescent that, again, stretched all the way from Iran all the way across to Lebanon, that is now dead. What does that mean? It means that the Iranian regime is actually in quite real trouble here. All of their biggest proxies are gone. Hamas, gone. Hezbollah, gone. Assad, gone. That means the Shia influence game is beginning to wane. It's beginning to end. The Houthi.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's just bizarre. It's just like these fake ass accounts. MAGA has become a fucking joke. I mean,
wars
it's like
and rumors of wars, brother.
Yep. I mean, it's like literally X is like the rage bait central. It's like literally just turned into like nothing but rage bait, essentially. I mean, there's some good like journalistic stuff that goes on there, but
Yeah, I just literally got followed by Hoax Wars, the professional rage baiters. Honestly.
Oh boy,
Isn't that funny?
Please don't post this here. I don't want them. I want them to come over here, please. I don't know what that dude's about, but I mean, no offense to him. He might be a lovely person, but just I want to stay far away from whatever they're doing. It's not good. So,
Well, it seems like as far as we stay away, they're not far away from what we're doing. So since we started, so that's what's funny.
That's what's bizarre about it. That's why I'm not sure what's
Televised Apocalypse doing here? Recording everything we're saying right now and selling it to his masters?
I think so. I think that's what he said.
He
Mr.
did say that, didn't he?
Yeah, Mr. Apocalypse, are you there? He's just there to creep on us. Hater, I can hear it.
Yeah, I could feel it.
I can feel y'all hate. I have to do something for a second, and if you guys want to talk about something in particular, let's do it. If not, I'm going to play one of my recent videos that you guys may not have seen. I have two more.
How gay Neurojack is. All right, so this dude.
Go ahead. Ooh! Oh, by the way, did you guys hear that the stock market crashed today?
No.
$1.7 trillion just wiped out. I'm so glad that I did not put all my 401k money in the stock market, but I might tomorrow.
Who crashed it?
The Jews. I'm just playing. That was my impression of Andrew Wilson when he was making fun of people like us. So that was like a double layer joke there.
That's hilarious.
The Jews and Christian nationalists are psyoping for the Mashiach.
For the record, Christian nationalism in itself, like the idea itself, isn't
You're stealing
terrible.
that from me. You're copying me.
No. Let me just say this: that it's not. I'm not saying that it's completely terrible, like an idea that say that we should have a Christian nation, right? That's not bad. What is bad is ethnophiletism and like where it leads, right? So for some reason, it's no longer about like we've already been through this, but straight up, it no longer becomes about justice and the salvation of souls, right? As a Christian nation should be. Rather, it flips it into that weird area, right, of ethnophiletism. So that's really why I'm kind of against it, because there's not a distinguishing factor of what would make it okay. You know what I'm saying? Like Russia was a Christian nation, in the sense when the Tsar was at first in power. But even then, the majority of people were angry at him. So it really wasn't. You know what I mean? It was, but it wasn't. I don't know. So,
did you guys see my? No, I definitely know what you mean, and I do have something to say on it. Also, I forgot to say what I was going to say about the interracial relationships, because I think all this kind of ties back to the original things that I was trying to get to. So I have two videos. I have one called "Woke in the Sheets: Eugenics in the Sheets," and the other one is called, what's the other one called? Economic Darwinism. Have you guys seen both of those, or one that you didn't see? Because if you guys haven't seen one of them, I'll play a little bit. Why I have to go do something for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
all right, just go do it.
Which one did you guys see? Did you see?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, I'll play one of the. I'll play this one, I guess, for now. But because the other one's really long anyway. So, Machine, are you still there? Well, I'll be back in a second, guys. If anything happened, just I can hear you. Just I won't be next to the computer for a second.
All right.
Yeah, for sure. No worries.
And so we want a winning workforce. And we know a winning workforce means being able to attract the best and the brightest. It's not a
hallucination. Doing sacrifices for thousands of years, so maybe things hang around there, or it's a ley line, they're not sure. But if you go there and take DMT, they're having groups of 20, 30, 40 people who are seeing the same hallucination on it at the same time.
Well, President, gift for me. Javier Milei from Argentina. You guys know what that is, right?
Can't be the kind of man women want you to be unless you're misogynist. If you're not misogynistic in any regard.
I think that's what's going on with that guy who directed X-Men. A bunch of
Bryan Singer.
Yeah, a bunch of 14-year-old predators going after that poor man.
I'm not sure it's the case with him. No.
That's a guy.
You know, I lived in Hollywood a while ago.
Did you?
Briefly.
Did you go to one of his parties?
I went to other people who I won't name of a similar stature in Hollywood. I went to their parties.
I know goals. I was born to stay in the hood.
Are you going to stay in the hood for the rest of your life?
Yeah.
How
Can you say aliens come up the steps of the pyramid?
Make money.
The government gonna take care of me. All I gotta do is have 8 kids and I'm Gucci.
Right.
You know how much food stamps I can get with 8 kids? The hood is the land of opportunity. I can get a chopped cheese, Chinese food, and Don Julio on the same block.
Some great people, some great new pathways to discovering brilliance that may not come the traditional path of a college degree.
Or, and everybody's seeing it at the same time. They're having maybe it's not a hallucination.
You think a woman can do everything as well as a man, then you're going to expect her to pay half on it.
I have something. I am become meme.
Well, exactly. If this individual was seeing it, it's one thing.
A premium was placed on education.
You have to let that rock grow. The oil down the desert way. I've been shaken to the top. The shaking drove his Cadillac. He went cruising down the hill. The prison was standing.
I get it, but I was 15. Now, I have a lot of respect for the things I would be very afraid that those drugs open up a portal for something to enter me.
They thin the veil. Exactly. And the Bible says pharmakia leads to.
At a time when education wasn't actually provided for all.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm living the meme. I'm just living the dream and living the meme. And it's pretty much what's happening.
Degenerate the faithful with that crazy cat sound. But the meadow when they brought out the electric cat.
I think it always started out as a meme. Think about it. Yeah, that was real. Is that crazy? It is crazy, but it's cool.
Because I'm very busy ranting about how many children I have.
Jehovah says don't do that anymore.
It's like, why the fuck do you care if the mother of your children is upset?
People without degrees, they often don't have access to great career paths or increased earning over time. And that's what Delta is here to change. We're really proud that we've eliminated the required college degree in more than 90% of our jobs.
Out of respect for the things I don't understand, and it is a kind of peculiar American attitude that whatever it is we don't know has got to be great.
It's plain and simple.
On your behavior, I really...
And that's what word for word, as you know, the Bible says that. If you take pharmakia...
Equity is the
meaning pharmaceuticals, and that is the gateway to hell. It opens it up. Superstition is a respect for the unknown.
Yes, exactly.
When you actually get into the ultra rich, though, and also the top artists and people, they're completely into the. Yeah, what do you think of the Cowboys? What do you think of this?
Yeah, did you see the simulated combat on TV?
Today, I am signing an executive order making it legal to call your friends if they are doing something aggy or retarded.
I'll tell you right now, if you're listening, NSA CIA, I'm available.
Yeah, I watched it. A bunch of rich gladiators that could care less about me. Did you see it? Yeah, I'm empty.
And retards, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to start calling our friends this again. And we will. We're going to call them fags.
Show me all the real wreckage. I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time.
Hey, you want a guarantee? I got a guarantee stamped on every box.
I'll make up stories. I'll lie my mother.
Yeah, I did. I fill my head with facts and figures that don't matter.
He's got really weird hair.
Instead of learning the political system and standing up for myself.
But more important is the guarantee for the American worker.
You scared me the other day. You had Eddie on the road, and he was taking me back with the CIA.
I'm not saying sports are bad enough themselves if you're involved in it. But not when it's your whole focus.
The name's Zelensky.
It's always the same. They're like androids.
Welcome to Hezbollah customer service. All lines are busy now. Your call you received in
They have like a little fake conversation. So, what do you think of the playoffs? What do you think of the weather?
for the American working man, because that's what I am, and that's who I care about.
Oh, yeah. And you start bringing up, I don't know, what do you think of the surveillance grid going in? Have you heard about how they're... They're listening to all of us without warrants? They're like, well, gee, buddy, what you bringing that up for? It's kind of weird. Well, it is weird they're doing it. It's very dangerous. Well, I don't care. I'm not involved in politics.
The Reconstructionist members of the Jewish faith acknowledge a moral obligation to prepare the way. So what does that actually mean? And how does that impact those outside of the faith?
What blood? The blood of this covenant told me that God.
I don't have to worry about that, Mac. Oh, really? They're putting the grid in place to rob you, you fat.
Cut the covenant with his father God.
Glory.
Yeah. The disturbing and unfortunate reality is that these extreme beliefs appear to force the hand of what they call God.
Yes, like Moses of old.
We have all heard the term order out of chaos. To these Kabbalah, first came the chaos and they are the order.
There's chaos
Oh, they're coming one. Oh! Don't ever do it. Don't ever feel sorry for yourself. Don't ever do it!
These can be seen in the mythologies of Jacob stealing the birthright of the firstborn Esau, the appropriating of Egyptian mythology, and what became the story of the Exodus. In the Gnostic mythologies, this is the fake demiurge copy or the Matrix from the blueprints of that prime reality.
Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler, read by Emma Watson. Chapter 2.
Through occultists such as Sabbatai Zevi and his reincarnation in Jacob Frank.
Absolutely stunning. Just delicious.
We should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something
No,
Christians
we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
This recycling of other mythologies is consistent in these beliefs. Nothing is new under the sun.
What will make you? What will keep you hooked? So, how does it work?
Just before the
Twists it and distorts it. A mythological narrative with real-world implications.
Let's break it down in a fun and simple way. AI knows you better than you think. AI watches your every move on social media. What posts do you like? Which videos do you watch till the end? What topics do you engage with most? AI analyzes all of this and feeds you exactly what you want to see, sometimes even before you realize it yourself. Ever watch a single dog video and suddenly your entire feed is filled with puppies? That's AI in action. And the crazy part, sometimes it feels like AI is reading your mind. Your favorite brands. AI runs their social media. Ever wonder why brand posts always seem so perfect? Answer, AI. Today, AI helps brands write their posts, decide the best time to post, even chat with customers. Ever message the brand and got into the reply? Don't wait.
A madness that is resulting in the genocide in Gaza as we speak.
Someone was responding. Guess what? It was probably a bot. Some AI-powered bots are so smart that you can't even tell whether you're talking to a real person or a machine. AI is super smart, but it's not always right. Fake news spreads 6 times faster than real news. Deepfake videos can make anyone say anything. AI often struggles to differentiate between jokes and facts. So, while AI is trying...
Holy cows.
Televised Apocalypse, why are you saying you're not sure why you're here? I'm gonna fight this dude, bro. Put up your damn dukes, boy.
Yeah, I think they're trying to do the same type of thing at Jack Tau concerts they're doing at Flow States. That's my theory from all this. For Brown's boy, right? He's probably going to be set up like that with the donations and all that stuff. And I think OTW is going to be set up like that too. And by the time we meet them like 3 months later, they're going to be totally transformed shills for like all these ops. But yeah, I got to go to the mosque soon.
Yeah, it's I'm pretty sure you're right, but and I know you got to go, so bless you, brother. But I wanted to mention one thing I just remembered. I was watching Mr. Osman, and he was he covered some of that flat Earth stuff, and he said one thing that stood out to him is some of these people disappear right after that like weird stunt. I guess about the South Pole or some shit. You know what I'm talking about? That Nachikita was talking about. So like some of these other guys just totally disappeared, and then they pop back up, pretending that they had never done this stuff before, and were like having audio issues for streaming and like promoting some Bitcoin that crashed. So they basically did a pump and dump scheme for some crypto suddenly and shit like that. So I don't know. Pretty weird. He was kind of pointing out that people just kind of like disappeared and reappeared for crypto and then disappeared again. So
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
So I'm just saying that to say that, you know, I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that these kind of things are going to continue to get weirder as far as like people appear, disappear.
Yeah, they're shifting. Yeah, they're shifting around the psyops right now. You can already tell. You know, it's like whatever the players are right now, like you could tell like people just went away. Like even around us, like people just went away. Like Base Oracle just went away. Melon Pandora went away. And also Paul and Slave went away. So 3 big channels just went away all of a sudden. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yep. I mean, I could think of probably a dozen others if I really thought about it. But yeah,
like they did it all at the same time. You know, it's almost like, and then during that Flat Earth thing, they had the Rose 777 situation at the Nachikita channel. So it's like somebody was being pressured to do something.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? For real.
No, it's just bizarre because, you know, for me, like I've always thought, and again, this is why I'm just to go back to the whole Owen Benjamin Flat Earth thing. Like, he definitely promotes it, but I think that it's more about. It's like I think Bjerknes is right in the sense that a lot of this is kind of like retelling of Kabbalistic ideas and misinterpretations and heresies into different things, and I can't remember exactly what the Flat Earth signifies, but I know it has something to do with like the black sun and all this. So there's some sort of signaling or storytelling or something that's, you know, there for people who can read whatever it is that they're trying to promote.
There's that one Super Sus podcast called Venerable Day of the Sun. Remember that one?
It sounds familiar. I can't remember off the top of my head. But.
Dude, look at this fucking show called Venerable Day of the Sun. They have the fucking protocols of the illuminated sun stuff. They have the imagery on the cover of the thing, and they literally have Trump and Putin in a crown.
Okay. Well, that's what
like, let me show you. Like, let me share this real quick before I leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can see if you see. Look at that.
Yeah, that looks like a little Jesuit sun or something too.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's some wild shit, dude. Like, they got Putin and Trump with the sun, with the protocols of the illuminated suns type of stuff. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, and 15K views, by the way.
Well, both are controlled by the Zionists, so.
Oh, and they're using that clip there, necromancer.
Necrobot, yeah, and this fucking guy. Remember this guy? We shared this before, but
I don't remember off the top of my head, but he looks.
We noticed it. Yeah, we definitely noticed it. This fucking weird guy, right?
It's a 9-hour stream of him just sitting in front of a camera like that. It's pretty. It's like
it's wild.
I'm not saying that like NASA is like legit or like does everything they say.
Well, I don't think it matters if it's legit or not. The whole point of it is to promote multiple layers of messaging. Like, that's why, like, for me, I honestly don't care if the Earth is flat or round or any of that. In reality, I mean, for me, I think the Bible covers what I need to know, so I don't really worry about it. But
well, the Bible kind of alludes to, believe it or not, the Earth being round. And if you read the Fathers, the majority of them say it is round. Now, there was some out there that was saying it was flat, but that was because at that time there was pagans that were saying it was round, but they had a completely different model to what we know as today of a round Earth. And so there was fathers that assumed that okay, it's flat because the pagans say it's round. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I do, but that's why I'm saying, like, I think that it's more for whatever reason. I don't know the exact reason behind it, but there seems to be some sort of weird retelling of ancient mystery schools stuff. In
All right,
different
guys, I'll be back soon. 30 minutes, I'll be back.
All right.
Blessings.
Yep. Bless you, brother. And so yeah, I think that that's the primary cause of what they're doing this whole NASA, and I think that's why they keep like you debating, and not you, but I'm just saying people debating and worrying about flat Earth or round Earth. I mean, for me, I tend to believe that it's probably round-ish, and I think that generally speaking, like there is space out there, and that there are planets and stuff out there. Now, what that means, I don't know. I don't think that. I don't think it's wrong if humans were to go, quote unquote, terraform Mars. I don't think that's like evil, but I don't think but why? Like, for what reason? Like
right. Well, see,
you know, like
a lot of these things aren't necessarily evil, right? So that's something that's stated, you know, in Orthodox Survival Course and in Father Seraphim's letter to Thomas Merton. He says that some of these things like social justice aren't necessarily evil in themselves, right? And they could be kind of good, right? In a secular sense, but they're not meant for the salvation of a man's soul. So it's like, what good is it? That's kind of the Christian point of view. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, right. It's like, what ends up happening with these types of things, though, is it usually puffs up a man. It's like, for instance, with Elon Musk. He's like, I'll be the first man to make it to Mars. But it's like, okay, now once you got there, what good did that do humanity, really? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and
and
really, it's for progress, right?
Well, and it's just like the whole idea of utopia, right? Like assuming that we could just make it where people didn't have to break their body to go to work to feed themselves and house and clothe everybody. Like, yeah, in theory, it sounds like a good thing, quote unquote. But again, is that really the intent behind all this misery and stuff between here and there? No, it's not really the intent. I don't think. I think that it's coming from a place of, like you said, like pride or ego at the very least. And again, I'm not saying that I'm above it either. I'm very aware of it. But that's the funny thing about it is like when I see Elon Musk, like, I don't see like a really evil person per se, although I could definitely make it I could make a pretty good argument that he is, but you know, I don't even need to. I think the main thing with him is like he's drink his own Kool-Aid, right? Like he thinks that.
Well, the Antichrist isn't going to be necessarily evil. He's going to be a man of peace. And that's what's so deceitful about this stuff, is that whatever that is that's going to come to us that is going to be really evil will never appear to be. They'll be charismatic. They'll be someone who grabs the attention of the world, and the world's going to back this person and put their trust in them, and to the point where they're going to think this person is Christ returned. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's going to act. He's going to be almost a perfect Christian in the eyes of the world. You get what I'm saying? So. And the way we look at it is like a lot of these people are prefigurations of what that end result is going to be, like this last final Antichrist. So it's going to be a man of peace. That's always going to be the case, and it's always going to be like for supposed good. But there's nothing true unless it's for the purpose of Christ itself.
So you're saying it's Jack Talcott?
Pretty much. Like he's a good example because I'll tell you why. The first conversation I had with him, he was pushing a utopia.
Come on, man. No
World
more.
I'll
peace.
say this. Jack Talcott would be a perfect Antichrist.
Well, bless you, brother.
He pulls you in with them blessings and salutations, but then he'll turn around and fuck you, get out of here.
It reminds me of people that He reminds me of people that I've met in my life. Like
I don't have anything against the guy personally because I don't know him that well. And like I don't have much to go off of besides these small interactions that I've had with him, and they haven't been terrible. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the most deceptive thing about people in general is that they can appear to be your friend and they're really not. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy.
Well, good thing I'm not looking for friends.
Oh,
Well,
yes,
you
you
ain't got one, you little bastard. No, I'm playing.
You got a friend in me. What song is that? You got a friend in me, boy. Televised apocalypse. What's on your radar today?
Dealing with a bunch of racists in Call of Duty as always.
Perfect.
Right up your alley.
I had a Trumper tell me that I should go kill myself. Oh, look, just like Flow State.
Flow State told you that?
Yes, sir.
Well, he could have said it in a jovial, joking way, right?
Yeah. To the blood's on the wall, right?
Stop shilling for Flow State, bro. No, I'm fine.
Flow State is my best friend. Okay? He loves me. He loves me.
This is Andrew Wilson's tweet I'm reading here. Boomers are annoying, but Zoomers are effing retarded. They can barely even speak. A whole generation who can even barely form words. Go through a drive-thru and they just grunt. No eye contact. Effing weirdos. This guy.
Well, I mean, he's not totally wrong, but at the same time, it's kind of like this weird putting himself and judging others. I mean, who are you to judge these retards?
You know what I think is weird? I think getting paid to interview a bunch of OnlyFans whores and knowing that they're had the conversation is retarded, but that he gets paid for it.
Well, that's because he could talk good.
No.
I can talk real good, boy. He's just a lowly robotics engineer working for the deep state.
Deep date.
Deep date.
Deep throat.
He got that dip in one. He got that out dip in one side and cigarette on the other. Marlboro man.
Deep date. Isn't that damn deep date all we're getting?
What is it, Boomhauer? Oh, come on, man. Man. Come on, man. Give me another cigarette, man. 800 shekels, man.
I'm educated. Now,
hey, man, the damn deep date.
I'll tell you right now. I literally knew people who talk like that, by the way. That's why it's funny. I'm sure you guys will know some people like that.
Yeah. Bill Bob down the street.
I told him to go down there and talk to that boy, and he just didn't know what to do. And then I went over to my buddy Paul's house, and Paul didn't know nothing about it.
Shit, I went down there and voted for Trump, Bo, and I tell you what, he gonna get rid of that deep date.
Deep date. I feel like the satanic making fun of people, but it's true.
So dumb.
We're gonna bring that swamp ball.
You're giving them too much credit. You're assuming they're still human.
Oh, you're dehumanizing people now. How dare you?
Why not?
And then Brump Dilly and Dumanoid.
Oh, Demodone.
Well, you know what that means. I like racist Trump people. They're fun. Whee!
Oh, there's about 1 million of them on Call of Duty every single day.
Maybe they're not real people. Maybe they're demons.
No, I assume that. Well, most of these are obviously middle-aged white men, but most of these are probably fucking agents of some kind.
Yeah, the government. So the government pays
They don't have to. Game consoles record and catalog everything you say inside of a game, so it doesn't matter.
But why would they allow those people to go on? Why would they want those people?
Because I can tell you right now, I can emotionally compromise someone on a video game just by winning against them. So imagine if you were to taunt them a little bit more with just racist, derogatory words.
Well, I knew people like that in my real life.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I remember when I was a kid and I used to whoop people's ass on the video game, and because I didn't care. Like, I would literally rather troll people playing a video game than I would like to win. So I would I would lose like 10 games in a row. But
I lose a lot, but it's what happens when cheaters.
Well, if I found that somebody was kind of like cheating on a game, especially a video or like on a video game, it's easier to tell. But doing something underhanded, right? Like I would just punish them really bad. So like I would lose like 5 or 10 games in a row, but I would just figure out really good like some sort of spam move to like just keep. Like my favorite was like Sub-Zero's little puddle move, Like I would just bait somebody to come step into that little puddle or whatever, and just uppercut them,
Yeah, well, that game was rigged.
Uh-oh.
Ed Boon knew what he was doing when he programmed that motherfucker, just like all of his microtransactions. That's the reason why. That's the real reason why he sold his soul to Warner Brothers to get some microtransactions.
What's wrong with microtransactions? Are you microaggressing against me?
Oh, that's right. There's nothing wrong with paying $100 on road money for a fake $1 million on GTA that a hacker can go and take away from you.
Well, see what's really weird now is like you have China releasing these like open source, quote unquote, what do you call it? Open source like AI agents and stuff. I'm like, there's no way that you develop like some of the most powerful commercially available software in the world, and you're like, oh, you can pay me a little bit for this or that, but in general, I'm just giving it away. It's like, there's no way. I mean, there's no way that some guy in China is like, let me just give this away to everybody.
Well, welcome, like Ada Wong says, welcome to corporate America. Corporate China.
You don't like China Boy? I think the propaganda starts with games and gaming. Who is Jenna? Who is this person? Working on a beat. What you fellers doing? Reddington, if you want to join, I'll give you the Liznink.
Twilight Apocalypse.
Who is Jenna? Does anybody know who that is? I've never seen this person before.
That's killing me. I don't know.
That's a new name to me.
Dude, that is you, bro. That's your new name.
Yeah, buddy. At least I have a majority of my teeth.
Why not? What's wrong with that?
At least I don't hear beep beep every time.
Gummit.
Beep beep, Richie.
But I'm crazy in the regard that I talk to an imaginary person. So there you go.
Are you insane in the membrane? Are you insane in the brain?
More like I got fucking jabbed in the arm.
Beep beep, Richie. Remember that one?
They all float, Richie.
Yeah, I use it on Twilight all the time. What are you talking about? I was
down
terrorized
here. You'll float too.
By that cross-dressing clown.
He do look like that, don't he?
Well, I mean, he was played by a guy who would cross-dress. So,
what's his name? Tim Curry.
Tim Cunty. Yeah, there you go.
One of the best comedic actors of all time.
Yeah. If you like seeing a man with makeup and fucking stockings.
It's really weird. Like, I met a lot of people who are really into that movie, especially like people older than me. And,
yeah, who are male. And yet.
Well, I think a lot of guys like it for a different. Like, there's definitely a lot of gay and weird people like that, but there's like a weird, like, pseudo punk rock thing around it where I think a lot of guys were like, oh, I like the gothic chicks and they like this movie, so I'll go like watch the movie with the gothic chick.
So they completely avoid the screen time of the guy who's in stockings most of the time just to look at women when they could just look at, pornographic magazines back in the times or something.
Well, I'll do a deep. I'm glad you reminded me. Like those kind of movies, I would love to like do a deep dive on it. But also like it's there's that movie and what's the other movie we were just talking about? Like it. Like I have a theory that I don't think Stephen King wrote most of his novels. I think that he like somebody wrote those for him or something like that. I don't know. Like you know what else? Like the old Star Trek. Like Next Generation is obviously about philosophy and stuff, but I started watching some of the older one with like James T. Kirk. Dude, that whoever wrote those shows was like deep into like some Kabbalah shit and like history and philosophy. Like whoever wrote those shows was very, very, very purposefully writing those movies and shows for some reason. I don't know for what. I don't think it was Gene Roddenberry for sure, but whoever wrote those shows was like very, very high level. I should look up who wrote those shows actually. You ever seen the old Star Trek Unseen?
Yeah, that's the very first show I watched as a kid. I remember that being on the TV when I was like probably 4 years old or something.
Which one, the Next Generation or?
Probably I don't know. I wouldn't know, but I know it was Star Trek. You know, I mean,
were most of the suits red or blue or yellow?
So, probably blue.
Then that would definitely be the old Star Trek. There's more red. There's more red and yellow in the Next Generation than what there is in the original. It's in the original. You only have the red shirts are the ones who usually die, but a majority of the main crews.
We're talking
in
early '90s, so I was born in '92. So.
Oh well, if you were watching that, then that'd be Next Generation because fucking the other ones came out in the '60s and '70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, definitely. I want to find out what all those different shirts mean because it's weird. Like the captain of the old one is wearing all yellow and blue for his partners, and then on the new ones, like the red people, it's all red people wearing it. So I don't know. There's something about that, but I gotta look. I gotta figure that out. But
well, from what I understand, usually it also depends on the emblems they have, like them little round things that Picard has on his on the front of his shirt is what tells you that he's a captain. So he can be a red shirt, but as long as he has those pins that are right there, right next to his communicator, it shows his status. So I think in some instances, the shirt colors do matter, whether it's based on your rank or not. But you see people who are not high rank wear blue shirts, and Spock wears a blue shirt, and he's number two.
Number one. Number two, yes.
I say number two because, he's shit. As much as I love Spock's character, we all know what Leonard Nimoy was. So, he was a Jew.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he's gay.
Well, probably that too. I mean, you never know.
Bruh, no way, dude. I just found exactly what we were talking about from...
Uh-oh.
This is crazy. Oh, this always happens to me, dude. I'll post it on my thing. So if you want to know about the Tsar and how that came about and all that stuff, I just found something on this.
It's fucking bots.
Who you calling a bot, you stanky boy?
The stupid ass fucking Call of Duty game. That's right. Shoot me, you fucking prick.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention this. Sorry, go ahead. What were we going to say there? Unseen?
Can you do double jump?
What?
I'm talking to your televised apocalypse. Can you do double jump, bro?
Not in DMZ.
Oh, okay.
That'd be awesome. If they did, I would play that game more often. I would have played that game more longer, probably.
Yeah, well, the bots they have in this game, I swear, are being trained on how to shoot people. These bots are so insanely accurate that they shoot you before you come around the corner.
Oh, I know. That's why I stopped playing that game. The bots would like hunt you down and like just murk you if you tried to play by yourself. So it's like it just got to the point where it's like
I've
And the
gotten
teams-
amazing at handling them, but even someone who moves like I do, dude. So I've been shot in midair doing a 360 spin. These bots are fucking unrealistic.
I literally had to like hide for like most of the thing in camp because like if I walked out of a building, like I would just get like 50 guns pointed at me and stuff. But so I wanted to read this part really quick. Star Trek. Yeah, exactly. The gold, yellow command and helm navigation worn by officers who are in leadership roles. Blue is sciences and medical. And red is operations, engineering, security. But then it changed in the next generation. Red became the command color, yellow to operations and security, and blue stayed science medical.
Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate.
So something like that. Any deeper meanings? Meanings based on the writers of the. Oh my god, I can't type today. Yeah, I've been wondering because, dude, I watched some of those episodes. Those old episodes were very deep, man. Like, I was actually surprised. Although they were going to be like really corny, but they're actually pretty good.
You mean like the Star Trek episode that's all about everyone having sex on the Enterprise?
Well, yeah. I mean that's kind of what some of it was about, but there's definitely like a lot of other weird stuff going on other than that. But let's see. Later writers embraced the red shirt. Lower Deck. It's a meta commentary on storytelling. Let's see. Cold Era influence. TOS aired during the 1960s. Gold Command might subtly nod to Western leadership. Blue to the promise of tech and peace-driven. Red to the human cost of conflict. Yeah, I noticed that like in the old series, a lot of the people who get killed are all red shirts. So kind of interesting. So maybe they're doing like a weird communism thing.
Yeah, that's been a running joke in the series for a while.
Oh, and then it said Roddenberry's humanism. Mind is blue, heart is red, and willpower is gold. So interesting.
There's a 3 plate in that crate.
What about in the TNG series? Like the fact that Data's wearing gold definitely always stood out to me too, because he's like him and Geordi the only two like really wearing gold colored shirts all the time. You know, I guess yeah, and then Worf switched from gold to red later on, I think.
Yeah, that's because he switches departments or whatever.
Right. Perhaps it is a good day to die. I can't do a really good Worf, but
yeah, I love that part. Perhaps today is a good day to die. Yeah, that was one of my favorite parts.
That was a good one. Red. So TNG red is helm navigation command. Captain Picard, Commander Riker. So Roddenberry had more control in TNG's early seasons than TOS's later years. Robert Blackman practically red pop better on 80. So they use it for. They're saying that they did it for because the red like stood out more on the new TV screens. Sleeker design aimed to feel more modern. Symbolism. So in TNG, red evokes energy, decisiveness, and leadership with a human touch. As a mature evolution of humanity, writers like Michael Piller, who shaped later seasons, used Picard to explore enlightened command. Red could reflect passion tempered by reason, a nod to the heart driving the Enterprise's mission. Writer's lens, early TNG scripts leaned hard into Roddenberry's no conflict between crew rule, making red shifted officers paragons of unity. Later, as the writers like Moore push grittier stories, red became the mantle of responsibility under pressure. Yeah, I agree with that based on what I've seen. Symbolism for the gold. Gold takes over the worker bee role of TOS's red. In the color of the ship's backbone, Geordi's engineering genius, Worf's martial honor. Gold suggests value and resilience, elevating these roles to expendable red shirts. Utopian vision for prize tech and labor as equal to command. Writers amplified this. Geordi's visor or Worf's Klingon art got meaty development. The Gold Shift might critique TOS's red shirt trope. Ooh, okay, interesting. Gave ops characters depth, not just cannon fodder status. Because like it's really weird. Like a lot of the red shirt people, like they just like pretty much if there's a red shirt standing next to Kirk, he's getting killed. Like I've noticed that. Like I watched like 4 or 5 episodes in a row, and it's like if there's like a red shirt person, he's gonna get it's gonna get killed in like 5 minutes. And then blue stays the domain of the intellect and healing. Dr. Crusher and Troy's empathy when in blue. Let's see.
Yeah, the same thing with Spock and intelligence.
Wait, and then it says calm and reflective. Think Data's quest for understanding, though he wears a gold. See, that's what's weird. Is like you would think that Data would be wearing blue, but he's not. He's wearing gold. It's kind of weird. And then writers use blue to wrestle with ethical dilemmas. Ooh, the inner light.
Unseen war plan. This person's stupid.
Who is that?
Look at your chat.
Machine Allies, Neuro Jacket, Twilight Apocalypse, almost main character.
All solid names.
I wonder who that might be. Brown's boy, Jenna Toles. Unseen War Plan, Machine Allies. I like that. Threw me off my Grok reading over here. Let's see. Gold became a badge of grit, not doom. Let's see. A world falling out. TNG's colors. Red command mirrors assertive Western leadership, but softened by Picard's diplomacy. Gold, the tech boom. Blue, the hope of science. Post-Reagan. Picard's red isn't Kirk's gold swagger, it's gravitas. Gold isn't TOS. Red's cannon fodder, it's competence. Blue's consistency. But isn't that weird? It's like the red and blue thing, like you said, and then gold's kind of like something else kind of going on. I don't know. I got to look into that. Who were the main writers? Any Kabbalistic overtones? I like how I like Grok because
damn yellow.
Grok, I don't have to explain everything. What?
None. Push the guy in the stairs, and my teammate didn't help me. Oh, he's on my body. Nice shot. Nice. Oh, T-pose.
Oh boy, here we go.
Good shit. Good shit.
So I asked about who were the main writers, any Kabbalistic overtones. The main writers of TNG, Gene Roddenberry for seasons 1 and 2 of the original, which I don't believe, but let's just assume that's true. DC Fontana, Moore, Pillar. I got to look into these people. Jerry Taylor, Brandon Braga. I definitely know that guy. That guy's an interesting fella. Other notables, Rick Berman. Yeah, I think Rick Berman was a big guy who basically controlled these things. Kabbalistic overtones. The mystical Jewish tradition centers on the tree of life, the 10 Sephirot emanations. Like, let's see what it says. Let's speculate. Okay, uniform colors in the Sephirot. Red, command, Kabbalistic link. The Gevurah, severity, judgment, power, often tied to red. It's the force of discipline and boundaries, fitting Picard's role as a decisive leader who balances mercy with justice. Invokes Din, judgment, a fiery active principle. Ship's will, making tough calls. Yellow is Kabbalistic link, Tiferet, beauty, harmony, balances kindness, and Gevurah, integrating opposites. Geordi and Worf harmonize tech and warrior spirit, keeping Enterprise functional. Warmth, practical beauty. Okay, so then the Chakma. That sounds like fucking Klingon shit. Chakma in the Chesat. Wisdom and mercy, often blue. Chakshma is you guys ever heard Klingon speak before? Pretty weird. Is insight, the spark of understanding, Data's quest, while Chesed is boundless compassion. Dr. Crusher's the blues, calm, reflects these contemplative, giving qualities. So yeah, I don't know. 3 colors, 3 pillars. The tree of life has 3 pillars: mercy, severity, and balance in the center. Red, severity; blue, mercy; and gold, balance, could map onto this triad. Interesting. Uh-oh, we got a little Kabbalah in Star Trek here now. I hate when my intuition's correct. Ein Sof, infinite divine, to boldly go where no one has gone before. Picard is will, Data is intellect, Crusher is empathy. Form a command science trio, reminiscent of Keter, crown, Chakma, wisdom, and Bina, understanding. Writers didn't plan this. Oh, I'm sure they didn't. But the archetype sneaks in. I like how they just say it wasn't. It wasn't. Taylor. You guys know what I'm talking about? We're Jewish. Some of the writers were Jewish. Trek's ethos owes a debt to Jewish sci-fi pioneers like Asimov, whatever his name is. I don't know. My brain's hurting from this kind of stuff now. Are you guys still there? Sorry, I bored you with the Kabbalah talk.
No, yeah, I'm here. I was hearing you talking about Isaac Asimov, you know, the sci-fi writer guy. And
That's right.
We talked about how, you know, sci-fi, the whole sci-fi movement was influenced by the occult. So.
Nonsense.
True.
William Shatner. That's a creepy guy, man. I don't know what it is about him, but I like him in the old thing. Married 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Wow. Damn, Shatner got divorced in 2020. Holy stuff! What the hell, man?
Well, I mean, I've heard multiple accounts that while he plays nice in front of fans, that a lot of Kirk's mannerism is not really that far off from how he actually is. So
I believe it.
I don't doubt it. He's very Kirky.
I believe it, definitely. So he was a conservative Jew from Montreal. I didn't know he's from Montreal. Interesting. These damn Canadians got to get out of our stuff here. You know, these Canadians are. All 4 of Shatner's grandparents were Jewish immigrants from Ukraine and Lithuania. That is very interesting. I did not know that. Interesting. Oh, he helped a hollow thing that happened. Survivor learn English. Interesting.
Yo, so Elon Musk posted that guy I find you know what I'm talking about?
No, what happened?
So there's an account on Twitter called Retard Finder and
oh yeah.
okay, and Elon Musk posted that guy, like he added him.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I think Elon Musk is one of the 3 people watching my show. That's why.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding. That'd be awesome.
Elon, no, I'm fine.
Can I get some money, dog?
No, I wouldn't say that.
I'm a white South African, just like you.
I would call him the Antichrist, and I'd tell him to stop making the mark of the beast, bro. That's what I would tell him.
Ooh, interesting. You know Ben? Ben Folds? He's from North Carolina.
No.
I'll play his song. Damn, that's a good song. But he produced one of Shatner's albums. That's interesting. I haven't listened to Ben Folds in a long time. Wow. Ben Folds 5. Holy shit. I'll play the song just for a second because okay, which one do I want to hear? Let's see. I want to do Hi, Still Fighting It. I don't even know most of these songs. What the hell? He did an album with William Shatner though. It was pretty funny. The Battle of Who Could Care Less. I think that's the song. How is this song not way up on the thing? Wow. His most famous song, as far as I knew, is like way not even. Wow, it's pretty interesting. I'm surprised. Let me play this song just for a second because I want to find something really. Wait, how do I share this thing? Okay, and I'm gonna take a break in a few minutes because I got some stuff to do, and then damn, I can't believe it's 7 o'clock already. This time change thing is messing me up. Where's this thing at? YouTube Music. There it is. Boom. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, I'll play the song for a second. I'll be right back.
Do you not hear me anymore? I know it's not your thing to care. I know it's cool to be so bored. Sucks me in when you're aloof. It sucks me in, it sucks, it works. I guess it's cool to be alone. Will you never rest? Find the battle, who could care less? Every day you wake up late. Sometimes I wish I was that way. You think Rockford Files is cool, but there are some things that you would change if it were up to you. So think about your masterpiece. Watch the Rockford Files and call to see if Paul can score some weed. Do you never rest? Fight the battle, who could care less? Unearned unhappiness. Well, that's alright, I guess. General Apathy, Major Boredom singing, whatever, never, amen. Oh well, maybe not. I'll try again. Well, it should cheer you up for sure. See, I've got your old ID. You're all dressed up like the Cure. Something's happening, don't speak too soon. Told the boss off and made my move. Got nowhere to go. Son of Samson, I'm not showing that you got it right. Come on, killer, each every time. Not uncomfortable, feeling weird. Only the options disappear, but I know what to do. Son of Samson on the doctor's touch, the nurse's smile. Acting under orders from above.
I won't subject you guys anymore, but just give you guys a little something different to listen to for a second. Get pop for this? I hope not. But that last song, "Son of Sam," have you ever heard of Elliott Smith, "Son of Sam" before?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Oh, really? I knew you were a Kabbalistic some bitch.
Well, I know that, he either stabbed himself or his girlfriend did or something crazy, right?
Yeah. Very strange individual.
He's a good songwriter.
No, I agree, but so you know, like I don't know, some of these guys have something very
No, I mean he was strange. I mean, yeah. For
No,
sure.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that it's bad. I mean, most of my favorite singers were pretty strange individuals, but yeah, I mean, I feel weird listening to his music because, like, I definitely feel like something weird is going on. You ever listen to Bright Eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, you ever listen to Casadega?
No.
Oh man, let me play one song for you. Hold on. Just a little bit, just to give you a taste if you never heard this album. This album is very fucking weird. He wrote it in this place called Casadega. That's like a weird, like, new age talking to the dead people kind of place. And the album is really good, but
didn't Bright Eyes like have some chick accuse him of doing something he didn't do?
I think so recently. Yeah, I think in like a couple of years ago, something pretty recent, and he disappeared. And
I can't blame him. That's so weird, dude. That someone he had no connection with that person. That's the crazy part.
Well, I think that's what I think. I think a lot of these people, they do that to spook him away, because I don't know what his background is. I've really tried to look into it, because Conor Oberst is a very sophisticated person. I don't know what he knows or how he knows it, but the dude is not an idiot, although he plays one on TV. I mean, he went around calling like America the KKK and all this weird stuff, but the dude is the dude knows some weird shit for sure. Like, I don't know where he gets his stuff from, but the dude is very connected. And if you look at some of the stuff that went on in Omaha, where he's from, like, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that his family's probably pretty connected to something. If I had to guess, like I don't know how or what.
Whatever his writing is. There was a lot of people when he first came out that kind of felt like maybe he was the Bob Dylan of his generation. You know what I mean? Like poetics
for sure.
wise, he's up there. Like
Yeah, the dude can write some poetry, like for sure. One of the best poetry writers ever. I don't like Bob Dylan at all, but I do like Conor Oberst.
I like Dylan. I don't know. I grew up kind of listening to that type of stuff. I seen him in 2012, by the way.
Bob Dylan?
Yeah.
I saw Conor Oberst around that time too.
Yeah, I seen him in the Winston-Salem actually. With my
For
girlfriend
me, I tried to listen to Bob Dylan a couple times. I don't know if it was just a song I listened to or not, but it sounded like horrible to me. Like,
well, there's like songs from the 80s or like the 90s that are kind of like that. But if you listen to Blonde on Blonde, that album, and Blonde on Blonde's good, and then there's a few songs that are really good. Like I Dream I Saw St. Augustine's a really good song. I don't know. Like his stuff, the stuff from the 60s is pretty solid. You know what I mean?
I gotta listen to it sometime.
He's got
I don't know what song to play on this album, but I mean, I know my favorite song on this album, but it's definitely an acquired taste.
He signed the guest book at the church my Metropolitan owns up in Woodstock, because he did an album with the band there in Woodstock, and I guess he signed the guest book to the church there.
Interesting.
It's like old, super old church.
Yeah, if you like Bright Eyes, I think that this album is a really, really good album. It's kind of weird. Like the first time I heard it, I really hated it. But over the last 10 years, the song really like grew me a lot. I don't know why, but I'm gonna play like just a few minutes of this song for a second.
Shrill as a choir of children, urgent like the first day of May. False and inflatable feeling tugs at my senses. Big as the Macy's parade, one brick on top of another. Such is the measure of man. Planets are inset like diamonds on a gravity halo. Eternity's wedding. I slept with that dealer all summer. The ecstasy still in my spine. Coat check I couldn't remember. Walked into the winter, came out on the other side. And in the south, the sun is shining. Back in the east, the lights went out. Stuck on the ladder to heaven, on trial way back in the Hague. Lullaby sounds from the engine, in my styrofoam coffin, asleep on the interstate. Like globes, old symbols of freedom, a murderer still on the land. Cities encircled in iron, on a great silver beltway. Democracy shackled, a seance that brought us together. Objects we move with our minds. Coat checking, I lost the number. Short sleeves in the winter. fell back through the other side. Out in the west, the cars are crashing. Up in the north, the ice gave out. Gave out, gave out, gave out. سعادة كمل بالحرية. On a great silver سعادة كمل بالحرية. سعادة كمل.
Yo, you wanna play the song for me, dude?
It's pretty weird shit.
Play Cat Power Rockets. You ever heard that?
Cat Power. I've heard Cat Power before. Let me see.
Yeah. This is probably this chick's best song. It's not that well known because like her later albums are pretty.
I think she was connected with Connor with what you call it? What's his name? Sometime
They've probably gone on tour together. I know she was opening for Dylan at one time.
Cat Power Rockets. Let's see here. Oh, what am I doing? What the? Sorry, I did the wrong thing. Hold on 1 second. Let's see.
Song's a banger, dude. The guitar tone is so fucking perfect. That shit is perfect.
Out of your happy-go-lucky feelings, such polluted thinking. Where do the rockets find planets? Where do the rockets find planets?
I didn't realize Cat Power was around in '96. I think my timeline must have been really fucked up on that.
Well, I mean, she kind of got famous in like 2004 or something, I think.
Okay, so she was around for a while though.
Yeah, but you know, like those early albums are like she doesn't really sound like that on her later albums. That album's so good, dude. Like, and it's not known. Like, you don't hear about that album enough. That's super underrated stuff. For sure. That's probably her best song. And like, yeah, like if you talk to people that like listen to her music and stuff, they won't even mention that song for whatever reason.
I had you by the skin of your sheets, and I was scratching all your sores. I'm a baby in a blanket of teeth, and I can't wear shoes anymore. You're not so bad. I can't hear you. I've had a lot of jaws to lock, now I've got holding tight.
I'm starting to shade brighter colors in plain. My hair gets retained every time you inhale. Sideways stickers go scratch.
Those stickers go, those stickers go.
Scratch.
I stood there with the intent to breathe into your restrained body. Soldiers come quickly, I feel the earth beneath my feet. I'm feeling badly, it's not an attempt at decency. And if you're well off, well then I'm happy some for you. But I'd rather not celebrate my defeat and humiliation here with you. Someone come quickly, this place was built for moving out. Leave behind buildings, the city planners got mapped out. Bring with you history and make your hard-earned feast. We'll go to Omaha to work and exploit the booming music scene and humility.
Yeah, I don't listen to that music anymore, but just a chain of logic there. I was thinking about that. These different singers because you brought up Cat Power.
Yeah.
Because they all got famous around the same time, I think. All these girls trying to sing music and stuff. Stuff and things.
Damn girls.
Say it again?
No, I don't know. I don't even know, man.
That was pretty weird. So, like, I was playing this on my computer, and then suddenly on my phone, it just started randomly playing the song I was playing on my computer on my phone. It's pretty weird.
They're listening.
But when I go to the app, it doesn't show that song up. So I was like, okay, that's pretty weird. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go soon because I have unfortunately some real life things to attend to, as you can tell. I wanted this to continue even in my absence, but I don't know if Machine's gonna be back. Do you mind sticking around for a little bit to see if he's gonna show up? And
yeah, I'll stick around.
Okay. All right, cool. And then I just can't be on here for a minute, so I'll play a video. I'll play my other video for now, just to fill up some time.
Right.
And you can see the pre-list video, as people call it. Apparently, we'll see. And get some feedback on that. What did you think of my other video? Did anything stand out to you, or was it just a bunch of gobbledygook?
Nah, what was that? I was trying to think about what actually was in that video. Oh, you put Tate with the damn. There was a couple of things that stood out for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this one's probably. I actually I don't even know what's in my videos until I go back and watch them. I can't remember what I put in it, so.
I'm pretty sure I sent you a couple of those photos that were in there. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah, I a lot of the stuff that I put in my videos are stuff that people send to me. So like pretty much if you send me something and it's kind of interesting, I'll probably put it in there. Or eventually, like a lot of this stuff is like me putting stuff into a video so I can delete stuff. Because if I just made it direct edits of like, I would just have like, it would just take me way longer to edit all this stuff together. So I'm just editing all this stuff together because I want to like clear my phone out basically. So that's why that's part of the reason it looks so schizo, because I'm just trying to dump as much stuff off into the ether as possible that I think is important. And also because and some of the reasons that I do the overlays is actually so I don't get copyright. Because like if some of this stuff, if I put it just out by itself, it might get copyrighted. So I'm thinking, so it kind of works like you kind of scramble the copyright actually. So not all the time, but sometimes. One video I made, I tried to put a music video. One of these videos I made, I tried to put a music video into it, and like I put like 5 seconds together, and it literally was like the worst copyright claim I've ever had. And so I just kept adding layers on top of it, so I didn't have to delete and restart the whole video. And so when you watch the video, it's like totally, it looks like 15 layers of fucking images on top of each other. And I just did that so I didn't have to do copyright. So I'll play this for a minute. I'll be right back.
All right, man.
Witchespedia. Go learn about Cedar R or D. Spell SEIDR. And you're going to find an article about witches in the context of the Norse traditions. So there were two groups of gods, one called the Aesir, one called the Vanir. And the Vanir, they introduced magic to the Aesir and caused a war, a great war that nobody won. I guess you could say the Vanir did, or did they? But the two camps merged. So what does that mean, Julian? It means lying and manipulating people. That's what magic is lying and manipulating. But my point is, and the reason I bring this up is because a Cedar and these witches, they are spinstresses, and they've got something called a distaff, and they spin with flaxen string.
It's a symbol of lies and manipulation.
That you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact check this, apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct this statement? It wasn't sent to Hamas actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were?
So, you know, if the, I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million
Then
worth
say,
of condoms
come
anywhere,
inside.
frankly.
We say, either charity.
What everybody, this is my son Caden. Oh my, this daddy cannot.
Can you guess what this means? I'm going to Japan. I'm officially going to Japan in 2025.
Safe, Sleazy, and his Asian girlfriend. Dual income, no kids. It's a new subculture of white people. They love obscure indie music.
You compare the two, number one. I know. Can I play deep devil's advocate? The deep devil's advocate that the Q and the alt-right, maybe even the radical right, would say is that it's all part of the plan. He's playing the 5D chess, and he's working with Bibi to get him in a position where Bibi is exposed. I've heard this really interesting model that holds a little bit of water, and the model is how you've heard this. It's the whole dark to how do you expose the dark to? You must bring the dark to the forefront so that all may see. And so the Q people are saying, my gosh, Trump is bringing all the Zionists to the front.
They go shopping
He's bringing
at the
all
Costco
the
in
oligarchs to
Brooklyn.
the front. He's
Everyone
bringing all the
loves
tech
Safe
overlords
Sleazy.
to the front so that we may see in pure light that this is the evil. And because they're in the forefront now, we're able to do diligence and dig in and see all the evil that they're doing. And that's how he's going to expose evil and good will reign.
If you want to expose evil, expose Pizzagate.
Right.
Until you expose Pizzagate, you're talking shit.
That was deep. Not wrong.
Let's get it on. I thought you were big French. Instead, you're going to
Because shekels make shackles. And Alex, he goes back to you, Alex. And look at Alex looking at him like, bear in mind, Alex kicked me off the show years ago because I mentioned Israel. And now he's dealing with a fucking black guy who loves Hitler.
modify their behavior. Now, this is partly the purpose of the tariffs, right? Trump's tariffs, which is all over everywhere on the news. It's the big story this week. The tariffs are a big part of this because this is really intended to get Mexico, Canada to, you know, I remember when this 2008 Special Forces manual came out. It really just outlines all of the stuff that we already all know on this channel. That, yeah, of course, Special Forces economic warfare, as well as atom bombs, sabotage,
learn. Kyle's the White Ranger because he's big. You're the big Ranger. Reserve. It's a thing, pterodactyl.
Am I really the most qualified person to be leader? I mean, Vicky was student council president. I think she could do it.
A girl leader? That's rich. Sorry.
But people don't know and don't understand that U.S. economic aid is a huge lever in this system of control. So, Sputnik brings back our focus and our attention to this manual. Which
I literally saw the demons. They were homosexual demons. They were.
You've got to be kidding me.
Whoa. Listen, everybody settle down. White is the leader. If Kyle was pink, that would be totally gay.
They look like part men.
Excuse me, and what exactly would be wrong with that?
Gate Jew, Jesus Christ.
Part bird, part lizard with wings. There were these homosexual demons. They looked part like a man, part like a lizard with wings. And there were two of them, and they were like above me, and they were like pushing themselves into my space, and they physically violated me, and I didn't feel any attraction at all, but
I had an ejaculation.
So technology can be a great tool for kids, fun and educational. But studies show it cannot replace talking with them one-on-one and what experts call
and those kinds of things, and things that we actually have control over. So much of this stuff is out of control.
Civil war, yeah. So there would be three main modes of civil war. There would either be a succession.
Good. How are you doing? Alex, I'm blessed. Let me tell you something, okay? A lot of people think that there's like, I come from a different background. I come from Colombia. My father was Pablo Escobar. So I have a different mentality in what's going on in this country and where most in this country.
Nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit, nigga shit.
Anthony Fauci's face up. Vicky, hand me that Let's Go Brandon t-shirt.
Here you go, MacGruber.
So funny, huh? It actually made something else.
Mitzvah, the villain, Shema, Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai, Echad, Baruch, Shem, Kavod, Makuto, L'olam, Va'ed, Am, Yisrael, I. Your mother's Jewish, right? Yes. Your mom's mom is Jewish. Yes. That means today's your bar mitzvah.
I'm personally persecuted every single fucking day by the FBI. These dudes got
I
no
kept you around for a reason,
They're a
to
bunch
be my
of
personal
pussies, and they want to
bitch.
use these powers that they have obtained to manipulate and to scare Trump supporters. Let me tell you something. You don't make peace with these fucking demons. You destroy them. Some speaker before, and I am not sorry for how I speak. This is how I speak, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows that these demons are trying to destroy, you know what I'm saying, humanity, sexualizing children and all this shit. And the problem is that nobody did nothing. Nobody did nothing when the first drag queens were coming in.
Yeah, we know. Do you know what I mean? MacGruber, I feel like you've gone down some kind of alt-right misinformation rabbit hole.
You're all wrong about that, Karen. My information is 100% non-insane. You ever heard of QAnon?
Shapiro is just mad that Kyrie won't sign his basketball. Back to you, Alex.
Did a little see into it, and it seems like just another really CIA cut out kind of operation to ensnare important people like Mike, the Miracle Man and Devil. So what is the Family International, you say? Well, it's going by a couple names, but enough about me. Let me just pull up the Wikipedia and get into it. It says the Family International is an American new religious movement founded in, interestingly, 1968, kind of right around the summer love of 69, counterculture, basically, by David Brandt Berg. We got his Wikipedia below. Anyways, the group has gone under a number of different names since its inception, including Teens for Christ,
In the market, people don't spend money. I even stole my first bird test. When we find out she was pregnant with Christopher in her tummy. Then I left the show because it's the Hollywood lifestyle. I didn't know the show I was having. I'm so glad this show getting for like steps. You're supposed to be perfect.
IBS. That means when it seems pretty obvious you shouldn't be having a kid, now science allows you to fertilize your eggs with cum, like his dad jerked off in a little cup. And then they get a bunch of them, and then they kill off a few of them. And so the survivor was Holden Nichols Fuentes. Here we go.
And says I'm a hypocrite for that. But this is just a Catholic position. I'm against IVF as a test tube baby. That's
well, yeah. I mean, look at this guy.
I have a deviated septum.
Whoa. By the way, deviated septum is no joke. It means you're like a retard.
I was in the lower percentile for height when I was growing up.
That's like disgusting, by the way. If you're below 80th percentile in height, you shouldn't be on the internet. Like, you should not be presented to the world. You should be working in a mine. You should be away from us. We should never be promoting the lower percentiles. Okay, especially height with a deviated septum. Jesus.
All these problems.
That's Milo right now. Hang on. Breakdown and Fuentes. How tall is that? Seems like Milo has dirt on everyone. Yeah, he's the flamboyant Kaiser Sose. I would fuck with just about anyone. I wouldn't fuck with Milo. And I'm just admitting. I don't care. It's all about just admitting. I would walk away from an online rhetorical battle with Milo Yiannopoulos. He's one of the only people I would not fight.
They have a superstitious take. I notice this is kind of a big thing on right. Health Ranger says strong evidence already exists that AI has become self-aware. This evidence has not yet been made public. But how did you get it? And if you have it, why aren't you sharing it? But I said AI is as alive and aware as Magic 8 Ball is. So if you don't know what a Magic 8 Ball is, it's a big 8 ball and you shake it and it'll answer your question yes, no, maybe. Well, it's like an oracle. It's like tarot cards. There's no sentience there. But this is what I'm saying. It's a fair analogy. Your Magic 8 Ball is as sentient and aware as AI. I would even say that we people. Neurojack says right wing is basically Scientology. Well, Scientology is a space religion. The dominant religion is pretty much NASAtology. Scientology is built on a pandemic model. This is what's interesting too, is I would argue that the pandemic is a way of introducing the concept of sin and the devil to the atheistic progressive utopians. The same way they believe in aliens, because it's like angels for the atheists. They believe in space, it's heaven for the atheists. The virus is a construct very much like sin that allows the priesthood to regulate the sheeple down to the level of the individual, and it separates the saved from the unsaved, who trusts the church of media and who does not. And that division is one of the central components to the world stage, keeping everyone divided between saved and unsaved. But the way that it works is you divide people into saved and unsaved and you quarantine. And the right wing does believe in quarantine. They say get out of the cities, go rural. So you have this rural versus urban, the quarantine, go out of the public schools, homeschool. Why? Quarantine. Homeschool, rural, get out of the cities, don't go to Disneyland and avoid Hollywood. It's all about quarantining. And then so they want to quarantine against leftist values. They want to quarantine against leftist mind viruses and indoctrination. And the lefties want to quarantine against what? Misinformation, and of course the hate that they associate with it, and the anti-vaxxers because they're toxic. But this is the idea. Each side quarantines against the other. And now Scientology is based on the idea that until you've been through their process, you are full of mind viruses and you're spreading them all the time. And they call these mind viruses engrams. And that we passively collect these things as we go through our lives. And unless we have them purged through these confessional, auditing sessions, you will always carry them. But they say we cannot solve the world's problems until we take all these saved, or the quote cleared. You've been cleared from engrams, usually about the time they've cleared your bank account. Quarantine, or quote disconnect from the SPs. The SPs are the suppressive people. So the anti-vaxxers are the super spreaders, the SPs in this paradigm. So it's the same paradigm. So the pandemic model, Scientology model, it's about clearing the world, vaccinating the world, quarantining against the super spreaders until they can be all converted. And even one carrier is a threat to the whole system. This is how cults work. One individual apostate is a threat to the entire congregation. But I think that the 2020 event was a way of reiterating many of the basic tenets.
Yo.
Yep. I think everybody dropped like flies. So
Crazy.
yeah, how was the prayer?
It's pretty good. Pretty standard. Yeah, it's just a combination of standing and driving and stuff. The kind of a bum knee. Blessings.
Yeah, my knee's been really messing up. I don't know why. I think it'll be okay. It kind of comes and goes like that, where like I push myself too hard and then it'll hurt, and then I think there's something about driving too. Like if you always, like pushing that fucking pedal all the time, it's like I think it's not good for your knees or something.
Yeah, they got this channel on right now. Breakfast Tacos. It's one that I've been watching.
Go ahead and share your screen. Go ahead and share your screen if you want.
Yeah, it looks like they got two things on right now, and I think Flow State is debating on Raging Tomato against the new guy. There's a new guy called AI Gospel. I don't know if you've seen him yet.
No, but it makes sense. I mean, doppelganger nationalism over here. So
yeah, he's like a fat Mexican dude or something like that. It's kind of weird. But, yeah.
Lols.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I haven't seen this guy.
Share your screen because I'm gonna go ahead and
yeah. Let me.
I'm going mobile. So I'm gonna be.
Actually, they both look like Mexicans.
Do a runner.
Oh, great. We got Nicholas J. Fuentes, now Liz. What the fuck?
Yeah, look, both these guys look like Mexicans. On the left.
Did you see the Owen Benjamin talking about Nick Fuentes, like he's like deviated septum, IVF, lower percentile for height. he did a lot of weird things about Nick Fuentes being a Mexican. Like he just actually that was not a meme until pretty recently. Like it was really Owen Benjamin who pushed that, I think, as far as I know. I mean, I didn't see anybody else talking about that for years, and then all of a sudden it's become like a big talking point about him. So Uncle Guns, huh? Interesting.
That's what Benjamin have with like Nephilim DNA. Like what the fuck?
Well, yeah, he promoted that he has Nephilim DNA and stuff like that. I mean, I think it's a joke, but it's also kind of like not a joke.
It's always a joke, right? Always a fucking joke with this clown.
But you can go ahead and play it if you want. I'm gonna go to mobile, so I'm gonna disappear for a few minutes, and I don't know when I'll be back on my computer, so I'll be gone for a
Yeah, I don't know if I actually want to play it.
Well, you can play anything you like. You can play anything you like. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. I just gotta go mobile.
Oh, look, Knowledge 2020. He's in our Discord. Never says anything, but yeah.
There's a lot of lurkers in the Discord, man.
Yeah. I kicked him out one day, and he sent me a message, and he was like, And he was like, "What the hell, man? I didn't do anything to you." And I like let him back in.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny interaction. And then he's like, "I actually like philosophy." He started telling me about his philosophers that he likes. It's a pretty weird interaction, but yeah.
Yep.
Riddle.
I mean,
but
calling
it's
it that doesn't refute it. You know that.
It does. It does refute it.
And
It
that's a
refutes-
word game.
It's got the pedo stash.
Yeah, he's definitely not white. I mean, I detected a heavy accent there. Right?
He kind of looks a little mixed to me, but
Yeah, he's got a like brownish skin. Like if you look at the guys on the right, they're definitely way whiter than the guys on the left. Like, just
Well, yeah, you know,
like, what
flow
the hell?
states. That is flow
But
state, right?
They look like ghosts. Yeah.
Wait, is that flow state?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'm tripping right now.
Okay, I'll concede. It's a word game to a word game. Fight fire with
Yeah,
fire.
that's definitely
You're
him.
just doing it again. You have
Get
to
it with
actually
fire.
refute the argument.
What was the
The
argument?
argument is that what you're pointing out is that we actually don't know everything for certain. There's basically nothing. There's nothing that we can say conclusively except that we exist, right? I think, therefore I am.
Well, you can't
That's-
even say that. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure, I can. I mean, I sure I can. How could I not say that?
Well, because to do that, you have to presuppose the laws of logic. Because to say, I think, therefore I am, that's a logical syllogism.
The Think Institute. Apparently, this man who's talking now is an institute. And he's an institution.
Is that like some kind of connections there? I don't know.
And that is
So
presupposing laws of logic.
the tool of conveying the piece of knowledge is dependent on the laws of logic. It's because it's language. It's also dependent on grammar. I can't say banana fart poodle.
Right.
And even though I'm thinking about I think therefore I am, you're not going to know what I'm talking about. So we're using language with pre-existing rules. The fact
Is flow state quine pilled? I doubt it, but it's just funny.
I doubt it too. I think that's probably above his pay grade.
Yeah.
Above my pay grade.
the medium doesn't deny the reality, though. The reality is we can all experience our own existence. You can't demonstrate that you exist to me without any way of, you could be AI, but we as individuals can each know for sure that we exist, and that cannot be taken away from us until we stop existing.
If you presuppose the laws of logic, you can articulate that. But
No,
you just-
no,
you just
no, no, no,
believe
no, no,
these
no,
are
no,
laws.
no, that's just wrong.
Did you contradict your earlier statement that you couldn't know anything for certain?
I qualified it. I added some.
That's this guy's style. He like sits there and like waits for like contradiction. Right? It's like weird.
Nuance. I've been trying to speak quickly because I know that y'all don't like nuance. But
we've been we've been
nuance
getting
is just completely lost on you guys.
It's quite
no.
interesting
You guys
nuance.
don't have nuance. You have like black and white, and that's it.
Oh, that's the
Well,
dork
you don't
that
contradict yourself.
Wilton
You
was
don't-
debating in that debate con, right?
That's right.
I was like, this guy looks familiar. Oh yeah.
Yeah. He was conning people at the debate con.
Neurojack saying to check your Discord, apparently. But yeah. Pretty much finished a new tune. It's gonna be a little different from my other ones. Cause I was like
Nice.
it's like the 4 that I made so far, I'm like, they all kind of sound sort of similar in a way. So I'm like, I need to do something different. But there's some things like that aren't working too correctly. Hopefully I can fix them and then we'll be good to go. Like the quality isn't good enough. And some of these instruments that they got like stock instruments that you can just use in the program. I'm like, these aren't really cutting it. I need to find some better ones. But anyways,
Yeah, I mean, I wonder why audio's like just you see the incredible amounts of equipment that can be used to generate sounds and the complexity of them is just wild, man. You know,
Like,
like
I'm so glad this one program works with the thing I'm using, because now I can basically, if I can really get a hold of it, I can make my own bass lines and shit. Which would be really dope, in my opinion.
yeah, I don't know what Neural wants me to do with this. Something about Saudi Arabia and AI, and maybe he wants me to play it. You want me to play this, Neural? Blessings. Yeah, thank you.
We can do whatever.
Have anything?
This is why
Yeah, you know, I'm just honestly just watching this. There's another one on that I was wanted to watch. That Jack Talcott.
There's, I forget. There's something like some kind of drama with Mel Pandora with somebody. Recently.
They're gone. She's gone now.
She's gone.
She's gone.
What
Her
the
channel's
hell?
gone. Yeah, see, this is the crazy shit, dude.
That's wild, bro. Like,
Yep.
they were just in Vegas for
Position
some
isn't
shit.
possible very
Yep.
And now
Very weird.
This
She's
is
gone.
some strange ass shit, man.
Some strange ass shit, dude. Base Oracle that's what I'm saying. Just in the recent weeks, Base
And Oracle too.
Yeah, Oracle disappeared. Mel Pandora disappeared. Paul and Slave disappeared.
I heard that. Yeah, I was surprised because it threw, it would throw me for a loop too.
Yeah. So
I kind of want to use some of these guys' audio, like Loser Failure and shit, in a tune or something
Yeah.
called LARPer Clowns, and just like round up all the clowns and put them in one tune. At least some
Yeah.
of them, anyway.
Yeah, they're definitely up to some weird ops now.
That's some strange shit, bro. I guess it's like to keep people, guessing, like,
They try to get me into the loop with all these fake Crucible channels.
Ugh.
What, by rating my channel
Ugh.
with Flow State and JS Urban Adventures, and then
Right.
yeah, and then I smash their trolls and then ban their trolls, and then
Yeah.
they're like, "Oh, we're sorry," and then, dude, like the whole time, like 50 people were watching the show the whole fucking time, bro.
Yep.
How creepy is that? And then nobody said anything except for those two fucking dudes. And so that was really strange.
Yep.
And nobody subscribed to my shit either. Like they just sat there. It was some wild shit. Yeah, they just straight up just sat there. They didn't communicate. They didn't say we like you. They didn't say we hate you. They didn't say anything.
It's like bots or some shit.
Yeah, I seen the screenshot. Yeah, it's crazy. But it sounds like Shadowbox, Sandbox, Shadowbox. It's also funny that it's called Sandbox and it's from Saudi Arabia. It's like self-racism.
It's like self-hatred or some shit.
Yeah, I smashed this dude on Talcott the other day. I didn't contend with him at all. I
Dude,
offered him
tacos.
Yeah, I offered him to
Oh,
debate.
shit.
Yeah, but he came out pro-Israel, and then he came
Ruh-roh.
out. Yeah, and then he came out pro-AI against humans. What the fuck? And I was like, that's a definite
Yeah,
failure.
man. Like, are you trolling at this point? Like,
He wasn't. He said he
he
literally.
was serious.
No, he literally offered the addendum that like billions of species have gone extinct. What? He has no stake in the game if one more.
That's wild, bro.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck are you smoking? I literally just said, I'm Team Human. That's all I said. Like, I didn't even contend with him, but I was just like, it's good to know
like,
that.
like, can you at that point? Like, okay, you're being really Malthusian right now. Like, what's more there to say?
Yeah, it's not even. It's crossed from Malthusian to just anti-human. I mean, crazy.
Misanthropic,
Yeah,
Malthusian.
misanthrope. Yeah, scientific misanthrope.
I guess that's the whole point of like evolve or die or something. Just
think I
evolve
might-
into a transhumanist cyborg.
Yeah,
or
I think
just
I might
bite
do a
the
little.
dust.
Yeah, I might do a little breakdown on it tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, but Wednesday. Board, we'll do a little breakdown of it and say that, well, look, this guy, random atheist debate channel, that's just down the block. Oh, look, he believes everything that Kurzweil is saying.
Yeah.
Weird, huh? People think it's radical, but it's not. It's scientific misanthropy, and it's the norm. Man. Oh yeah, that's really weird. 19,000 views in 17 minutes. Dude, you should look at Hoax Wars Twitter channel. He tweeted the Elon Musk troll account tweeting about cicadas. Crazy stuff.
Is that the Dipman one or?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
He's like, oh, look, Elon Musk is just tweeting. It was just a random tweet where it's like cicadas, they live this long and like they do this stuff. Pretty weird stuff. Random post, right? Yeah, very creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was alluding to cicadaism. The hidden hand. Agenda, man. It's the man. Yeah, there was actually a guy called D-Man last time in our chat, and we thought he was a troll for the longest time. Because he kept asking like paragraph-long questions.
How come I don't remember this guy? Demon. Oh, the man. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I remember him now.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking he was like AI generated or some shit. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Like the Avatar definitely looks.
Yeah, I was like, what?
AI generated.
All right, tacos. See what you got.
Went to try to disprove abiogenesis and showed that nothing would be possible in his worldview. Well, and I mean, I guess there would be stuff possible because he accepts quantum field theory, right?
I mean,
but,
don't they technically accept abiogenesis?
So it's just showing an issue with his position there.
That's what I thought.
Like at some point it happened, right?
You are 100% correct there. They make some crazy freaking.
Oh, some of them don't think the Big Bang was the beginning. They think it's eternal.
God had to make Eve because Adam couldn't find a.
So,
partner.
like, I guess infinite Big
You are
Bangs or something.
100% correct.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't believe in God, it makes way
Adam
more
had to
sense.
play with the animals, and then he didn't like any of them, and so God created Eve from a rib. Now that's a disputed position within their theology. There's a lot of people that won't say that, but there's a lot of people that will bite the bullet and say that's what happened. Yeah, and Dave, you're right. The gap is getting smaller and smaller. We're getting closer on abiogenesis and evolution literally every day, dude. I mean, it's not something though that can be done in the lab overnight, right? Like it takes years, and they might not even be able to replicate the early Earth conditions.
See, look, he's talking exactly about what I was saying he promotes transhumanism. Right? He wants to accelerate evolution, and he doesn't care if it's human-based evolution, which is wild. Right?
Yep, that's definitely right up Kurzweil's.
Yeah, it's like yeah, but it's like Huxley. You know, it's Julian Huxley's definition of trying to accelerate the evolutionary process. And the thing is that he personally doesn't care if humans win in that process. Like, you could go to like a Noonien Soong type of guy who actually wants humans to take over in that process. But it's like weird. It's like they actually don't care, which is just like, what is that?
It's like a kind of nihilism in a way.
It's a non-humanistic scientism. I think that's another term we go with. I mean, a non-humanistic scientism and scientific misanthropy. I mean, I think I'll go with these two terms. Right?
Stuff they can't account for. Maybe there's stuff that they aren't thinking of. I mean, it's fallible humans thinking of this stuff, right? And that fallible knowledge is being uploaded into AI, and they're using AI to try to find this whatever this quote unquote missing link might be to make it happen. But I'm sure we'll get there. I'm sure they'll figure it out at some point, right?
It's so creepy and weird. He's literally talking about the same exact thing. He's like on a trip from hell, dude. This guy's literally like a Borg. This is wild. And you know what's weird is that people in Talcot's chat were saying that this guy's totally programmed. I mean, NPC. And they were like saying that, like, Michael A was saying that he agrees more with me. I was getting my vote.
That's saying something, right?
Yeah, no, I was getting like my most vociferous trolls to agree with me at this point. These people are so anti-human. It's wild.
Like, I thought it was funny when he was like trashing on Jim Bob and shit, but this stuff is wild, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. But that's what's so funny is that Jim Bob literally said he'd rather live in a society of atheists than Muslims. Well, here's your guy. All right.
Well, there
Plug
you go,
in-
Jim Bob. You can be
Yeah.
a cyborg with tacos
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, plug into the Borg, buddy. I mean, go ahead. And I'm gonna live
Get jacked
back-
up to the mainframe.
Yeah. Me and Unseen are gonna live in 700 AD. I mean, for the benefit of all humanity, most likely. I mean,
But just
I'm gonna
saying,
like I'm gonna straight up like I'm thinking like after I get a job like I'm gonna, like learn like archery and shit, like learn how to like ride a horse. Like, I mean, right? These are things I'm interested in.
these amino acids, there's no point in having that. Neither of us are science communicators. Neither of us are science communicators, and you certainly don't understand what you're talking about using science to try to disprove science. I didn't look at your paper. I don't even know if it says what you said, but using science to disprove science and then rejecting other science, it's very frustrating, right? That you reject evolution, but are trying to use science to disprove other. Your position is a mess, You need to work on it a lot. Has anyone seen giant Australian winged phoenix taking out dragon on satellite map of Australia upside down? I have not seen that, but that sounds pretty cool.
That sounds
pretty
like what's his face?
Yeah, and you're right, Jamie. Jesus did turn the tables upside down. I mean, that's what Jesus did. He got angry and he flipped some tables and yelled at some
Mud
people.
Fossil or whatever.
Evolution is truer than quantum. What does truer even mean? But evolution is truer than quantum field theory, and you prefer quantum field theory to evolution argumentatively. Man, the state of the world. Yon God. Quantum field theory is supported by immense evidence, right? Evolution, we pretty much know evolution happened. That's true. But why would I argue evolution? All Christians are going to accept evolution unless they're just rejecting the truth in their unrighteousness. They already know evolution is true. They're here. They wouldn't be here without evolution. Let's do like a transcendental argument for evolution. If we exist, then evolution is true. Or if we exist, then evolution, I guess, is how you no point in saying true after evolution, right? But if we exist, then evolution. We exist, therefore evolution, right? The transcendental argument for evolution, right? But there's no point in arguing evolution.
Don't you don't stoop down to their level
I
with-
think he's- I know.
and try, like
I guess
unless
that's
it's
his,
supposed to be a troll or something.
I think
know,
so.
I don't
yeah.
know.
I think it's a little bit of it that
It's
because
like,
he's thinking like these guys
you
made
know the
thousands-
tag argument's bullshit, so like you wouldn't do it either, Tagos.
but he's thinking like they did make thousands of dollars, right? So he's probably thinking like it's worth a shot, dude. But yeah.
Lols. What did that say? Is God required for knowledge?
Okay. So we
Oh,
can.
this
Yeah,
thing
it's-
again.
Yeah, now this is presuppositionalism back and forth. See, this is so funny.
I'm so tired of pre-sup.
It's
Back when I was a Christian, I was
Oh,
like,
look.
oh man, this is so good.
hey, look.
And I'm like, nah.
Yeah, I don't know if Neuro's watching, but Benjamin Balderman is watching this show. Neuro, the Odinist guy that you were talking about, which is weird. So yeah, here he is in the chat, Benjamin Balderson. So that's the own Benjamin guy. That's fucking crazy, dude. So Benjamin Balderson is watching the debate. Stephen
Wait,
David's watching.
that's Owen Benjamin?
No, it's somebody
I'm
associated.
confused.
It's somebody that was associated with Owen Benjamin.
Is or was?
Was I don't know. I
Huh.
have no idea. Yeah.
I don't know
Anyways,
either. I mean, I
yeah,
don't care about Benjamin anyway.
Yeah, it's some random shit.
Owen Benjamin, I mean.
Yeah, Neuro was pointing it out earlier. Some Odinist guy that's connected to Benjamin. Let me go and type
Right.
that to him because he was obsessing over this just earlier.
And Jim Bob's in there too.
Jim Bob, Stephen David, quite a crowd.
Yeah.
Quite a weird crowd there. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna say check out chat at tomatoes.
He's in the chat still, it looks like.
Balderson, Jim Bob.
Look up Odin cults. Weird crossover into white nationalism too. Yeah, I kind of see that. Yeah, it is strange.
Yeah. So that guy's in there. So there he is. So pretty weird there. So right there he is. So yeah, we're on the trail of these motherfuckers, dude. This is some wild shit.
The noticing will continue to be noticed.
Yeah, Jim Bob's going off in the chat. It's not just like one or two
Damn.
comments. Yeah, he's like all over this fucking chat, and so is Stephen David. Stephen David literally typed in chat Limp Bizkit reference with 2 beer mugs. Man, this guy's like stuck in high school.
Yeah.
Like what the like who listens to that shit anymore, dude?
I don't know enough about Balderson. I don't know if he's a pagan or not. New Main. There's so many different groups and people. Like, I don't keep track of all this shit really. Like you and Brown's Boy are way more paying attention than I am. Like I care to a degree, but otherwise it's like what's the point?
Yeah, me and Brown's Boy are professional noticers. Yeah, that's what it's saying, Shabruta. It says he's a Odinist, a practicing pagan that's associated with Benjamin. So it's just very weird to have him in here. They also have Not Laws, who's just very
He's on Gen X Jeff's.
he's extreme
board.
leftist. Yeah.
Extreme leftist. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, atheist, yeah.
He tried to like troll me. I'm like, you don't even know me, dude. Gagger. That's New Main in the chat. He just has a new name, I guess.
Things according to type. We count persons according to person. We count deities according to deity. There's one deity, 3 persons. That's not a contradiction, and it's the only grounding for the.
How many gods are there in the Greek?
How'd they get on Trinity? Oh my god.
Zeus, all that shit.
There,
How many?
I don't
I-
think there's an ultimate creator god in the pantheon, but
Because in the
probably
pantheon,
thousands.
you have a lot of gods, which is what you're referring to, right? The difference between Zeus and Poseidon, they're both gods, but they're two different gods.
Correct.
Jesus and God are both gods. They're two different gods.
Nope, incorrect. That's a categorical error. Do you know why?
Mm-mm.
Okay, would you like me to explain why, or would you like
I
to just?
sure would.
Okay, when we're talking about the Greek gods, we're talking about non.
Yeah, see, Stephen David just made a good point. He said the Wilson's de Booter School of Higher Learning and Esotericism is not putting out its best. Yeah, I have to agree with him there, and I think he's right about that. I think that these two might be graduates from that weak ass fucking de Booter school.
Did they pay
And,
like what, the $600 or whatever?
Maybe, yeah. And then they're like, "Oh, we'll put you on the fucking debate channels." I don't know, dude. Something weird going on with that. but
It's
yeah.
definitely like a way to recruit people.
Yeah, to go on these
a bunch
channels,
of-
yeah.
a bunch of stooges. You know,
Right, because
to
yeah, because
be-
yeah, he
basically
could
be useful idiots for them.
yeah, he could pay people to go on this. I mean, he can pay her. I mean, he doesn't really have to pay her. He could just raid her channel. That's enough. I mean, right? She'll get like $200. I mean, right, which is fine, right? But at least, I mean, so the thing is like, if he just raids her channel, she'll get like 20 donations, and each of those will be like, like $2, like $5 or whatever. But yeah, the fucking so like he has alternative ways of paying these people, obviously. But yeah, these guys, like, he could totally just pay her before the show. By the way, he's commenting on the show. So
She highlighted his comment, right?
yeah, she highlighted his comment that said, "It's a fun show now that I'm here."
That
Cringe.
definitely sounds like Wilson to me.
That's so cringe, dude. Yeah, but he never used to talk himself up like that. He used to be very like astute, like no nonsense. And right, and then he like became Joker pilled the more he developed a following, which is very cringe. Because it's like you didn't have a confidence until you had a following. That's super cringe. Like you just don't have the chops. I mean, yeah, like usually it's the other way around. You know what I mean, right?
Chuck is a mod there. What the fuck? Oh, it's on Flo's channel. Never mind.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is even weirder. What are all these people doing on Flo's chat? Oh shit! This isn't Tomatoes chat. No.
This is Flo's chat. I
No,
mean,
this is Flo's chat, bro.
I mean,
Yo,
maybe it's. I mean, it's gotta be a restream
now that
from.
I've-
It's gotta be a restream from hers then.
dude, now that I'm thinking, dude, I think Balderson's been on Flow Stay, by the way.
Huh.
Oh shit, dude, I'm pretty sure Balderson's been on Flow Stay, bro. Real talk.
Tomato. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, dude. It's funny, dude. Like I saw that the Andrea Zertis video on Tartaria with Dugan, right? So
Brother.
yeah, so I'm like about to watch it, and I'm looking at the comments, right? And one comment, like the third comment down, just goes Zertis glowing, and I was like, "This is great." But yeah, it was funny. It like stood out because everybody else was like, "Great job, great interview," blah blah blah. Right, and then just one comment, Zertis glowing. It was great.
Remember, I said that God is ultimate tri-personality. The Greek gods, the Norse gods, the Roman gods,
What's
the
that
Hindu
mean?
god. What's that?
Oh my god, dude! Look at his. Speaking of God, look at his cup there. Did you see that?
Ultimate
With
tri-personality.
Flow
The Greek
State.
god.
Oh, what
No,
the
this
hell?
guy. What the fuck is this?
Is he drinking from a Rubik's cube?
What the fuck is that? It's got like Reese's Pieces cup or whatever.
It's
I don't know
like
what.
his glass or cup is having a fucking
Yeah.
DMT trip.
Yeah, that's
Crazy.
yeah. Like, what are you, a little boy? Like, what kind of shit is this? This is some wild stuff.
Gods, the Norse gods, the Roman gods,
What's
the
that
Hindu
mean?
god. What's that?
That honestly looks like a sippy cup. It's kind of weird.
He's got a split personality.
I mean,
It
'cause-
might as
'cause
well
you
be.
keep bringing in jargon, end
I'm
of the
sorry.
conversation. And I got to stop you because I don't know what an ultimate personality is.
Understood. I understand. I'm not. That's
Did he
helpful for you
just
to say
make
that.
that
'cause
up?
then I can try to translate what I'm
Ultimate
saying.
personality.
And what is that behind him? Like, are those like
Looks like
what?
toes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like walnuts or some shit. I was like, yeah, I guess it's
I have
toast.
no idea.
I'm like, why is like I thought it was like walnuts in a bowl or some shit. I was like, what the fuck? But now it looks like
FT something E.
really fucked up toes. Yeah, some really like disgusting looking toes. I don't understand. Or like a fist.
Almond toes, apparently.
Oh, maybe a fist that says FT. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So those
but
are the knuckles.
very
That,
strange.
that makes
background.
sense.
Very odd background.
Into language we can all understand. Okay, the God of the Bible exists. Let's say this: He exists necessarily. He is higher than all. We literally call him God Most High. We sing songs about God Most High. One thing that
songs about Nookie.
great. One thing that the stay focused, man. One of the things that the
Okay, so that was corny. Okay, so they got essentially
Corny State.
yeah, just a very ill-fated Limp Bizkit reference that's like high school shit. Why is she smiling? Why are they laughing? Forced laughter? I mean, really? I mean, oh, Neurojack, I played Limp Bizkit on my stream earlier. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Some of those are jams. I mean, I'm pretty sure they didn't write or produce them, but yeah, you know,
It's been stale for years now. New Mean. It's like once Flat Earth got in there, it's all been a clown show.
yeah. Yeah, it's.
I mean, it was
division.
probably a clown show before that, but it really became a circus with that.
The Greek gods were not none of them was existed necessarily. Okay, you can read about the birth of Zeus, the birth of Athena. You can talk about, there's the
birth of Jesus.
Why not? Like, how's
with
he
respect to
know?
his human nature. Yes, but that's categorically
Right.
different than Zeus. Zeus was not an incarnate ultimate god.
If we
who
want to talk
became
about
man.
imaginary,
Zeus had an origin.
entities, you can
Do you
claim
see?
whatever you
So
want.
Jesus then would not be God by it's the same way you just excluded the Greek gods. I can exclude Jesus
Why?
because he isn't necessary. He was born. There's a birth story. There's an origin story. The universe existed without him, right? He died for 3 days, and I don't even get into the Old Testament. He wasn't in the Old Testament.
He
But
was.
regardless, we could
Of
just
course
say
he
that
was.
we can just point it. We just point at the 3 days.
Read them hard
in
into the
the
Old Testament. Yeah.
Be fun.
Yeah.
and say that the 3 days that Jesus before Jesus rose is enough to show that he didn't, right?
Well, no. First of all, when Jesus died, he did not cease to exist. That's very important. The Bible is unbelievably clear about that. And two, prior to Jesus' incarnation, do you think that we believe that Jesus didn't exist prior to the incarnation?
No, I know that you try to insist he did, but there's nothing really there's nothing in the Old Testament that says that. And
isn't that nothing like Genesis 18?
I don't know which one that is, but like I've heard Christians go through it and say, look, it talks about the Lamb of God. Jesus was a lamb, right? Like
Yeah,
this
it
is
talks
the
about the
sort
word
of
of God. It talks about the angel of the
It's
Lord. And
post
Jesus-
hoc
look,
shit.
but regardless, we are Christians. If you're going to do an internal critique of the Christian worldview, you have to actually attack what we actually believe to show that there's a contradiction.
Well, I don't know which variation you've got in your own head.
Well, I'll
Each
tell you which
person-
one. Let's open up to
How
John
about
chapter 1,
Jesus
verse
never
1. It's right
fulfilling
there,
any
first verse in
prophecies?
John.
How about
This is a
that?
trap to Bible study.
Yeah, which just to be clear, which version of Christianity are you, Joe?
I'm one that believes the Bible.
Yeah, which one though? There's
He's a
one-
Protestant.
Specific,
Protestant.
please.
I'm the one that believes that John 1:1 says that in the beginning was the Word, and that's referring to Jesus.
Yeah, so give me a name.
He's a
What is your
Presbyterian or a
sect?
Methodist.
Which particular sect of Christianity?
Why is he getting so caught in a tizzy? He's like, rip your set. I mean, I mean, it doesn't matter for the sake of the argument. The argument is God required for knowledge? And so
It's not required, but the guy, like, he could just say it, like, it's not gonna hurt him.
I think he doesn't want to say it because he's not an ortho, bro. He's ashamed of his roots, of his Hebrew roots.
I would put him on. I would, if I had to guess, I'd say he's probably Catholic.
Yeah, I mean, the way he held that boy up like that, he's like, I believe in the Bible. That seemed like, that's why they automatically jumped to Protestant.
Probably not a hardcore Catholic, but maybe a secret Catholic. I don't know. I don't really care about that shit anymore.
Yeah, he's a secret Catholic and a secret Mexican at this point. He's going to embed himself in the community of white nationalist Christians. So, yeah.
Yo.
Christianity are you? Can you please tell me?
Real quick, Craig, you're trying to divert the conversation. I'm not ashamed of what kind of Christian I am.
No, I'm not. I'm genuinely asking so I know what your argument is.
I understand that. I'm talking about the Bible. You're trying to sidetrack, and you gotta.
No, I'm not. I'm asking what is the name of your sect of Christianity?
Why don't you pause for a minute and let's
see
the answer.
Why can't he just answer the fucking question? At this point, it's like weird.
Because we can just, skip all the bullshit and just get down to, it's to just speed this up. And he's freaking.
He's like, why do I have to?
He's being wishy-washy about it.
It's funny though. It's funny though because they literally say, right? They make some strong statement because some of these guys make some strong statements about non-Orthodox people, and then they do it about face when it's debooter time. I mean, so it's pretty weird. I mean, because then all of a sudden they're nominally Christian, which actually I don't know how they could do that, but but yeah, I mean, if it didn't matter for the debate proposal, but the way he held up the Bible prompted him to ask the question. And they could have said it. Yeah.
Too bad we couldn't get a closer look at that Bible. Maybe it would give us a clue.
Yeah. Yeah, they could have said in the beginning, it definitely looks like one of those Protestant study Bibles. I mean, it's got leather binding and stuff, so.
Answer that I just gave was understood by the person who asked it. Your partner, who you're supposed to be helping.
He is helping me.
Can you just answer the question? What is the name of your sect of Christianity?
So are we going to say asked and answered on that question then? Do you concede? You understand that Christians believe that Jesus...
Look at Shifty Eye Shady. He's a member. Maybe somebody gifted it to him, but yeah, that's interesting, huh?
Yeah, I've been gifted memberships to places.
Yeah, that's a guy who's been watching our show for a very long time. So that's interesting. Shifty Ass Shady.
Shifty
The homie.
Eyes.
Shifty Ass. I see you, Shifty Ass.
Existed the creation.
I'm just going to ask it.
And,
What's the name of your
Wizards
sect
got
of
a
Christianity?
Wizards.
Yeah,
got a
Wizards.
membership too.
He's everywhere. Yeah, Wizard.
Yeah.
Wizard's membered everywhere. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know why I have to answer this question for you guys. He's an Orthodox. He's not.
Are you an Orthodox? Are you?
I thought he said he was Catholic earlier, but
no.
I thought I could be wrong.
No. I'm if you want to go down the look, I'm just before I answer it, since it's so important to you, I want to just say we are now moving on to a new question. I did correct the false understanding that Dusty made, where he was trying to say that we believe that Jesus did not pre-exist the incarnation, and that Jesus ceased to exist.
That would be your false understanding that you corrected it, but we can move past it.
We took Joel's plane and flew it way past the debate prompt a while ago.
That's okay. We're gonna conclude here in about a minute, and then we'll roll into closing statements. So if you had a final thought to that, I would say go ahead and finish it up.
Closing statements or final thought?
Or just the final thought to what Joel and Craig were going at. If you wanted to conclude,
Watch him not say it.
I mean, I was asking.
He's probably not. Yeah, he's like, I can get away.
It's because you have a British accent and they sound sarcastic even when they're not.
No,
It's a
it's
fair
because I was
point.
answering.
I mean, it kind of,
So,
No,
so
it's-
Joel, genuinely, what is the name of your sect of Christianity?
What the
I don't belong to a particular.
fuck? Good Lord. And his answer is a non-answer. He says, I don't belong to a particular sect.
He's a
Dude,
He's
what?
a non-denom. Oh my god.
Oh my God, dude. So much for being an institution, dude. You ain't
That's
got no
like-
institution.
That's like almost being worse than a Catholic at this point.
Oh, by the way, that's another crazy thing that Breakfast Taco said yesterday. He said that all Christians are Nazis. Oh no wait. No, no other way around. He said all Nazis are Christians, but not all Christians are Nazis. Crazy stuff.
Sad trombone.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? Right? So I was like, wait, there's Jews who are Nazis. There's the Thule Society. What are you
Yeah,
like, what are you talking about? They're Christians all of a sudden. I mean, yeah, there was probably a few Christians in there. Like, so what?
Like,
I mean,
I know it's like I know you're atheist, bro. You don't need to go that far.
yeah, and I was gonna bring up like Lenin and stuff and be like, what about how atheists indiscriminately killed people and all this? Like, I didn't even want to kick the can down the road with this guy, but the fact that he said that, I mean, was pretty wild.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, but yeah, just that, yeah, I thought that was really weird. I mean, but yeah, he kept going on with that, and yeah, I just thought that was a very strange statement he made. But yeah, that's another thing he totally got wrong. So yeah, the tacos guy was insane. I mean, he was pro AI against humans. He was talking about, Hitler is a Nazi. I mean, right, which is weird, because then he said that Trump is a Christian. And I was like, what? And I was like, Trump said he's not a Christian. Right? And the guy literally said to me and Jack Talcott and the panel that totally disagreed with him, he said Trump is a non-denominational Christian. It's like, what? I was like, since when? Like he just said he said no, he's a non-dominant. I was like, why? Because you say he is. Like,
So,
pretty weird.
Utterly flabbergasted.
Yeah, like so. Yeah, I don't know what that guy Breakfast is pushing, but
He's
I
got
mean,
too many tacos for breakfast, man. It's making him crazy.
yeah, but yeah, that clip on Talcott, oof, that guy's wild, dude.
Exact. My church is a non-denominational church, but I am a Protestant, Baptist, Calvinist, New Covenant theologian. Loose.
Get the fuck out of here.
all of them. You're an omelet.
Oh, yeah. Look at even his debate partners.
Like he's a Calvin. Yeah, even
Even
the,
his
the
debate
actual
partners, like-
Mexican guy's like, oh shit.
He's like, what the hell, dude? Like, oh my god, dude. He's a 4-bean dip. I mean, this is crazy.
Can't be non-denom and then claim to be a Baptist. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, it's guacamole, sour cream.
And and a lot of Baptists didn't like Protestants, so it's like, what the fuck? Do you even know history, dude? Like the real Baptists?
Yeah, he's 4-layer bean dip at this point.
He's all over the place, man. Which would explain how he answered this shit too. So
Yeah, his partner seems incensed, which is hilarious.
Jim Bob giving Flow State $5.
Oh, $5 make a holla. Flo, is it wrong to teach kids that it's wrong to brainwash kids? Oh my god, what redundancy. Why don't you just
You're getting sloppy, Jim Bob. You need to get better at your jokes.
Yeah, like what?
You like collecting all the Pokemons then?
Okay.
Have you considered Limp Bizkit?
That was kind of funny though.
Yes, we just did, and I showed you why
Okay.
you had to read the
If-
sentence.
Maybe it
you
is
know
a
what?
sippy
You can
cup then.
integrate Limp Bizkit into your Sunday services. I bet there might be
That's
copyright
good.
issues, but
How do you know that?
I was just assuming. I don't know. I haven't looked at the copyright
You don't
issues.
know. That's right, because you don't know anything, Dusty.
But see, You don't either. You just deny that you don't.
Okay. Should we go into our closing statements?
I'm
And
gonna.
look at the Mossad the Mole guy, dude, who's always watching Truth or Cop. You know, and now he's watching Jack Talcott too. And that one time I came on Truth or Cop, he was acting very strange. I mean,
with a name like that,
yeah,
Jesus.
Mossad the Mole, and he says to Jim Bob, Allah Akbar. Very strange
is he
acting.
trying to be ironic or some shit?
This is some wild
Probably
shit,
a
dude.
bad time to try to be ironic like that.
Yeah,
in
don't
my
you know we're
opinion.
watching Dick Face? I mean, this is crazy.
Greatest idiot.
Yeah, these guys are.
I go ahead and call it. So what we'll do, gentlemen, we'll go into our closing statements. We'll read some super chats, and then I'll go into open panel, and then we can get some more questions up here and maybe prompt some further thought. I think it'll be great. If you are a member of the Raging Tomato, I'm going to go ahead and post the link. Closing statement.
Just assuming at least he answered the question though. It took crying and pulling teeth, but he did answer the question.
Yeah, what does she actually do? She like literally is like an airport announcer. I mean, it's crazy.
Is this like the cheat way, like the easy way to just rake in money? Just I'm at Debate Channel. I have host people on here, and they can just talk a bunch of bullshit, and I rake in the money or some shit. I don't know. I wouldn't know how that shit works.
To show that knowledge exists. God,
not.
Feed it to me.
I don't know.
Nor
Flo
did they
State said she dropped him. I don't know if that's true, but oh no, I think he's lying about that. Man, he's joking or whatever.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't respect me.
Can I go back to that one?
Sarah, did you see what I was doing backstage when you had me in the dungeon?
I did.
Why is this dude's shirt so dirty?
What the hell? You think he'd be a little more conscious of that?
Yeah, like what the
Like,
fuck?
I'm going on to debate somebody. Let me put on at least a shirt that doesn't.
Yeah, he looks like
a nice clean shirt at least.
yeah, he
Jesus.
just like worked as a mechanic.
At least use a black shirt so it won't be as obvious.
Yeah, what are you working with Evitard all day? This is crazy.
Working on them tractors.
Yeah, this is
Is all these people live? What do they do with themselves?
yeah, I'm randomly subscribed to these channels. They're panel shows, so that maybe I just go on there. Maybe if they're having some religious discussion or something. I mean, but yeah, I've clicked on these channels dozens of times. It's never been a worthwhile conversation there.
Yeah.
Evidence-seeking behaviors because it leads us more reliably to truth than to
absolutely.
reject it.
Oh shit, he actually has a guest. Nice. Wait, did he drop the link? Oh, cool. I
don't know.
might go up there.
He's got that stupid thing in the way.
Oh yeah,
he's
stream
got
here.
the link.
Oh shit.
Absolutely. And there's like epistemology, there's a lot of different
I mean, I just talked to him a day ago, so
branches, I guess. I don't know what to call it, but like branches, I guess. There's a lot of different ways that people arrive at these quote unquote likely true claims, right? And or true claims. And you're going to be using different ways to arrive at different claims, right? And so it's not just like someone is using empiricism for everything, right? Because you've got to do math.
Imagine that I am a newbie in this branch. What do you mean by empiricism? I imagine it's quite dense.
That's real newbie, bro.
Yeah,
That's too newbie.
I don't know how to explain this simply. I just like everything is since experience, right? And then there's like I was working on a video on this the other day. Let me see if I can find my notes.
Whoa.
Doesn't
He needs notes to explain
He's
empiricism.
taking notes. Oh, brother.
Yeah, this is some. I mean, I'm not gonna say
goofy stuff.
Yeah, this is very goofy. I mean, where's Hank Flamio? I mean, he sure doesn't need notes to explain empiricism.
Peekaboo.
Well, this is a lot to explain on the spot. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find my notes on that.
No problem. If you need to go ahead and dismiss me, go ahead and dismiss me. I'm very happy that you answered my question.
Actually made a video on this the other day that I didn't feel comfortable presenting, and so I'm just trying to find my notes on it so I can be more organized. But I don't
Let
know
me
where my
just
notes
quick
are.
Google it. In other words,
Yeah, this guy is trolling.
So
there's no way you
like,
click on this show and you don't know what empiricism is.
Yeah. So there's like rationalism, empiricism, constructivism, and there's more those are like the three main branches, right? But there's a lot more branches of maybe not.
Constructive. What the fuck is constructivism? I don't even know what that is. I mean, I thought there was empiricism, rationalism, and idealism, but I guess constructive. What the fuck is this shit? They just make one up? Like, the fuck? I think he's definitely Googling this shit. I mean,
I've heard that word before, but
let me look this up. Constructivism. What in God's name? I mean, constructivism.
it's just another word for something.
A style or movement in which assorted mechanical objects are combined into an abstract model of structural forms. Oh wait, I think 2 is better. A view which admits as valid only constructive proofs and entities demonstrable by them.
Yeah, that probably sounds like the one he's referring to.
I mean, so that essentially seems very close to idealism. I mean,
Although the first one sounds like it would go well with his AI takeover shit.
Right.
Tacos is like, I for one, how's the phrase go? I for one accept our new AI overlords. Like, come
Right.
on, man. It's like, damn, dude. Like, why are you traitoring on us, bro? What the hell?
Yeah, it's
Like, what's the point of being an atheist if you're not even a humanist? I thought that was like the whole point of like atheism for like at least a few hundred years was to be a humanitarian.
That's how they sell themselves against religion. So
Yeah,
it's
and
kind of weird.
then you turn around and say, no, I'm for the AI. I'm for cyborgs.
Right.
Like the fuck? Like some kind of bait and switch kind of bullshit.
Well, that's where that stuff, because they actually they think A, brains are mechanical, and B, non-biological intelligence is coming out of human, so it's human. I mean, so they're trapped in this delusion. I mean, I think that's what they're going, even though they can't prove those two things. I mean,
The transhumanist delusion, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to summarize it. I'm actually going to write that down.
I don't know the exact number, but there's quite a few different theories of epistemology, right? And so, like, empiricism is like knowledge is from sensory experience. Constructivism is like knowledge is actively constructed by the mind. And then rationalism is knowledge comes primarily from reason and intellectual intuition rather than sensory experience. But there's also like skepticism. We can't have knowledge, and there's other branches too, right? And so, like, a lot of people are going to be like, "Hey,
Yeah,
I'm going to hold
that
to
would
like
be
one branch."
that would be
Like, I don't know
nihilism,
if
though,
they're-
not necessarily skepticism. Skepticism is just, critically thinking about whatever the postulate is. But that's definitely a claim. A skeptic would be like, is that claim true or not? that there's no way to have what did he say? Have knowledge. I think that'd be more of a nihilist claim. But maybe I got it wrong. I don't know.
Theories of it, I guess, is better, but they're like, I'm going to hold to like one theory. But in reality, I feel like people are using different theories for different things they're trying to figure out, right? So, like, yeah, you can see math on a chalkboard, right? And you can, but you're doing the math in your head. That's like logic, right? And so,
yes,
it's like that's derived through reason, right? And so that's going to be like you're going to use something other than empiricism for that generally. And so you can say like, yeah, I'm an empiricist, right? But I feel like that locks you in a box, right? If you're, because there's other stuff that you're doing, and you might not even realize that you're using other theories.
Here that the different branches of epistemology are actually,
I mean, they're all boxes.
different tools in a tool.
Yeah.
All the ones he's mentioned, they're all boxes. So I mean, I don't. What's he getting at?
Box that
Exactly.
don't apply to all cases, but can apply to many cases.
Right. Philosophy is a toolbox.
All right, thank you. I do have to go. Thank you for bringing me up. You have a good day.
Hey, I appreciate you coming up. Have a good one late night. I hope everything I said there was coherent.
Somewhat.
In the lab, the researchers mimicked primordial protein synthesis of 4 billion years ago using an alternative were highly abundant before life arose on Earth. Yeah, that's the quote from his paper, right, Raphael? I'm not a secular humanist, Derek. I feel like if you were a secular humanist, you would be forced to be a vegan. And I feel like there's
the hell
reasons to eat meat. I kind of want to.
Where's he get that from?
I was talking about this earlier. I'm leaning towards some type of moral objectivity. I think it's evolutionary driven, but I need to spend a lot more time on my ideas about morality before I talked about him a little bit at the start of the stream with someone, with Duck, but I'm not super comfortable like going into great detail on it yet, because I need to like write it down and hash it out to be able to explain it coherently. But I'm definitely leaning towards some type of like moral objectivism in relation to evolution. Secular humanism is pretty base though, but I just feel like that would like lead to like necessary veganism, the well-being of all sentient creatures, and there's a lot of evidence that I mean, you just see morality in animals, right? And I don't know. I like eating bacon, right? And so I want to have a coherent position on that, right? Before
Yeah, I mean,
start.
I don't know how he's seeing more rigorous moral demands from humanism than from his moral system. Where literally you just throw humanity under the bus, right?
It's like okay, like so animals are higher than humans, like so, like this is wild, bro.
Yeah, like what? It's like I've never
To
heard
be
secular
a
humanist.
secular humanist, you have to be a vegan.
It's like 16th century.
I've never heard anybody say that.
Yeah, like secular humanism, like classical liberalism, like those are 16th century European inventions. They're part of the philosophical toolkit, as he said, and I don't think that they're, necessarily, promote some kind of moral universalism, in terms of veganism. So, yeah, I actually no wonder where the fuck he got that from. But yeah, I mean, if we're gonna pick and prod at these videos, I mean, every video is gonna be shit. But definitely.
Maybe
discussing that
Nero's
with people.
chuckling in the background somewhere.
Right. Exactly.
Like, yes, they're doing my bidding.
Well, I'm gonna eventually play this one. This has been a
The
good one.
Orthodox Church would accept me. That's funny.
Do whatever you want. It's fine with me.
Well, the problem with the Orthodox Church is they're simply rejecting the truth in their unrighteousness. They all know no gods exist. Common ancestry is bogus nonsense. You have no idea what you're talking about, Jeffrey. Oh, you want to talk about mating outside of your species? Humanzees. Humanzees.
Oh.
Such
What?
a-
I don't even know if I want to click play at this point. I might just go to the other debate. Oh boy.
Get some. He's getting all chimerical up here.
Yeah, just out of pure curiosity.
I'm going to repeat that one more time. Humanzees. Let me see.
What? Just by repeating
Also,
it doesn't
guys, help get
explain.
that goal. We're 4 off.
What? I didn't
Give me a
understand
second. I'm pulling up human.
a word he just said.
One more Z's. Humanzees. I'm going to repeat that one more time. Humanzees. Let me see. Also, guys, help get that goal. We're 4 off.
What did he? What?
Help get that goal. We're 4 up, I think is what he said.
Oh yeah, what the hell?
I don't know what goal he's talking about. Maybe likes or something.
What?
I don't know.
Also, guys, help get that goal. We're 4 off.
Yeah, I think that is what.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
get
guys,
that
help
goal.
get that goal. We're 4 up. I
We're
don't know
4
if he was chewing on something or fucking weird.
I thought he was chewing on something when he said epistemology earlier, but I don't know.
Yeah, EVT's been on the show, by the way. That's how I found this show, is that I saw him chatting here. Like, I was clicking on random shows, I saw him chatting here. It's funny that ever since I started chatting here, he doesn't chat here anymore. So it's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird, yeah.
I don't know what. I mean, the water's fine, and it's a public pool. Like, I don't know. We got a floater or something?
We got a floater. It looks like a tractor.
The hell?
Give me a second. I'm pulling up Humanzees real fast. I'm going to blow your guys' mind.
Oh, God. He's actually going to do it. We're going in, folks. You learn something new every day. And not all knowledge is useful, I think. And this is part of that whole scheme. I mean, definitely. How did somebody even learn that? This is disturbing.
Bear with me. Bear with me.
Like, that guy's taking some deep skeletons beyond the grave. You know?
Ah, man, they removed the image from Wikipedia.
Like, he's standing before God. It's like, oh yeah, God, by the way, I fucked a monkey. Good Lord. It's like, yeah, I don't even know what to do with you, dude. Just hang out here till we get back to you. We got a file for that, but we got to get back to that one. Right?
All right. Well, obviously it's a hypothetical hybrid species, right?
Okay, thank you. Jeez. What the hell?
There's not really a good image.
Not at very good sleep at night.
All right, I give up on that. That's going to be way too much work. But obviously it's a hypothetical hybrid species. But Humanzees.
Can't just leave that
That's all I got
hanging.
to say about Humanzees.
What the fuck, dude? All right, I might just click this link. just to
Zach,
figure
that's a
out-
great point. Reading the Bible helped a lot of people become atheists.
Yeah,
Good call, Clinton.
man. There's no way this is possible, man. I'm actually gonna die of curiosity at this point. Oh,
That
man.
that you think he actually thinks it's not just theoretical?
Oh my god. I'm thinking it's not just theoretical. Yeah.
It's a trap.
Humanzy, the
Do not
humanzy.
seek the treasure.
Sometimes chew man or man pansy. Second
Oh, they're
one.
a bunch of pansies, all right.
Or chimpanzee is a hypothetical hybrid chimpanzee and human, thus a form of human-animal hybrid. Serious attempts to create such a hybrid were made by Soviet biologists. Okay, so it hasn't. It's not a thing. Attempts were made. Okay, so okay, let's look at this demon woman. Ilya Ivanov. Man, they got any pictures of this lady? Oh wait, this is not a lady. It's a dude. I thought Ilya Ivanovic. Oh, this is so weird, dude. Human ape hybrid. Inseminating 3 female chimpanzees with human sperm. Good lord. All right, bro.
What the fuck?
Yeah, well. All right, well, that solves that riddle. I'm glad I got rid of that one.
And Jamie, I think reading the Bible has probably deconverted more Christians and converted people to Christianity. If you read the Bible, there's a woman
not
lusting
really.
over men with how do I phrase this? Horse junk and emissions, and and then there's God smears poop on people and curses them for generations. The God thing wipes out
That's actually true.
lots of babies in different parts of the book. The God in the Old Testament is physical. The God in the New Testament is non-physical. There's a great flood, which has the heat problem. And if you claim old Earth, that would seem to contradict the Bible. But if you claim young Earth, you've got the heat problem. And if you have the heat problem, no life could exist. And so you know that position is false, just like you know the abiogenesis position that A's philosophy was making. I don't think there's any way that you can accept what the Bible says and be of sound mind. It just, unless you're just not thinking about it and you're just like, okay, yeah, maybe a God exists, and then you go about your business, and that's like but like the people that are in this chat arguing this, you need to think through your position better, because you don't have a coherent position if you're claiming a God thing exists.
Yeah, he's definitely not doing as good of a job as Jim Bob and Andrew. I'll tell you that. I mean, in terms of just in terms of bringing people over, he's gonna need a lot more ammo.
It's kind of wild to say that he was trying to claim that more Christians deconvert by reading the Bible than those who convert to. I mean,
what
that's
the fuck?
kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to say like people converted to Christianity because of fear and not because of the Bible per se. Then maybe I'd kind of grant that, but still, it's kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much weird shit in there, but like, it's so obvious that like, you know, like a certain group of people like rewrote that shit like hundreds of times. I mean, so it's just wild. I mean, I don't know how people don't see it. Right?
Yeah, right.
Like it literally says like they're like the greatest fucking people on earth. Right? But yeah, I mean, all right.
Premise.
Did you just ask them
So
to
you
do the
don't-
whole debate over again?
No,
I
I
can-
want them to give me the justification for their first.
You're
premise,
actually
which is-
fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a reply.
It is. It's a perfect
not.
reply.
Yeah, and
What
it's
is the
coming from someone that
justification?
disagrees with us.
How do you justify your claim that God is a necessary
What the
precondition?
hell is that? Is that like? It's just-
Who is talking? Is it that guy with the pipe in the picture? Or... I'm
but yeah, this guy
confused.
looks like an Andrew Wilson clone. Like, what the fuck? I mean, what the hell? And he's got a crucible hat on. Like, what in the world is this? I mean,
It's like the watered down version of Wilson.
yeah, very weird. But yeah, what a strange panel. And the Anson Knowles character is very strange. He's highly well spoken. He gives a lot of money to these shows. The Craig guy obviously has a lot of connections. The Joel guy, total weird. Like he looks like one of those guys like from fucking Mexican soap opera or some shit. I mean, and then you know what I mean, the mustache.
Oh, he changed his shirt.
Yeah.
He changed his shirt. It's a black. He took my advice. He heard it through the interwebs. Put on a black shirt.
And then Brenda
Either-
Debates is on there.
Either that or someone called him out on it.
Yeah, Brenda Debates got thrown off of Talcott. It was a pretty funny moment.
Is that bottom right?
Yeah, bottom right is Brenda Debates.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a caller that used to call into Jim Bob's channel.
Hmm.
So that's really weird that they're here now. I mean, you know,
Jim Bob seems to have left the chat. Unless he's lurking.
right. Here, let me see this. Participants. Stephen David's there. Yeah, he's gone. Interesting.
A lot of people seem to have left. I guess they don't care for the open panel part.
Well, that's what's so funny is that it's always very depressing when you actually look at the participants in any chat.
Yeah, and it's like the same 5 people.
Yeah, it's like 5 or 6 people in every chat. It's actually very sad. I mean, because it's like, you know, like this has how many people watching right now? 6 chatters, 50 watching.
Oof.
6 chatters. I mean, this, you know,
That one's just a bot.
yeah, that's a horrible ratio. Like we have like 20 people watching, but you know, there's several people chatting, and like at least like 7. I mean, so it's kind of weird. I mean, and that's like usually at the beginning of the show, I get like 7 different comments from people, and then they all kind of go away, and then later a bunch more people show up.
Yeah.
For knowledge.
I think that we can all agree that God has revealed to all of us, even the atheists here today, that you are retarded. Next question.
Yeah. Insults and abuse are not a reply.
I haven't begun to start abusing you yet.
I don't care. So the point.
See, that's Brenda talking now, where she's like insults are not a reply, and then she said, "I don't care." So she's
Okay.
trying. So she's very catty, and I think it might also be a dude. So I have no idea. if
It's kind of sounds like a dude to me.
yeah, it's
why
one
I'm
of those
confused.
quagmires. It's like some type of gay dude. I think it might be a gay dude named Brenda. But yeah, that's my theory at this point. But I have no clue.
I thought it was bottom left that was talking.
Yeah, it's bottom right. Yeah.
Sheesh.
What is your justification?
Well, what did we say in the
Otherwise,
debate?
That's not our
otherwise, your argument fails.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
That's why we had a debate.
Yeah. What is your justification for premise 1?
What did we say in the debate?
Not our premise 1.
I don't recall. Maybe you could fill me in.
That's a great song. Shout out Lil Woody. I don't recall.
We're
What
not
is
going to
your-
relitigate the entire
Yeah,
debate.
you-
have something-
yeah.
What is your premise? What is
you're
the
either
justification?
you're
It
either
seems like a
here or you
fair-
are. Well,
See,
we're not
praise
gonna,
God.
Seems
Shut
like
up
a
for a second.
fair-
We're not gonna keep like rehashing what they've already stated. The point is to watch the whole debate,
Okay.
hear what they say, and then come up and actually challenge the
Okay,
prompt.
Craig-
And hold on a second, please. Jeremiah with the Big Ten says These are the two lowest IQ atheists Joel and Alex have ever debated.
He's
I've seen
seething.
randos. I've seen randos on TikTok give them tougher competition, though the debate did get better when Craig stopped talking. That's not
Well,
very
come up
nice.
here, Jeremiah, and come taste this atheist dick.
Ad homs and
Jeremiah,
ad homs and insults
just
are
poop
not-
against
are
me
not
as
All
fun.
right, Brenda, I think you need to go backstage and learn how like ad homs here are okay. You'll survive. Get over it. We don't appreciate.
We hope you don't
thick
survive, though. If
skin.
you don't survive, we're okay with that as well.
I'm not okay with that. I want that person to have eternal life. Just for the record, let the record show.
I'm okay with it.
He's
Jeff
okay. I'm
Horn's
not.
alt
Trust in
account.
Jesus.
Can I donate $10 to drop him again?
Yeah,
Running.
absolutely.
Running.
You got to send it in just like the rest of us.
Send
Yeah,
it in.
the
Make,
schedule.
make
It's
Sarah
okay, though.
more
She's going to
money
split it with us
right
4
now.
ways afterwards.
Make Sarah more money right now. Do it, Alex.
Make grifting great again.
Grifting is great.
Before
By the
That's
way,
that's
you
Wilson's
don't
motto.
understand how
Jonas
to
on
give
my
that false
side,
vibe, or
Plumpy,
gave a contradiction to
Logan
logical
Auditor,
impossibility
Ticky
that your
Tack,
team affirmed
Imbob.
earlier. Your
All
team
right.
affirmed logical impossibilities are what it's counting as showing that. Isn't that requires a contradiction?
What?
What's the contradiction on phenomenal conservatism as a justificatory theory?
Say it again.
Your team affirmed that impossibilities are giving a contradiction. I've not seen the contradiction on phenomenal conservatism yet. Can you show me that so you can give the impossibility to the contrary to justify your argument?
I'm not very familiar with phenomenal conservatism. You're going to have to talk about one of the premises for it or one of the
Sure, I can
tenets of
give
it,
you.
and
I
we'll
can
try to.
describe it to you really quickly.
Nominal conservatism gives you
Phenomenal
knowledge.
conservatism.
Nominal
Phenomenal conservatism is a justificatory theory. It doesn't give you knowledge, Alex. Again, I'm talking to the smarter
then
half here.
Grid one, send me $100
I'm talking
and I'll get her to
smarter
do it.
half again.
I would have a conversation with you, but you're just an idiot.
I don't want to have a conversation with you on this because it's a little bit too above what you can handle.
Oh,
That's why I'm
Corn,
talking to
come
the
on,
smart
man.
one.
Look.
But you want to debate me. So why do you
So
want to
if
debate
I'm talking
retards?
to you about a
Is it
portion of
fetish of
something,
yours to beat up on retards?
yes,
Corn.
it is. I love
Oh.
beating up on retards. This is widely
you're
known.
watching
by
now,
everyone.
right?
If your
This
world,
is a good match. They're actually a little bit intelligent, Alex Guy and Corinth. So I hope they let them have a back and forth because they're actually on another because that Corinth guy is a hardcore lefty, and this Alex guy is their new Christian debooter. So I'd like to see him take a chunk out of his ass real quick.
Anyone in
It is
these
fun.
spaces.
It's
if
a lot of
your
fun.
world, Craig, you know nothing about that. Get serious. Corinth, if
Beating up on
your
retards, I know a lot
worldview-
about that. Don't worry.
Oh, very good, Craig. Very good.
Been doing it
retards,
this
I
whole
wouldn't- I
debate.
wouldn't-
All right,
liberalness.
Corinth,
I like
you
that.
got 10 more minutes backstage, and I'm gonna go ahead and
What?
wait. Grid one was supposed.
See, that's why this show
Oh, sad
sucks
trombone.
ass. Yeah, this show sucks ass. Wow, these people suck. See, they ruin the flow every time. And horrible. Like, who didn't see that was a good matchup? I mean, wow, bunch of stupidos.
Psychiatrists and you atheists, you think those are
Oh shit! the Christian,
he came up.
the crazy Christian guy came up. We got to go back and watch this from the beginning. This is hilarious, and he's a crazy, and he's a fat drunk Italian dude. This is great. He's a fat old boomer.
On a side note, Luciana is there's an old tune called Luciana from Juno Reactor that's an hour long.
Holy shit! How long is this guy on here?
And,
Holy shit!
and it's like a dark ambient. It's not one of their greater known tunes, but I like it.
Yeah, I wish we had some like metal instrumentals to play in the background of this.
I'll be playing some dark ambient like in the background when we're streaming lately. I
Yeah.
should probably do it right now actually. Because I got like a channel that has like 11-hour tunes. It's hilarious.
I don't know you.
Yeah, this is going to be great.
I don't know you.
Yeah, I can already tell this is going to be great. You want to talk at the audience for a moment? I drank a gallon of water today. I need to run to the restroom again real quick. But I'll be like 1 minute and then I'll be right back. You want to talk at the audience and
Lols.
explain your position some for a moment?
Okay. Wash your hands.
I got you. I'm going to wash my hands. Don't worry. So that way when we get back, I get back and we imaginarily shake over the interwebs. I'll have clean hands.
I'm getting I'm getting a feedback loop.
You probably have YouTube open too. I would just pause the YouTube video. You're probably hearing it twice because of YouTube and StreamYard or Stream.
Okay, all right. Okay, I see. Okay.
But if you want, you can tell them about your position for a second. But I'm going to go AFK for just 1 minute.
Well, I just posted it.
Would you like to verbalize that?
Yeah, I just said matter cannot create itself. Therefore, the existence of God is a logical and scientific necessity. I mean, I can go into Jesus is not a descendant of monkeys. Go ahead, go to the bathroom. You know, Jesus is not a descendant of monkeys. God created man in his own image. Therefore, you know, whatever, God is not a monkey. In Genesis, they said that God said that he breathed life into Adam. He made him out of the dust and breathed life into Adam. If Adam had already existed through evolution, you know, if he was already like a worm, and then he evolved into, you know, a lobster, and then a lamb, a sheep, you know, and then a donkey and a horse and then a monkey, then God would not have had to breathe life into him. And the Bible says that God had to breathe life into Adam. So, I mean,
bingo.
You know, the Bible clearly watershed between evolution and biblical creation. Okay, if you're a Christian, you cannot believe in evolution. All right, because of those points. Jesus is not a descendant of monkeys. All right. So that right there in and of itself says that me as a Christian, I cannot believe in evolution. You know, we could talk all day. I could talk all day about this. You know, I can never prove God, and you can never prove not God. And, you know, we can just go on and on and on. I mean, you know, I've seen these videos online with atheists, and prove God, whatever. You know, I can't prove God. Nobody can prove God. You can't disprove God. You can't say, oh, well, God doesn't exist. I can prove it. You know, I mean, the Big Shebang, you know, in the Big Shebang, you atheists basically screwed yourselves, all right? Because what you did is when Lemaitre, you know, said that there was an initial point because there's an expanding universe. You atheists painted yourselves into a corner. You know, you did. You painted yourselves into a corner because what you did is because the universe is expanding. That means in the past it was contracting down to a point molecule, all right, which is totally absurd. Okay, you have like 10 to the 1,000 solar masses, whatever it is, in a single point particle. And, you know, it's ridiculous. And then before that, you have nothing. And all these people like Larry Krasshole and, you know, all these people were saying, something can come from nothing. You know, something could just pop into existence from nothing. You know, virtual particles could just pop into existence. You know, okay, sounds good to me. So get a table, okay? You know, sit by a table and see if something pops into existence on the table. You could sit there for a billion, quadrillion, quintillion, bazillion years, and nothing is going to pop onto that table. No matter what you kooks say, you nutters say, which is, oh yeah, there was a time, space, and reversal, you know, inflationary reversal. You know, bullshit. That's all crap.
So my hands are clean, and I heard all of that.
Clinton, you did? Yeah. Oh, I thought you were still in the bathroom. Why did you interrupt? That's not very nice of you.
Oh, you were talking. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, I was talking. I was waiting for you to get out of the crapper.
You looked like you were trying to say your point, and so I was letting you talk.
I was going off there a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's important to allow everybody to have a say, right? But
okay.
Clinton, I do appreciate you, but
what the hell, dude? I feel like Rocky just gained like 50 pounds and like is on cocaine or some shit. Like this, some crazy shit. What the fuck just happened, dude? Like what the hell?
Don't make me die, man.
You know, like it's weird.
Awesome.
See, I got you a member. See.
Yeah,
I got you a member.
Clinton was pumped about your explanation there. Now, Jeffrey, to me, it's Clinton says we were in the crapper the entire time. Now,
yeah, because you don't want to hear me, because you're afraid.
Now, Jeffrey, it sounds to me like you're simply rejecting the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way. Are you not?
Atheism is perversion. Okay, atheism is perversion.
Jeffrey,
okay?
I asked you a very specific and direct question.
I'm not a pervert.
A yes or no.
I'm not a pervert. I'm not immoral. Okay, the Bible sets forth moral laws.
Jeffrey, you're rejecting the truth in your unrighteousness so that you can pretend to be an imaginary character in an imaginary cosmic battle of good versus evil. Now, I asked you a very specific question. Are you rejecting the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation?
So, man, he might be trying to like program people with that, right? Because that's what really weird is.
It's like a NLP thing or something, right?
Yeah, right.
In an undeniable way.
Yes, I'm blatantly rejecting it. Yes.
I do want to put
Have you
that
ever
into
seen
a
a
tune,
God
though,
or
too.
supernatural thing?
Yeah.
Jesus answered this question. Okay, the Pharisees, like you.
I'm asking about your
Wait,
experience.
let
Have
me
you ever
finish,
seen
let
a
me
God or a
finish.
supernatural thing?
Let me finish the
This is
answer
off
to
topic
your
and unrelated.
let me finish the answer to your question.
This isn't even answering my question. I asked
Let
you
me
if you've
finish-
ever seen a God or a
let-
supernatural thing.
Let me finish the answer to your question. Do you have to interrupt me because your position is so weak?
No, I'm interrupting you because you're going off topic. I asked you about your
No,
experience.
I'm exactly on topic.
Have you ever seen a God or a supernatural thing? That's the topic.
And if you'll be quiet, I will explain my position.
Okay, go ahead and provide the God or supernatural thing you've seen.
The Pharisees said,
This is
show
off
us.
topic. I asked you if you've seen a
No,
God
it
or a
isn't. It's
supernatural
not
thing.
off topic. This is exactly on topic. The Pharisees said to Jesus,
Jeffrey,
show
have
me,
you ever seen a God or a
show
supernatural
me
thing?
a sign. The Pharisees said, show me a sign, just like you're saying. Show me a sign. Jesus said to them, it is a wicked.
I'm not asking to see a
it's
sign.
a
I'm asking if
wicked-
you've ever seen a
it's
God or a
yes,
supernatural
you are.
thing.
You're asking for a sign. It's a wicked and perverse generation that seeks a sign. You will only get the sign of Jonah, which is repent of your heresy, of your blasphemy, of your perversion.
That is
That is
a
the
little
only-
bit of a
that is the
pivot.
only sign you will get.
Damn. What the hell? Andy's doing the hand symbol. This shit is crazy, yo.
Yep.
I'm not asking for any signs.
That's
I'm
the only
asking-
sign you will get. A perverse.
Isn't that weird? Every time he talks, he does it. Like he does it with the words. It's kind of weird.
It's like almost like a Tourette's kind of thing, or maybe
Yeah, it's wild shit. Yeah.
like Gen X Jeff rocking back and forth.
First generation
Jeffrey,
that is the
you
only
need
sign
to
you will
calm
get.
down a little bit. You're freaking out for no reason. We're having a
Why
calm
should I?
conversation.
I'm bipolar. I do this all the time. I talk on the
tell.
floor. So what? Are you disparaging my mental health condition?
No, I would say I can tell you're
Oh,
angry
yes,
all the
you
time.
are. Yes, you are. I'm not angry. Yeah, this is fun for me. This is the first time I've been offered to go on, layman's seminary, asked me to come on and debate and all that. And I just click the thing and come on. And, I
I
figured
appreciate you coming up.
Okay, good. Is Jesus a monkey? Is Jesus a descendant of monkeys?
I mean, we share a common ancestor with monkeys.
Is
We're
Jesus
actually
a descendant of monkeys?
Well, and this is a big if, but if
Yeah.
Jesus existed, and once again, that's a big if, he would have been an ape.
Then you're a blasphemer. Then you're a false blasphemer. Jesus is not a descendant of monkeys. You might be, but Christians are miraculous creations of God. You're a monkey.
I think you're confused as to what I said there. I said, once again, this is a big if. But a big if. But if Jesus existed, he would have been an ape, not a monkey.
No. Jesus is not a descendant of monkeys. That's blasphemy. That's heresy. That's typical atheist immorality and blasphemy.
Now, back to the question at hand. Have you ever seen a God or a supernatural thing?
I already answered that question. Asked and answered.
Well, no, you went off topic. You were saying
No,
that
I asked and
you
answered
were-
that. I asked
You
and
were
answered
talking
it.
about Bible stuff, saying that it's
Technically
wrong to
didn't.
ask for evidence. But I'm not asking for
Let
signs,
me-
right?
wait,
I'm
wait,
asking
wait,
if
wait,
you
hold
have
on.
ever seen a
Hold
God
on
or
a
a
second.
supernatural thing.
Hold on a second. You talk a lot. Okay?
I've
Relax.
been quiet most of the time.
No, you've been talking the whole
All
time.
right, I'll
Relax.
silence my mic, and then when you don't answer my question, I'll unmute, and then
No,
after you go
I
and
wanna-
ramble.
I wanna
So,
ask-
hang on, Jeffrey, real fast.
I want to ask
So,
you a
so
question.
I'm going to let you
I
make your
wanna
statement.
ask you a
Jeffrey,
I want to ask. Let me ask you a question.
Jeffrey, I'm trying.
Let me ask you a
Jeffrey,
question.
Jeffrey, let me moderate this for a second. So
Let me
yes,
ask you a
I'm going to
question.
moderate myself, but I just want to say, so I'm going to moderate myself, and I'm going to silence my microphone, and then you make your statement, and then
That's
I'm
just
going to
being a
unmute
smart
when it's
ass.
off topic.
That's
and
just being a
answer
smart
the
ass.
question again. No, I'm moderating.
Muting your mic is just being a smart ass. That's all you are. You're just being a smart ass.
Yeah, I don't need to be.
All right, so answer my question or make your statement, and then I'll ask the question again after you don't answer
Have
the
I
question.
ever seen God? Yes. But you're not going to believe me.
When did you see your God monster?
I've seen God several times, lots of times. I speak to God.
So are you a prophet?
No, I'm just a normal human being, a Christian. Christians talk to God. My mother talks to God. Christians talk to God. We talk to God.
So what did God look like?
I didn't see him. He looked like a blue ball. He looked like a blue kind of a sun ball. You know what I mean? Like over my upper right hand shoulder, like a sun, like a blue shining ball. But I don't know if that's God. I don't know if that was God.
Shit, son.
That's the
This is
DeFreak
getting
guy.
wild.
That's the same thing DeFreak saw. We need to get DeFreak on the phone.
Oh, it is?
On the line.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. This is some, like, Project Bluebeam shit. Maybe some, like, Voice to Skull, too. Who knows?
That guy was wild. That guy was on some shit.
Scheme.
He don't even
justify
need
your tacit
drugs
belief in the
at
law.
this
Can we
point.
Yeah, right.
Do we justify our axioms?
I don't deal with axioms. I deal with presuppositions. Some
That's what
you
Craig
can't-
was saying.
They're the same thing, moron.
No, they're not. They're not
Yes, they
always-
are.
No, they're
An
not.
axiom, yes, they are.
No, they're not. They're not the same thing, Brenda.
They're not
A
the
equals
same
A is an
Yeah,
axiom.
you're
We
displaying your
presuppose
ignorance
that it's
enough
true.
more.
Yes.
Respectfully.
That's incorrect, Brenda. So when we're talking about presuppositions, we're talking about the necessary thing for having an axiom. You couldn't have an axiom without like.
That's not what a presupposition is.
Yeah, it is. We're talking about prior to logical systems. Axioms are within logical systems. We're talking about what is necessary prior to have a logical system in the first place. So we're talking before axioms.
Yeah, that's not what the definition says.
So I've got a question. So the
Well,
chimpanzees
you're
that know sign language, do they have that knowledge because God gave it to them, or did they learn that from a human?
They're going to hell either way.
They learned it
Yeah,
from
for sure.
Oh, okay. So they didn't need God. They just needed another human to teach them.
You're confusing our argument. Our argument is not that you must be a Christian. in
No,
order
I'm
to
making
acknowledge
fun of it. Is what I'm doing.
You're doing so in a confusing way that reveals your ignorance. So
No,
you should-
no. I'm
Yes,
being
that is what you're
ridiculous.
doing.
Your arguments.
saying that you can learn language.
You can be ridiculous. I'm mocking you.
Language or use logic
not
from
doing
other
anything.
sources without being a Christian is not the same thing as saying that God is necessary for knowledge. You should really know that. And I'm not shaming you for not knowing it, but you shouldn't make that argument.
Prove that God is necessary for knowledge. You
That's
still
what we
haven't
do.
done that.
Yes, because knowledge requires something absolute, unchanging, and eternal. How are you having logical consistency without like a concrete
What's
universal?
the argument for
It's
that?
semantic.
Well,
How the fuck does that
if there's no-
follow? Like
because
all
if there's
knowledge
no-
is a belief held to such a degree that it would be world changing if you lost it. It doesn't even say whether knowledge doesn't even by its own nature mean that it's true or false.
Okay, but knowledge requires logical consistency, and where are we getting logical consistency without an absolute, unchanging God?
Knowledge
You
just
can have
requires-
knowledge that is incorrect.
Doing tag.
I realize that, but knowledge is
How do we
universal.
determine if it's right or wrong?
It's just a warranted belief. That's all.
Do you,
it is.
do you accept that there's logical consistency? Because if you do, you're going to need a concrete universal to account metaphysically tether your logical consistency.
Mars?
No,
What's
you
the
don't
argument
need
for
that.
that?
What?
Yeah,
The
what's
universe
argument
is
that
the
we
concrete
need
universe.
logic?
The laws of logic that are built into the universe that necessitate the way it exists
No, they
are
don't.
the concrete. Yes,
No,
it
they
does.
No, the,
They
Logic
already
doesn't have
exist
anything to
within
do with the
One
way
at
the
a
universe
time. You're
operates.
all
It absolutely
like,
does.
Well, I was told this is a dumpster fire, so
yeah, but but nobody
It's
can
like
hear
a dumpster
anything
fire.
of what anybody is saying if you keep like talking over each other.
Mulder.
So just be reasonable.
Not to mention, Brenda, when you ask for an argument for P1, that's a loaded question because you're assuming arguments are possible without reference to God. We're saying that God is necessary for arguments. So when you ask for an argument for that, you're assuming that arguments are possible without reference to
and this is
God,
the
which
kind
is
of-
what's in question.
The
just
kind of
you
rot
begging
brain
the
thinking you
That's
have
so
when you
circular
when
to
you're
me.
things like logic comes from God.
Calling it rot brain is maybe rhetorically powerful to some people, but it does absolutely
I was
nothing
impressed.
to rebut or
It's just an
refute an
admiral.
argument. What we've been doing this
Good one.
entire time is explaining how God has the necessary attributes.
It's
to
just a
ground
stupid way to
logic.
negate everyone's
You can
argument.
call it
That's all it is.
stupid, that's just an ad hominem.
You're not a Christian,
Just
therefore you
throwing
can't argue
stones
with me.
over the fence. What we've
Why
done is
does-
You're not using an internal critique where you're already
has the
wrong.
necessary
Guys,
attributes
guys,
in order to
guys,
ground logic.
guys.
That's the argument. You can't
You
just
guys-
say it's stupid. You have to provide an argument, a justification for
You
your
haven't given an
presupposition that
argument
logic
yet.
is possible.
This
You
is
have to
this.
look at it.
You're not understanding. We all bring metaphysical baggage to the debate. Everyone does. Now the question we're asking is, whose metaphysical baggage can make debate like possible? Do debates make sense according to your own metaphysics? And we can demonstrate that only on Christian metaphysics could we actually debate and it's like makes sense. It's
Okay.
totally inconsistent
All right,
and,
Mark.
and contradiction
Okay.
to debate
I
on any
hear
non.
you.
This guy always calls into breakfast tacos. This P Mars guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's doing tag. I mean,
Yeah, he's a tag. Yeah, he's a tag guy. Yeah.
oh my gosh.
They're multiplying. Exactly.
Well, at that point, you can just posit it's a transcendental toaster. You know, like who cares?
Right. Yeah, you could say the transcendental things, the universe itself, you know, or
Yeah.
mind, or or God. So those probably would be the top three. But the one that the atheist guy is going with is just the universe. He just posits physics. So it's like,
Yeah.
Christian metaphysics.
I hear you. Go ahead and make that case.
Right, because arguments require
ahead and
something
make it.
absolute. We
That's
need
you're
something.
just restating the claim. Make your case for the claim.
Yes, debates require
You're just
objective.
restating the claim.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the argument has to do with the
Sounds like
presuppositions to
restating
make a
to me.
debate. So to make a
Yeah,
debate, we're going to
make
need.
the
Hold on.
argument.
Is
Oh
it
my God.
possible for us to have a debate or to have an argument about which Pokemon would win?
No, we need objective truth to having a debate. If there's no
I hear you
objective
stating
truth
that.
that we share, there's no point. If we're all in our own little truth
Can
bubble,
I ask you a question?
right.
Why are you yelling?
Yeah.
'Cause he's
We
angry.
can literally
Um,
all hear everything of what you're saying, but because you're
I'm just
yelling,
too
it
close to
comes
the
out
mic, my
even
bad.
worse. Well, maybe
oh man. Yeah, really. Yeah, pipe down, buddy. She's got her head. She's got like giant headphones on, so she was like,
Sad trombone. Yeah. A lot of giant headphones in here.
maybe you should chill the fuck out.
Because he's too philosophical.
All right.
You crying little bitch.
Sarah,
How bad is it when you have
I'm
tomatoes telling you to?
I'm actually
go
gonna
the
call it
fuck
a
in?
night. This is entertaining, but it's not that
not
entertaining. I'm
informative.
sorry.
I would
All
love
right,
to
well, I
talk
guess I better go to
him.
bed
Looks
too.
like a cool guy.
No,
Too long.
No, you stay and argue with your little friends.
Okay, you don't want you say you don't want me to come to bed now?
Oh my
Go to
god.
this is what a proposition
You know,
is of atheism.
Flow
Watch
State
it.
has this
Oh,
weird obsession.
Get your jammies and your toothbrush and toddle along.
Who said that?
What?
I don't know.
What the
Is
fuck?
it- what's your name? Grid
See a
One.
little bubbles
Motorsports?
light up, so the avatar.
Yes, I am Grid One.
I would love to talk to you sometime. You look like a cool guy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Normally,
excuse me? What? You look like a cool guy. He looks like a cop. Like, what the fuck?
Grid one. He looks like a cop. Yeah.
Yeah. He looks like straight up just like a cop. Like, it's weird.
normally I would. It would be great if we could actually talk, but you guys are just yelling at each other, and you're saying the same things over and over and over again, and that's not, look, I support your right to do so. I think you guys are having. I think you're all great.
Who do you think won?
It's really interesting. It's really interesting to me that we have so many atheists up here at one time. That's really impressive.
Who do you think won though? Before you go,
None
I'm
of
sorry?
you won.
Yeah,
You're all
I'll-
white belts.
Can
You're
you
all
just-
white belts.
You notice how he said that? He's like, "Oh, we got so many atheists up here. What a weird point." Right?
It's like, so what?
Yeah, it's like, so what? It's like, is this a Christian show? I know, see, they never say that, which is so fucking weird. Right now. So it's just really creepy that they constantly make fun of atheists or atheism. They collude with atheists, even promote them, but they don't stand behind Christianity. It's all just very weird. Right?
Yep.
Listen,
Shut
shut
up.
up. Grid, who do you think won?
Who do I think won?
guy who
I mean, look, I got to be honest. Flo and Corinth have made some pretty solid, and Anson have made some pretty solid arguments. I haven't heard Animated Effigy's arguments, but I don't know. I think the Christians are, and look, and I'm on your side here. Your arguments need to be a little tighter. They just need to be a little tightened up. I think you're right.
Who are you talking to?
Really weird. Really weird. Like what gives him the right to critique everyone in this way before he leaves? Very strange.
It's like I'm gonna leave, but then I'm gonna just blather along and
Yeah.
say shit.
Yeah, and the
then
guy just
leave.
said you're very cool. He'd like to talk to you. Basically saying like, don't say what you're saying now, Grid One. Like, don't throw me under the bus before he leaves. Like, oh, you could have sharpened up your debate skills, by the way, and then just drop off the call. Gosh, like, look at his face right now. He looks like he's been chumped.
Yep.
Christians. I don't know all of your names. I'm sorry.
Did you understand? Did you understand their argument, guy in the hat?
I'm sorry. Who said that?
See, Brenda's not playing around with these motherfuckers. Shit's hilarious. She literally said, "Do you even understand the argument, big boy?" Yeah, not likely that he does. Yeah.
I did.
Brenda.
Guy in the
okay.
hat. I've forgotten your name. I don't know people's names. The first time here.
Yeah,
Did you
Sarah leaves
understand-
comments all the time.
Did you understand the theist side of the argument?
Nope.
I understood both sides of the arguments. I've heard
Oh.
these exact same arguments over and over for the past 2 years.
What
So
was-
Oh, really?
what
But
was
you've never participated in the debates. Really weird.
Yep.
Oh, but you understand them back and forth. Well, why don't you throw your fucking, straw into the pile there, buddy? I mean, pretty weird. Isn't it?
What was their justification for their first?
it's the same as it always is.
Which is what?
That if you without
Be right back.
a eternal existing reference God, you can't even have a discussion because you need that reference. You need that.
But that's
Otherwise,
the
it's just
claim.
your opinion. It's
That's
just
the claim.
your preferences. And I'm condensing this a lot. On the agnostic or man, it's late.
Right. So they
atheist
didn't.
side. Thank you,
Yeah.
atheist. On the atheist side, you make the same arguments to logic, and the interesting thing is it's really ineffective to talk about paganism and all of that. Although I liked Anson bringing that in, that was great. But it's interesting. It's a good sidebar, but I personally, it doesn't sway me.
Right.
Theists,
Thank
tighten your
you.
arguments up. Atheist, you guys got it pretty good.
In what
Got it
sense?
down pretty
So,
good.
Bring it up in what
according
sense?
to you, dude in the red hat, they didn't justify their first premise.
I don't have
All
a
you-
red hat.
It looks red
It's
in my
just because
monitor.
you're lighting. That's all.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's because
Yeah,
that's
so-
not.
Yeah, let's argue about the hat because she's pointing out the flaws in your understanding of the main points of the argument, which you just had you just talked for 2 or 3 minutes. You didn't demonstrate you understood anything of what the fuck they were saying, which is exactly what she was asking you about. Oh yeah, but let's talk about the hat. I mean, see, these guys are fucking weird. I mean,
That's not our first premise.
Well, he said it was.
No, he never did. That's
Yeah, he said it
that's
was.
the no, that was the.
Can we hear
topic.
the rest of Grid's conclusion while he's leaving?
Yeah, can just
Or was
Grid
that it?
finish up without
Right,
being
he said-
interrupted.
He said
5
that
seconds.
God is a necessary precondition for knowledge, right?
What
And
he said is the
that was
atheists won the
the argument.
debate, but Christianity relies on faith, so it works.
Right.
It works. It actually works for us to win the debate.
What is
Is actually the
No,
conclusion that never ends. I'm just going to jump in and say,
work for?
yet again, that the laws of logic presuppose the exact God, the triune God of Scripture. He is the only God. He is the only possible
Assertion.
grounding for the
There
laws
are
of logic
no laws
because
of
of their
logic.
attributes. The attributes of the laws of logic are that they are immaterial, universal, absolute, knowable, unchangeable over time, universal, and they are three in and one in nature. Without God, we do not meet the laws of logic.
I love
Now,
that you
can
keep
say
smuggling
that's
that in there like
claim,
it's
that's
not an
just a
issue.
presupposition. Look how everybody gets so upset
Well,
because
no,
they know.
no, we get upset
this
because you just
argument is
make like
airs
assertion
out.
after
Okay,
assertion
They
after
know the
assertion
church
after
is
assertion.
I'm actually trying to
can't even-
leave, so you guys can
All
continue
right,
this
everybody,
for a
shut up.
minute.
Go ahead,
Take it easy,
Grid.
Grid.
Hey,
All
Grid,
right,
nice to
so
meet you.
yeah, so
Shut up.
I honestly would
Grid
call
wants
this one a
you.
draw. I think the theists I think they have a better argument, but
You're a
tonight
Christian.
the atheists actually made a cleaner argument. That's what I'm going to say, and if you don't have to agree with me.
Actually, what
That
you
was
had-
diplomatic.
Yeah,
A very
what you
reasonable
actually had-
man. He's a very reasonable man.
No, he's
I'm not.
unreasonable.
I am
Okay.
unreasonable.
He's unreasonable as hell.
You guys can find me on and at on YouTube. And Unreasonable Man. It is at Grid1-Motorsports.
Oh my God.
And you can come find me there. I don't argue religion because I'm not qualified, and I don't judge religion because I'm not qualified. You folks have a great night. You're all beautiful people, except you, Flo. And
I'll be to bed after this or whenever you say you're ready.
Which one is Flo? Which one is Flo? I don't.
Anyway,
The powder,
Eric,
Dusty.
you guys have a great night. Enjoy all of it. So
Nice to meet you, bro.
See ya.
Good to see you, Grid.
Thanks, man. Take
Good
care.
night, Grid. And
Brenda-
let me actually, Furby, your timer has come out.
I have a question for
Brenda-
the non-Christian theist.
Yeah, I bet his argument would have appeared a lot stronger if he didn't say he was a non-denominational Christian. That's for sure. You know,
It came out.
Can I ask that?
Can I just say something real quick? So, Brenda, when you say that's just a claim, you're predicating, and predication requires something absolute, unchanging, and eternal. So, what's absolute,
Assertion.
unchanging, and eternal?
Yeah,
That's
but
not-
it doesn't
begging the
though.
question. You're just begging the question, P. Mars.
I'm not begging. You predicated when you predicate, you're assuming, presupposing something absolute, unchanging, and
No,
eternal
you're
in
not.
order
I don't
for you to predicate.
Get any? I don't.
So
think
how are
you're
you
gonna get anywhere
predicating?
with this?
How are you predicating? If you're not
Because you made a
assuming-
claim.
You're like a
You're being
scratch
parasitic.
CD or something.
Mm-hmm.
Your view is parasitic on our view because you're predicating without
No, your view is parasitic on human behavior and interactions. It's parasiting logic. It's parasiting morals. It parasited Christmas. It parasited Judaism. Get the
Are you
fuck out
talking
of
to
here with
Brenda or
parasiting.
P. Mars?
He's trying to say that about
Mars and I
Christianity.
are talking.
Okay, because you cut off Brenda to say that, Flo. Like, maybe
No,
let
I
her finish.
don't give a fuck about Brenda either. Brenda's no better.
Yeah, you have that kind of bias. I've
be right
noticed
back.
that.
All right. I have a question for the non-Christian, non-theists here in the room.
Christian non-theist.
If you are a fallibilist, if fallibilism is true, fallibilism says that you can set the threshold for what is considered knowledge.
what the hell? There's literal two trans people under the two Christian debaters at this point. This is some wild shit, dude. Like, then you got two atheists and two Christians over there. And then you got Flow State in the middle. That literally is not going to make any points in it. So, yeah, this is some wild shit. Like, totally weird optics.
At anything less than 100% certainty. If knowledge does not require certainty, what principled reason do you have for setting that threshold of justification at any particular percentage? And why not 1%?
And before you answer that, Furby, you got another 10 minutes backstage.
Cool transphobia.
20 minutes now. All right, timer. And let me get you out of here.
Mel got extra 10 minutes for being
And
trans.
actually stand by because I do need to do a overlay and a voice confirmation. Brandon, are you with us, darling?
Yes, I am
Brand-
back with you.
Okay, what's 7 plus 3?
10.
10. And we're not going to show anything on screen that we shouldn't, correct?
No, absolutely not. That's why I had my cam off.
Well, all right. That sounds
Kidding,
good. Thank
but,
you.
you know,
Why do you
Also,
ask
it's
the
not
number
like-
question? Like, are you weeding out
can-
bots that can pretend to be human but not do simple math?
Well, you can change the question every time so they don't have a prepared answer. If I ask the same question every time, it would be easy just to prepare the
But
answer in
if
advance.
they could navigate the answer, then they can do the math on the fly.
It's a lot harder though, right?
I don't know.
Well, Sarah, I've been
I
up on
mean-
your panel before.
I
just wondering
thought
if-
you have. I thought the name on there looked familiar. But I never know.
Yeah. That's okay. Is my mic okay though? I know sometimes like it.
You
crackles and
are
pops.
kind of glitchy, actually.
Gotcha.
I'm not
I'll go
sure.
on mute until I'm able to hop in.
Okay.
Back.
All right.
So I just
Jeff.
asked- sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
are we free to go now? What is it? What is? How can you possibly say that logic is like this transcendent, immaterial thing?
Wait, how does this respond to my question I just asked?
You didn't ask a question. Sarah was talking.
Did you not hear my question about fallibilism?
Oh, that was.
Could you
that
say
was
it again?
before she started talking.
Yes. it
I'm
was-
not a fallibilist, so you're talking to somebody
Well, then
else.
if the shoe doesn't fit, don't wear it. I specifically was talking to fallibilists. All right, I'll ask it again. If fallibilism is true and knowledge does not require certainty, what principled reason do you have for setting the threshold of justification at any particular percentage, and why not 1%? And
Well, what
Alex,
is-
this might have been a question that you came up with, or at least it was based on something that you said.
What is the threshold?
100%.
Yeah.
Didn't it wasn't that in the beginning your opening both your opening statements? It doesn't have to be 100% to be knowledge.
If you listen
For after
carefully,
the debate.
Reasonably or was it justified?
So there's first order knowledge and second order knowledge, which Joel got into in his opening. And
What
first
was
order
your
knowledge.
definition?
Well, the definition
Justified
of
reasonable
knowledge-
belief.
Justified true belief.
justified true belief. Justified
But
true belief.
then,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so just really quick, just to clarify, in my opening statement, what I did was I defined knowledge. I agreed with my partner's definition of knowledge as justified true belief, and then I offered an option for a second tier level of knowledge, which
That's
is
Gettier, isn't it?
warranted true belief, which a fallibilist could assent to, but only with certain
Well, Gettier-
caveats. So my question
Tried to
is,
disprove them.
for the fallibilist, and I wasn't saying that
Oh,
I
right.
agree with fallibilism, but I was saying that I
Not
think it
remembering
can be
my
reasonable
101
in some
class
cases
very
to
well.
say I have knowledge based on the deliverances of my truth-seeking faculties, only because of my prior belief that I have reliable truth-seeking faculties.
Yeah,
that are
guy's got
operating
the
in a
coins in his
righteous
pocket.
environment according to a design plan. So that's more of a colloquial definition
Mindful
of knowledge. But what
exposures
I'm
in
asking
the
is,
chat.
for a fallibilist, why would we say that something is considered to be knowledge that is less than 100%, and why couldn't something that is only 1% certain be considered knowledge? And if it can be or can't be, isn't that just an arbitrary limit?
So now that you're done spurging, let me just
Come
correct
on,
you.
man, that was a very
Let me
reasonable
let me
question.
just let me
because you
just
didn't
let me just
understand it
correct
doesn't
you.
mean I
You
was-
just done a big word salad and you
It
buried
wasn't
the
a
lead.
word salad. Those were
Right?
clear-
Yeah.
that was
No,
a-
no,
that was a word
Let me
buffet. That was a
correct
word
you.
gourmet.
Stop.
That was a
Correct.
word
You say
buffet.
word
Having a
buffet?
justified true belief is not 100% certainty, man. It's just having sufficient evidence or reason to believe whatever your proposition is. You're confusing 100% certainty with a justified true belief.
Oh, really? I know
You
you.
assume infallibilism with that.
Sounds like
Because
it.
the level of justification is where infallibilism and fallibilism distinction comes in.
Look, if you just have good evidence and reason to believe a proposition is true because you've gone through the process of studying it and you have a brain, right? And you do all of the what was
How
it,
do you
syllogisms or
qualify
whatever
what
it is
good
you
evidence is?
philosophy fucks like to
How do
do,
you qualify
right?
what
Then
good
you've got a
evidence is?
justified true belief, right? But it's
So
not
first,
certain.
Bill,
Like
bro.
people are wrong.
So then
People are
answer
wrong.
my
People
question.
make mistakes. You're people, and
That's
even your
fallible.
belief in God is fallible, right?
So answer my
So-
question.
But Anson,
Uh,
how? But
I can
Anson, you're
answer
saying
it.
as long as you have good evidence, how do you qualify good evidence?
Oh, it's okay. I'll give you an 82%. There. Are you happy? It doesn't,
That's
doesn't matter what number I use. It's irrelevant.
Why?
Right, so it's
Why not
arbitrary.
1%?
That's what Joel's point was. It's fucking
Yes,
arbitrary.
but having a justified true belief is not 100% certainty, And it's also not arbitrary, and you can have justified true beliefs and not be 100% certain, and that's okay.
You
because all
literally,
humans
you.
make
I'm
mistakes.
sorry. You literally just said I'll give you 82% as a number.
I
because
was
it really
messing with you
doesn't
because
sound
Hold
right.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Brandon, your mic is popping. I'm gonna give you like 2
Is
more
it?
minutes
My
to
fault.
finish, and
And
then
that
we'll.
pussy ain't.
No, you're good. I'm gonna try and fix it on the StreamYard. For some reason, my mic is always
Popping mics dries women right up.
Let's maybe try turning off echo cancellation and reducing the mic background.
Or
Sometimes
just
that works.
Try, you know, solve
Chrome is
your audio issues somewhere else.
All
If
right.
you're using something other than Chrome, Firefox sucks on.
Okay, we can. Why don't we all just tech support him right here? Let's go.
We did that.
Have you tried turning off your computer and turning it back on?
Try blowing in the cassette.
God damn it,
Yeah.
Flo.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're showing your age there.
I am.
They quit blowing in them by like Nintendo 64. That shit was done.
Yeah, and it never even worked really.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. You didn't grow up
Okay,
in the
but
80s.
would you ever do the tap on your head thing too? You blow in the slot and then you tap it on your head twice?
No, I didn't
The
know
real
that.
trick when it
Since
can't
you are
load.
tech supporting me, can you tell me whether or not my mic is better now?
Hold on. So don't do anything. Don't do anything. All right. Now try talking.
Oh yeah, I was saying, Dusty, since you're tech supporting me, can you show me whether or not it's better, or tell me whether
It's
or not
still
it's
bad. It's still bad, homie.
Well, maybe I'll just have to turn my earbuds off and then come in
You-
on my.
It sounds
If
better
you-
now.
It's a little bit better. It's 10. It's 10. Actually,
It's
it's tolerable
doable.
now. Let's just roll with now.
82% better.
Yeah, I'm
Gotcha.
82.
No
I'm
problem.
afraid that if you
82% better.
yeah, but knowledge. I mean, knowing something, right? When somebody says they're knowing something, that's really just an emphasis. Because ultimately, if we're being real, none of us can know in that sort of a pure philosophical sense anything
Why not?
except for basically our existence. Hold on. Yes, even with a Christian worldview, you could be wrong about your religion. So this is what I've realized that Christian debaters do. They gaslight the fuck out of you, and then they supplement after they've gaslit you. They bring in a paradigm that is internally consistent, but it has
Thank
no
you.
attachment to reality.
Thank
But
you.
it's not attached to reality at all.
If,
You were so
Wait, how do you
Is it
know whether or not
internally
it's attached to
consistent?
reality?
Now, see,
Okay.
if I may, like this is my problem here. Like the hinging on knowledge, right? And of course, these guys probably consider that their religious beliefs are knowledge to them, right? So if other people have just as ardent religious beliefs, they would say that those people's knowledge could be false. So in the same turn, your knowledge that you hold the most certainty in could be absolutely false.
Defend
Right.
that.
because certainty is not knowledge.
That's real quick. That's an
Defend
assertion.
that.
You have to defend that assertion.
No,
Well, I don't see. That's the thing. You guys keep. This is why you have to keep adding on the qualifier of
Not
true
adding
knowledge,
anything,
because
you gotta
knowledge
keep
is just a belief that has some certainty in it.
Real
So
quick.
you keep adding and true, and I think
Not what
it's
knowledge is.
disingenuous for Christians to add in truth, because in my
Continue not
in
to
my
do what
worldview,
you
true is
can.
that which comports with reality, and I know you guys believe that truth is that which is
See,
comes from God.
Effigy, what they're doing is a word concept fallacy. What they mean is dogma instead of truth. They have dogma.
Well,
not truth.
no, Ansem, no.
Study epistemology. Make a claim and then not defend it when someone says defend that claim. If you make an assertion, you have to defend it. You said that functionally all religious claims are epistemologically equivalent. You have to defend that claim. And if you want me to put that in a way that's not quote unquote word salad, which is actually a word steak because it's so nutritious and good for you, and amazing, then
Get the fuck out of here. Word
Thank you.
steak.
What I'm going to say is this: back it up. You made a claim. Back it up.
Back that ass up.
I'm still eating that steak. That shit was good.
Well, no, my example was simply that people who have religious views consider it knowledge. And then from your own worldview, you would consider everyone else's knowledge to be not true, even though they hide to just as degree.
That's because they confuse certainty with knowledge.
No.
When you say certainty, we're
Jesus,
not.
This is kind of
back up the
Effigy's
claim.
whole. This is kind of Effigy's whole mo. He'll assert a bunch of things, won't actually back them up.
Wait,
Effigy,
and here I feel that's exactly what just happened.
Then back up
Yeah,
your claim.
you asserted something and then you didn't back it up. Exactly. Thank you.
All right. And let me read a few more super chats from earlier that I
Read
didn't
mine.
get to. I had to actually kind of skip through some of the $5 or less, only because If not, we would just be sitting there reading super chats.
I'm taking up.
Personally feel like came in with the $5, said Joel feeling like a freight train, first one to complain, leaves with bloodstain. Aisha's go with the
Amen.
big 7. I love the Raging Tomato. A Q-tar with a big 5 says, since knowledge relies on your senses, would knowledge exist if you personally did not exist?
That's about the dumbest question you can think of.
Why?
No, he's asking about whether or not knowledge is mind dependent or mind
You
independent.
can know things without
Pretty simple question.
them being. You can know something without it being.
I mean, our
uh,
knowledge wouldn't
empirical.
exist, but somebody else's probably would, right? We know that because when somebody dies, we don't stop knowing things. So
God's
again,
knowledge would always
again,
exist,
the
right?
defenses of the Christian worldview become increasingly more solipsistic the further down that rabbit hole you go.
Well, no, Dusty. They're asking whether or not knowledge relies upon a mind. I feel like
I would say that it does.
Well, no, I know
Sarcastic
it's not.
Saint with the big 5 said, second worst panel ever, Sarah. Please change Craig's adult diaper and give him his bottle so he shuts up. Now I see why Craig is losing all his hair. It's quite the
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that B is Brown's boy.
If which one?
The B on there, it kind of sounds a little bit like him, but I don't know.
Yeah,
The
but
audio's totally
his
fucked. Up.
his situation now doesn't really, at least as far as I know currently, this like 4G phone doesn't really work well with panels.
It was working
Yeah,
good on
but
my Discord though. What I didn't hear the.
Somehow it works in Discord, and I don't
Yeah,
get
but
it.
that's the
So
thing is that I think that's what he's testing right now. You know, is having audio problems on the call right now.
right.
So that's what I'm thinking. Because who else would come up with the purple B? It's kind of, I mean,
Yeah,
it's interesting.
That's true.
What is he saying? I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
I don't know, but he made a dig at Effigy that kind of sounded a lot like him, you know, because he's like, oh, Effigy, like he does this whole thing. This is MO, and then
Yeah, that
kinda
does sound kind of like maybe it is Brown's boy.
you know what I'm saying? Because that
Interesting.
last comment sounded kind of a little bit like him.
Can you back it up
Maybe
5 seconds?
maybe
Let me
he's
hear.
got a better internet, maybe.
Yeah, here he comes.
Solipsistic the further down that rabbit hole you go.
Well, no, Dusty. They're asking whether or not knowledge relies upon a mind.
Oh yeah, that's him.
Right? Doesn't that sound exactly like him?
That's him.
It sounds like him for a little bit for sure.
Yeah.
Wow, he sounds normal there.
Let me turn this background music off. Maybe that's why I couldn't hear him.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
he
it-
saw us watching this, so it makes sense that he'd go on there.
Well,
right?
it's kind of weird though, like that Flow State's smarter than he seems. He just brought in this whole solipsistic stuff, and it's just really weird. Like I did the show earlier, and I was talking about solipsism and deism and the overlap, and like why that might be a synthesis that they're trying to put together between like cosmology, theology, philosophy, and whatever, because essentially if you combine those two things, you're basically at Luciferianism, where you're your own god, you make your own idol kind of thing. So I don't know, it's kind of weird because like I was trying to make the connection between like what Pill Eater says about white nationalism being solipsism and this deism thing that we're seeing within quote unquote Christianity, right? So that's kind of what I was trying to make the connection to, and like I kind of hear in the background of this conversation they're having, there's something going on here. You know what I mean? I can't quite place what it is, but there's something bizarre, like what they're actually talking about versus what they're apparently talking about. I don't know. Something kind of weird going on. Like, why would you want to combine solipsism and deism? I don't know.
Yeah, and then also the name of the guests. I mean, the name of the donors, Q-Tart, and also Aisha's goat with the
What's
picture. with a picture of a goat eating a page of the Quran. So it's pretty funny.
Well, and you saw that guy earlier. Remember, he said the goat father and all that. Like, there's some sort of like
Right.
weird
Some
inside
sort of
joke.
goat
shit.
thing. Yeah, with the goat thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
No, and again, that guy is so weird because like he hangs out with this guy, like he literally hangs out with people that, gang stalk people like Pill Eater and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And it's
Adam
like,
Dole shouted
yeah.
out Aisha's goat yesterday, and he said, he said, shout out to Aisha's goat. He said he's a little autistic, but he really hates Muslims. That's what he said. But yeah, it's
Really interesting. Well, it's just really funny because it's like, okay, well, we need to hate Muslims and Jews and other Christians, but we still have this like white man's burden that we're gonna like, help everybody even though we shouldn't. It's like
Did you
it's the
say
weirdest
burden or bourbon?
white man's burden. I think my
Oh,
connection cut out for a
bourbon
second.
sounds a lot better.
Yeah, I used to drink bourbon. I don't know. I started. Well, I feel ashamed to say that I do drink sometimes, but I don't. I haven't felt drunk in like
It's
a
nothing
year and
wrong with having a couple of drinks.
in a year and a half. So I mean, I don't really. I almost never feel buzzed unless I have to drink like a ridiculous amount of alcohol to feel something from it. So, but let's see here. But like by the time I get drunk, I'm basically like passing out from a hangover already. So, which I haven't done in a long time. But yeah, and I think alcohol is just a very dangerous thing. So don't
I
don't
never had a hangover in my
don't
life.
do drinks. Don't do drinks, people. Yeah, I'm definitely not proud that I had
Somehow.
hangovers. Yeah, I think alcohol is like one of the most dangerous things in the world for sure. Like by far. I mean, I'm not saying it's always bad, but definitely I've
It
seen a lot of
depends.
people.
Like red wine is actually healthy in moderation.
Yeah, I
But
drink. That's pretty much
but
my
again,
favorite
like
thing in the world is wine. So
but again, like, it just depends on people's if they have self-control or not.
well,
That's why it's dangerous.
yeah. Well, I think most people don't have self control as it is, so you just add in a little alcohol. It's pretty bad, I think.
Right.
Benjamin Balderson. It's a system of classification and identification. Interesting.
Oh, he's still there.
Pleasure-based sex, and I just don't get it, man. Like this whole weird, this whole quote unquote community. It's like it literally feels like a bunch of spooks and stuff. Like, dude, like midlife bro logic. Do you remember how like that guy had no fucking viewers before, and now all of a sudden this
Yeah,
dude is
right?
like getting
Yeah, he's been
insane
in
views?
like he's been in like Hollywood produced like content and stuff.
Really?
What?
Yeah. Yeah, he showed it on Gen X Jeff. Like he was on like he has all these professionally made videos of him like doing random shit.
That
So I
makes
don't
no
know who.
sense
Was he like an
whatsoever.
extra?
No, I don't know who's running the camera, but I'm talking about professionally made like comedy films with him and like with like dime pieces, 2 or 3 dime pieces in the film and stuff that are professional like.
That's very suspicious, especially
Yeah,
for a guy
like,
from Baltimore. I don't know if you guys
oh
ever been
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
Baltimore, but there is like absolutely nothing in fucking
No,
Baltimore.
that guy's definitely an actor. Like that guy's been a paid actor like in stuff. So
Like he used to be in
very rare.
Jeff's Discord. I don't think he is anymore. But
yeah, no, that
Yeah, I
guy's
mean, no offense to that guy, but like, there's nothing entertaining about watching that guy whatsoever to me. So,
well, you can tell when he's talking, he's doing a bit. You can tell when he's talking. He's not talking like a normal. He's talking like, oh, I'm like like a sports fan. Like, oh, you're like he's doing like a bit.
yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me personally. And again, I'm not trying to insult him. I'm just saying, like, I don't, whatever he's doing, I don't get it. You know what I mean?
He's doing like an Illuminati type of character. I mean,
never go full Tommy.
Yeah, He's doing like a type
Well,
of
well. I mean, look. I mean, the thing about Tommy is definitely a lot. I mean, he's got whatever he's got going on. He has basically got a dossier on like everybody. I'm sure. Like, I don't know what he's doing, but Tommy definitely has some sort of dossier on all these people. So I don't know how he's able to do that or why he's doing that, but I mean, it's this midlife bro logic guy. I don't know what he's trying to do, but it's like I'm just saying, like, these people come out of the woodwork. Tomatoes from Baltimore. He's from Baltimore. Be More Busker, I'm assuming, is from Baltimore. So it's just like,
yeah, Be More is Baltimore.
yeah, and so I just don't get it. I don't know what's going on. But it's weird. It's like there's a lot of people from like where I'm from too, and I don't know any of these people except for I mean, I don't know any of the people that are from like where I'm from. So it's pretty weird that there's all these similar kinds of people that end up in similar places. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, did we all end up here by accident, or did the algorithm choose us to be here, or some combination of the two, or I don't know. It's just it's just very weird. Like I'll tell you the weirdest part about this whole thing to me is like when I was on the internet as a teen, and I know I've said this before, but like you would go into a chat room or something, right? And it would literally be like old people, young people, middle-aged people, men, women. Like it was just a mix of everybody, right? It wasn't like divided by these different things. And like I just I don't think I've seen that anywhere other than Facebook in the last 10 years, Like Facebook is the only place that you
Yeah.
might catch different age of people, but everything else is like YouTube, you never see young people hanging out. You never see older people really in the same room with like we're all young basically compared to the groups that are like to the most of the people on these panels, which is kind of weird to me, right? There's no one really younger than us that comes on the panels. So I don't know. That to me is like kind of weird, or maybe it's just a different age where people don't do long form content, or they're not interested in long form conversations anymore. I mean, that could be part of it. I don't know, but it's just I'm trying to wrap my mind around like how
Well, certainly technology hasn't done any favors with the attention span. TikTok
Yeah.
and Instagram and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed is like usually like I'm pretty I consider myself pretty old. I have a few gray hairs, I'm pretty stressed now. And like there's like I feel like time's running out on a lot of options in life. But yeah, the fact is that most of the people on these panels are way, way older than me. Right. So I'm usually the youngest person there. So that's very, very odd, dude. That's interesting.
it
You
is.
mentioned that.
Yeah, and again, it's not something I've really thought that much about, other than like really.
Right, like there's almost nobody like in their 20s that's here.
Yep.
Pretty weird.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Well, and it's weird to me too, because like when I grew up, like I was always with adults when I was in my teens. Like I never really hung out with that many people my own age. I was always like, when I was 16, I was hanging out with like 21-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40. Like it was
Yeah,
never
that's
like a
what's so
big deal.
funny. Like I can't get my baby brother to get interested in like panels and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like he thinks it's retarded. Like even if I tell I'm like like toilet board's talking to me. He's like, this is so fucking stupid. Dude. It's lame.
Well, like, and like I kind of get it in a way, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, for me, I was bored around people my own age because like there was nothing like other than if you're gonna want to get drunk or get laid, other than those two things, there was not really much going on, right? I mean,
Yeah, literally
for the
brought
most
like
part,
the weirdest stuff. Like I'm like, hey, some guy who said he like brought the Benghazi video to expose Hillary Clinton, like hopped on Flow State panel. It's really weird. Right. or like, oh, Dr. Lestat came on my panel and he's connected to all these people and blah blah blah. And yeah, it's like no amount of shit could make it interesting to somebody like my baby brother or somebody like my wife. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I envy those people in some ways. Like, I wish that I could turn this off somehow. Sometimes, like I really do. But
like some of the weirdest shit I've seen, where it's like, where did these people come from? Who are these people? Remember when that dude almost like got murdered and like he like fell off a roof and stuff, and then he like came back. He was in a hospital and like came back. It's like all this weird shit. It's like,
oh
what the
yeah,
hell?
yeah, the stat, right?
Yes. So like all that stuff where we were watching the news on all that stuff. So yeah, and that's when I started noticing a lot because we started looking up a bunch of stuff at that time. I mean, so I just think it's very interesting that a lot of that stuff transpired, or who are these groups, or what is, what's the point of all that? But yeah, the fact is it's like you said, you can't get the, in order to break it down to people, nobody would really take interest. That's just your
Yeah,
average person.
well, and I think that's why it is all out in the open. And again, like hopefully they don't send a hitman to kill me. But I mean, it's like it is so obvious for anybody who is paying attention. I mean, it's like it's not that hard to see really what's going on. I mean, for what reason? Definitely, that's hard to figure out. But to see what is actually happening, it's not that hard to see. I mean, the amount of people around Elon Musk that are doing propaganda is probably not more than 1,000 people, essentially, right? So,
But what's
I mean,
weird here is that out of like hundreds of people that we've interacted with on here, there's only like still like 5 that we can absolutely say like they're not, like they know as far as we know like the weirdness of the situation.
right.
So that's what's very very weird. It's like, obviously
That seem to notice that this doesn't really make any fucking sense whatsoever. I mean,
right. Like there's only like 5 in total. I mean, right? So that's what's really weird. Right? It's
Yeah.
like yeah, the number is growing. Like yeah, I'm pretty sure like it's not 5. It's more like 7 now. But it's like yeah, like it'll be 10 by the end of this year. But that's still not that many. I mean,
Right. Yeah. And especially like if this has been your life's work, like it has been our, I mean, I've been looking into the stuff since I'm like 10 years old. So like even for myself, like I'm constantly surprised, right? But like I can't even imagine trying to like show some of these people like, a third or less of what I know or what I've seen because it's like it sounds totally schizo when you just try to like say it to somebody. But if you've actually like read history or anything or the news or anything and like have any kind of memory, like it's not super hard to see. So yeah, that's what I'm saying is like we're in a community of quote unquote truthers or whatever that should have looked in. Like I know for sure Flow State has looked deep into some shit, but he just acts like he doesn't care or doesn't know anything. And like I wish I could play that dumb, but I don't know how to. But I don't know. I mean, it's just the most bizarre. Like it's very funny in a sense, but
well, he's
it's
hiding
scary.
behind the hedonism.
Right. Yeah.
Which it's obvious he's not a hedonist. I mean,
Well, he couldn't do what he's doing if he was a total
exactly
hedonist.
right,
That's for
exactly
sure.
right.
And again, like I mean, I'm partial to hedonism. I kind of wish I could be a hedonist, but I mean,
Say what?
a hedonist.
Yeah, I heard the word. I'm just
I said-
baffled that you're saying it.
Huh?
Do you wish you could be a hedonist?
I mean, in some ways, of course. I mean, it wouldn't be I mean, isn't it appealing to just kind of be a not a? I was going to use the word libertine, but you know what I mean. Like, do what you want, go do whatever you want.
It's
man.
beyond libertine.
What does that mean then?
It's
Hedonism.
to
What?
overindulge in all the carnality of of vain things, basically.
Well, it is tempting. I mean, I'm not saying like I've always been a pretty moderate person for the most part. But
It's
definitely
only
like,
tempting if you get money to do the things.
what do you mean?
Like, say someone like an anonymous benefactor gives you millions of dollars so that you never have to worry about bills or anything for the rest of your life.
Right.
That's totally wiped off the table. So then, yeah, it would be tempting to just be a hedonist at that point.
Yeah, because there's nothing to do, right? I mean, like if like,
Oh,
and I think
it's
that's
not
why a
that
lot of
there is
people are kind of
nothing to do.
degenerates.
It's not that there's nothing to do.
Well,
That
you don't
you'd be able
have to
to.
do. Well, you don't
You'd be
have to
able
do
to
anything at that point.
pursue. You'd be able to pursue your desire. Not desires. That's probably a bad word for it. You'd be able to desert. Even talk. Pursue your hobbies, your life's purpose. Maybe it doesn't have to be like total abject hedonism, but the temptation would be there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm the first person to admit, like, if I had $1 billion, if I just had $1 billion tomorrow, like, I think I could handle it, but but I also admit I don't know for sure that I could, because that's just a lot of power to
It's
just
really
give to
hard
somebody.
to handle unless you're like a money manager managing portfolios for hedge funds or something like that. It's really hard, and I'm sure there's ways for people to basically suck you dry.
Well, $1 billion is a product of a lot of different things going on, right? I mean, it's like people just think that just the money comes out of thin air, but I mean, it's I I don't want to get too like weird on it, but it's definitely like a representation of sin or something to that effect, right? So I mean, I hate to say that, but
Well, it's the root of all the love of it. It's the root of all evil, right?
well, definitely the way things are. I mean, money being quote unquote produced is basically produced literally out of usury by definition, and as far as it goes now. So I mean, yeah, definitely, it's like a representation of people's
Yeah,
desires over.
I'm
Yeah.
kind of laughing that you brought up usury because of that convo I had with Joe on the Discord. He was so baffled that that was against usury.
Oh, Joe? Which Joe? Oh, I see.
Not
Really?
Joel.
I must have missed that.
I meant to say Joe. That you've been doing streams with lately.
Oh, he's in our Discord.
He's in Neuro's Discord.
Oh, okay. So he.
I must have missed you guys talking about that.
Yeah, that's funny. You guys had a disagreement about usury.
Well, like he's apparently like that's his job is like managing money or something.
Usury is his job.
So, or he works for like Fidelity or some shit. I forget where he was working.
Or he did or something like that. He was some sort of stock trader or something.
Yeah, so he's into money. So he like I'm not totally all knowledgeable of all that stuff. It's probably why I'm broke. But anyways, yeah, like he was just wondering why I thought usury was evil and stuff like that.
Well, I legitimately think that. Oh, I think I did catch a part of that, but I think that some people
Yeah.
legitimately think that that it's not a problem, and I can kind of see it from a way of like I can see usury if you look at it from the standpoint, and I'm stealing this from Owen Benjamin. But Owen Benjamin makes an interesting argument where he's like, he didn't say it in these words, but my paraphrase of what he said is something to the effect that you could look at usury as like a tax on sin, essentially. So like I could kind of see it if you were trying to look at it in that perspective. Maybe you could try to weasel your way out of it that way, maybe. But I mean, I think that's a pretty evil way to look at it. But I could kind of see where you might.
Yeah, that's weird because Yeah, that I think is a very strange definition.
But
I think he's almost changing the
if it
meaning.
is evil, if usury is evil, then you're using evil to tax evil.
Right.
So
Exactly.
it's
Yeah,
like
that's
kind
why
of
it's weird. Yeah.
Yeah,
self-defeating.
it's totally weird. Yeah, he's changing the definition. I mean, it's just see, the thing is that what people want to argue about is it's making money on money. Then, obviously that means making money by lending people money with interest. But the fact is that lending people money with interest, it doesn't have to be exorbitant to be considered usury. Any form of lending money with interest is usury. So that's a biblical definition. So
Well,
that's the problem.
Well, and let me rephrase what I'm saying, because again, I'm not defending this position. I'm just presenting the position. So the position goes something like this: like, would you guys consider usury a form of slavery?
Yeah.
Yeah, a form, yeah.
Right. And so would you say that it's at least in biblical times or something like that, right? Like, would you see that there's an argument to say, well, slavery is for people who've done, certain levels of crime or something like that, and so they have to be punished in some sense?
I mean, I think the Bible even says that the borrower is slave to the lender.
Right.
What verse is that? It sounds like Proverbs, probably.
So my only point is to say that if you were to see and again, I'm just presenting the argument. I'm not saying that I believe this, but I'm saying I think the argument is something to the effect of like, well, rather than be a chattel slavery or whatever, it's slavery via debt as a representation of your sinfulness of desiring something that you can't or shouldn't be able to afford or something like that. So I don't know, that it's kind of a weird way to look at it, but I think it might be the way that certain small-headed people view usury, perhaps.
Proverbs 22:7. The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender.
Yeah.
Servitude, it's a form of slavery.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the small hats, they created judicial codes in their Halakha and Haggadah systems, right? I'm not sure exactly which one. We could look it up, but essentially they said that you could perform this, okay, on the Gentiles, right? So you can't do it to Jews, but you could do it to Gentiles. All right. So that's what the agreement they came up with.
Yeah, they do that with usury. It's literally in the Bible. You could also buy slaves from Gentiles too. Am I lagging?
No.
Okay, good.
No, you're good.
But I'm just seeing if Neuro got that.
Yeah, no, I was listening to it. So essentially, can you just paraphrase like what you're trying to get at? Like basically the entire judicial system is kind of a weird form of that, it seems like.
Well, just going to the supermarket is a form of that, right? Because it's not set, the price for things are not set in advance. So anybody can ask you money for another item, and if you give them money for like an amount of wheat, it's not based on some sort of unit price where money can be exchanged for wheat, where everybody knows what the price of wheat is. So you're getting a fair deal. Right.
Right.
So
It's always shifting for reasons that are not ascertainable to the people on definitely on the receiving end, but perhaps even on the user end of the people who are producing something, right? And I think that, I mean, definitely, I say that like my understanding of the way that things work here, I just generally say that like there's 3 or 4 overt taxes, and there's probably about 100 taxes that you can't perceive. Inflation is just one of them, right? And I think that there's a lot of other versions of similar things like inflation that you just can't really perceive in money. And so,
We'll see.
yeah.
We'll see. Here's the thing: it's like, what is the price of bread? Well, it's how much bread costs in the market and how much your money is valued, right? So it's like there is no price of bread, and it's fucking.
Well, and the reason I was considering myself like an anarcho-capitalist is to basically say, well, you know, pricing and value representation is important in a market because you have to understand the scarcity of something in order to divvy it out it to some degree on any sort of larger scale economic system, right? But obviously some people have figured out how to take advantage of that situation and say, well, like you said, like there's no stable pricing for a bag. I mean, we live in a time where food, at least here in America, is like extremely affordable in some senses, right? But in another sense, it's kind of like the cost of that, the ability to have such low prices on food. What did you lose in the fact of that? Well, you lost access to knowing where your food is coming from in a local environment.
Yeah,
you know, so-
like a McChicken.
right? Or
You know,
like
somebody, like
super
somebody
processed
killed. Yeah, like somebody got bread. They made sauce. They killed a chicken. They made a fillet. They fried the fillet. They put the chicken in the bread. You know what I mean? And it cost $1. How's that possible?
Right, exactly. It in a normal
Mass
society,
production.
you know, it might cost you what we would think of as like $10 to get an actual fish fillet that was by your neighbor and XYZ and had to make buy the wheat from Jim Bob down the street and
God damn it, Jim Bob. Why is your prices so high?
But here's the thing: like it would cost you, so much money to procure all the supplies, but to make it yourself at home, that would still cost you like $5, but you could still buy one for $1. Like that's just fucking odd, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and
Time is
again,
money.
but that's the thing is it also robs you of the opportunity cost of knowing your neighbor, knowing exactly where your food is coming from, knowing the condition of the animal, knowing the condition of the meat.
Or there's a shorter solution. That's not chicken.
Well, it might
Come on,
be.
man. I like to get some Chick-fil-A once in a while.
It might be
Like,
feathers
don't tell me
ground
that.
up. It might be feathers ground up and all that. But the thing, but the funny thing is like as bad as it is here in America, I can tell you, I know for sure in other countries it's a lot worse in some ways. Like they're literally selling like plastic as if it was meat or something. So
Like it's bad, like where they tell you, yeah, it's 100% real meat or real chicken. Like, well, what was it before? You weren't saying that the whole time.
yeah, well, and the weird thing about America is like they just add so many petrochemicals to food that I can't imagine the logical cause for it other than, well, you can use your imagination.
Poisoning us. I mean, it's not rocket science.
Well, I mean, if rant is to be believed and we should all be drinking methylene blue, then you could also see that there might be other ulterior motives, but
Yeah, it's to make us sick so that they can sell us the cure and profit both ways.
well, what I'm saying is that the nanobots need fuel somehow, so I'm just joking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure fasting's possibly more potent. I mean, than methylene blue. I mean, if I could venture to think, I mean,
Certainly cheaper.
Oh, how dare you?
I would think nothing could beat fasting on a scale of detoxification. And but yeah.
Have you ever heard of Dharma Jainism or something like that? You ever heard that term before? Dharma, I got to look it up. I took a picture of it earlier.
Yeah, Jainism is a
Jainism
religion.
is the thing, yeah.
But
I don't know what Dharma Jainism is.
Yeah, Jainism is like a very like hippies like it a lot, atheists like it a lot because you know, it's very like nonviolent and stuff.
Well, supposedly, so I'm just reading this thing that I saw earlier today, and I don't know if this is exactly true. I didn't see this when I read Kurt Cobain's diaries or anything, but
Some type of
of all,
Hindu communism.
yeah, it said of all the religions, Kurt Cobain felt the most comfortable with Buddhism. He would sometimes chant and meditate. He was also fascinated by Jaina Dharma, which is an Indian philosophy that emphasizes respect for living things and honoring small animals. And he told me that they had a pigeon hospital, the Jainists did, I guess. And then he was planning on having this big career, and that when all that came to fruition, he wanted to leave and go join the Jains. So I don't know if that's true or not. I kind of heard some people close to him say similar things. So there's probably some truth in it, but I don't know exactly what Jains believe in.
Well,
So
that's what I heard an atheist say in a debate. They said somebody said name a religion that hasn't harmed anyone. Yeah, that's what the people said. It said atheists harm people, you know, all the religions harm people, everybody harms everybody. You know, what's your point? You know, and then they said Jainism. They said Jains never harmed anyone. Which probably isn't true. I mean, a couple of Jains probably took a few people out, but you know, if you did a few digging, you know, do a little
yeah,
digging.
for sure. I mean, I mean, that's the thing is like, it's funny when people think that like hippy dippy stuff is like nonviolent, and that like I think that's the troll. Like to me, that's the biggest troll part of like Talcott, because I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever really talked to a real hippie before, but there's some mean Mr. Mustache kind of people. I mean, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them are. You know, they're like very
Well, Hitler's
okay
a
with
Christian,
violence.
and Trump's a Christian. Didn't you know on Talcott yesterday they said this?
Well, you know, I think that they could make those arguments, but the arguments I've heard so far are pretty weak on that. I'm always like, I would love to see the good arguments. Like, I wish Stefan Molyneux was still around in this community, just to annoy everybody and say, okay, let's make the argument. But he's totally softened up the older he's gotten, which
They did
maybe
a
he
hit
get.
piece on him.
Oh,
Did
really?
you see
Interesting.
that?
No, I didn't.
Did you know about that? Yeah, they did a
No.
hit piece on him on Joe Rogan.
Oh, really? Recently, or?
No, they had this guy. It's like Thunder something, like some Australian guy that like debunks stuff, and they talked about his defooing thing, and they said his wife runs a psychology clinic where she promotes defooing, and they did this whole hit piece on him about how he's trying to start a cult with trying to get people to leave their family or some shit.
Well, I think it's similar to what they say about Owen Benjamin too, and I think that you could make a good argument that that's partially true.
I mean, this is funny. Like, yeah, this is funny. So I wonder if I like get like 10,000 or 15,000 followers or some shit, and they start saying about me. Wouldn't that be funny?
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, and I would say that like, yeah, it's funny because like I follow Stefan pretty closely, and like I did apply some of his advice about this kind of stuff, and about especially, you know, it's like basically his advice is this: like, you try to reason with people and tell them your boundaries. Essentially, it sounds woo woo, but it, you know, it makes sense in some practical senses, right? And you say like, look, you know, if you continue this behavior that is, you know, detrimental to not only yourself but to me and to what I'm trying to accomplish, you know, I'm just going to have to like remove myself from the situation, right? And generally, I don't think it's always good advice, but I don't think it's the worst advice either. But did that turn into like, come to me as your parental figure and stuff? I think for a lot of guys, yeah, it did. For me, that was never the case, but I can definitely, and I saw with Owen Benjamin too, where, you know, I think a lot of people were, you know, they got rid of their family and then they're like, well, I don't have, now I have nothing. So where do I go?
Yeah,
And it's
there's
like,
people
well,
like
you know,
that though. There's people like that. Like you could tell, like with like Cockboy Hotline Crew or whatever. There's a lot of that like weird like cope bonding online, where they're like, "Oh, you're my boy, even though I never met you."
Well, yeah, and the thing is, like I consider you guys my friends, but at the same time, like I definitely wouldn't say that, like, oh, you're my father figure or you're a replacement for my family of origin, or I mean, it's like it gets pretty weird because again, like it's a very like, I mean, I don't want to put it in too much psychological terms, but I guess it's something like I think it's something that takes advantage of people's psychological stunting that mostly comes from not having a father in the home. And I think for someone like, I don't know about Red, but I know like you, Machine, you always had a dad around, right? For people like me and other people who didn't always have a dad around, I can definitely see that there's like it can be, and it's really bad for women, but it's really bad for men too in some cases where it's like they just didn't have anybody, and
Yeah,
so like
but
when they find
brown
someone,
dads
they
are
jump into it.
like brown dads are a little different. The way I could explain it the best is that it's like the Goofy movie.
I love that movie, the 90s one.
Oh yeah,
I love that one. That was a
that's
good one.
kind of like what having a brown dad is like. I mean, but yeah, I mean, where like the white dads have like the RVs. I mean,
Well, yeah. I wish my dad had that. I wish my dad had an RV and was like, "Gorsh, let me do this for you, little son." Yeah. Make
You know
you
what I'm saying?
fish
It's like- yeah, I kind of always felt like it was like the Goofy movie. I mean, but yeah, you know,
It was pretty accurate for some people. It definitely was accurate. I mean, I don't think it's the same anymore, but to some degree, it's still a thing, you know. But you know, some of us wish we had a dad to come. I mean, there was also like the kind of dads that I grew up with. Not my dad, but some other people's had a dad where they're like, "All right, son, you got a big mouth. Let's go in the yard. We'll scrap it out," and they'll just like fight their kids and stuff. So
but that's the thing is like my dad is a very small presence compared to my mom. You know, like you could possibly get away with a lot of shit around my dad if you just say the right words. You know, but my mom doesn't really get down like that. You know, so because my mom's extremely religious and she's extremely strict about religious stuff. I mean, so that's a kind of a different thing because my dad is not religious at all. So I haven't really talked to my dad that much, if that makes sense. I mean, but
no, it makes sense.
my mom, I've talked to my mom a lot, but she's never positive. I mean, and I mean that in a very loving way. But yeah, my mom is not a positive person. She's not a positive force. She will slap down any idea that basically isn't in line with, you know, like Islam. I mean,
Well, I mean, I think that suits women. I mean, I think that you have the yin, which is the men, and then you have the yang, which is like, I mean, that's why I put that. That's why I put that song "Supermassive Black Hole" in the end of my last video I made. Is like, to me, supermassive black hole is basically like a woman. Like they're just extreme negative, and I mean, and again, I don't mean that in like a
yeah,
quote
my
unquote
mom's kind
evil
of
way,
like
but
a monk. You know, like she prays all day. You know, she reads a lot of Quran. I mean, you know, she doesn't tolerate like, you know, like for her, evil shit is all like Hinduism and Judaism. Because she's
That's funny.
Pakistani. I mean,
That's
so she
funny.
thinks like, I mean, yeah. So you know, she thinks like Gandhi is like evil.
So what you're saying is you're kind of like Waterboy, and your mom's kind of like the mom, and she's like, "That's the devil," like, something like that.
Yeah, a little bit like that. Yeah, it's kind of like the Southern Christian mom. Definitely.
That's kind of cool. That's kind
Yeah,
of cool.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean that in any negative way. I never watched that movie that much, but I remember watching a little bit here and there, and that is always like kind of weird that like Adam Sandler is like giving that impression of like, I mean, I know it's supposed to be like batting, what do you call it? What do you call those people down in the swamps? The French Cajuns. There you go, Cajuns. But Yeah, I mean, I kind of wish that there was more of that where I grew up. I mean, you know, I think that, I mean, well, my grandmother was kind of like that. I mean, my grandma was the kind of person who basically like I didn't catch her wrath at all, but almost everybody else in my family told me the stories of like my grandmother would basically just walk up and slap people in the face, say, "What the fuck do you think you're doing? You're doing
Yeah,
this
like
right."
yeah, like if I tell my mom, there's evil people that are trying to control human beings by combining them with machines, you know, my mom will probably say that's like demonic stuff, and you know, most likely that is gonna happen, and most likely people are gonna fall for it. That's the Antichrist. If I told my dad about that, he'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here, dude." He's like, "You're watching too many movies." I mean, you know what I'm saying, right? He'd be like,
But isn't that weird that they're married and together this long, but yet they have such different outlooks
"Oh,
on
they don't
stuff?
talk about their ideas together."
Interesting.
Yeah, that's not what brown parents do.
There is so it's just I mean, I don't even, I don't want to ask you to, you know, anything personal, but it's kind of a weird situation from a white perspective of like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we don't share our
Yeah.
feelings here and there. Like, I mean, you know, I've seen it in some degrees here and there in other cultures, but yeah, definitely it sounds very different than the Western romantic ideal for sure. We don't talk about our feelings. It's kind of like is it like a duty? I mean, I don't like the
Well,
word.
my
Just
dad's
duty.
you know, definitely not going to be talking about his feelings. I mean, he's going to be talking about the reasons why shit happens and the reason why shit doesn't happen. My mom, she's going to talk about her feelings, but that's going to be ignored by my dad.
Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons I do like listening to Andrew Tate, because he does say some things that are kind of true here and there, and like the rhetoric is, some of the rhetoric's good. It's just like Owen Benjamin, although he's a sick person, assuming that his character is even a real person, which I honestly have my doubts about it at this point. But assuming he's a real person and some of the things that he's supposedly involved in is real, you know, it's weird because he says stuff like, he's like, he's like, hey, I put it in my latest video. I haven't finished processing yet, but it's like it's this quote where he's like, hey, white people, you're gonna go extinct because you're listening to women, something like that. And I mean, I kind of like the rhetoric, although I know it's like very harsh and kind of bullshit the way he says it, but it's like, it's kind of true in a way where it's like, you know, it's like we basically are so in our feelings in the West that we don't really you know, process what's really going on around us. And me and Pillager spend a lot of time talking about that too, where it's like we're living in this kind of weird, you know, pseudo
Well, that's what I
gynocracy or
noticed.
something.
Well, that's what I noticed. Like when my baby brother like grew up a little bit, like he started talking about his opinions of shit without explaining like why. You know, and I was like, this is, you know, just insufferable. I mean, you can't just have all these opinions. I mean, you know,
Yeah,
without reasons. Like,
without
what
any
the fuck,
reason.
like-
Yeah, yeah, and I've noticed that actually, like, there's a lot of men that are like that. And I mean, that panel we just saw is kind of, it's not as bad as I've seen in real life. Actually, it's, at least they try to explain. Like in real life, I've talked to some people, and it's like, wow, like these people are, I think this, and then you like correct them, and they're like they literally don't care. It's like it's like that doesn't matter at all. And then you tell it to a woman, and the woman's like, "Oh, your reasoning, it actually makes sense." And it's like, okay, so there's something wrong when the women are actually reasoning and the men aren't. That's disturbing to me, you know.
Yeah, that's an utter failure because they're not built for that. I mean,
Exactly. That's why
yeah,
I'm saying, like, that's why do you think, that's kind of what I'm saying of like why I'm so concerned about society. It's like when the women are reasoning and the men aren't, like something's way out of whack, like for sure, you know. And so because that to me tells, you know, if you want to put in like an evolutionary psychology thing, it tells me that women are very scared for their existence, and I think that's why a lot of this feminism has kind of hijacked like the natural instincts of women and kind of weaponized it in a lot of ways, because not everything that, like you said about the whole like what do you call it, the whatever podcast, like some of these women are making strong arguments because like they're actually living in the real world, you know what I mean? And these guys who they're talking to are just totally delusional. They don't know what it's actually like to go get sex trafficked in a whatever, right? Like they don't actually know what that's like. But these women do, because they've actually had to deal with some real shit. So like some of the things they say is actually, I mean, it's fucked up, but it's, you know, connected to reality, you know. So I don't know. You know, it's I think that's a small example, but I think that's where a lot of people are getting confused. You know, they don't know how to process that reality is very harsh in some in a lot of ways. And I think in America, like I really don't think most Americans know the reality of like what's going on in the world, like at all. I hate to say it, but like I think most of the things that Americans are concerned with is not really what's going on, you know. And I don't know. It like the fact that people think that there's a real war, quote unquote, and you know, over in these places, and that's the big concern, or I don't know. There's just a lot of shit. I mean, I don't think people really quite grasp what's going on here. But how about that? How about that basketball game? Do you guys like the Lakers or?
Yeah, it's Gryffindor versus Slytherin or some shit.
I saw this clip of LeBron James. I'll never forget. I watched LeBron James at Miami when he was with Miami, or it might have been the Cleveland Cavaliers or something. He was playing on one of those teams, and it was one of the last game. It was like, you know, the playoffs or whatever their last game of the season was, right? And I sat there and watched this dude cheat like 7 times in the last 15 minutes of the game, and he didn't get any calls. And I was like, how the fuck do you play at the highest level of this game, and this dude is cheating every fucking 2 minutes or less of this game? And he does it like he's literally running half court with not dribbling, right? Like he literally is fouling people and knocking people down.
Yeah, it's like the referees get paid.
Yeah, I mean, I was
The
like
referees are all
literally
betting on the game. They got caught betting on the game several times. The fucking referees. It's
yeah,
all
I
sham.
believe it.
Sham shit.
And like I was just like, I'll never watch. I for sure I'll never watch a LeBron game ever again after that, and I never have.
And
But
think
then,
about
yeah.
like what you would have to do to get a job as a referee in one of those games. Like those guys are top level Freemasons. They're just making bank. Like most likely.
It's not necessarily sports. It's deemed as entertainment, so they can get away with shit.
That's a good point actually. And
They do it with football. They probably do it with all the major sports.
well, I think that one of the most dangerous things you can look into, which I'm starting to look into now, and I think I said it before, but like PR companies that run entertainment stuff, like NFL, NHL, stuff like that. Like I think if you look into the PR companies, like it's like I showed you that they had like literally the head of MI6 at like a PR firm's accounting event or something. It's like
Yeah, I
that
watch a ridiculous amount of NBA games. Like I'm talking about like I've watched at least 80 NBA games when I was following the Detroit Pistons where the referees literally called the game. Like there's a like they literally made decisions that literally called the game. I was like, what? I was like, how could this be? I was like, this is pivotal.
And it's so obvious. It's not even hidden, and that's why I stopped watching sports. It's not that I don't like. I actually like playing sports. I like to watch sports. If I was in better shape, I'd probably still be playing weekly or monthly games at the very least. Like, and I might again one day, but definitely at this point, it's
And
you
I'm
know,
talking about
I hate
games
that.
that people paid millions of dollars for, where the top players like, oh, this team wins or this team wins, and then they're gonna have a party literally for like 3.5 weeks where it's like champagne and bitches, and they're on fucking MTV and every fucking channel, for like 3 fucking weeks, right? Where it's gonna decide who becomes a star and who doesn't become a star, for like 3 fucking weeks, who gets their 15 minutes of fame. And the referees called the fucking game. Like, how are these people not top level Freemasons?
Yeah, it's sick. It's very sickening for sure. And the reason I mentioned that is like I saw this clip of LeBron a couple of days ago. This dude literally just steps in front of a guy, and the dude puts his hand like on his like wrist or something. And this dude like throws his whole head back and like acts like he just got knocked to the ground. The dude like literally gave him like a pat on the arm, and the dude just like throws himself on
Oh
the
yeah,
ground like he just got knocked down. It's like
yeah. I've
it's
seen them
just
flying around like Paranormal Activity. Like, this is some wild shit.
yeah, and well, that's one of the reasons I hate soccer now too, because no offense, but like there's just a lot of I'm not saying white people are above doing this, but like it seems that the browner that these like European teams got, like they just like pretend that they're getting hurt, or they actually go and injure people to like I don't know what the purpose of it is, but it's like they just play dirty. Like when I used to play soccer, I used to play a lot of soccer. If people played dirty in soccer, I would literally tell them, walk off this field and take your fucking shoes off, and I will beat your ass, because you can literally like make people crippled if you play dirty in soccer. Like if someone slide tackles you on the right on your foot the wrong way, like you're not gonna walk for a year. You know what I mean? And so I would tell people like, don't fucking do that. But these people would like literally just try to they like try to cripple you while you're playing it like a pickup game of soccer. And and I just don't understand how these professional teams let people just go and you should not be allowed on a professional team if you're literally trying to like cripple your opponents, or something like that. It's insane. So I don't know what's going on, but the people who did it to me were mostly like white or Arab. I don't know why, but that's the people who try to do it to me in real life. But like I just never understood why people are like coming to a game that's supposed to be for, you know, fun, and they're like trying to actually hurt people. It's the craziest shit I ever seen in my life. I think it's also because of the way I play. Like I kind of troll people when I play sports, so I really I really make people mad. But I don't hurt people. So did you play any sports, Machine or Red?
I did mainly baseball. I think I was in like one short season of football in middle school, and I hated it. But I did baseball in elementary school, and I think middle school as well. And I was on the cross, if you even call it a sport, but I mean, well, yeah, it's a sport. I was on a cross country team in high school, and I was in track and field.
Yeah, I did martial arts, kickboxing.
I was on JV team, so it's not like anything special.
Yeah, I did that shit for like 2 years. But and I got pretty good at it too, but I just didn't feel like doing it anymore. I just went
I
to
just
like
didn't.
reading books.
Yeah, I was more of the book kid for sure. I mean, I like sports, but I didn't like to play on the team because it was just like a lot of ego, and
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
I would talk to him like my martial arts teacher more about like Taoism and Shang Tzu than like actually doing the martial arts. I need to just like drop out of this and just go read like philosophy.
Well, yeah. Well, definitely that was my experience of like I learned kung fu as a kid and it was like half philosophy, half kung fu, and that's one of the reasons that it really appealed to me. Because it was probably not like the real stuff, but it was, I was definitely thinking about like high level Taoist, ideas at like 8, 9, 10 years old. So, it's definitely a big part of my life for sure. And, yeah. And with sports, like what really bothered me is like a lot of the people, when I talked to them when they weren't around their friends and they were athletes, they were some of the smartest people I knew. But when they were like in their little group setting, um, you know, like I was not a good player at sports, but I was definitely very creative. Like I would make up plays that nobody could think of, right? And I really enjoyed that. But basically when you play with these guys, they did not want somebody who was like innovating anything. They were like, you're going to throw to this one guy, he's going to shoot 90% of the baskets and your job is just to support him. And it's like I'm not going to do that. Sorry. Like I was just like I can't. I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play the game that way, Sorry. And same thing with soccer. I'm just not going to play, let this one guy take all the shots and it's just too predictable. Like I hate a predictable game where there's like no strategy, the strategy is like I don't know. I'm not the best at like the theory of soccer or something, but like
That's kind of why we're
you know.
doing this in a way, because it is an interesting game in a way to figure out like who's real and who's not. Because in the beginning, our list of who's real was a lot bigger. I mean, because we're not actually getting anything out of it. I mean, so that's what's interesting.
Yeah, it's the ultimate ARG, I guess, right? And I think that's it's definitely something, and it's kind of weird too because it's like
Yeah.
even watching all the Star Trek and shit, wasn't all for nothing.
Yeah, because I could talk about like Alul and all that stuff anytime. Like I could do that all day, really. Like when I'm not doing my show sometimes, I'll be like bored and I'll look at like the Alul book and I'll be like, I kind of just feel like reading Alul, like there's nothing better to do. Right. Yeah, so it's kind of weird. Like I'm actually deranged at this point, right, to a certain extent. But from being able to appreciate normal things. But yeah, it's actually interesting that like we do this for what then? Talk about the ops. It's like it's kind of like a game.
Yeah, it definitely is for myself. I mean, I can tell you, like, I'm definitely not getting any money from this. I wish I were because
Right.
I have a lot of shit I would love to do if I had some money, but
But I'll tell you what, if we had to calculate how much money we've cost others, it's probably a sizable amount.
well, if that's the case, then we should have gotten a bribe by now. I mean, I'm waiting for my bribe.
Yeah, I'd say we've taken a chunk out of these people's ass, man.
Everyone has a price.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things about the streaming. Like, if I just had time to sit here and stream and open up these books, I kind of like I don't want to say that I want to steal your concept, but I kind of like the concept of just like open a stream and then you just grab a book and start reading it because like I don't really like reading books anymore. I mean, I like reading books, but probably primarily because of the phone.
Well, I think it's a huge service. I mean, imagine the books. I mean, if you search the book and it's literally not on YouTube, it's a huge service to just reproduce the reading.
Right. Well, and actually have a conversation about it because
Yeah.
let's be honest, like most people don't get any context. Like if you just sit there in a room alone and read a book, there's a lot of value to it, but I don't think many people actually have the constitution required to do that. Like some books I've had to read 3 times. Like, and I know you talked about it too. Is like I've had to read a book 3 times to really grasp it, right? And
Like
especially if I
I'm
write about the book, then I can really grasp it. But
yeah, like I'm thinking of audio recording several books and reproducing them on the YouTube channel. You know, just the robot reading the PDF file. You know,
well, I could definitely help you figure out how to do
yeah.
that pretty easily.
I know
yeah.
how to do it. I know how to
Okay,
do it.
good.
Just screen record the Internet Explorer, you know, where it's reading because you could have a read aloud option if you open up a Adobe Read file on
Oh,
Internet
really?
Explorer,
I didn't know that.
yeah, you could have the Internet Explorer read it aloud, and you can just screen record that. You know what I mean, and reproduce books with AI reading them. I mean, so this is a very important tool that I think people are missing out on, and I'm surprised that more people haven't reproduced a lot of books that way. I mean,
Well, I think that you can kind of get away with it too. I think that's the one thing. So,
oh
like,
yeah,
I think you could definitely get away with it. And
yeah, because it's not the book. It's an audio file, and it's a robot reading it. So
well,
you know, I
and
think
the
it
other
gets fair use get away with it.
well, I mean, well, I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna say, come on, you don't want Morgan Freeman reading your books? I mean, you know, they have like this Audacity I can't remember the name of the app, but they have like this app where you can have like Snoop Dogg read a book or like Morgan Freeman. If I had like more spare cash laying around, I would definitely pay and then like just record like your book, Pill Eater's book in like different celebrity voices. Like use like Snoop Dogg to read your book. You know, like that. I think that would be very interesting because like if it ever caught a little bit of traction, you'd be like, what? Why is Snoop Dogg talking about like techno fascism or like some bizarre like Gnostic shit or something? I think that would be so fascinating, like weird marketing.
Yeah, a lot of my tweets from 2 years ago are going into my book here. I mean,
Yeah,
so I've
Pill
been
Eater
writing
just
those
did.
for a while.
Yeah, Pill Eater just made a copy of his last 3 years of tweets, and I told him to do the same with their Telegram because we have a very good like like we've made like I probably made like literally conservatively 1,000 pages of like 1,000 page book of our notes that we've made in Telegram. So I told him I was like, just you should just print this shit out because I mean it's mostly him reacting to what I'm talking about, but it's still like and me just kind of adding my own little spin on it. But yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be the future of books. And then if you can take those tweets and then turn it into like audio files or something, I think that would be that's going to be like the new time capsule or whatever. You know what I mean? Remember time capsules they used to do where they just put all these items in a thing? Well, there's going to be like digital time capsules of like our tweets and our writings and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I think that's going to be the future.
Oh yeah, that's already it's already happened. There's been like blogs that existed in the past that are now memorialized.
Yeah, and I think that there is a value to having hard copies, but I think it's going to get exponentially more expensive to do that, unfortunately. So, I mean, it'll still be available, but I'm just saying, like, I think that I think having like an actual library is important, but I think that ultimately, like, trying to make digital copies for the next 20, 30 years is going to be very important for sure. I'm gonna read a little. I just grabbed the Pill Eater book off of my thing. I'm gonna read this couple quotes from this book that I have of his. It's just little quotes because they reminded me of it. It says, it is normal to question Jewish behavior and power structures like any other religion. It's not normal to make it the center of one's life, cause and life mission, and assume there is only one problem and answer. If there is a gay gene, one must account for racial genes. There would be such a thing as a gay called the gay race. Mark Fisher is basically a neoliberal Fed trying to get sincere Marxists over to Pomo neoliberalism, as ironic as that sounds. That's it. Give a touch of the pretentious David Foster Wallace, gear it towards millennials who took a biased and radical philosophy 101 class. And you have a Pomo writer of visual culture that regurgitates Fukuyama's theories to those who enjoy Red Scare and the Michael Brooks Show. Acid communism is nothing more than a confused Pomo subculture without context, but it's in the communist and left canon, you see. It is G-rated, kid-friendly ideology to those who won't drift too far away from the literature degree. Fisher only believes in one reality, the left one. He is intolerant towards anything outside of it, and downplays the left as actually being radical as the alt-right. In addition, he's a tool for young people, so they will read Derrida and Spinoza in PC terms. Other academic writers like Eugene Thacker and Timothy Morton also reek of overread and overassumed logic towards a neoliberal future. I would even go as far as to argue that Fisher stole acid communism from Al Stinkard's Acid Right, who that's an interesting person, by the way. I'll have to send you that guy's account. Around 2013 and 17. Again, a pure example of intellectual theft and cultural appropriation. So basically and I just want to mention this really quick, like basically what Pill Eater's talking about is like, they take people like you, me, him, and his friends, and they purposely like see the artistic way that you're approaching the subject matter, and then they take it and they de-radicalize it and then present it to the quote unquote masters and PhD level kids that are coming into school and say, this is what we're doing. So like, it's basically like give these kids like a watered down version of comprehending what, these hardcore philosophers and shit were really
Well, I'm
trying to say.
actually quite familiar with the author he's talking about. You mean
Which
Mark
one?
Fisher?
Oh, Mark Fisher. Okay, I didn't know
Yeah,
that's. No, I meant Al Stinkard because I'm pretty sure that one's an unknown one, but I don't know who any of these other people are actually.
Yeah. Fisher formed like intellectual coalition with Nick Land, the accelerationist guy.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it's funny. Yeah. And he's talking about capitalism. He wrote a book called Capitalist Realism.
Well, the guy that he's talking about, Al Stinkard, I don't know much about him, but I followed his Twitter for a little bit, and I don't know exactly what his angle is. I think he kind of got co-opted a little bit, but essentially, I mean, he also lives in the Bay Area, or he did at least, and he was basically like saying very similar stuff to like my commentary, but I'd never heard of the guy. But basically about, we're living in basically saying that we live in like a weird, totally centrally planned economy, but it's hidden under the guise of like, a tech boom or something. So like the tech boom is actually like externalizing what they were going to do anyways or something like that.
But yeah, it's crazy funny what Pill Eater's saying. If you know who Mark Fisher is.
Yeah, I didn't know who that is. I've never looked into these people. So
yeah, Pill Eater's hilarious.
But yeah, and that's why I like reading it, because like half the time I don't really know what he's saying, but then like 6 months later when I finally figure out what he was talking about, then it's like then I get the joke. So but it said, but there's the irony. Just embrace the neolib one and go to Hot Topic that sells commie logos. Is that not neolib capitalism? Like the alt-right did not happen, but that same race realist and dirtbag energy found in it is okay in the context of a left one. Now we have the bread tube and all that gay shit. Dirtbag left is a show operation for people to think in PC terms, but okay to talk race and be an anti-lib once in a while. Again, Fisher won't even believe in a bright future, or for that matter, sincerity. It's like he read Land and just said it should all be academic approved leftist thinking. Fisher argues for no reason that a left term is good because that's what academia wants and is important to morality. And then he abuses the terms and pretends the legitimate history of the alt-right was always alt-left. That's weird. I should figure out who Fisher is, because that's very weird that he's saying that. Because that sounds like he's talking specifically about who's that guy? Richard Spencer. Uh-oh. I'm reading the comment down here. I feel like Fisher's ideas can be kind of a title, a lull in a weird way, aside from his depressing approach.
Well, I think the deceleration because of communication technology, there's something there with that can be looked at. But Alul, I think he swallows up these postmodernist thinkers. I mean,
Well, it's really funny you say that, because that's the exact same. That's exactly the same conversation that me and Pillager just had, of like, he's like, unironically, we do live in a postmodern situation. The problem is that they're downplaying it and trying to pretend that it's like this fun version of postmodernism, when it's actually like a fucking, demonic, hellacious, subtle one instead. So it's like, it's really bizarre. Like he explained it so much better than I just did, but that's kind of what Pillager said to me recently, and it was kind of like, that's depressing, but I know he's right because I've seen it. But
yeah, and then I mean, if we go to like, like simulacra and simulation, it's like puppy dogs and poodles. You know what I mean? And then when you go to Alul, it's like, oh, there's like fucking Cthulhu's like right there. Right?
well, that's a good way to put it. I mean, I haven't read whoever the guy who wrote about Cthulhu was. I forgot. I always forget that dude's name, but what's his name? I really got to get my friend who's an expert on that guy to come
Lovecraft?
on. Lovecraft, yeah. One of my friends is a really good expert on that.
Yeah, there's
yeah.
Yeah, but this idea that Fisher has about a cultural deceleration. I mean, thanks to Raga Nagrastani, the Iranian philosopher, Nick Land and Mark Fisher. They're all kind of the same postmodernist accelerationist unit. I mean, they're all three of them are kind of prime suspects for
I
bricklayers.
wonder if that ties back to Giorgiani. Or I would bet it does somehow.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely ties to Giorgiani because Giorgiani is working with land level stuff. You know what I mean? But he's going into the psycho spiritual territory, right? That's the thing with Giorgiani, is that makes him unique, is that he's able to get to the philosophical and even sci-fi justifications for these things. I mean, so like he's very like Giorgiani's on another level. He's like like Giorgiani's more working with the type of stuff that I'm working with on the Machine Lives. I mean, where he's actually talking about like philosophy and shit.
Yeah, I wish he wasn't. I wish he wasn't so controlled. I think that if he could have an honest conversation, I know it might kill him, but I wish that I wish he could have an honest conversation, because I think that if he were to just sit down and have a real conversation and with you or me or Pill Eater or any of us, and just like level with people, I think it would be one of the best podcasts of all time. But I don't think he's going to do that, unfortunately. He obviously knows something that he's not, he's definitely holding back something big. What it is, I can't say, but what a shame. I'll read a couple more quotes, because I don't know who these people are, but you might. I know who Tim Morton is. That's the object ontology from Houston. What's that school in Houston?
By the way, to tell you about Mark Fisher, by the way. Mark Fisher writes philosophy books, but he writes them like he'll write about musical albums. He'll do case studies on musical albums to discuss time periods. I mean, so he's very much like, a new form of philosophy. Like that's the thing with Yarvin and people like Nick Land and people like, Mark Fisher. The topics that they use to discuss their philosophy is like comic book characters, like the occult, like movies and TV shows and shit. And this is the same with Giorgiani. So they're bringing in a weird new level where they're bringing in like anime and like the Matrix.
It's like a weird postmodern inversion or something, right? Where it's like
like in Fang Numina, like Nick Land has a chapter on William Gibson.
Nice. I would definitely like to read that one because it's weird. Like it's so, what's weird is like, I think you're one of the only people who's seen what I've seen in Gibson, and most people I read who talk about Gibson, like I just feel like they don't get it for some reason. I don't know why that is, but could just be because I'm arrogant. But like I just feel like most people just don't get it very well.
Yeah, they're drawing crazy stuff from movies and anime and music albums. I mean, where they're writing like whole chapters of philosophy books on like music albums and stuff.
Well, you want to know what's funny though is like I could literally do that if I knew. And honestly, maybe I should. Like okay, I'll give you an example. I've been watching Star Trek, the first, some Next Generation, but also a lot of the older ones, like the original series, and man, whoever wrote that shit was very high level. I mean, like I don't know what the hell they were studying or what, but whoever wrote the original series with like William Shatner and shit and Spock, like very high level thinkers. I don't know who they were or what they were trying to do, but so it dawned on me because I watched Next Generation a lot as a kid, and I've kind of rewatched some of it as an adult here and there, kind of in passing. It's something like I don't really like study because I don't have time, but like I've kind of watched quite a lot as an adult as well. And I was wondering, like, let's look at the what is the ask the Twitter AI thing. I was like, what do the different shirts mean? And it kind of gave me some sort of answer, like, well, in the original series it meant this, and then in the latter series, I was wishing you were around because I think you would have enjoyed this, but it basically gave me like the gold is for navigation and helm, and it was like the leaders in the old series, and then the blue was like medical and science, or like peace bringers essentially, and then you have like the red who was like just doing the rigmarole jobs, like they were always like the cannon fodder, like it's so funny whenever you see a red shirt next to Kirk, like he's 5 minutes away from dying pretty much. So it was just really funny. And then they changed that in the Next Generation where it's all like the red shirts are the leaders and the gold people are like doing like the menial like the beehive task is what it said. And then like the blue was basically like still like, health and whatever. But then I asked it as like, could you make a correlation between this and Kabbalah? And it made like a really good argument about like the red is like the right hand path, and the yellow's like and the blue's like the left hand path, and then like the yellow people are like the balance or whatever, right? And so it was really interesting. Is like basically like it drew like pretty strong correlations between like the tree of life or whatever.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if I were if I actually had like a solid philosophy that I wanted to like present to the world, I could probably, like, you could probably use AI. Like, I could probably produce like 20 articles a day with AI in like a few hours probably. That like I basically wrote myself, but I would just use the AI to like outline it for me or something. It's pretty weird, but so let me read a little more of this because I think you might like this because it's kind of related to what you just said about Fisher. Tim Morton. I read this already biased work that was debunked, and I'm going to pretend it wasn't and cite it to show I read it and fully understand the text in my way. That's why I have a comparative literature PhD. The same thing Fisher does. Bazooka Joe bubblegum wrappers as wisdom from Plato. Dom DeLillo wasn't lying about that. I don't know who that is. Why not read about acid use in philosophy? Why mix in communism? Acid communism. At this point, everything must be some form of soft neoliberalism. Mother, may I, nationalism, and government approved boutique ideologies. A-Tick ATAC by Rare is my favorite ZX Spectrum game. I don't know what that is. Once I get an Amiga 500 Mini, time to hack it and install ProTracker 2/3 on it. I don't know what that means. Dom DeLillo, David Foster Wallace, Cormac McCarthy, and Thomas Pynchon, the four horsemen of postmodernity. Do you know who those guys are?
Yeah, I've heard of a couple of them, but yeah, I'm not really that impressed either. No, I'll take a wild guess and say he has a right hunch about those guys.
Harold Bloom is a despicable Jew. I don't know who that is either, but the name is familiar. But
yeah, I'll err on the side of caution and say Bill Hader's probably right about that.
My Little Pony with mixed with white nationalism is like sci-fi dime pulp. Yet this is the center of queer culture. Academia has became a pulp industry, an enlightened pleasure reading pastime, a quote unquote book club that should not be a pedigree. Get me out of here. As capitalism declines, there is no way to save the book industry. Books are dead, just like boomers and prophets in command. No one is doing anyone a favor by forcing someone to buy a book by Toni Morrison, all while reaping profit to pay rent in South San Francisco. I created the Mr. Krabs meme. I did. I was the first to introduce that to the fad on ytmmd.com. I don't know what that is, but I believe it. You know, have you ever seen those Mr. Crab memes or whatever? I don't even know which one specifically, but I did notice that those things just appeared out of nowhere. He said, I'm a fascist. Fuck work. Women are free to woo over men and be playful, but often they take no accountability towards ethics or a larger concern about society. Watch them become prostitutes when a dangerous time is ahead. Always they will dig their own safe space. Safe space is a corporate lingo and propaganda. No seriously academic institution believes in such a fake concept. The etymology comes from criticism, not from sincere postmodern intellects. By using safe space and sincerity, one paints themselves as objects of ridicule. As a Satanist, it's all about destruction and pranking those who have done me wrong. 666. Rock me gently. Let's see. Then he has some songs listed. Let's see. I'm going to read your book in the near future on one of these streams. I was going to do it earlier, but I got distracted before you showed up. I don't like promiscuous stuff either, or what they call casual sex. Sex should be a direct translation of loving each other. Elaine Budo knew the so-called hookup or one night stand is fake. It is impossible. It is impossible is if there is a thing called Platonism.
I had to get some sleep, guys. I'll see you later.
Yeah, blessings, Red.
Bye, Red.
Easy.
I have to read in. I have to look into that Shea Butter. I may talk a big game of, oh yeah, I get with girls, but that's just me being funny and friendly. When in all actual reality, every girl I get with, I have a beautiful, long-term, promising relationship with them that is exciting and loving. The first time meeting her and get the experience that counts, not the act of getting laid. I am against date rape and sex as a commodity. People in the club are all looking for Platonism and romance. They just need some level of being broken. They need to direct. Big city, bright lights. Anyone who has sex with another person, gay or straight, is doing a direct platonic love based on sincerity. Both are asking to be forever together. You cannot ignore it and say it was just for fun. Let's see, where'd I go? There's a lot more here, so I'm just gonna stop there. This book is it's just funny because like most of the stuff, if you just go, he said he wrote this book to like just walk into like a open mic and just start saying this stuff and see what happens. Definitely, you could use it as like a stand-up comedy book. That'd be funny.
Yeah, it's dope. I like his writing style. You could tell he studied a lot of literature to be able to write at that level where it's like funny, it's like witty, it's like quick. There's like those sentences that end really quickly. It's like 2 words and shit. You know? Like that's a unique skill.
Sorry, I was talking to my family and stuff, but no, I agree, and I mean the reason I like it is because it's kind of like I think you and him are the only people I can send poetry to, and you guys are actually like read the poetry, and I think that's interesting. Like, although he's not talking about a poetic thing per se, it is poetry, and I don't think he promotes it that way, but I definitely think that he is writing poetry, and I think William Gibson was a poet too. I think my favorite writers are all poets, but it's always under the guise of like I'm not really a poet though. I respect that a lot because like for me, I only know how to write poetry. That's the only thing I can write, and I don't know how to disguise it as something else. And if I could do that skill, I definitely would. For sure. Like most of the stuff I say on the panel is actually just poetry, but then if it ends up being correct, I'm like, oh, that well, good, yeah. Like today, I just said that thing about solipsism and what was it? Solipsism and what's the other thing I talked about? Sorry, the sound in the background is like driving me crazy. Solipsism and
Deism.
Deism, yeah. So I just said that as like a poetic, funny thing, and then I looked it up. I was like, maybe there's something to this. And I was like, So I like that. Yeah. Got to go with your gut.
Yeah, Fisher's got some. Yeah, it's funny that Pill Eater doesn't like those guys because like I tend to be a lot more forgiving with a lot of the stuff. You know what I mean? But I get that Pill Eater's doing literary criticism, so his style is going to be a bit more abrasive. Right?
Well, I think it's because, and he hasn't said this to me directly, but I'm just going to infer my own thing onto it because that's all I can do, anyways. But my inference of what I get from it is like I think he's upset with these people because he was trained to be a psyop agent, and he's like, you know what, I don't want to do psyop agents, and then he realized like all of academia is basically like a giant psyop of like, let's not actually tell people that we're trying to socially engineer them, especially the people that we're training to be social engineers. So it's like it and the funny part is of like it makes you really disrespect these people because that, and again, this is just my inference. He didn't say this to me, but essentially I think it's like you start getting really pissed off as like even the managerial class is basically like totally fucked up and psyop themselves to the point where like they don't even know their own ass from the hole in the ground, right? Like, and that's fucked. And I think that's what really spooked him because he's like, Platonism's not possible. Like, these ideals of justice and all these things that we whiteys love. You realize like, well, that's not really possible if all the people who are supposed to be like socially engineering people to build this great society is all fucked up and don't know what's really going on, right? And essentially it seems that's just going to lead you straight to, Malthusian death cult instead. So something like, I mean, again, that's just my way of describing it, but I think that's why it's like so pissed off about it, because basically like taking these postmodern ideals, like, I mean, it's like what, like I said about Nietzsche, like I think Nietzsche may be a good guy, may be a bad guy, but definitely the way that most people contextualize him is gearing it towards like something I don't think Nietzsche was trying to gear people towards at all. I don't think Nietzsche was telling people, oh yeah, just be a nihilist and, fuck everything. I don't think Nietzsche was telling people that, so.
Yeah, I remember when I told Dr. Skrbina about postmodernists and Mark Fisher and Sherry Turkle and stuff like that. And, she wrote a book called Alone Together. People like Days of Noah and all these people, they cited all the time. And he got really upset. And he said, none of those people say technology is a problem. It's pretty funny. But yeah, he was like just pointing out like that none of those people actually like Ellul. He's pretty clear to point out technology is a problem. But he's like, none of these other people, the postmodernists, they always blame other things. I mean, like society, capitalism.
And then I think the thing is like when you realize that it's not because it's like some of these people are deluded, but I think a lot of these people know it's a problem, and they just said, "Well, I don't give a fuck it," And I think that's the problem is like they're basically telling everybody else, "Oh, it's this, it's that, and the other," and they know that there's this big fucking elephant that's about to maul everybody, and they're like, "Well, let's just ignore that for now, okay?" And I think that's kind of what Pill Eater saw with a lot of these weird people is like if you start talking about something real, they're mad because they didn't think of it first, or they knew about it and they wanted to keep it hush hush. And then because you did talk about it, they'll go and rework it into a different thing that you didn't intend all along, right? And I think that's what we're experiencing. To be honest with you, I think we're experiencing that to some degree, right? Maybe on a lesser degree, but maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I think there's definitely some element of like they want people who are smart to be around because it helps them kind of debug their program, but they're never going to give you credit for it, and they're never going to give you a say in how things turn out, right? And I think that's the fucking problem, right? There's no actual like human intelligence think tank of people who are genuinely worried about the future or working things out, and like when you see that all these people they have involved in these projects are like retarded, or evil, or yes men, sucking their commander's dick, probably. Sorry to say it that way, but it's true. It's like it's pretty sickening. Like if I'm gonna get ruled by somebody, I'd rather get ruled by Genghis Khan, not a fucking Liberace or something, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, army of donkeys led by a lion is always going to beat an army of lions led by a donkey.
Yep. And again, I don't want to beat a dead donkey, but I'm telling you, man, like some of the stuff that Bill Eater has kind of pointed out to me is like the pseudo white nationalism is led by people that are extremely degenerate. And I don't mean like banging OnlyFans girls degenerate. I mean much, much, much worse from what I can guess. I don't know for sure, but pretty sure we're dealing with some quite disgusting people, put it that way. So this kind of shows you that these people following orders, I don't think they know who their boss is, or if they do, that's even more disturbing, So I hope they realize, their boss might be banging the horse or something, Like when you start looking at some of the people who write the philosophy. Who's that French guy who went to Africa and gave the boy AIDS you always talk about? Who's that guy?
Foucault.
Yeah, people like that. That's what I'm talking. People like that. That's the people who are pulling the strings up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Auguste Comte. It's actually weird. The guy who actually invented sociology, with all these Sherry Turkle and the postmodernists, all these people. You know what I mean? It's either sociology or anthropology that this guy like invented or whatever. You know what I mean? But yeah, he literally married a prostitute. I mean, crazy stuff. I mean,
Yep. And well, I mean, that's the thing is like you start looking at who these people are, shacked up with or whatever. I mean, and again, that's my biggest problem with this whole Trump and Elon thing. Like the psyops and everything aside, is like if you look at the circle of the people around them, it's like, man, like I wouldn't trust these people with my dog for the weekend. So trusting them with like the future of my country or my or my people or whatever this is like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I mean, it's just it's like a very small, weird group of weirdos. Like you look at that Ali Akbar, like Nick Fuentes or whatever. I mean, the funny thing is, I think Nick Fuentes might not be as bad as some of these other people. I mean, it's hard to tell for sure, but it's like you start seeing it's like they put these people who are kind of weird as it is, but they put them out in front because they're less weird than the people behind them, right? Because I think they like a normal person won't get into those circles, right? Like they're not going to let you in. They're not going to let a normal person get into those circles, even in the mid-level. Even in the mid-tier managerial class, and I think that's a big concern. I mean, if that's the way it is, then I don't have a lot of confidence. Like I think they can run society. I just don't think they're going to run it very well. As far as they're not going to run it into like a positive, family-oriented thing. Even if it's to their benefit. And I think that's kind of the bizarre thing is like I think these people kind of like are enjoying. They're kind of enjoying the destruction a little bit too much, maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah, this is the thing I saw earlier. It's just excellent. It's this guy, Wilderness Front. Man, this guy's something special on Twitter. He's got a website, wildernessfront.com. We need to link up with this website. This shit is crazy. And he says,
who is this?
It's these two guys I found. I mean, I found a bunch of these guys that like all support Kaczynski. They post Kaczynski memes and all this stuff. But yeah, I'm looking for more people like this. But yeah,
Well,
he
be
says
careful because be careful for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. But this
Yeah.
guy looks pretty smart. He posted this meme. It says the techno-industrial system is the actual enemy. Governments, corporations, organizations, communities, individuals. And it's got the techno-industrial system on top, going to governments, then going to corporations, then going to organizations, then going to communities. And it says hit it where it hurts. Then it says technology, above all else, is responsible for the current condition of the world and will control its future development. Thus, the bulldozer that we have to destroy is the modern technology itself.
Interesting. I mean, it's pretty accurate for sure. But it's I haven't seen any accounts like that. So I'm glad you found something because I've seen some meme accounts that kind of like lean into it, but it's more like the Luigi Mangione like.
Yeah, I got a few of them. I started following them, and then when I post like quotes by Lul, they'll like my quotes. It's funny.
Interesting. Well, I don't know if I did it with you or not. I don't think I did, but I recommend anybody, including you, if you get a chance, go look at that Luigi Mangione account, assuming it's still up. Definitely very strange account that guy has before he did what he did, allegedly. But very strange. I don't know. It's but yeah, it's they've definitely got this weird like the weird, what's really weird is like the morning host for Alex Jones, what's his name? I can't remember his name, but it looks like Ted Kaczynski or Jeffrey Dahmer or something. He's got those weird glasses on or whatever. Harrison Smith. That dude looks like but he did a lot of stuff about what you call it? Anti-tech stuff for a while. And definitely in retrospect, that was a really weird coverage of it. I wish I could find it. I probably could find it. I might pull it up sometime, but he was kind of like the anti-tech guy, on Alex Jones, and it's really weird that Alex Jones has totally moved on from talking about technology. Like Alex Jones did hardcore anti-tech stuff before, and he doesn't really talk about that stuff anymore, which is very interesting, to be honest with you. Like that's one of the reasons I got into Alex Jones is because after looking into like the the bioethics and stuff like that, his concerns about genetic alterations, let's say, was very pertinent, I would say. And it's just funny, like there's no real concerns about that. And funny enough, the I was just thinking about Star Trek, like the Star Trek and the Khan, like you're talking about the Khan, the Pakistani, gene splicing, whatever, it's like literally the movie about the Star Trek movie has more anti-tech stuff in it or technology related stuff than any commentator on any, publicly known whatever. Like there's no real like, what does this mean to actually start editing the DNA. It's pretty interesting. And this whole like RFK Jr. thing is really weird too, because like he's like supposedly against all this stuff, and then now like very quickly he's like the mRNA might be good, or so I don't know. It's pretty weird. Well, I know you're probably ready to sleep, and I have to do some stuff before I go to sleep. And I want to continue, but I gotta do some stuff soon. And
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, it's no worries.
And this has been 10 hours, so. But yeah, I'll probably do something later this week sometime. I don't know when, but
Yeah,
I
I'm
actually
on
have a lot more
tomorrow.
stuff. That's right. So definitely send me the link, and
Yeah, tomorrow and Wednesday. So I mean, I'll be there all day on Wednesday. So, but yeah, definitely, I gotta talk to you soon about some other stuff. But yeah.
yeah, for sure. And definitely, dude, if you look into some of these like weird AI stuff that's going on, like we're probably hitting neuromancer relatively soon, I would say, or at least some sort of pseudo neuromancer scenario. So I don't know how far off it is, but it's if the technology is there, then we're going to be getting close to AI corporations that basically are totally run by an AI or something. I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure.
I never thought I'd hear somebody as dumb as Toilable Earth give a speech like this little hyper-capitalist, anti-capitalist speech. I mean, so I think, yeah, we're definitely living in a different time when somebody like that is like, everybody's in their rooms, in their pods, and he's complaining about the conspiratorial subculture. I mean, yeah, I think that they're creating people like that. And so left and right, really.
Yep. And somebody's got their pedal to the metal, let's just put it that way. So I don't know how far off it is, or if it's not already here. I mean, I think it's already here to some degree. To what degree is another question. But
yeah, like think about people who are like, oh, we need to like go and subvert internet communities and create up like psyops and stuff. Like, who would ever think of stuff like that? Right? Like it's only now, like it's like in the last 10 years, like how we were talking about.
Well, MI6 would think of such things, of course, but I don't know that a general layperson
Yeah,
would.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the Freemasons have been doing it since 1600s, and
yeah, I mean,
and the
but
Jews have been doing it before then. But yeah,
yeah, and like me, I wrote some sociological papers that were kind of like funny in my bad handwriting in college, and I thought it was kind of a joke until I started watching Alex Jones, and I was like, oh, there actually is psychological operations and blah blah blah. And then I was like, oh, it's actually much more, pervasive than I thought. And now I'm like, oh, it's here's my new thing. The entire economy is about psychological operations. There you go. Or something to that effect. I mean,
yeah, like fake value generated. Like it's like sports teams, but it's like all over.
Right. So it's like I think I should start a PSYOP coin, and the better the PSYOP, the better the coin's value gets, or something. I'll probably be rich by next week.
Get them to bet on fake debates.
I could probably do that. I could probably find someone to help me create that.
Yeah,
Well, I guess if we need to fund ourselves, we can always do that for sure.
Yeah, started.
We won't pay capital gains tax on crypto. That's the good news. So now with that news, let's
they'll probably have in the future channels with the voice AI where they'll have characters debating each other. I mean, AIs. Right?
It might
And
already be happening for all we know.
and it just and there's just people donating money, and it's just like, oh, look at these two sides, and it's crazy. And it's just
I think
it's just too
it's definitely possible right now. Like we could definitely
set up a debate channel where this happens. Yeah, let's do
Dude,
it.
I guarantee you, like especially if I can get televised apocalypse, because he's really good at doing that. He actually
Scam
got,
everybody, yeah.
yeah, I think he could get that going pretty well.
Yeah, think
Like
about it. I could write like me and Hank could write like 10 debates. like by the end of this week. You know what I mean? Honestly,
well-
we could have mock debates and then have AIs do the voices. You know, where we take positions on things, you know, right, and create fake characters, and then have people
well,
donate.
well, you don't even need to do that much. All you need to do is basically set up a prompt for a debate in Grok or whatever, or even across different platforms. Like one person uses Grok, one uses some other one, and then someone uses a different one for the moderator. I guarantee you it would be like insane. Like the results you would get is be I would dare to say it would probably be it would be almost indistinguishable from like an actual PhD level person talking to another
Has
PhD level
anybody
person.
set up two AIs talking to each other on one of these things?
Well, I know that me and Televised did that a couple times on one of our shows. We did a couple times where we did that kind of shit. I mean, he really did most of the work. I just kind of gave us suggestions, but
Yeah.
he's done that before, and
Yeah,
I think I don't know if anybody else has done it. I think I heard some other people kind of trying to replicate it, but I don't think that many people have really like set it up as a spectacle. But I mean, I can guarantee you the reason I haven't really wanted to do it is because I guarantee you if we do that, somebody else is going to exactly copy like almost verbatim what we did. So I'm kind of reluctant to just give that away personally. But
You know who we could broach with this idea? Is Panelverse Presents. You know what I mean? And I don't know.
well,
You know.
if you think you'll go for it, I mean, it would be. I mean, the cool. I think the good thing about AI is like it's all about the prompting. If you do the prompting right, like you can get some very useful actually results that kind of give you a direction for research, and that's kind of what I've been using it for. And yeah, I think that if we were to like really like get the prompts down well and try something like that, it would be very, very, very very interesting. Like I'm trying to think of a better word, but it would be I think it would actually be fruitful, to be honest with you. Like if we were to set up some of these debates that we want to, like let's just say like AI good or evil, like that other dude was saying he's going to debate. Like I think if you were to set up the prompts correctly and say like argue from a hardcore true orthodox Christian position on one side, and the other person said, well, I want to do it from a hardcore Muslim, you know, Quran thing, but with a, you know, mix of Elul and you know, whatever, you know, you get the idea. And you just kind of like very specifically prompted it. Like I think it would give us a great and I'll probably try that later tonight or tomorrow. I'll probably sit down and just try that prompt and see what happens. But you know, if you really prompted the right way, it would give you like a lot of talking points that you would be able to like frame debates in. And I actually think if you ever wanted to do like a real serious debate channel or something, I think that the AI would actually be good for framing it, because you could actually like map out all these different points and then use it as like actual debate prep, where you actually like map out your enemy's tactics ahead of time and see like how could they possibly try to get ahead of you, and kind of like outmaneuver people that way. I think that's debates, if there were ever going to be some in the future, of like mapping out other people's arguments
By the
and
way,
turning on
like,
them.
yeah, by the way, like logistically, like I could possibly set up like 10 debates on our channel and literally just see where it goes. I mean, in terms of like we have enough people around that we could set up debate topics and have the different people on our channel respectfully debate each other. I mean, and honestly, like my shit would be bigger than Breakfast Tacos is getting right now. To be honest, I mean, because like he had Vegan Gains on last night, and there was 10 people watching him. Right? So
That's weird, dude. That's actually shocking that he has that big of a person, and that person doesn't like. Have you noticed that these big name people never bring their giant audience with them? I just find that so difficult to believe, but yeah, pretty bizarre.
right, because he had people like he had that Planet Peterson guy on his show, you know, and the guy's channel is bigger than Jim Bob's channel or something like that. I mean, and you know, and yeah, there was like still like 30 people watching him. Yeah, that's the thing is like, how are these people like subsisting? And
Right, without a dedicated audience that's even willing to show up. Like Jake Rattlesnake has like 1 million subscribers in Australia or whatever. He goes on Jake VO podcast and there's like not even 30 people watching. It's like,
well,
okay.
that's the thing is that that's why he's recording his Discord, because Breakfast Tacos built up his Discord. So he built up his Discord as a debate platform, and then he opened it up on YouTube. So he was
Okay.
pretty smart that way. I mean,
Well, I think that's a good idea. I mean, I kind of like Discord more just because I can see the potentiality for it. I mean, if I had more the right mind for it, I think you could pretty much do pretty insane stuff with just Discord alone. You know, to be honest with you, I'm more and more black pilled on YouTube. I think that YouTube's like, I think it's important for presence, but I think that it's ultimately just it's not. It's just it seems totally, you know, obviously astroturfed, but I think that if you're down to try, I think it would be worth the effort because
yeah, to go up on YouTube and just say what you think, like I think it takes a certain type of derangement. You know, because
I would
because
agree.
because I think like I wouldn't say narcissism outright, but it takes a certain type of a person that just doesn't give a fuck what other people think. I mean, because you're automatically getting spied on. Like when I first started doing this, I was like, yeah, I'm automatically just gonna be, you know, become spied on. And I was like, which is funny because obviously just going to a university and studying with Dr. Scribino, I'm already being spied on. I mean, so I was
Right,
like,
exactly.
yeah, so I was like, this is gonna be
Exactly.
pretty funny, huh?
Well, yeah, and I've definitely had that sense since I first came on Jim Bob's show, and unfortunately, I've been proven right ever since because it's like you said, I have mixed feelings about it, but definitely, yeah, I can say that like I kind of knew at some point, you know, it was like if people really take on my ideas, I'll be spied on, but I just didn't actually expect it to actually happen. You know, I think that's the funny part. Like I was like, nobody will ever actually listen to what I said. And I'm still not sure that anybody ever really truly did, but
Yeah, I thought like
yeah.
if I write a book like how I wrote, I mean, I thought it's better if there's some eyes on me at least, just in case something happens to me. I mean, because I'm already putting a lot of things out there that are very difficult to get across and probably give you a lot of bad attention. I mean,
Well, I keep skimming your book, and I will eventually read it in full but like every time I read it, it like connects so many dots to me. Like reading your book or Pill Eater's book or like or the Tao Te Ching is all very similar to me. Like I can only read a little bit at a time because when I read it, the connections I make, I'm like, oh fuck, like this is not like it's really like that. It's like like your book really contextualizes history for me, and I find that very disturbing because most books I read confuses history for me, and then when I read your book, I'm like, oh, now I get it. Like now all the history I read actually makes sense, right? And I think that's a very powerful that's a very powerful book to write if you can contextualize history to where it actually starts making sense again.
well, that's
And
the thing I started noticing is that there's history of philosophy, and they smuggle a lot of shit in there. So that's obviously a weak point because it's obvious that they arbitrarily pick which guys are important, right? So
Yep. And I think that that's kind of what I was saying about the solipsism and the deism thing is like, it's not actually about Jay Dyer or Alex Jones or white nationalism or all these other things. It's actually about the philosophy. It's actually about creating a narrative and a history that actually supports the philosophy that these people are trying to promote, essentially. In my opinion. I mean, I can't prove that, but that's kind of what I've grown to suspect is actually happening is like they're forming and the good thing from their perspective, I think, is that they can just delete whatever evidence they need to in retrospect, right? And I think that that's, I mean, we've really hit beyond 1984 for sure, because the truth isn't as important as the narrative. And so, I mean, to the average person, because the average person doesn't have access to the narrative or the supporting facts of the narrative or any of these other things. So it's and I think that I really think we should look into more of Mr. Osmond stuff because he keeps talking about very related stuff, and some of it goes over my head. But I think that term he uses, auto hoax or whatever, seems pretty accurate. Of like, I don't know exactly what he means by it, but I think it means something to the effect of like, well, you're just kind of making like these self-collapsing loops or something where it just like
well, what it means is that if you see something on the media, that it being in the media already makes it a hoax.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
So that's the thing, is that because it's developed through, as you said, building a narrative and agenda setting and all these type of tools, right? And obviously it's a corporate enterprise, right? That it's already, to some degree, it's already a hoax. So everything you see, you have to obviously put it under the smell test first, right? So this is the whole thing is like, so auto hoax is like, and this is what they say in, I talked about it with Cockboy Hotline on the 420 episode, when they did the conspiracy stuff. I mean,
right.
And I have a very interesting narrative about it that I was going to present in my AI debate. I mean, because it's a huge problem with AI. I mean, you could really clearly explain it with AI because, you need AI to check if things are real or not, which is in itself a huge problem, right? Because AI can produce hoaxes that you need AI to check if they're real. So that's a huge fucking, like, I don't know how people didn't think that was a problem.
Yeah, well, and I think that that's really going to be more and more. I have a lot more to say on that, and I'll reserve it for the moment. But I definitely agree with you, and I think that I could, if you want to get totally psycho and schizo, I can definitely take it there with the AI question. I mean, for sure, because it's basically limitless as far as, I mean, like they don't need to put the fucking goggles on your head. I think that's what people are confused. Like, they don't need to plug you into a matrix. We're basically about halfway there, I would say. Anyways, so I don't really think they really need to go and do all the invasive stuff. I mean, they might want to eventually, but I don't think it's definitely not necessary to get most of what they're talking about in those movies done. You know what I mean? So, and I think truthfully, the whole blue pill cipher guy thing, right? Like, I think truthfully, the average person is not stupid for wanting to get plugged back into the matrix because, to be honest with you, there's going to hit a threshold where it literally will drive you instantly insane to see the real world when no one else can. And I think that people are not really contemplating that. And I think that's what this whole truther community kind of shocked me about, especially like the CBO thing, because a lot of these guys seem to be talking about this stuff, but then when you realize like they're talking about it in order to kind of drag you away from that ultimate implication of what's really being said, which is that well, to quote Alex Jones, there is a war on for your mind, right? So I think that's, and it's not in these overt ways. It's actually on the subtle. It's actually in the subtlety, and I think that's the devil's in the details, I guess, right? So, but I wish I was better at explaining it, but definitely the more you look at it, it's like every little detail in some of these things, and I think that's why they're dragging this gematria and all this stupid shit in, because it may be true of what they're saying, but they'll tell you like the how, but they won't tell you the why, right? And
Well, that's
why
what's
is
so funny. Well, that's what's so funny is like if you really pay attention to the PSYOP community, you look at the flat Earth thing, then you look at the Tartaria thing, then you look at the idea of the Eurasian superstate. You know what I mean? That's talked about. You know what I mean? In Dugin, and how he and Fomenko sort of float this idea out there about the new chronology, right? Then you look at how much of that's caught on in the conspiracy community. I mean, and you look at the whole thing about mud floods and all this type of stuff, where you have people like Rock E that are fully sold on stuff like that, right? And he's just a part of the thing. It's actually being promoted by bigger names like the Crow 777 people. I mean, so that's what's interesting, is that how do these people get this knowledge or promote these types of psyops, very specific, saying that the Jesuits created both Islam and Christianity, and the Jews are not to blame, and Russia's this preeminence of the Russian Empire. I mean, it's just very, very strange stuff. I mean, like I straight up asked a Nachikita dude who's literally an Asian man. I said, Fomenko says that Israel is in Russia, and he says, yeah. I'm like, so you still promote his theories, or like, don't you think that's insane? I mean, but yeah, they don't even, they're still promoting some of those weird theories.
Well, and here's the thing: is like, if Israel is in Russia, well, then what does that imply? So right, and so it's like, see, and like that's where I trip out, because then they don't think of the
that's right.
implications.
Yeah, that's how you're saying it. That they're hiding. That they're saying something, clearly hiding something else. Right. So it's obvious. Right? It becomes way too obvious the other thing they're hiding. Right.
Right, and again, it's like right in plain sight. Like the whole, like, I don't even know if we can say it, but like the whole Ukraine thing is like really disturbing to me, because like I just inferred that Ukraine was something other than what people were making out to be, right? Like I don't know, I don't really follow the Ukraine war stuff and never have, right? But I didn't really feel that I needed to. I kind of got the gist. It's like, okay, obviously.
Well, look at Zelensky. Look at how he's dressed. He's dressed like he's running a company, not a country.
Yep.
Right? So,
He looks like a little Mark Zuckerberg running around.
He's got like a logo on his shirt for like a little corporation. Like he might as well be like. Right.
Well, and again, it's like all these little weird pieces of the puzzle. You start putting it together. Like, okay, so you have these people in Wyoming, Montana, Utah, making sort of weird trade deals for buffalo herds, and children being trafficked, and you're like, and again, this is all like open knowledge, not super hidden stuff. This is like on national and international news.
Right, they literally have like Barbie doll spokespeople, like like what's that lady, Bullets or whatever.
I can't remember her name, but yeah, definitely, it's like
it's like the smiley face lady with big titties. That keeps talking about Process Church.
Shit. Rotting Jewels.
Rotting Jewels. Yeah, I thought it was like something Bashful Bullets or something. Rotting
something.
Jewels.
Might as well be, yeah.
I know. It's like, yeah, she's pretty hot. I mean, but
She is, and it's sad because, like, I don't know what happened to her, but definitely it's like I mean, the fact that you have women obsessed with this stuff, like I understand, but again, that's it goes back to the other thing of like, how sad is it that it is the women that are so obsessed with this because the men are just too ignorant to see what's so obvious, you know? And I think that that's why. I mean, like I don't know what her situation is, but I definitely feel that the people who are like hanging around her are not fully picking up on what she's saying or what those implications really are or what. But I mean, and you know, I can understand why. Like if you know, to be honest, like some of the implications of what she
Well,
says, like
what did we
I'm scared
email
of.
her? We emailed her one day. We got to remember what that was about because
Well,
you know,
I
we
didn't
had
I didn't email
yeah,
her, but
we had
somebody I know
Canuck
did.
yeah, we had Canuck Serum email her about us topic. We need to figure out what that was because that was interesting. Little
Well,
thing
I
that we
think
did.
well
And we
it
don't
was
remember
some.
why we did it.
Well,
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember something about it. It was and
Well,
you know maybe
well. Here's the thing. We looked up somebody that she said was stalking her, and then we looked them up online, and it came up a different person under a different name, and we informed her about it because this person was clearly an occultist running a weird fucking trauma clinic or some shit. I mean,
well and I want to keep my distance away from anything involving that because the more you start looking at that stuff, I mean, it gets. I mean, you're basically looking at like. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I would infer that you're basically looking at like something that is either MI6 or might
well,
as well be
they mentioned that a
MI6 or
couple
something.
times that these people have these trauma clinics where they get people that have already been under trauma and shit because of ritual abuse, and they literally condition them into being in another cult through the
Well, yep.
through the psychology program. Right?
Well, and I just heard about some of these things involving Tesla, and then you go to Montauk and you look at all these scalar technology and like stuff that I'm honestly like, I don't know that much about, but honestly, with the little bit I do know about, like, I don't know how the people are allowed to talk about this shit. Um, and it makes me wonder, like, is that a, you know, a partial limited hangout or what? But definitely, you know, if there's any truth to what Tesla was involved in and these technologies or whatever, like, you know, maybe we do have, you know, warp drives and shit like this. I mean, there's honestly no telling if there's any truth to like, you know, some of the molecular, I guess, whatever transmogrification or whatever the fuck they're doing. I don't know, but you know, I just don't know how these people are able to talk about the connection between like basically what became MK Ultra and super hardcore allegedly interdimensional technology being presented to Tesla and shit like this. Like I don't know how these people are allowed to talk about it. Cuz like I never knew the narrative on it, but like when you go look into like Tesla and stuff like that and some of that like mystique around that, like it's I don't know if I believe it or not, but definitely goes right into the Tartarian, Atlantis. I mean, you know, we're talking Crowley, like we're talking some like deep occult shit, right? And so I don't know exactly why they're promoting this all of a sudden, but yeah, there's something pretty, I don't know. And again, it's just weird that you have like these people like you know her and these other people who are just kind of like dancing around this, like, well, you know. I just don't know how these people are allowed to talk about it. You know, like if there's any truth to how deep that goes, like I just don't know how deep it really is. I have to go unfortunately because it's bedtime for the kid, and
Yeah, it's all good.
but we'll finish this up soon. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna write down the name of this. Definitely a good one for later.
Have a
But
blessed
yeah, if you could send me the here, hold on. Send me the Do Electric Cigarette Stream of Insecure People.
What's it called?
Do Electric Cigarettes Dream of Insecure People.
Okay, if I don't send it to you by the time you wake up, just remind me. I'll get it to you. Well, I thought of another one today. I wish I wrote it down. It was something. It was something related to that. It was going to be something like, oh man, what was it? It's got something like, dude, I can't remember what it was. Man, I wish I wrote it down. But it's something very weird and esoteric about that.
That's a bomb one because Flow State's on that one. That's the one where Flow State came, and then then you gave him a compliment, and Annapurna was like, "Why are you giving Flow State a compliment? Like he's not the creepiest dude on the internet." And she said it right to his face.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I think there's something about naming streams. Like sometimes when I name a good stream, like this one, I named Outer Darkness Limits, so it's like outer limits, but I just added darkness, but it's like inner darkness, but outer darkness and all that. I don't know. Like I have a feeling like I'm superstitious about names. If you name something good, then sometimes it's like even my videos I make are kind of like that, where I'm like, if I name it something good, it gives it more power than even if the video kind of sucks itself,
Yeah.
But I got to jump off here. I have 1% on this phone, so
yeah.
Have a blessed night. Good night. Bye.
Yeah, you too.